Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 266, On the Road Again. The loading of supplies onto the aircraft carrier took the entire day, just as Alex had predicted. He couldn't help but wonder if he had gone overboard with the amount of resources he pulled from his inventory and discreetly added to the military stockpile, as if they had always been there. Moreover, considering their journey to Alaska, the number of people on board would only continue to grow. Unfortunately, they faced another problem, docking at the port of Shenzhen, which would force them to take a massive detour before getting back on course to Alaska. Alex, along with his 3 little helpers, was busy moving the heaviest cargo into the aircraft carrier's storage compartments. Vehicles were being driven onto the deck one after another without pause. They would undoubtedly be needed in the future, especially upon arrival in Alaska. Watching all the commotion, Alex smirked to himself. If people could, they would have hauled an entire military base with them. Luckily, he had already instructed the raiding groups to stock up on mattresses and sleeping bags for everyone. "What are you standing around for?" came Saya's voice as she approached him with a backpack slung over her shoulders. "Standing around?" Alex raised an eyebrow. "I just helped load the heaviest stuff. And now, like a true ship captain, I'm simply overseeing the process." With that, he pulled Saya into an embrace. "I'd believe you, if I didn't know you so well," she drawled, amusement clear in her tone. "But we do know you too well," Brunhild finished for her as she passed by, carrying bags in both hands. Alex turned and saw her with the rest of the girls, hauling their belongings toward the captain's bridge, which would serve as their home for the duration of the journey. Brunhild's words sparked laughter among the group. They all knew Alex too well. If he was justifying himself, it meant he was simply being lazy. Alex squinted but didn't argue. She was right, after all. Still, he felt he had earned a break, especially after hauling the heaviest loads onto the aircraft carrier with his 3 little helpers. Feeling a sudden surge of generosity, Alex took the girls' bags from them, instantly transforming into a walking mountain of luggage. He immediately identified Rebecca's bag. It was the largest and clearly filled with weapons, which she had probably been sneaking out of her inventory and packing discreetly. Narrowing his eyes, Alex shot a look at the cunning little gremlin. Rebecca, noticing his gaze, only smirked smugly, fully aware that he had figured her out. Shaking his head, Alex made his way toward the captain's bridge, only to run into a problem. Loaded down with bags, he couldn't fit through the door. "So that's how it is," he muttered, eyeing the narrow doorway. "If I'd known this would happen, I would have made the doors wider." "Careful with the bags, Alex." Rika's voice called from behind him. "Don't break my precious whiskey." Alex turned his head and squinted at her. "What's more important to you, your whiskey or me?" "You, of course, handsome." Rika laughed. "But that's a very expensive whiskey, and there's no guarantee I'll find another bottle." Alex sighed heavily and carefully began squeezing through the doorway. The things one does for love. If he had known things would turn out like this, he would have stocked a couple of bottles of alcohol in his inventory for the girls in advance. But he immediately dismissed the thought. The last time they got drunk and attacked him was more than enough. He definitely didn't want a repeat. Alcohol made them far too aggressive. "What's this door?" Shizuka suddenly asked, pointing to one of the massive panels that stood out among the rest. "This is my portable laboratory," Alex replied, pushing the last of the bags aside. "I need to arm my girls and make sure they're well protected. Plus, I have to assemble armor for the others and finally finish working on Rika's rifle. While we're traveling, I'll have time to complete most of my planned projects. Can I take a look?" Shizuka's eyes lit up with genuine interest. Alex merely shrugged, letting the girls peek into his workshop if they were curious. Inside, there was nothing particularly special, just production machines he had pulled from his inventory, a portable workbench, and various tools necessary for his work. He stored everything else in his inventory and had set up the workspace in a separate room to ensure that no one would interfere or spy on his projects. Without prying eyes, he could complete his developments faster using magic, leaving more time for truly important matters. As the girls entered, they were met with rows of machines, from those used for manufacturing ammunition to assembly platforms for weapons and armor. In one corner, crates filled with various materials were stacked. "I was expecting something more like a mad scientist's lab, but this looks so ordinary," Coco muttered, looking around. "For now," Brunhild responded lazily. "He hasn't started working yet. Give him a little time, and this place will turn into complete chaos, where nothing can be found." "Is it really that bad?" Ray asked suspiciously, glancing at Brunhild. "You'll see soon enough," Brunhild smirked. "Just don't touch anything. Who knows, something might explode." I wouldn't want part of the aircraft carrier to be blown to hell just because someone decided to play with Alex's workbench. Her words made everyone pause. The girls' gazes instinctively shifted toward three particular individuals, Shizuka, Coco, and Rebecca. Rebecca simply threw her hands behind her head and started whistling nonchalantly, as if it were pure coincidence that her fingers always gravitated toward anything dangerous. Shizuka gave a nervous smile, insisting she wasn't that irresponsible, while Coco just shrugged, pretending not to hear anything. Once the workshop inspection was over, the girls stepped outside just in time to see Alex finishing the final preparations for departure with his three little assistants. He wanted to make sure everything was in order and that no issues would arise during the journey. The last thing he needed was some kind of malfunction in the middle of the ocean. Even though he did most of the work using magic, the principle of trust but verify still applied. As Alex completed his final system check, he glanced at the girls and gestured toward the weapon rack. If it's not too much to ask, don't leave weapons lying around everywhere. How considerate of you. You even labeled where everything should go, Rika snorted, securing her sniper rifle. Such a caring guy. At least this way, none of us will be running around looking for our weapon left in some random damn corner, Valmont added with a nod. The girls nodded in agreement and placed their weapons on the rack one by one. The only problem was the sheer amount of arsenal Rebecca had. A single rack was clearly not enough for her sniper rifle, shotgun, assault rifle, a couple of pistols, and even a grenade launcher. When the other girls saw Rebecca attaching her weapons, their lips involuntarily twitched. She was more heavily armed than anyone else, and no one even bothered to ask why she needed so many guns. The answer was obvious. She simply loved firearms. The more powerful and destructive, the better she liked them. Noticing the stares from her friends, Rebecca frowned and tilted her head. What? Greenie, do you really need that much firepower? Saya squinted, crossing her arms. You don't even use most of it. So what, Pinky? Rebecca rolled her eyes. These are my babies, and they need to stay close to their mommy. While the girls argued, Alex finished his final checks, including the weapons system. He was curious whether the new reactor could handle the load if all the carrier's guns started firing at once. Fortunately, thanks to Mimi's calculations, test simulations showed that energy consumption would remain within safe limits. Finishing with that, Alex grabbed the radio and, grinning, pressed the button to address everyone on board. Yo-ho. This is your super cool and mega handsome captain speaking. When Alex's voice echoed across the carrier through the speakers, everyone stopped to listen to what he had to say. However, hearing his self-absorbed introduction about how cool and handsome he was, many burst out laughing, while others just rolled their eyes, long used to such antics. The girls standing behind Alex couldn't hold back their laughter either. His narcissism was on a whole new level. Welcome aboard the Emperor Somnium. Your captain, Alexander, welcomes you. The weather outside is favorable, it's 5 minutes to 6. Our luxury cruise liner and its crew will do everything to ensure your journey is comfortable. A bit of safety advice, don't stand at the edge of the deck, don't go swimming, and don't relieve yourself overboard. And most importantly, don't even think about jumping into the sea for fun. No one's going to pick you up. Alex's voice carried a hint of amusement. And finally, we're about to depart, so I recommend grabbing something sturdy and clenching your cheeks. It's going to get bumpy. Have a pleasant journey. After finishing the announcement, Alex put the radio down and heard muffled sounds of laughter behind him. Turning around, he saw the girls doing their best to hold back their laughter, but their flushed faces gave them away. Come on, just laugh already, Alex said with a smirk. Puffed. Ha 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 ha. The girls burst out laughing, no longer trying to hide their amusement. This is something else. It feels like we're heading on a world tour, not escaping a zombie apocalypse, Ray managed to say between laughs, holding her stomach. Something like that. Now stop laughing and hold on tight. If you fall, no one's going to pity you. Well, actually, they will, but not right away, Alex grinned. The girls were still laughing, but they grabbed onto something to keep their balance. Alex picked up the radio again, reminding everyone that the aircraft carrier was ready to depart. Soon, the readiness signal echoed across the ship, and the massive vessel began to move. The control was handed over to GIR, the trusty robodog, who was excellent at handling tasks like this. Alex approached the large monitor with the map, plotted the route to the port in Shenzhen, and, confirming everything was set, nodded to GIR. In response, the robodog raised a paw, giving a thumbs up, and the aircraft carrier started moving, leaving the docks. As Alex had warned, the hull shook slightly, but he had forgotten one important detail. GIR was a real speedster and loved sharp maneuvers. As soon as the ship left the docks, the dog sharply turned it with such force that, for a moment, it seemed like the aircraft carrier was about to tip over. Alex grabbed onto the nearest panel and, glancing at GIR, gave him a dry look. The girls, who had barely managed to stay on their feet, also stared at the robo-dog with clear disapproval, though some of them looked rather amused. All right, the docks are behind us, the route's set. I'm stepping out for a couple of minutes, Alex said, stretching. Why? Valmont raised an eyebrow. I'm going to say goodbye to our friends who are always watching us, Alex replied with a wide grin. You mean the evil corporation? But how can they be watching us? I haven't noticed anything suspicious, Beatrix said thoughtfully, raising a finger to her lips. Drones, Alex answered briefly, pointing upwards. Those birds have been circling the base for a few days now. So, I think it's time to say goodbye to them. Heh, not for me, Rika lazily waved her hand. I'll just lie down. I've had enough of all this gear. You say goodbye to your friends, Dot. Alex shrugged and left the bridge. Meanwhile, the girls decided to sort through their things and put them in their places. Heading down to the deck, Alex leisurely walked toward the runway. Reaching the edge, he looked up and noticed several drones hovering high in the sky. Taking out a cigarette, Alex lit it and placed his hands above his head in a heart shape, sending a warm signal to his constant watchers. Then he pulled out his phone, showed the drones the middle finger, and activated interference, completely blocking the evil corporation's surveillance. He could already imagine the face of that unlucky operator who would see this farewell gesture. You have some very strange rituals before departure, a voice came from behind. Alex turned his head and saw Takashi, Jonah, and Kota approaching him. Smiling, he decided to explain his actions. When Takashi and Kota understood why he did it, they just exchanged glances and looked in the direction Alex was pointing, trying to spot the drones watching them. Since the guys had approached, Alex decided to chat with them, but what interested him most was how far Takashi and Jonah had progressed in their training. Jonah, aren't you worried that soon Malka will kick your ass? Alex asked with a wide grin. That won't happen, Jonah replied dryly. Heh. We'll see. When I finish her training, she'll become the head of your family, Alex continued to smile. Takashi and Kota laughed upon seeing Jonah's expression. There was some truth to Alex's words, and it especially amused them. You'd better stop laughing, or the Valkyries will throw you overboard again, Jonah said calmly, looking at Takashi. Takashi immediately fell silent. The last time was enough for him to understand how serious the Valkyries were with their threats. Now, all three of them were laughing at him, not even trying to spare his feelings. Alex, on the other hand, wondered if Takashi had really activated the so-called harem protagonist aura, or if it was just a ridiculous excuse authors used to justify the sudden affection of the girls. Next time, I just won't ask for advice, Takashi muttered, wincing. Because of his advice, I almost became the enemy of all women. You might as well have asked Kensai for advice, Alex smirked, shaking his head. Then they'd definitely throw you overboard, and this time with a stone tied to your legs. After these words, Jonah, Takashi, and Kota laughed together. There was no question about it, asking Kensai for advice was like shooting yourself in the foot while hoping for a miracle. Alex laughed along with the guys until he noticed Kensai standing nearby. His face was covered in black lines, and his expression grew angrier, because not only Alex and the three guys were laughing at him, but also his friends from Ryozanpaku. Even his daughter, barely holding back her laughter, was pointing at him. Unable to take it any longer, Kensai ran up to the group, clearly intending to argue. Show some respect to your elders, he exclaimed indignantly. For your information, when I was young, crowds of girls chased after me. I was a real heartthrob, and I couldn't get away from all the female attention. Alex, Takashi, Kota, and Jonah went silent for a moment, appraising Kensai, and then they all burst into laughter. None of them could imagine that this short, slightly balding man with silly mustaches was ever popular with women. Especially considering his status as a hardened pervert. And does Madame Ma know you were a ladies' man? Alex asked with a smirk, wiping away the tears that had formed from laughing. She doesn't need to know that. After all, she's my wife. Kensai declared proudly, folding his arms across his chest. Unfortunately for you, old man, she will find out, Alex smirked. What do you mean by that? Kensai immediately tensed, sensing trouble. Alex silently pulled out his phone and played the recording of their recent conversation. Hearing his own words, Kensai instantly turned pale. The masters from Ryozanpaku burst into laughter again, and Kensai's face twisted in panic. Delete that recording right now, he squealed, trying to snatch the phone from Alex's hands. Otherwise, I won't let you anywhere near my daughter. Alex skillfully dodged Kensai's hands, clearly not taking the old man's words seriously. But as soon as Renka heard her father's words, her face twisted with anger. Like an enraged buffalo, she charged at Kensai. Alex just took a step to the side, watching as the girl kicked her father in the chest, knocking him off his feet. I don't need your help in choosing a partner. Renka exclaimed, her eyes flashing. I'm a grown woman, and I will decide who I want to be with. You should have worried about that when you decided to leave home. I'm going to tell Mom everything about all your actions, about your collection. Just wait until Mom deals with you. Kensai, who had quickly recovered after the hit, froze, realizing the threat. His face turned pale, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. If his actions reached his wife's ears, no one would be able to save him. Not martial arts, not his many years of experience as a master. No, honey, listen, he screamed in panic, rushing to Renka and clinging to her legs as if holding on to his last hope. Please. You know how strict she is. You don't want your father to die a horrible death, do you? You still love your daddy, right, Renka? Get off me, old man, the girl snorted irritably, trying to shake off his tight grip. This is your fault. You'll have to answer to Mom, not me. The others watched this comedic spectacle, and Alex, unabashed, filmed everything. He barely held back a smirk, eagerly anticipating the moment when Madame Ma would see this priceless blackmail material. At that moment, the masters from Ryo Zanpaku approached the group, including Mio and Shigeru. They saw what Alex was up to, and curiosity got the better of them. Alex, why are you recording this? Mio asked, peeking over his shoulder. Hehe, it's blackmail, Alex smirked. The more Kensai messes up, the more fun it will be later. When Madame Ma sees this, it's going to be just amazing. I can't wait for that moment. You're so evil, Mio said with a smile, lightly patting Alex on the shoulder. She's right, Takashi smirked, shaking his head. I wouldn't want to be your enemy. What do you mean, evil? Alex protested, his grin widening. I'm just speeding up the inevitable. Kensai has to face the consequences of his actions. It's better if Madame Ma finds out right away than later. He'll suffer once, maybe she'll even forgive him. Though, if I were in her shoes, I'd break his legs and lock him in the basement for 10 years. That's something only villains say, Kota chimed in, laughing. Alex shrugged and continued recording every word Kensai said, capturing all his vows to change. However, no one present believed any of it. Daughter, I'm telling the truth. I will change. Just don't tell your mother. Kensai pleaded, still clinging to his daughter's legs. Alex, not looking away from the camera, smirked. Even if Renka doesn't tell her. I will. So, old man, get ready. Either way, you're in for a fun adventure when you meet your wife. The masters from Ryo Zanpaku burst into laughter again, and Kensai lost the last remnants of hope. Kensai froze for a second, his face paling when Alex demonstratively pressed the record button. All the excuses, pitiful pleas, and fear of his wife were now captured on video. When it sank in that the blackmail was already recorded, Kensai's face went even paler. Alex, on the other hand, smiled widely. Listen, Kensai, he began, raising his finger, as one of my friends once said, all our actions from the past inevitably return to us in the future. Only by facing the consequences of our choices can we move forward. Only by accepting our past can we see the future. Ha, wise words, Akasame nodded, stroking his mustache. Alex is right, Kensai. You will have to pay for your deeds. That's nonsense. Kensai barked, pointing a finger at Alex. You just want my wife to beat me. Don't try to hide behind fancy words. Of course, I do, Alex admitted carelessly. And you better accept it, embrace your fate, because it's inevitable. Kensai's face went even paler. Alex stopped having fun, put the phone back in his pocket, exchanged a couple more words with the others, and headed back to the captain's bridge, deciding to spend time with the girls. As he passed Renka, she playfully stuck her tongue out at him. Alex just smirked, threw his hands behind his head, and hummed softly as he leisurely walked ahead. On his way, he thought about how he definitely wouldn't leave this aircraft carrier in this world, it was too valuable to give up. Who knows when it might come in handy in the future. When he reached the captain's bridge, Alex saw the girls setting up the place, trying to make it more comfortable. He wanted to tell them that they wouldn't be here for long, just until they reached Alaska, but decided not to spoil the mood. Instead, he sat off to the side, opened a pack of snacks, and took out his phone. Opening GIR's and Mimi's logs, Alex began reviewing the latest collected data. The satellite images made him frown. Some photos looked as if they had captured the surface of hell rather than Earth. Various parts of the world appeared bleak, but the most troubling were the thick dark clouds that had appeared in several regions. If it had only been a couple of pictures, he would have thought it was just bad weather. But there were more than 10, and all of them captured strange phenomena from different corners of the world. The photos of massive holes in the ground, appearing right in the centers of some cities, made him even more uneasy. Alex reached for a cigarette, but hearing a persistent cough, he looked up and met Yuriko's gaze, who smiled at him sweetly. He immediately understood, put the cigarettes back, and instead pulled out a candy. Yuriko nodded in satisfaction and returned to her tasks. Shaking his head, Alex looked back at the photos. He was trying to figure out what could have caused the appearance of these gigantic holes and the anomalous weather phenomena. Then a light bulb went off in his head. It seemed to him that in the areas where dark clouds tightly covered the land, new markers were beginning to rise. And, as everyone knew, those had an impact on the climate. On one hand, the theory sounded crazy. On the other, he had no better explanation. At that very moment, in one of the secret facilities of the evil corporation, Caleb Williams had just left the mysterious director's office. He came to get his boss's opinion on the situation. They were losing branches, which were being taken over by someone using a virus. Moreover, even the zombies controlled by the system were getting infected. But the director's answer was, as always, painfully simple. Everything is going according to plan. Don't worry. Caleb wanted to argue, but he understood he had no strong counterarguments. The director always said the same thing. As he descended in the elevator, Caleb pondered how to minimize the losses and regain control over the enhanced dead. He had only spent a few minutes in the office, but when he exited, his phone was flooded with messages from the analytics department demanding his presence. When the elevator reached the desired floor, Caleb stepped out and calmly made his way to the analytics department. Several dozen employees turned to him as soon as he entered. "What happened while I was gone?" he asked in a cold, furrowed tone. "Director Williams, sir," one of the analysts spoke with a worried voice. "We've started losing control over even more experimental samples. Not long ago, we managed to intercept a signal, but now the connection is completely lost. All the specimens are out of control, and the labs where they were created no longer belong to us." A tense silence spread through the room. Caleb clenched his fists. Let the director say everything is going according to plan, but he wouldn't allow anyone to keep shaking up this chessboard. Caleb furrowed his brows even deeper. There were already plenty of problems, the lost connection with branches around the world, and now this strange computer virus, which not only fully seized control over the experimental specimens but also took control of the labs where they were created. "Sir, we tried everything to regain control over the objects, but this virus, it's unusual," one of the analysts spoke. "The symbols we saw on the strike team's recordings from Africa started appearing in the virus's code. We had to urgently isolate the servers to prevent its spread." Caleb exhaled heavily, walked over to his desk, and sat in his chair. "Show me the surveillance footage from all the lost branches," he ordered. Everything that was extracted before the servers got infected. The data immediately began loading onto the screen. Caleb quickly scrolled through the reports and video recordings and soon noticed a pattern. All the locations that had lost control contained one of the marker fragments. His fingers tapped quickly on the keyboard, comparing the symbols engraved on the fragments with those that had appeared in the virus's code. "This can't be," he muttered, narrowing his eyes. The marker affected dead flesh, causing it to move, turning people into monsters. But it couldn't affect computers. It couldn't, or was there something they didn't understand? "Red Queen," he called to the AI. A hologram flickered to life in front of him. "How can I assist you, Director Williams?" she replied in a calm voice. "What do you know about these fragments? How could the marker's symbols appear in the virus's code? The available data is insufficient. According to research, the marker is capable of influencing dead flesh, resurrecting and transforming it. However, no recorded anomaly has involved interaction with digital systems. And what about the history of the marker? For centuries, the found fragments have been mentioned in various documents, but no one has been able to decipher the inscriptions. All those who ever possessed them died under mysterious circumstances. The first discovered fragment was delivered to a secret laboratory in the North Pacific. The facility is now abandoned. All research data has been erased, and the person responsible for the experiments was eliminated by order. Caleb gritted his teeth. Is there any way to recover any of that data? No. The only thing recovered was the last recording of the scientist working on the research. In it, he mentions something called the moon. Caleb's frown deepened. The search for the fragments had originally been conducted on the director's orders. Caleb wanted to know everything about them, and now he was determined to uncover the truth. "Send me all the available data to my computer," he ordered. The files began to download. He was confident that if he solved this, he would regain control of the situation. But he didn't yet know that in this game of chess, there was someone playing by their own rules. And if they grew bored, they would simply shake up the board and see what happened next. After all, the more chaos, the more interesting the game became. To be continued. Chapter 267, Chapter 267, Time to bombard the city. Chuckling at the trouble awaiting Kensei, Alex returned to the captain's bridge in high spirits. The girls immediately noticed his cheerful expression and exchanged curious glances. Before leaving, he had mentioned that he was going to say goodbye to their pursuers from the evil corporation, who had been tracking them all this time using drones. Alex didn't hide anything and, with a satisfied smile, shared the reason for his good mood. Moreover, he even showed them the incriminating video of Kensei. After hearing the story, the girls burst into loud laughter, eagerly anticipating the spectacle, the old pervert Kensei facing the righteous wrath of his wife. Leaning back in the captain's chair with relief, Alex decided to cosplay a responsible captain for a bit. He glanced at the screen displaying the aircraft carrier's speed and quickly estimated the time needed to reach the port in Shenzhen. If no problems arose along the way, the ship would arrive at its destination in just over a day. Tapping his finger on the armrest, Alex pondered. The aircraft carrier was large enough to accommodate nearly 3,000 people, meaning they had room to maneuver in case they encountered survivors in need of help. At the same time, he regretted not having had the chance to upgrade the ship's engines. If he had, they could have reached their destination much faster. How much longer until we reach Shenzhen? Valmont asked, approaching him and placing her hands on his shoulders. We're cruising at 33 knots. If nothing happens, we'll be there by tomorrow evening, Alex replied thoughtfully. It would be faster by plane, Coco remarked, casting him a glance. Alex turned his head and rolled his eyes. He had already explained to Coco that traveling by plane was far too risky, especially considering they could be shot down at any moment. The other girls agreed with her words but understood that, despite the speed, they would be too vulnerable in the air. You're right, we'd get there in 6 hours by plane. But don't forget, in the sky, we're easy prey, Alex said calmly. I'm just saying it would be faster. Why are you making a big deal out of it? Coco pouted, looking at him in annoyance. Alex just shook his head at her reaction. Getting up from his chair, he walked over to Coco and hugged her, gently stroking her head. He already knew, if Coco was pouting, it meant she wanted attention. This girl always loved being at the center of things. Feeling the warmth of his embrace, Coco immediately smiled and pressed closer to him. The others weren't fooled either, they knew perfectly well that her sulky expression was just a clever maneuver to get what she wanted. Coco, as a former arms dealer, was an expert at playing on emotions. Alex, of course, understood this too, but he was willing to give her as much attention as she needed. However, he hadn't forgotten about the other girls, each of them deserved their time with him. Handsome, when are you going to start working on my new sniper rifle? Rika's voice suddenly rang out as she clung to his back. I can start right now. I'll finish it by morning, unless, of course, you don't mind skipping another night of cuddling, Alex smirked. No, absolutely not. I can't sleep without you anymore. I'm already used to hugging you in my sleep. Rika can wait for her weapon, Shizuka immediately declared, pouting. Shizuka, how could you? I thought we were friends. We even share a husband, we're practically sisters. And you do this to me? Rika said with mock indignation, wiping away imaginary tears. We may be family, but I love Alex more, Shizuka smiled sweetly. Alex grinned widely upon hearing this, but for Rika, the situation was far less pleasant. She felt betrayed and narrowed her eyes, glaring at her friend. You, she started, but before she could finish, she lunged at Shizuka, mercilessly tickling her. However, Shizuka had a powerful weapon that Rika simply couldn't counter. In an instant, she pulled Rika's head against her ample chest, practically drowning her in softness. Alex and the other girls froze, eyes wide in shock, watching as Shizuka, with her usual sweet smile, attempted to smother Rika with her breasts. Shizuka, stop. Are you trying to kill me with your, airbags? Rika squealed, desperately sticking her head out. You started it. Who told you to attack me? I was just defending myself, Shizuka replied proudly, puffing out her chest. You. Rika pointed an accusing finger at her. Rika stared at Shizuka in disbelief, unable to accept that her usually kind and gentle friend would say something like that. Alex and the others were still in mild shock, no one had expected Shizuka to use her greatest advantage to defeat Rika. However, no one objected to this unfair move, everyone was too stunned by how quickly Rika had been caught in her trap. Alex pondered where he had seen something like this before. Remembering an incident, he smirked. Hestia had once defeated Loki the same way, after which the goddess of lies and deception sulked for a long time. Rika, clearly dissatisfied with her loss, tried to argue with Shizuka, but she just calmly repeated the same thing, frustrating Rika even more. And to make matters worse, Coco kept fanning the flames with her teasing remarks. Eventually, the argument between Rika and Shizuka took a backseat. Rika had now turned her attention to Coco. Even though the girls were arguing loudly, Alex didn't interfere, he enjoyed this family-like atmosphere. After all, even the closest families had their disputes, and that was perfectly normal. They weren't robots programmed for perfect harmony but living, breathing people. But before he realized what was happening, he was dragged into the argument. Coco hid behind him, dodging Rika's attempts to grab her. They circled around him, resembling two cats ready to pounce on each other. All right, that's enough, Alex said, lifting both of them by the scruff of their necks like kittens. Rika still shot irritated glances at Coco, while Coco kept making faces, taunting her rival. Alex just sighed, he could already tell that when the truth about his origins was revealed and he brought all the girls to Orario, his home would become even noisier. He briefly wondered, would Coco want to restart her arms dealer career in a fantasy world? Or would she unexpectedly turn into a homemaker? However, he quickly dismissed that thought. Coco and housewife were incompatible. She had too much ambition to just sit still. If not for the zombie apocalypse caused by the evil corporation, she would have likely already conquered the world's airspace by now. Why are you looking at me like that? Falling in love again? Coco placed her hands on her cheeks, feigning shyness. I mean, I know I'm super gorgeous, but when you look at me with those rainbow-colored eyes, I start to feel embarrassed. Who would even want you, Hekmatyar? Rika crossed her arms. Aren't you sick of spouting nonsense? Since when did you turn into a shy schoolgirl? Don't be jealous, Minami, Coco replied with a carefree smile, shrugging. Just because you act like a tomboy and a pervert doesn't mean everyone else has to be the same. You're asking for a fight, Rika growled, gritting her teeth. All right, girls, enough, Alex interrupted with a smile. Even Saya and Rebecca don't argue as much as you two. He released both of them, but the tension between them didn't go anywhere, they continued to glare at each other. Alex glanced at Valmont, hinting that it was time to step in. She immediately got the message. She had calmed Coco down more than once before. Alex had hoped that after the nights they had spent together, Coco and Rika would stop bickering. But that dream was as impossible as expecting Hestia and Loki to stop arguing over every little thing. He shifted his gaze to the other girls, and found that they had already made themselves comfortable with popcorn, clearly enjoying the chaos. Alex just rolled his eyes and settled into his chair. But before he could relax, Ray ended up in his lap, snuggling against him with a satisfied expression. Alex wrapped an arm around her waist, resting his chin on her shoulder. At the same time, his mind was occupied with something else, thinking about what kind of protection he could give the girls. Rebecca and Brunhild had rings that could protect them from anything, even the destruction of an entire galaxy. But he needed to come up with something just as reliable for the others. He knew they wouldn't believe in the ring's power unless he demonstrated their abilities. But he wanted to reveal his true nature only after reaching Alaska or after the final victory over the main villain. So he planned to create protective rings for them and, to make them seem convincing, embed energy shields in them so the girls could see the effect and trust in their reliability. Additionally, he needed to upgrade their weapons so that each of them could defend themselves. For now, Siko, Ray, and Valmont were already using his personally designed weapons. But the other girls also needed more powerful armaments, just in case they faced a truly serious threat in the future. Alex remembered that he had some energy shields stored in his inventory, an ideal temporary solution for protecting the girls. If they asked where he got them, he would just lie and say he had recently created them. He was so deep in thought about his plans that he didn't even notice Namio and Kiriko bringing food for everyone. Not wanting to become a victim of being fed by hand again, he quickly grabbed his portion and started eating. The girls had already started a TV series, and the more Alex watched the screen, the more he thought that it might be worth visiting that universe. After all, Chuck, pretending to be a god, was actually an avatar of Nyan Nyan, who had taken over an entire tree and was now amusing himself by playing with the storyline and adjusting it to his liking. Heh, self-proclaimed director, that Chuck, Alex smirked, shaking his head. I never would have thought that woman's avatar would imitate your father. Pretty ironic, Gyrolol remarked with amusement. You're right, sister. If Alex's father didn't follow his own rule of not interfering in his creations, these so-called evil gods wouldn't even think of doing such things, Scalmold calmly added. Exactly, the other Valkyries agreed. Well, Chuck thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. But that won't last. I think it'll be fun to ruin his little game of playing the great writer, Alex grinned. He decided that he would deal with that universe after finishing things with Nyan Nyan's avatar in this one. However, the more Alex thought about everything ahead, the more he realized that he needed a break. He needed to spend some time at home, be with the goddesses, and, of course, with his sweet elf, Ryu. Even though time passed more slowly for them than for him, it didn't change the fact that he had been giving them too little attention. He already had a few universes in mind where he could plan the perfect family vacation and have plenty of fun. However, looking at his long list of plans, Alex realized that carrying them out would take far too much time. He even briefly wondered how the girls would react upon learning that Sam and Dean were real people. Though, most likely, they'd just ask him to get their autographs. As the day gradually came to an end, the girls were already asleep. Alex was about to get up and do some work, at least pretend to be crafting some trinkets for them. But the moment he tried to move, the girls tightened their embrace around him. Every time he attempted to slip away, they would frown in their sleep and cling to him even harder. Understanding that he had no choice, Alex decided to stay put and wait for their grip to loosen. Mentally calculating, he realized that by morning, at the speed the aircraft carrier was moving, they would be passing by Taiwan, and by evening, they'd reach the port of Shenzhen. However, he had a strong feeling that they wouldn't be able to head straight for Alaska after Shenzhen. He could almost sense it in his bones, something would delay them again. Alex grimaced at the thought, knowing that it was bound to happen. Something always came up, slowing their progress. Sighing, he tried once more to escape their embrace, but it was futile. Realizing there was no other way, he decided to just try and sleep, even though he didn't feel tired at all. Closing his eyes, he attempted to clear his mind and push all his worries aside for later. Even the ones concerning the massive zombie horde likely roaming somewhere in China, ready to consume everything in its path. The next morning, just as Alex had predicted, the aircraft carrier was passing by Taiwan. At that moment, he and the others stood on the main deck, observing the island's coastline. Even from this distance, Taiwan's dire state was evident. Driven by curiosity, those who wanted a closer look grabbed binoculars, but what they saw was no different from the other cities they had passed. Ruined buildings, charred car wrecks, and signs of battle against the undead were everywhere. Alex watched with an emotionless expression, but inside, he felt an unsettling sense of unease. Everything he had seen in this world so far disgusted him. Not wanting to further ruin his mood, he left the deck and returned to the bridge. Thoughts of the countless children and people who had perished at the hands of zombies and mutants, along with those who had abandoned their humanity to unleash their inner demons, were too heavy to dwell on. To distract himself, Alex decided to work on his projects while they approached Shenzhen. He knew they were already halfway through their journey, but a significant stretch still remained ahead. Fully immersing himself in his work, he began upgrading the old energy shields he had pulled from his inventory. While they were still reliable, they were outdated, and Alex wanted to refine them to be more comfortable for the girls to wear. He hadn't modernized them since his time in Night City. Time flew by unnoticed. Evening had already arrived, and the food the girls had brought him for lunch remained untouched, long since gone cold. Finishing the last energy shield, Alex stretched, satisfied as he looked over his work. Now the girls would be protected, at least for the time being, until he could create rings for them. However, he wasn't planning on making them just yet. Too many questions would arise about where he suddenly got the materials and how he managed to craft them so quickly. "You haven't eaten anything all day." Kiriko's voice suddenly rang out. Alex looked up and saw her stepping into his workshop. Her gaze immediately landed on the untouched plate of food. She frowned, like a wife catching her husband trying to throw away the dinner she had lovingly prepared. Alex gave her a guilty smile but quickly tried to hide the candy wrappers scattered across the table to avoid further questioning. Kiriko narrowed her eyes even more upon noticing his attempt. "You ate nothing but candy all day." Her voice was as cold as a blade. Alex forced a strained chuckle, realizing he was about to get another one of her disciplinary lectures. It wasn't on purpose, he had just been so engrossed in his work that he forgot about everything else. Kiriko sighed, apparently deciding to let it slide this time. "We're already approaching the shores of Shenzhen. Little GIR says we'll be in port in 30 minutes. Alex nodded, quickly gathering all the energy shields he had prepared for the girls. To avoid suspicion, he had made 2 extra, one for Rebecca and one for Brunhild. Kiriko noticed him picking something up but chose not to ask right away. When Alex approached her, he gently pulled her by the waist and brushed his lips against hers. Kiriko rolled her eyes but returned the kiss. Then, with a sly smile, she pinched his side as payback for ignoring the lunch she had worked so hard to prepare. Alex chuckled softly and left the workshop with her. The moment they stepped out, Saya immediately noticed the objects in Alex's hands. "What's that?" "This is for you, my lovely ladies," he replied with a smile. "I had to put in some effort, but now each of you has your own energy shield. It'll protect you in case of danger." With those words, he placed the shields on the table. Intrigued, the girls immediately stepped closer, inspecting what he had prepared for them. Throwing a quick glance at Rebecca and Brunhild, Alex gave them a slight nod, signaling them to take one as well to avoid unnecessary questions. They caught on instantly and discreetly took their shields. "You even painted them for us," Rika said in surprise, admiring hers. "How sweet of you. Where have you been all my life? If I had known such an amazing guy existed, I would have traveled to the ends of the earth to find you." Alex simply smirked. "Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me. And I only repainted them so you wouldn't fight over the colors." The girls laughed, and Alex watched them with a warm smile. Even though chaos reigned in this world, he had still found his family here. The girls smiled and each chose the shield meant for her. As a token of gratitude, Alex's face was once again covered in traces of their lipstick. Smiling widely, he gave a brief instruction on how to use the energy shields. When everyone had secured them, Alex checked the systems, and after confirming everything was working reliably, he nodded. Finishing the check, he went down to the deck with the girls, where the rest had already gathered. "Here's our leader, who's been missing all day," R smirked, noticing Alex. "What can I say, not everyone's cut out to be lazy like you," Alex replied with a cheerful smile. R's face immediately twisted, as if struck by lightning. The other guys standing nearby couldn't hold back their laughter. "He got you again, R. Aren't you tired of stepping on the same rake?" teased Toji, barely keeping his laughter in check. Alex, smirking, shifted his gaze to the approaching shores of Shenzhen, and his expression immediately changed. Unlike Okinawa and other destroyed cities, the situation here was much worse. Shenzhen looked like a real hellhole. Alex asked for a drone to conduct reconnaissance and assess the situation from above. As soon as the device was in his hands, he activated it and sent it toward the city. Soon, the live feed appeared on his tablet, and one detail immediately caught his attention. The others gathered around, peering at the tablet to see what was happening. Why are the evil corporation soldiers fighting the mutants? Aren't they supposed to be on the same side? Mao asked in surprise. And why do some of them look more like demons? R added, pointing to a creature with horns and burning eyes. Are we fighting not zombies, but damn demons now? If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have noticed. Coco frowned. Damn, they really have horns. If it weren't for the zombies, I'd think the bastard corporation opened a gate to hell. Better not jinx it. Saya replied dryly. What if they really did? Alex didn't answer, but what he saw confirmed his suspicions. A third force had intervened. All the zombies previously controlled by the evil corporation had completely broken free of their influence. Now mutants, modified beings, and even these demonic creatures were under the control of the markers. This could only mean one thing: the markers had started to form, or, even worse, had already been fully activated in some parts of the world. The memories of satellite images, where ominous black clouds hung over the infected areas, flashed in his mind. I don't think we should get involved. Let them fight among themselves, it works in our favor. This is our chance to safely pull Casper's group and the people from the dojo out. Plus, it'll be an opportunity to test my new toys, Alex said, handing the tablet to the girls. You want to bomb the city? Rebecca's eyes sparkled with excitement. I'm all for it. Let me blow it up. Please, please. She grabbed Alex by the shoulders and started shaking him, looking at him with tearful, yet enthusiastic eyes. Damn, Alex sighed, realizing resistance was useless. He handed control over to Rebecca, only hoping she wouldn't blow the whole city to bits. Are you serious? Valmont asked skeptically, looking at him as if he were crazy. Even I think giving Rebecca control of the weapon is a bad idea. Don't chicken out, one-eyed, Rebecca grinned, rubbing her hands with excitement. Now, time to blow it up. Wait. It's not time yet, Alex stopped her. First, I'll contact Casper so they'll be ready. Rebecca puffed up but thankfully held herself back. The others exchanged glances, anticipating what would happen next. When Rebecca pouted, he pinched her cheek, signaling her to wait a little. Alex pulled out his phone and dialed Casper's number to let him know they had arrived. However, instead of Casper's voice, he once again heard Chiquita. Why are you calling? Are you already nearby? She asked as soon as she answered. Something like that. We're in port, so I'm warning you to prepare, Alex explained. Chiquita was surprised by their speed. However, what really shocked her was Alex's mention of the upcoming bombing. He had warned her to make sure everyone was ready. Then he spread his mana over the entire city, checking to ensure there were no civilians in the strike zone. Once he was sure that there were no regular people in the areas with the highest concentration of zombies, mutants, and demons, except for the evil corporation soldiers, he nodded to Rebecca, giving her the green light. Alex was glad he hadn't given her access to the big gun. This gremlin would have definitely used it. The rumble of the rotating cannons immediately grabbed attention. When the targeting system was set, Rebecca grinned predatorily and pressed the launch button. The first salvo tore through the city, engulfing enemy clusters in fire and debris. A giant column of smoke rose from the explosion. Damn, how the hell did you manage to put together such a weapon in one day? Lutz exclaimed, stunned by the power of the cannons. Alex smirked. Hey, magic. At the same time, Chiquita relayed Alex's words to the others in the bunker. When they heard that help had arrived, the people felt relief. They would finally be leaving this cursed place. Every day, they had watched zombies and mutants wander the grounds through the cameras, and now they had a chance to escape. Chiquita and a few others gathered around the monitors to see what Alex had arrived in. After adjusting the cameras, they saw a massive aircraft carrier in the distance. Damn. Did they steal an aircraft carrier? Casper stared at the screen in shock. I thought he was joking when he said he'd borrow it from the military base. Alex said he's starting the bombing, so get ready, Chiquita reminded him. He's going to do what? Casper turned to her in horror. But before Chiquita could respond, the first salvo fired, and a powerful explosion rocked the city a second later. Casper froze, mouth agape, staring at the monitors. Who the hell is this guy my sister's seeing, he muttered. The weapons mounted on the aircraft carrier also raised Chiquita's suspicions. Whoa. Never seen weapons like that before. There's no way ships like that have this kind of armament. Where did it come from? She remarked, intrigued. Yeah, I didn't even notice. I was too focused on who this Alex is, the guy Coco's now dating, Casper said thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. Do you think Coco will tell you anything? Should I remind you how all your conversations with her end? Chiquita smirked, raising an eyebrow. Don't remind me. But this Alex has really piqued my interest, Casper admitted, then looked at Chiquita. You've talked to him the most lately. You wouldn't even give me the phone when he called. What's your opinion of him? It's hard to say. I haven't seen him, so I can't really tell you anything special, she shrugged. Casper shook his head. One thing was clear, time to prepare to leave. This bunker had grown tiresome for everyone, and staying here any longer made no sense. Turning off the cameras, Casper, Chiquita, and the others headed toward the people who were also preparing to leave the shelter. Chiquita glanced furtively toward the exit. She couldn't wait to finally meet the guy she talked to so much on the phone. And who, damn it, had stolen an aircraft carrier for their rescue. To be continued. Chapter 268, New Enemies. Alex and his group stood on the main deck of the aircraft carrier, watching the bombardment of Shenzhen. He knew his weapons were capable of such destructive power, but seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but admit, the sight of a metropolis being obliterated was mesmerizing. The railgun turrets roared in a continuous barrage, tearing through buildings and leaving nothing but ruins behind. Another 2 shots thundered over the city, massive projectiles cutting through the air with a deep hum before crashing into the densest part of the zombie horde, annihilating everything in their path. Alex hoped his little assistants were recording every moment of the destruction. This spectacle was worth rewatching later. His gaze shifted to Rebecca, whose wide, almost predatory grin made it clear that she was thoroughly enjoying herself. With unwavering enthusiasm, she kept pressing the weapon launch button over and over again. Good thing I didn't give her access to the big gun, Alex mentally patted himself on the back. If this gremlin had full control over the weapons, the city would probably have been wiped off the map with the very first shot. Shifting his attention to the port, he realized they needed to draw the remaining zombies' attention to clear a path for docking. Then, they could pick up Casper and his people. Alright, that's enough. Otherwise, there'll be nothing left of the city, Alex said, taking the control panel from Rebecca. You're such a killjoy, she huffed, pouting. You always ruin things at the most interesting moment. Alex smirked, grabbed Rebecca by the nose, and gave it a playful tug, making her grumble in protest. The others, including the guys and girls standing nearby, nodded in agreement. They also felt it was time to stop. No one had expected the new weapons Alex installed to be this devastating. Rebecca tried to snatch the control panel back, but Alex simply lifted it high above his head, out of her reach. In retaliation, she hugged Stitch, who immediately nestled against her and gently patted her head in comfort. Alright, guys, get ready to deploy. We're picking up Casper, the people from Dojo Ma, and leaving immediately, Alex said, scanning the group. And you? Gonna throw yourself into the thick of it again? R asked with a smirk. You got it. The zombie horde is bound to rush the port soon, and we need to buy time for everyone to board. He nodded to Brunhild, handing over command. The Valkyrie accepted the role in silence, not asking unnecessary questions. Without further ado, Alex hoisted the sulking gremlin over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Waving to Gir and Mimi, he headed off to prepare for deployment. The horde couldn't be allowed to break into the port, and besides, Alex was intrigued by the new mutants, creatures resembling demons straight out of Doom. Hell Knights, Pinkies, Imps, but where are the Barons of Hell, he pondered. Alex seriously hoped that the idiot who was the avatar of Nyan Nyan had not opened a portal to this universe for David himself, just to create even more chaos. But what truly concerned him was that under the influence of the marker, zombies, mutants, and demons had become more organized. Stepping into his temporary workshop, Alex considered which weapon to take into battle. After a brief moment of thought, he pulled from his inventory a bident, honestly one from Hades himself during Ragnarok. A golden light enveloped his body as Gondel transformed into a battle suit. Alex swung the bident a few times, testing its balance. Meanwhile, his little partners had already armed themselves to the teeth. Nodding to his companions, Alex stepped out of the workshop. The girls were just finishing their preparations for the landing. His gaze met Brunhild's eyes. Upon seeing the weapon in his hands, the Valkyrie narrowed her eyes and gave him a meaningful look, as if silently asking, "Why didn't you return the symbol of power to Hades?" Alex just shrugged. "It's my trophy, and I don't have to return it." Brunhild let out a weary sigh. She already suspected that he hadn't returned Poseidon's trident either. "What's that weird fork you've got there?" Coco asked, eyeing the weapon with curiosity. Alex barely held back a laugh upon hearing her call the god's weapon a weird fork. Unlike him, the Valkyries in his spiritual space didn't bother restraining themselves and burst into loud laughter. He didn't even want to imagine the look on Hades' face when he found out his weapon had been given such a humiliating nickname. The other girls also turned their attention to the strange weapon in Alex's hands. A strange feeling washed over them, as if they weren't just looking at a piece of metal, but at something far more ancient and powerful. It's not a fork, it's a bident. A very ancient weapon. Its name is the Four-Blooded Spear of Fate, Icor, Alex explained calmly. Such a long name. Isn't it hard to pronounce? Shizuka asked with curiosity. Alex looked at her and involuntarily laughed. He liked her slightly naive and clumsy side, it gave her a special charm. Smiling, he gently kissed her on the cheek. Shizuka immediately lit up with a joyful smile and hugged him. That name sounds familiar. I think I've heard it somewhere before, Saya murmured thoughtfully. Not surprising. This spear is mentioned in human history. It belonged to the god of the underworld, Hades, Brunhild replied calmly, watching the girl closely. Alex simply nodded but wasn't in a hurry to reveal the whole truth. It was unlikely that anyone would believe that this was truly Hades' weapon. However, Saya, on the contrary, began observing him and Brunhild even more intently. She couldn't shake the feeling that these two knew far more than they were letting on. Despite their relationship, Saya never lost her desire to uncover the truth. Every time Alex and Brunhild mentioned historical figures, they either spoke as if they had known them personally or simply brushed it off with a joke. If Alex knew what was running through her mind right now, he'd probably clap his hands. She was finally heading in the right direction. Once everyone was ready, Alex descended to the lower deck with the girls, preparing for the landing. As he gazed at the approaching port, he wondered how Ingzheng would have reacted if he saw what had happened to his lands. Alex was almost certain that if the men were here now, he'd already be on the front lines, fighting alongside his people, refusing to surrender this land to an army of the undead, mutants, and demons. Sighing, Alex pushed those thoughts aside and focused on the task at hand. All right, we're moving forward to stir up this mutant nest a bit. Be careful, girls, he said with a slight smile. And us. We're your friends too. Don't our lives matter to you? R protested. Shut up, R. If you want someone to care about you, get yourself a girlfriend and stop whining, Coco scoffed before kicking him in the butt. Alex looked at the poor guy, who once again received a well-deserved kick, and couldn't hold back his laughter. This had already become a tradition, R says something stupid, and immediately pays for it. The other guys didn't spare his feelings either and just burst into loud laughter. Looking over his team, Alex made sure that everyone was keeping calm. This was important before such a risky mission. The only exception was Kensai. He was noticeably nervous about the upcoming meeting with his wife and children. Renka, not sparing her father's feelings, repeatedly reminded him that she would definitely tell her mother about all his misdeeds. With each reminder, Kensai's face grew paler, as if he could already picture his impending fate. Alex even wondered what Madame Ma looked like. If Renka was quite attractive, then her mother must also be a beautiful and mature woman. Then he thought, how did someone like Kensai manage to convince her to marry him? But the answer came quickly, it was probably love. All right, the port is close enough. Let's go, Alex said, addressing everyone. Take care of yourself, the girl said loudly, not forgetting to remind him, as they watched him leave. Alex nodded, and a helmet formed around his face. He lifted Stitch into his arms, gripping the bident firmly in the other hand. Gir and Mimi had already started to gather speed, preparing to leap over the water directly into the port. Gaining enough momentum, they simultaneously pushed off the carrier's deck and headed downward. Upon landing, Alex waved briefly to the others, signaling that everything was fine. After setting Stitch on the ground, he activated the sonar to pinpoint the location of the largest cluster of the horde. Well then, time to make some noise, he said with a slight smile, looking at his little helpers. Kill the mutant scum. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch yelled loudly. Alex chuckled at their enthusiasm but didn't waste any time. He dashed forward, heading straight toward the approaching zombie horde closing in on the port. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch immediately followed him, shouting battle slogans about purging the world of mutant filth. Reaching the port gates, Alex kicked them open and stepped beyond the protected area. Before him lay a wide road, with a massive crowd of creatures, ranging from regular zombies to mutants mixed with demonic beasts, advancing toward him. Alex nodded to his companions and stepped forward to meet the horde. When he got closer, he gripped the bident by the base, raised it above his head, and swung sharply. His hand slid down the shaft, directing all his strength downward. The thunderous strike hit the head of the nearest Hell Knight, turning his body into a bloody mess. The shockwave from the impact scattered nearby mutants, sending them flying in all directions. Without giving them time to react, Alex jumped into the air, tightening his grip on the bident. He needed to deal with the largest and most troublesome opponents first. Landing, he crashed directly into Pinky and drove the Bident into the base of its skull, pinning the demonic abomination to the ground. But Alex didn't hurry to pull the weapon out. Instead, he used Pinky's body as an improvised weapon. Swinging wildly, he threw monsters aside, clearing a path for himself. The Bident whistled through the air, and Pinky's body turned into a bloody mess until only its head remained. Breaking free from the encirclement, Alex leapt backward and surveyed the battlefield. Well, now this is getting really interesting, he smirked, narrowing his eyes. Despite the destruction, the horde didn't retreat. Those who survived his attack got back up and surged forward like an insatiable wave. Alex grinned and charged toward them, spinning his spear like a deadly lawnmower. Again and again, the Bident cut through zombies, mutants, and demons, leaving them no chance to fight back. In the midst of the battle, Alex noticed something strange. The Hell Knights had pulled back to the rear of the horde. This raised his suspicion. All the other large creatures, the tanks, ogres, breakers, fought like they were in a berserker rage, not thinking about self-preservation. But the Hell Knights were acting differently. Alex realized that if he destroyed them immediately, the horde might lose control and become chaotic, complicating the fight. As long as all the creatures were focused on him and his 3 helpers, the situation could be kept under control. Lost in thought, Alex took a tiny shard of the marker from his inventory, no larger than a fingernail. As soon as the artifact was in his hands, the attention of the entire horde immediately shifted to him. The Hell Knights froze, and the mutants and demons fixed their gaze on the shard. Alex smiled widely, realizing his suspicion had been confirmed. Carefully placing the shard into a special compartment on his combat suit, he, along with Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, surged straight into the heart of the enemy. Meanwhile, the aircraft carrier had already arrived at the port. The gangplank lowered, and armed soldiers began to disembark, scanning the area for any signs of danger, awaiting Brunhild's orders. Secure the perimeter, clear the area of any straggling dead and mutants, Brunhild commanded, observing the situation. The squads of soldiers immediately spread out across the area, checking every corner carefully. Once the area was cleared, they signaled each other, confirming the safety of the zone. At the same time, the doors of one of the warehouses slowly began to open. A group of people cautiously stepped outside. Casper, leading the way, suddenly froze, and upon recognizing a familiar silhouette, dashed forward. "Coco," he shouted without a second thought. Coco looked up and saw Casper rushing toward her. A look of disgust instantly appeared on her face. Before Casper could hug his sister, he was hit hard in the stomach, bending in half and letting out a strangled gasp. With hurt in his eyes, he looked at Coco. "Why?" he rasped, struggling to straighten himself. "Why are you yelling, idiot? We came to save you, and you're shouting like you want the whole horde of dead to come running here," Coco replied irritably. Casper opened his mouth like a fish, but couldn't find anything to say in response. Chiquita and the rest of Casper's fighters approached their group. Chiquita looked around, clearly searching for someone. Her gaze briefly swept over Coco and the girls, but she didn't find what she was looking for. "Where's Alex?" "He's not with you," Chiquita asked, frowning. "Right, Coco, where's your boyfriend? Or is he already your husband?" Casper smirked, quickly recovering. "Where did he disappear to?" "He's distracting the horde," Saya replied calmly, handing over a tablet. Casper and Chiquita exchanged a glance, raising their eyebrows in interest. "Alex is distracting the whole horde by himself." Chiquita frowned, hearing this news. "Coco, aren't you worried that your husband might die before you have kids and I get a nephew or niece?" Casper asked with mock seriousness. "First of all, shut up. And secondly, he's stronger than you can imagine. Don't believe it." "Watch for yourself," Coco said, snatching the tablet from Saya and handing it to Casper. Casper shifted his gaze to the screen, where a live feed from the drone was playing. Chiquita and the other fighters peered over his shoulder. The first thing they saw was complete carnage. The camera hovered right above the battlefield, showing a horrifying scene. Bloody chunks of zombies, mutants, and demons flew in every direction. Disfigured bodies were flung from explosions, and right in the middle of the battle was Alex. "Wait. That's your Alex?" Casper asked in shock, pointing at the screen. "You're kidding me, right? Do you even realize how many of those bastards there are? There are thousands. And he's right in the middle. Where did you find this madman? You want a punch in the face, Slippery?" Rebecca snapped back, glaring at Casper with malice. "If you insult my Kex again, I'll rip your spine out through your ass." "Hey, I didn't say anything like that." Casper raised his hands in panic. "I'm just worried my sister will be a widow too soon." He started sweating profusely, noticing how all the girls were staring at him with icy glares. "Next time, keep your opinions to yourself," Brunhild said calmly but firmly, staring at Casper. He quickly nodded, like a chicken pecking at grain. Chiquita, however, continued to watch the live feed closely, asking Coco's fighters about Alex. At the same time, another scene was unfolding nearby, the long-awaited mother-daughter reunion. Though it looked more like a chase, Kensei hid behind his friends, while Renka ran ahead. "Mom." Renka cried joyfully, throwing herself into her mother's arms. "Be careful, Renka, you're not a little girl anymore, Mrs. Ma said with a warm smile, hugging her daughter tightly. Hee hee. I'm so glad you and the brothers are okay." Renka exclaimed, pressing herself even closer to her mother. "I'm glad too, my sweet," the woman replied lovingly, patting Renka on the head. Then her gaze turned cold. "Now, where's your father? I need to have a serious talk with him." Renka flinched at her mother's icy tone. Even Kensei, who was hiding behind his friends, felt beads of sweat running down his back. The realization that he would inevitably have to face his wife's anger made him silently pray for mercy. He hoped Renka wouldn't betray him, giving him at least a little time for his wife's fury to subside. But his daughter didn't even try to help him hide. Still embracing her mother, she lazily stretched out her arm, pointing a finger towards the Ryozambika masters. Mrs. Mon narrowed her eyes, and those who caught her fierce gaze immediately parted, revealing the hidden Kensei. Realizing he had been betrayed, Kensei shot an offended look at his friends, with whom he had been through so much. "Traitors," he muttered, sighing heavily. In response, he was met only with smirks. "Come here, Kensei," his wife's cold voice rang out. "We need to have a serious talk about your sudden departure. And about how you left all the dojo matters to me. Listen, dear. It's not that I wanted to leave. The situation just forced me." Kensei tried to justify himself. "Don't listen to him, Mom. He left to add to his collection," Renka added nonchalantly, betraying her father once again. Mrs. Mon narrowed her eyes, scorching her husband with a glare. Kensei shot his daughter an indignant look, but she just playfully stuck her tongue out at him. He realized there was no way out. His only chance to escape was to rush into the zombie horde, hoping they would devour him faster than his enraged wife could catch up. Mrs. Mon noticed her husband looking around for an escape route. She merely nodded slightly to her sons, and they, without hesitation, grabbed Kensei by the arms and dragged him to her for a preventive talk. "Boys, let me go. Show some respect for your elders. I'm your father." Kensei pleaded, desperately trying to break free. "Sorry, Dad, but Mom's the boss in our family," the sons replied, not a trace of doubt in their words. Kensei found himself face to face with his wife. The guilty look didn't help, he was desperately running through possible ways to avoid punishment. The entire port watched the family drama with interest. Even Alex's girls stopped following his battle with the horde for a moment to enjoy the spectacle. Meanwhile, Alex, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were finishing off the remnants of the horde. The Bident of Hades, wielded by Alex, had already taken its true form, fueled by blood. The street where the battle took place was completely destroyed. Buildings crumbled under the fierce blows of the battle. Gripping the spear tightly, Alex threw it at the Knight of Hell. The tip pierced the demon, pinning it to the wall of a crumbled building. In the blink of an eye, Alex was by its side, grabbed the shaft, and with a sharp tug, split the enemy in two. At that moment, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were busy tearing apart the remaining Hell Knights, ripping them to pieces. The furious screams of the demons mixed with the sounds of tearing flesh, creating a symphony of death. When the last enemy fell, Alex and his three little assistants stood covered in blood from head to toe. Looking around, Alex thoughtfully glanced at his companions. "Guess it's time to get you some armor," he muttered. Gir and Mimi had the self-cleaning function for their fursuits, but Stitch didn't have such an option, he would have to be cleaned manually. "Seems like those were the last ones," Alex said, stretching his shoulders. "Heh, weaklings," Stitch smirked, lifting the massive machine gun over his head. "It's fun killing demons," Mimi declared in her childish voice. "Such is the way of the ultramarine warrior," Gir said seriously. "Our duty is to cleanse the world of filthy Xenos." Alex smirked, surveying the battlefield. This was just one of the many battles that awaited him. Alex cast a dry glance at Gir, who was still in full ultramarine mode. An involuntary thought crossed his mind, maybe he should repaint his armor in the colors of the Black Templars. Sometimes Gir got a bit carried away. Deciding to put the thought on hold, he focused on a more important task, creating armor for Little Stitch, so he could finally enjoy his own set of armor. Waving to his little helpers, Alex, along with them, made his way back to the port. He knew he was missing the most interesting part, the meeting between Mrs. Ma and Kensei. Picking up the pace to not miss the spectacle, he gave a brief explanation to his little companions. Upon hearing why they were rushing, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch laughed joyfully and ran even faster. Alex smirked, definitely his little ones. Like him, they loved watching other people's problems. With a wide grin on his face, he hurried to the port, while the Valkyries in the spiritual space encouraged him to make sure he didn't miss the family drama. After all, watching shows and similar real-life dramas was a completely new and exciting experience for them. As soon as Alex arrived at the port, he immediately headed toward the docked aircraft carrier. Without even greeting the others, he eagerly pushed forward. From a distance, he spotted his girls standing next to a white-haired guy. Recognizing him, Alex smirked. It was Casper Hekmatyar, and the girl next to him was probably Chiquita, with whom he had been talking on the phone recently. Shifting his gaze further, he noticed the Ryo-Zampica masters standing near a group of people dressed in traditional martial arts attire. They were clearly students of the Ma Dojo. Squinting, Alex spotted a beautiful, slender woman near whom Renka was standing, holding her hand, and next to them was the hunched Kensei, with his head lowered. Alex immediately realized that the woman in front of him was Mrs. Ma and wondered, how the hell did Kensei manage to land such a woman? He was right when he thought that Renka had inherited her mother's beauty. Alex had previously imagined Mrs. Ma as a larger woman with muscular arms, but it turned out she was slender and youthful-looking, especially when compared to Kensei, an undersized old man suffering from baldness. Yo-ho. I'm back. What did I miss? Alex announced loudly, drawing everyone's attention. All heads turned toward him. His girls immediately noticed that, like his little helpers, he was covered in blood from head to toe. Chiquita squinted slightly but couldn't get a good look at his face due to the mask. Casper silently shifted his gaze from Alex to his sister Coco, and Mrs. Ma, intrigued by the newcomers, leaned toward her daughter and quietly asked who he was. Renka whispered an explanation, to which her mother nodded and gave Alex an evaluating look from head to toe. He noticed her careful gaze and responded with a light nod, then headed toward his girls. Raising his hand, he touched the mask, and it disappeared. Finally, Chiquita could make out his face and was slightly surprised. He was younger than she had expected. So, girls, who wants a bloody hug? Alex asked with a smirk, spreading his arms wide. No, his companions refused in unison. You're covered in blood and smell like the insides of corpses. EW, how rude. What about love and all that? He responded with feigned offense. Maybe after you take a shower, I'll consider it. But don't come near me until then. Coco declared, extending her hand forward to keep him at a distance. Try to stain my last clean shirt and see what happens. Oh, my heart is broken. No one loves me anymore. Alex dramatically exclaimed, pressing his hand to his forehead. Don't worry, Alex, I'll always comfort you, but only after you clean up. Kiriko added, laughing. Alex clutched his heart, continuing his theatrics. His girls immediately played along, getting into the dramatic scene, but no one could keep a straight face for long. Within moments, the entire group burst into loud laughter. Casper watched the scene with interest, particularly how his sister was actively participating in this absurd theater and now laughing along with everyone. At that moment, it became clear to him why Coco and Alex got along so easily. They were damn similar. So, you're Alex? The guy who saved us, and now you're courting my sister. It's nice to finally meet you, Casper said with a smile, extending his hand. Likewise, Alex replied, shaking his hand. Coco has told me a lot about you. I hope it was all good. Casper chuckled, glancing at his sister. Not really, Rebecca immediately interrupted with a wide grin. She said you have a slippery face, that you can't be trusted. Also, that you're a complete idiot who always sticks his nose where it doesn't belong. Casper's smile immediately faltered. He stared at Coco, who, just like Rebecca, was grinning widely. A second later, he grabbed his sister by the shoulders and began shaking her from side to side. How could you? I'm your brother. We're supposed to be a team, he exclaimed with clear indignation. But Coco just laughed, thoroughly enjoying his dreadful situation. Watching this, Alex smirked and shook his head. However, deep down, he was more concerned with a completely different question: where was Floyd Hekmatyar now? After all, he had switched sides to the evil corporation and had tried to recruit Casper to join them. Alex pondered and concluded that Coco and Casper's father had only two options right now: either he was already dead, having lost his value, or he was still an important player on the chessboard. Meanwhile, Casper kept shaking Coco, and she just smirked and suddenly declared, "Babies, your mommy's being bullied." Casper froze for a moment. What babies? The thought flashed through his mind. For a second, he even wondered if Coco and Alex had kids, but quickly dismissed that absurd thought. Just then, he felt someone tugging at his pant leg. Looking down, he saw a strange green dog firmly gripping his pants with its paw. Chiquita also noticed the unusual dog and looked at it with curiosity. What? Casper began to ask, but didn't have time to finish. Charge, declared Gir, looking at him with gleaming eyes. A. Casper screamed, convulsing from the electric shock. But the torture didn't end there. As soon as he regained his senses, Gir repeated the procedure. After several more positive doses, Casper collapsed onto the floor unconscious, and white smoke began pouring from his clothes. "Here they are, my babies," Coco proudly declared, lifting GIR above her head. "Such good little ones. Always ready to protect their mommy from the bad guys." GIR puffed out his chest proudly and, like a true hero, gave Coco a thumbs up. Alex, on the other hand, looked at Casper with obvious pity and almost immediately realized, this guy was doomed. In the future, he would undoubtedly become a victim of GIR or Mimi's antics more than once. R and the other guys also looked at Casper with sympathy as he continued to twitch on the ground after receiving his dose of positivity. "What are these creatures?" Chiquita finally asked, shifting her gaze from one strange dog to another. "These are my babies," Alex answered calmly. "You could call them assistant robots." "Well, except for Stitch. He's not a robot. I don't even know what to call him." "Well, he's just Stitch." As he said this, Alex pointed at each of his pets in turn. Chiquita watched his hand closely. First, her gaze settled on the green dog proudly perched in Coco's arms. Then, she looked at the pink one, nonchalantly poking Casper's lifeless body with a stick. Finally, her eyes moved to the blue one, which stood triumphantly on top of the defeated Casper, as though it had just vanquished the greatest villain. Pulling her eyes away from the strange scene, Alex shifted focus to more urgent matters. He asked how many supplies were left in the hideout where they had been hiding. If there were still enough, there was no point in leaving them there, better to take everything with them. After learning the exact amount, he immediately began organizing. The team received clear instructions, and soon the loading of provisions and equipment from the hideout onto the aircraft carrier began. To be continued. Chapter 269, Chapter 269, A Request for Help from Hong Kong. After Alex asked all available people to transport the supplies from the shelter to the aircraft carrier, he decided to take off his combat suit, which was actually Gondal. He was curious whether she felt any discomfort due to the blood on her body. After all, when Volander was used, the Valkyrie's body became a weapon, meaning the blood on the combat suit essentially touched her. However, Gondal calmly explained that during Volander, she did not perceive such things. Alex realized that when Valkyries took the form of a weapon, their sense of touch likely changed. The topic intrigued him, he wouldn't mind learning more about what Valkyries experienced in such moments. Using the excuse that he wanted to wash the blood off, Alex ended Volander. For appearance's sake, he stepped under the stream of water to make everything look natural, then exited the shower. Quickly finding clean clothes in his backpack, he began to change. As he was pulling on his t-shirt, someone else entered the room. But he didn't need to see the person, he could already tell exactly who it was. "How can I help you, Chiquita?" Alex asked while pulling the t-shirt over his head. Chiquita raised an eyebrow in surprise. She had only come to chat, but she hadn't expected Alex to recognize her presence without even seeing her. He stood with his back to her, his head still stuck in the t-shirt, yet he identified her instantly. Shrugging off her surprise, Chiquita sat on a bench, deciding to wait for Alex to finish dressing. "I came to see if you were done," she answered with a slight smile. "And the real reason?" Alex turned his head toward her as he adjusted his shirt. He knew well that behind that light smile was not an innocent woman. Chiquita was dangerous and ruthless. He vividly remembered a scene from the anime where she eliminated several people without hesitation, just to ensure a deal went smoothly. Her combat and military experience were immense, and her calm demeanor only emphasized how dangerous she truly was. Alex recalled a saying, "Don't fear the one who threatens you to your face. Fear the one who stabs you in the back with a smile." He also remembered that Chiquita was Lem's ex-wife, though the reasons for their divorce escaped him. Besides, he found it amusing how well Chiquita had aged. In that regard, she reminded him of Yuriko. Both women looked stunning, unlike Lem, who resembled a 50-year-old man. Chiquita narrowed her eyes as she observed Alex, then lazily leaned her hands on the bench. "Honestly," she drawled, smirking, "Casper has been even more annoying since meeting Coco. I can't stand his chatter anymore. Over the past few days, while we were hiding in the shelter, he got on my nerves so much that I seriously considered just tossing him outside into the hands of those zombies. He's already awake. Incredible endurance. I thought he'd be unconscious for at least a couple of hours after GIR gave him a dose of positivity," Alex chuckled. Chiquita couldn't hold back her laughter. Alex smiled as he watched her reaction. Casper reminded him of those typical anime protagonists who get beaten up but recover almost instantly, as if nothing happened. "I thought you'd want to talk to your ex-husband. Or at least exchange a few words with him instead of looking for me," Alex said while drying his wet hair. Chiquita raised an eyebrow slightly. "You even know about that? Did Lem tell you? Or someone else? Did Coco let it slip?" she asked, intrigued. Alex smirked, set the towel aside, and answered in an even tone. "None of the above. I figured it out myself. I read each of your dossiers. Chiquita raised an eyebrow in surprise. Alex noticed the change in her expression but remained silent. He didn't see it as his fault, it's just the way he was. He knew all too well where blind trust could lead, especially now, when the world was in the grip of a zombie apocalypse. Alex never let his guard down and wasn't entirely sure that Casper wouldn't follow in his father Floyd's footsteps and switch sides to the evil corporation. So when shaking his hand, Alex discreetly probed Casper's thoughts to make sure he wasn't plotting anything. You know, prying into a woman's secrets is considered bad manners, Chiquita said mockingly, looking at Alex. Maybe. But I don't remember. It's just my nature, so don't take it to heart, he shrugged. Paranoid, came Valmet's calm voice as she entered, having overheard part of the conversation. Alex shot her an offended look. And who's the paranoid one here? He knew exactly what kind of enemies they were dealing with and understood that they were far more dangerous than they seemed at first glance. Chiquita looked at Valmet with interest, clearly wanting to know more. In response, Valmet casually explained that Alex had read her file as well, so there was nothing surprising about it. She completely ignored his indignant gaze and simply answered Chiquita's questions as if Alex wasn't even there. Sighing heavily, he grabbed his spear and decided to let things take their course. As he liked to say, his future self could deal with it. Better to leave problems for later than to try to solve everything at once. Slinging the spear over his shoulder, Alex walked over to Valmet and took her hand. Seeing that he was ready, she prepared to leave as well. Chiquita smirked, noticing how naturally Valmet held Alex's hand. A playful glint flashed in her eyes, she clearly wanted to tease her friend, but Valmet didn't seem inclined to react and simply ignored her. When they left the shelter and joined the others, Alex glanced around, looking for Casper and Coco. However, just a second later, someone screamed, followed by the dull thud of a body hitting the ground. Shifting his gaze, he saw Casper, who had once again been electrocuted and was now lying unconscious. That's the third time, Ray stated blankly, staring at Casper sprawled on the ground. Wait. Are you serious? Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise. While I was showering, he got shocked 2 more times. When you left, he woke up and started bothering Coco again. Well, actually, Seiko explained with a sadistic smile. So he got shocked again. But I have no idea why it happened this time. Am I the only one who thinks the chances of Coco's brother making it to Alaska in one piece are extremely low? Saya mused. You're not alone, Yuriko responded calmly, glancing at Casper. I'm almost certain that sooner or later, they'll just throw him overboard. The other girls nodded in agreement, and some even started placing bets on how long it would take for Casper to get into trouble again. Alex simply gave them an indifferent look but didn't interfere. Casper had brought this upon himself. Shaking his head, he decided not to waste his time on it and just pretended not to notice what was happening. As he chatted with the girls, Alex kept scanning his surroundings, looking for Madame Ma to see how her reunion with her family had gone. Finally, he spotted her, standing next to Kensei, who was as pale as a sheet. Telling the girls he'd be back soon, Alex headed toward them. Even from a distance, he could hear the angry notes in Madame Ma's voice as she scolded her husband. A wide smile appeared on Alex's face. If he revealed compromising information about Kensei now, the fate of the old pervert would become even more miserable. Kensei, listening to his wife's angry tirades, caught a glimpse of Alex approaching and immediately paled even more. He understood perfectly that if Alex opened his mouth, he wouldn't get away with just a reprimand. Frantically shooting a pleading glance at Alex, Kensei only saw him grin wider. Madame Ma noticed the strange expression on her husband's face, followed his gaze, and saw Alex. At that moment, he quickly hid his smile, pretending that nothing was happening. You must be Alex. Please accept my gratitude for helping my husband and daughter, especially for teaching Renka, Madame Ma said as he got closer. It's no problem, Madame Ma. Renka is a smart and capable student. But tell me, how are you feeling? Have our doctors examined you yet? Alex asked with a slight smile. Yes, I'm fine. The doctors from your group have already checked on me, and now they're examining my students, she replied with a slight smile. That's wonderful. Otherwise, Renka would have been really upset if something had happened to her mother, Alex said, glancing at the girl herself. You're a thoughtful and worthy young man, Madame Ma nodded approvingly. I've inquired about you, and I can say that I fully support your relationship with my daughter. Alex was a little taken aback by such a statement. Not that he didn't like Renka, but he thought it was a bit early to talk about anything serious. Although, he himself hadn't taken long to start relationships with other girls, so he probably didn't have the right to make excuses. Turning his gaze to Renka, he noticed her face had turned as red as if she were about to boil over. Madame Ma, I think it's most important to ask your daughter's opinion. As they say, imposed feelings lead nowhere good, Alex calmly remarked. You're right, but I'm an adult woman and I know very well what's going on in my daughter's mind. I wouldn't say this if I weren't sure that she likes you, she smirked, pointing at the still blushing Renka. Alex looked at the girl again and thought. He wasn't an idiot and had long noticed her interest, but at first, he thought she just wanted to make Kenichi jealous. However, over time, Renka had only grown more distant from him and, on the contrary, had become closer to Alex. Sighing heavily, he shifted his gaze to Mio, and raised an eyebrow slightly. Her face clearly expressed jealousy. Well, this is an interesting twist, Alex thought, but decided to put that question aside for now. He first needed to sort out the situation with Renka. At that moment, Kensei suddenly spoke up. I'm against it, he declared loudly, expressing his protest. Madame Ma shot him an angry look. I didn't ask you. Where were you when our daughter was growing up? Alex is a worthy young man. He's strong, responsible, and managed to organize a whole group for survival. Where else would you find a guy who'll take a military ship to cross the ocean and save people? He's leagues better than your spineless pupil. Kensei lowered his head. Kenichi isn't that bad. He mumbled, but his voice sounded uncertain. Alex heard something snap. He wasn't going to defend Kenichi because what was said was true. Perhaps, if the events in this world had unfolded differently, Kenichi could have become a more normal and responsible guy, but unfortunately, that never happened. That's right. Stop meddling in my relationships. Renka pointed her finger at her father, her voice full of indignation. You ran away from home to add more photos of women's underwear to your collection, and now you dare to give me orders. As soon as those words were spoken, the port immediately fell silent. Madame Ma's face turned icy, and everyone standing next to Kensei instinctively took a step back, trying not to get caught in the wrath of the angry woman. Kensei, with a pale face, stared at his daughter. A hint of regret flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Alex, watching this, couldn't hold back a smirk and gave Renka a thumbs up, approving her choice of the perfect moment for striking her father. Repeat, what kind of collection did your father collect? Madame Ma's cold voice rang out. He likes to take pictures of girls under their skirts, Shigeru calmly stated, wiping her tears. Because of him, I lost the chance to get married. Because, as they say, after your husband's actions, I lost my innocence. Shigeru's words hung in the air, causing shock among those nearby. Don't listen to this nonsense, dear. Kensei pleaded, sweating nervously. Do I look like such a disgusting person? He also said he wanted to marry a young girl, Shizuka suddenly added, appearing nearby. All eyes immediately turned toward her. Alex even opened his mouth in surprise, he hadn't expected Shizuka to throw Kensei under the bus like that. He was 100% sure that the old man hadn't said anything like that. Alex turned his gaze to Madame Ma and noticed how her face started to frost over. The atmosphere around them was growing more tense. Meanwhile, Kensei was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that he had almost no chance of defending himself. The girls in Alex's group watched the scene with interest, but what shocked them the most was Shizuka. They looked at her as if she were the most evil creature in the universe. None of them had ever thought she was capable of such treachery. You want to replace me with a young one? Madame Ma's voice became even colder. Am I already too old for you? So, that's how it is, huh? Answer me, Kensei. You have 5 seconds to explain yourself. Dear, listen. Kensei quickly began to speak, his voice trembling. They're lying. I never intended to leave you. I love you. Honestly. But Madame Ma wasn't even going to listen to him. She knew perfectly well that her husband was lying. Realizing that no one believed him, Kensei made the only possible decision, to run. But as soon as he took a step back, it signaled Madame Ma. Her strike was so fast and powerful that the old man was sent flying to the side and then bounced several times on the ground like a rubber ball. Madame Ma wasn't planning to stop there. She walked heavily toward where her husband had fallen, grabbed him by the leg, and effortlessly dragged him toward the aircraft carrier. Alex raised his hands in prayer, silently hoping that somehow Kensei would survive. Shizuka, I didn't expect such treachery from you. Valmont said, looking at the girl in shock. It's his own fault. Shizuka proudly raised her head and replied. He's always trying to spy on girls in the shower. And besides, Rika told me to be more aggressive. She didn't mean it that way. Saya sighed tiredly. Oh. Oh dear. What a misfortune, Shizuka innocently said, sticking her tongue out. Alex covered his face with his hand. He could only silently watch the chaos unfold. Alex stared at Shizuka, unsure whether to laugh or not in that moment. However, the way she had set up Kensei made him feel an involuntary sense of pride. Smiling, Alex leaned over and kissed Shizuka on the cheek. The girl immediately beamed with joy and, smiling contentedly, cuddled up to him. Once everything at the port was settled, the team began returning to the aircraft carrier to leave the Shenzhen harbor. After ensuring no one had been left behind, Alex used sonar one last time, hoping to find any survivors amid the chaos. But his expectations were not met, the city was completely overrun by the dead. With a regretful sigh, he stood on the deck, watching the destroyed metropolis gradually recede. Under the control of GIR, the aircraft carrier began to head out into open sea. Alex watched his little assistant with curiosity, noticing how enthusiastically he was piloting the ship. Perhaps it was because of the ship's new name, the aircraft carrier had been renamed after the vessel from which the first crusade of the Emperor had begun. At the same time, in one of the partially destroyed buildings in Hong Kong, a group of surviving soldiers and scientists were hiding, waiting for a miracle. The silence was broken by the sound of footsteps. Someone was descending the stairs. Soon, a man entered the room, his face hidden behind a skull mask that completely obscured his features. He confidently walked toward the captain, who was sitting in a corner with a cigar between his teeth. Armed men stood around, listening intently to every sound. "What's the news, Ghost?" the captain asked, lazily glancing at his subordinate. "Captain, that aircraft carrier we spotted earlier is passing by the city again," the man, known as Ghost, replied. "Could it be ours?" "I don't think anyone else can operate an aircraft carrier at a time like this," the man with the mohawk said thoughtfully. "Not sure, Soap," Ghost shook his head. "The ship's name is a bit strange. It could be ours, but I'm not sure our people are aboard." "What are we going to do, Price?" Soap asked, turning his gaze to the captain. "We haven't been able to reach HQ for days. We're trapped here, afraid to even leave. These creatures can smell us from miles away." Price took a deep drag from his cigar, exhaled the smoke, and after a brief pause said, "Ghost, try to make contact with the aircraft carrier and request evacuation. If we're lucky, this could be our ticket out of this hell." Ghost nodded silently and headed to the roof to establish contact. When he left, silence descended on the room again, broken only by the heavy breathing of the people. "Are you sure we have a chance to get out?" a girl asked, stepping closer to Price. "Cammy, I can't promise anything, but if there's even the slightest chance we can leave this city, we have to take it. We're completely cut off from HQ, and every day the situation is getting worse," he replied, shaking his head. The girl only nodded silently. Now, all that was left was to wait. Time dragged on painfully slowly, and no matter how hard the people tried to maintain their composure, each one secretly hoped to hear good news. Several long minutes passed before footsteps were heard in the hallway again. Soon, Ghost entered the room. "Did you manage to make contact with them?" Price immediately asked. "Yes. They said they'll be waiting for us at the port," Ghost replied, nodding. "Great. Then everyone gather your things," the captain said, looking over his people. "We need to get to the port as quickly as possible." Their survival was at stake. If they didn't make it in time, the city would become their mass grave. After Price's words, everyone began gathering their things, checking their gear, and packing their bags. Armed fighters went ahead, scouting and providing cover as the group carefully moved down toward the parking lot. There, their cars were waiting, their only chance to leave this cursed city. They moved quickly, but silently, fully aware that any careless move could attract the attention of the dead. When they finally reached the parking lot, everyone looked around to ensure there were no threats nearby. "Soap, you're driving the first car. I'll drive the second. Ghost, you cover us," Price commanded. Everyone nodded silently, taking their places. Engines started, and the convoy carefully drove out of the underground parking lot. However, as soon as they appeared on the surface, the city responded. In seconds, hundreds of decaying bodies turned toward them. A deafening roar echoed through the streets, and then the wave of the dead began to move forward. "Damn it. Step on it," yelled the girl sitting next to Soap. I know, he snapped, slamming the pedal to the floor. The cars surged forward, leaving behind screeching tires and chunks of flesh scattering across the asphalt. However, the horde was already on their tail. Those who were armed began shooting at the zombies, taking out the ones that were getting too close. Price himself drove the second car. The situation was quickly getting out of control, and he knew that if they didn't take decisive action, they wouldn't make it to the port. "Ghost, fire a signal flare. Maybe the aircraft carrier will offer us support," he ordered, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Ghost didn't hesitate, he quickly pulled out a signal pistol, aimed it at the sky, and fired. Alex, who had just finished talking to a soldier over the radio, was surprised to learn that there were still survivors in Hong Kong. From the voice, he could tell he was speaking with a military person, but something about that voice seemed familiar, though Alex couldn't remember where he had heard it before. After listening to the request for help, he didn't refuse and informed them that the aircraft carrier would dock at the port, waiting for their arrival. He then contacted the rest of the crew and explained the situation. The girls agreed without hesitation to help the survivors, and after that, Alex contacted the entire crew. "We'll make a stop at the Hong Kong port. We're picking up a group of survivors. They might need medical assistance, so be ready." Everyone nodded, understanding that these were people in desperate need of support. Suddenly, a red light from a signal flare appeared on the horizon. Looks like they're in trouble, Lem frowned. Alex squinted, spreading his mana across the city, and saw 3 cars speeding at full throttle. Behind them was a massive horde of the dead. But what surprised him most wasn't the horde. Among the passengers, Alex sensed the presence of martial arts masters. Interesting. But there was no time for contemplation. Alex quickly scanned the deck for a solution. He didn't want to reveal his true strength too early, so he had to act wisely. Then his gaze stopped on Hayato. "Old man, throw me," he shouted. Hayato furrowed his brows. "What do you mean?" "In the literal sense." The elderly master immediately understood and nodded. Alex picked up Gir and Mimi, placing them on his shoulders, and then ran toward the edge of the deck. Hayato extended his hands, creating support. The moment Alex's foot touched his palms, the old man tensed his muscles and launched him upward with all his strength. In the air, Alex used a dash to gain even more speed. In these moments, he felt like a video game character executing a double jump. However, the distance was still too great. "Damn, I won't make it." Alex tucked in and crashed into the facade of a skyscraper, rolling forward. Without losing a second, he dashed forward again, heading toward the presence of the survivors. Meanwhile, the group under attack by the horde was doing everything they could to fend off the zombies. "I hope someone helps us. These dead won't let up." "Hadouken!" Ryu growled, launching an energy blast toward the pursuing horde. "Instead of talking, keep fighting these bastards." Chun-Li yelled, spinning, and sending a zombie flying. "Less talk, more action." "We're almost there," said Cammy, shooting another zombie in the head. At the same time, Alex already heard the sounds of gunfire and fierce fighting. Not wasting any time, he sped up, swiftly moving across the rooftops. Finally, spotting his target, he unsheathed his katana and leaped down, directly into the middle of the horde. Sun-breathing, blue skies, he muttered softly as he made his attack. Alex's body spun, and the sword traced an arc, creating a fiery ring that knocked the zombies back. Landing, he quickly glanced at the survivors, narrowing his eyes as he recognized familiar faces among them. Gir and Mimi jumped off his shoulders and charged into the fray, while Alex simply nodded to the group, signaling that he was on their side. "Damn, did you see that? This guy just sliced the entire street." Soap's voice came over the radio. "Johnny, we all saw it. But honestly, I'm glad he's not our enemy." "I wouldn't want to fight someone like that," Ghost replied. Alex, along with Gir and Mimi, continued attacking the zombies, breaking through their ranks to give the survivors a chance to rest. He combined various breathing styles to attack as effectively as possible. Meanwhile, the rescued people watched the battle with undisguised amazement. "This guy's not bad. He blends different styles really well. I wonder who trained him." Ken remarked, nodding in evaluation. "Indeed, he's already used more than 5 techniques and keeps going," Chun-Li added. "I don't want to distract you, but, am I the only one who noticed the 2 strange creatures he brought with him?" Nathan Drake suddenly said, pointing at Gir and Mimi. "I mean, his combat techniques are impressive, but what are those pink and green dogs with weapons?" "Damn, now I see them too. Who or what are they?" Cammy frowned. Unaware that he had become the subject of their discussion, Alex focused on the opponent that had caught his attention the most, Baron of Hell. Unlike the usual zombies, this creature clearly had intelligence. However, what worried Alex most was that the horde was practically ignoring him and focusing all its attention on the people in the car. Strange. Leaping up, Alex grabbed the Baron of Hell by the horns and twisted its body with force, ripping off the demon's head. Throwing it aside, Alex saw cacodemons flying out from around the corner. Shit. Alex's eyes twitched. Too many demons for this to be a coincidence. Could the evil corporation have created them artificially? No, it's more likely that the Avatar Nyan Nyan opened a portal for demons into this world. Cursing to himself, he drew his pistols and opened fire on the flying creatures. Once the horde was thinned out enough, Alex grabbed Gir and Mimi and returned to the cars. "Why are you all standing still? Head to the port, we'll cover you," he commanded, running toward the jeep. Throwing his companions inside, Alex stayed on the road, continuing to shoot at the remaining demons. The others quickly regained their composure and started moving again. Running alongside the jeep, Alex occasionally glanced at the passengers. He knew them all. Damn, another group of characters from another universe. And they're all martial arts masters. If they're here, their enemies must be here too. And if that's the case, one of them is definitely going to be trouble. These bastards are definitely dancing to the evil corporation's tune. A name flashed in his mind. Akuma and damn it, M. Bison. Alex sighed in frustration. To be continued. Chapter 270, New Encounters and the Foolish Thief. After Alex's signal, the transport carrying the survivors resumed its course toward the port. Alex was still shocked that he had encountered yet another group of characters from different worlds, but his primary objective was to get these people to their destination. He gestured to his small companions to cover the rear. Gir and Mimi raised their paws in unison, giving a thumbs up to show they could handle it. Alex nodded, cast one last glance at the people in the vehicle, and focused on the road ahead. Lightning crackled around his body as he gripped the sheath of his katana, and in the next second, with a thunderous crack, he shot forward, leaving the passengers stunned. This isn't just my imagination, right? He really left a trail of lightning behind him. Nathan asked in shock. Listen, we all have eyes, and we saw it too. So stop stating the obvious and focus on the road. Our lives depend on your driving. Chun-Li snapped irritably. Geez, I just said it. No wonder you don't have a boyfriend with that attitude. Nathan muttered, rolling his eyes. What did you just say? Do you want to find out what my legs can do? Chun-Li hissed through clenched teeth, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Nathan instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He had seen how her kicks turned undead bones into splinters, and he had absolutely no desire to experience that firsthand. Gir and Mimi simply exchanged glances and shrugged, continuing to systematically gun down the approaching zombies, mutants, and demons while Alex cleared the way ahead. As gunfire echoed through the area, the passengers in the jeep turned their attention back to the two strange creatures. If you look closely, they resemble plush toys, Cammy remarked thoughtfully, watching Gir and Mimi. Yeah, but really dangerous kids' toys. If I hadn't seen them tearing through all this filth, I might have believed they were just plushies, Chun-Li added, shaking her head. Cammy and Chun-Li exchanged a brief glance, both clearly considering touching the mysterious creatures, but they decided to save that for later. For now, the bigger question was what exactly Gir and Mimi were and why they looked like stuffed toy dogs. Meanwhile, Alex, using thunder breathing, swiftly eliminated undead creatures that suddenly emerged from alleys and around corners. He leaped onto the roof of the second transport vehicle to catch his breath and assess the situation before the horde caught up again. He felt someone's intense gaze on him and turned his head. In the next second, his eyes widened slightly in surprise. Among the passengers, he spotted a man wearing a skull-like mask. Ghost. Alex recognized him immediately. He had long suspected that this man might end up in this world. Lem had once told him about an old friend with the call sign Bravo 6. And now, Alex had come face to face with none other than Simon Ghost Riley, the legend, the man whose face no one had ever seen. Giving Ghost a brief nod in greeting, Alex received a nod in return. However, before he could say anything, a massive mutant suddenly charged out of a nearby alley toward the convoy. Alex signaled Ghost with a hand gesture, and Ghost, understanding him, simply gave a short nod. In the next instant, Alex launched himself forward with explosive force, charging straight at the beast. Ghost, watching him, turned back inside the vehicle. What do you think? Price asked as he drove. Can't say for sure yet, Ghost replied in his usual calm tone. But that guy. He's young, but extremely dangerous. If he's our ally, that's good. If he's an enemy, our chances are slim. Price, Ghost, are you on comms? Soap's voice came over the radio. Are you guys even seeing what that guy is doing? Bloody hell, I've got chills just watching. He's literally tearing that mutant apart with his bare hands. Price and Ghost exchanged glances. As the vehicle sped past, they saw with their own eyes how Alex stood in the middle of the road, holding the two halves of a massive mutant in his hands. Alex cast them a brief glance and nodded before tossing both halves of the creature aside and dashing forward again, catching up with the transport. Running alongside the driver's seat, he noticed Captain Price and gave him a small wave, signaling him to lower the window. Price cracked the window open, looking at him. Don't slow down. Once you reach the port, you'll be met there. I'll do everything I can to make sure you get there safe and sound, Alex said, still running alongside the vehicle. Got it, kid. Be careful, Price replied, nodding in gratitude. Alex smiled and effortlessly leaped onto the transport's roof. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed a strange pattern. Mutants, demons, and zombies were attacking the first vehicle with fanatical aggression while almost completely ignoring the others. It was too obvious to be a mere coincidence. Leaning down, Alex knocked on the window and gestured for Ghost to open it. He needed more information before drawing conclusions. Were you attacked the moment you left? He asked, staring intently at Ghost. Yeah. As soon as we left the shelter, all this filth immediately went after us, Ghost replied, not breaking eye contact. Got it. Thanks, Alex nodded briefly and climbed back onto the roof. Ghost shut the window, and Price immediately asked what their new ally had wanted to know. After hearing the explanation, he frowned but kept his focus on driving. Standing on the roof, Alex fell into deep thought again. He ran through several possible explanations, but they all led to one conclusion: someone or something inside the first vehicle was of great value to the demons. Deciding to confirm his suspicion, he activated his magical vision. The moment he did, the sight before him made his eye twitch involuntarily. A dark, pulsating thread extended from the first transport, stretching high into the sky. "You've got to be kidding me," he muttered, realizing that someone among the passengers was carrying a marker shard. Now everything made sense. That was why all the city's creatures had swarmed them the moment they left the shelter. But why had the attack only started after they left? Maybe while they were trapped inside, the demons had been toying with them, like a cat playing with a mouse. But the moment they tried to escape, the enemy stopped hiding their intentions. He had the strongest urge to grab the idiot who thought it was a good idea to carry a marker shard and chuck them as far away as possible. But his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a deafening explosion right in front of the first vehicle. Alex snapped his head up and saw a revenant standing on the roof of a ruined building. The familiar figure made him grimace in annoyance. These bastards always caused trouble. Not giving the demon a chance to fire another shot, Alex shot upward in an instant, grabbing the revenant by the head and slamming down to the ground with it. Before it could react, he mercilessly ripped off its arms and drove them straight into its skull. Tossing the lifeless body aside, he surged forward while contacting his team on the aircraft carrier. "I'm bringing in survivors. Be ready to receive us." He quickly caught up with the convoy and leaped into the jeep where he had left Gir and Mimi. Sitting down, he gave everyone a nod in greeting. Pulling out a cigarette, he lit it and closed his eyes. Spreading his mana throughout the city, he assessed the situation. The picture was grim. Hordes of undead were moving in their direction. That meant they had to get out of the city the moment they reached the port. Unless, of course, new problems arose. Opening his eyes, Alex flicked the cigarette away and turned his gaze to the other passengers. He knew exactly who they were, but wasn't sure where to start the conversation. However, that could wait. The most important thing right now was to get to the port. Chun-Li, Cammy, Ryu, and Ken were watching him closely, clearly feeling the same hesitation. Their eyes were filled with a million questions, but no one knew where to begin. At that moment, Rebecca's upbeat voice came through the communicator. "Cake, I'm ready for the bombardment. Just give the signal." Alex couldn't help but smirk. "Kay, just don't miss, or I'll be disappointed." "Don't worry. It's just like shooting with a rifle, but with a bigger size." Alex shook his head, tucking the communicator into his pocket. "Anyway, hold on tight. It's gonna be really loud. And it's gonna shake a lot." Chun-Li furrowed her brows. "What do you mean by loud and shaking?" she asked suspiciously. Alex didn't explain, just smiled. Without answering her question, he swiftly jumped out of the jeep and in one move landed on the roof of the vehicle with Ghost and Price inside. Forming a seal with his hands, Alex exhaled a massive fireball into the sky, signaling. On the deck of the aircraft carrier, the group of observers immediately noticed it, the bright, blazing ball rising above the city, casting a blood-red glow over it. "Rebecca, don't even think about hitting our Alex," Coco said sternly, pointing a finger at the girl. "Don't worry, he'll be fine." "And now, it's time to shoot," Rebecca replied with a wide smile, her eyes gleaming with excitement. The others just exchanged weary glances. They weren't even surprised at how obsessed this girl was with explosions. However, Rebecca didn't care. She had found herself a new pastime. After all, why just mow down hordes of undead when she could level an entire city? It had never occurred to her before how fun destroying entire cities could be. And now, she wanted to do it again and again. Of course, she would have gladly used the biggest cannon available, but she had been forbidden access to it, which still annoyed her. However, she remembered her agreement with Alex. He promised to let her fire it twice. So, for now, she just had to wait. With a light sigh, Rebecca pressed the targeting button, then the launch button. A deep, low hum of the railgun charging filled the air, followed by a powerful shot. A searing plasma trail shot into the sky, the projectile speeding toward its target with deafening speed. The convoy of survivors was racing toward the port at full speed, and everyone heard the shot. They looked up in awe as the glowing projectile streaked overhead, leaving a fiery trail behind it. "Price," Soap rasped, coming on comms. "Do we have that kind of weaponry on our aircraft carriers?" "I don't think so," Price replied, his surprise clear. "Of course not," Alex's voice came over the radio. "Those are my technologies." What did you just say?" Soap asked, blinking in disbelief. "I said what I said. All the weaponry on this aircraft carrier was created by me. So don't worry, just keep moving. We're almost there." After these words, a heavy silence fell over the airwaves. Everyone was trying to process what they had just heard. However, Alex couldn't be bothered to explain anything. He wasn't planning to. His thoughts were focused on something else now. On the shard of the marker. Alex looked again at the black thread stretching from the vehicle into the sky. It continued to unsettle him, but what troubled him most was that he suspected where it led. It would be reckless to trace it all the way to the end. He didn't know who or what might be on the other side. But he already had some guesses. One of the most unpleasant possibilities was that the thread could be connected to Tau Volantis. Or, more precisely, to what this moon actually was. The final form of the necromorphs. If Tau Volantis was the central intelligence sending signals to all the markers, then the Lunar Brothers were what planets turned into after complete infection. Alex understood perfectly, if all the markers on Earth weren't destroyed, sooner or later, the planet would become just another rotting mass of flesh, becoming part of the Great Unity. And he wasn't going to allow that. What puzzled Alex the most was why Avatar 99 decided to open a path into this universe for Dabbit's army. He couldn't understand what that was aiming for, if it meant inviting yet another creature to its playground that loved breaking other people's toys. Alex was sure that Avatar 99 wouldn't cooperate with Dabbit, and that Dabbit wouldn't seek an alliance with the Avatar. This universe was a real gem, with many intertwined plotlines, which made it special. That's why they wouldn't share it between them, each would want to take everything. Alex thoughtfully stroked his chin, staring at the sky, or rather, at the black thread rising upward. He was beginning to understand why zombies, mutants, and demons were so desperately hunting for pieces of the original marker. He realized that the cooperation between Dabbit and Avatar 99 was just temporary and superficial. They were probably already ready to stab each other in the back as soon as their plans were near completion. Alex smirked as he realized this, but also understood that he would have to fight both of these entities. Letting either of them go would mean creating problems for himself in the future, and that was something he definitely didn't want. He was starting to realize that in the future, he'd have to act more cautiously to avoid alarming the entities that had temporarily allied for a common goal. Despite his thoughts, his hands didn't stop pulling the triggers of his pistols, and each shot hit its mark. The surviving undead, somehow having survived the city bombardment, were still trying to reach the first vehicle in the convoy, attempting to capture the shard of the marker. Alex was growing irritated by their relentless attacks and dearly wanted to find out which idiot was carrying such a dangerous thing. The port was getting closer, and they could already see a group of people waiting for their arrival. Alex waved his hand, signaling that everything was fine. The vehicle drove into the port, and Alex easily jumped off the roof. The rescued people, one by one, left the vehicles, curiously eyeing those who had freed them. "Price, you old bastard. Are you still alive?" a familiar voice called out from behind. "Heh, Lem. I see you're not dead either. Who would have thought we'd meet under these circumstances?" Price grinned, walking toward him. Alex already knew from Lem's stories that they were familiar with each other, but he hadn't realized how close their friendship was. However, watching them greet each other with smiles and jokes, he understood, these two had served together at some point, and it seemed they were quite close. To his surprise, Price knew not only Lem but also Wiley and Chiquita. Alex silently stood aside, observing the scene. "Master Hayato, it's good to see you," Chun-Li said with respect. "Ha ha ha. You've grown so much, Chun-Li," Hayato laughed loudly, looking her over. "It's been so many years since I last saw you." "Master Hayato, I'm glad you're safe," Ken and Ryu said almost simultaneously, saluting him. "Good to see you guys," Hayato replied, clapping them on the shoulders. "Glad you made it through that mess." Alex raised an eyebrow slightly. He hadn't expected Hayato to know them, but quickly realized it wasn't all that strange. After all, Hayato was a legendary master, well known in the martial arts world. It made perfect sense that Chun-Li, Ken, and Ryu knew him, and that these three knew people from Ryozanpaku. "I see you're acquainted," Alex remarked, stepping closer. "You could say that," Hayato laughed. "I've been challenged many times during my travels. These kids were no exception. Ha ha ha. I still remember how they kept picking fights, and I had to kick their butts. Especially these two," he nodded toward Ryu and Ken. "I had to work hard to knock them out. In our defense, not every day do you get a chance to challenge a legendary master," Chun-Li smiled. "But thanks to that fight, I learned a lot, and I'm really grateful to you, Master Hayato." "Oh, little Chun-Li, it's been a long time," a woman's voice called out. Chun-Li turned to see an elderly woman standing before her. "Madam Juma. It's so good to see you," she responded with a sincere smile. Alex stood nearby, listening to stories of adventures from his new acquaintances and how they had met. It turned out that Madame Ma knew Chun-Li's parents, which explained their closeness. Shifting his gaze to Chun-Li's legs, Alex suddenly remembered those memes where girls choke guys with their thighs. He smirked but quickly noticed how Chun-Li slightly tilted her head, clearly intrigued by him. It wasn't just her, Ryu, Ken, and even Cammy were also eyeing Alex closely, assessing him. "Let me introduce you," Hayato spoke, pointing at him. "This guy saved you. His name is Alex. You could say he's the leader of our group." "Yo. My name is Alexander, but everyone calls me Alex." "I guess you can skip the formalities too," Alex said, raising his hand in a friendly gesture. Ryu narrowed his eyes slightly, staring intently at him. So, who's stronger between you two? He asked directly, shifting his gaze from Hayato to Alex. Who knows? Is it really that important who's stronger and who's weaker? Only those seeking recognition will chase after that. Me. I don't care about that, Alex smirked, raising his finger. All my concerns are focused on my family. Good words, Hayato grinned, slapping Alex on the shoulder. Alex returned the smile and gave a thumbs up. These words made Chun-Li, Ken, Ryu, and Kami pause, looking at him with newfound understanding. Especially considering how Hayato himself regarded Alex. After spending a little more time talking with the newcomers, Alex decided to move to the other group, Price and his people. He was damn curious about what they were doing so far from home. Approaching, he noticed that Price, Soap, and Ghost were standing next to Lem and the others. Here comes our leader. I was starting to think you weren't going to show up, R smirked, looking at Alex with his usual mockery. Alex just rolled his eyes, not responding, and silently pointed to the side. R followed the gesture and immediately saw Gir and Mimi helping the medics examine the newcomers. R's eyes twitched, and he quickly shut his mouth. He really didn't want another dose of positivity from the Robodog's paws. Alex snorted disdainfully and shifted his gaze to Price, Soap, and Ghost. They, too, had noticed the two strange creatures assisting the doctors and were watching them with curiosity. Well then, Lem, aren't you going to introduce your friends? Alex asked, turning his gaze to him. I thought you already knew everything about them. Isn't that what you always do, want to know everything about everyone? R smirked, rolling his eyes. Alex silently tossed a candy at him, hitting him square on the forehead. Ahem, Lem coughed, trying to hide a smile. This is my old friend Price. I've already told you about him. Bravo, 6, I take it. Alex nodded, giving Price an appraising look. So, this old bastard Lem already told you stories about our service. Price said, lighting a cigar. Something like that. Though, usually, he's just bragging, Alex smirked. Price smirked briefly, looking at him. Alex had known who he was before, but meeting this legendary trio here, in this world, was what truly surprised him. So, you're the boss here? Soap smirked, scanning Alex from head to toe. A bit young for this, aren't you? Though, your skills are something else. Especially how you tore the huge mutant apart with your bare hands. How the hell did you even manage to do that? Alex smirked. Heh, who knows? And you, who are you? John Soap McTavish, Soap replied, nodding at him. Nice to meet you. Alex turned his gaze to the last member of the group. And I suppose you're Ghost? Soap nodded, grinning. Yeah, that's Ghost. Not the most talkative guy, so if he suddenly starts staring at you and doesn't say a word, don't take it personally. He's always like that, silent and mysterious. I even suspect he never takes off his mask, not even when he sleeps. Alex huffed. Nice to meet you, Ghost. I hope we'll get along. Ghost looked at him intently and, after a brief pause, extended his hand. Hope so. Alex gripped his hand firmly in a strong handshake, realizing that this guy was already sizing him up. Well, he didn't mind. Alex smiled slightly and gave Ghost's hand a firm shake, signaling a sign of camaraderie. He had always liked this character, and he knew well that earning his trust was no easy task. Ghost didn't trust anyone. However, Alex also knew that this man would never betray his comrades, and his survival skills would prove invaluable to the group. Now that we've met, care to explain what the hell you're doing in Hong Kong? The world is literally falling apart, and you're stuck here, Alex asked with a slight squint, turning his gaze to Price. Price looked at him carefully, then glanced at Lem, as if asking whether this guy could be trusted. Without hesitation, Lem nodded, signaling that Alex was someone they could trust. Moreover, if necessary, he could provide significant help. Satisfied with this, Price decided to reveal their mission's objective. We were ordered to evacuate a group of scientists. According to HQ, they have the capability to develop an antivirus against this plague, he replied calmly, pulling out a cigar. And how long have you been stuck here? Or rather, how long has it been since you lost contact with HQ? Alex raised an eyebrow in question. Several days. By the way, do you have any information? Soap asked, watching Alex's reaction closely. Not exactly information, more like observations on the behavior of this undead. I've been gathering data since the very first day this started. If you're interested, I can share my conclusions, Alex offered, looking around at the group. Price, Soap, and Ghost nodded, signaling that they wanted to hear what he had to say. The others also became alert, as all the information they had so far came from Alex, and the data loaded onto Lem's holographic tablet had been updating periodically. Alex started from the beginning, explaining how the undead behaved in the first days of the catastrophe and how their behavior had changed in the past 24 hours. He detailed how these creatures had become more organized, as if someone was controlling them. If it had previously been the corporation behind this, it seemed that now someone else was pulling the strings. Lem and the others confirmed his words, mentioning that they had recently seen corporate soldiers fighting off hordes of zombies, which struck them as odd. Alex didn't reveal all the details, only stating the facts and backing them up with examples. Damn, I knew it wasn't going to be this simple after we lost contact with HQ, Soap cursed. If your assumptions are correct, that means these undead are no longer under the corporation's control. Price asked coldly. Looks like it. There's no other explanation for now, Alex shook his head. A tense silence hung in the air. Now that no one was controlling the army of the dead, the situation was far more dangerous. Alex suggested that Price and his team join their group, explaining where they were headed. Price thought for a moment and then nodded, agreeing to temporarily cooperate. Alex didn't push further, he knew the soldiers would need time to make a final decision. Suddenly, a loud, angry scream echoed. Wong. Alex instantly turned around and locked eyes with the guys. Without wasting a second, he quickly moved toward the source of the noise. From a distance, he saw Coco being held back by Valmet. Coco was furiously trying to break free from her grip, as if she was about to pounce on the girl with black hair standing across from her. Alex immediately recognized her. The girl wore a slight, almost mocking smile as she watched Coco rage. Ada Wong. Alex thought to himself, recalling how Coco had repeatedly complained about her. Alex's eyes flared for a moment when he noticed a barely perceptible dark thread extending from Ada Wong. Of course. Who else but her would try to steal a fragment of the marker, he thought coldly, keeping a sharp eye on the woman. Alex quickened his pace, moving toward the scene. His gaze slid over Ada Wong, his eyes narrowing as he assessed her condition. When Coco saw Alex, she immediately clung to him, grabbing his clothes and indignantly complaining. Don't you dare bring this woman on board. I'd rather trust Rebecca with guarding the nuclear weapons than trust her. Coco angrily pointed at Ada. Coco, why are you saying this? I thought we were friends, Ada feigned a hurt voice, as if she were actually offended by Coco's words. Friends? Coco glared at her. How many times have you lied to me? You keep saying you'll pay me back later, but you never do. You owe me, Wong. Really? Owe you? I don't remember that, Ada replied with an innocent smile, staring directly into Coco's eyes. Coco gritted her teeth in anger, clearly ready to lash out at her rival. Alex sighed heavily and held Coco tighter, preventing her from lunging at Ada. He glanced at Valmet, hoping for help, but she simply raised her hands in a dramatic gesture, showing she wasn't going to intervene. Alex narrowed his eyes, glaring at her like a traitor, but Valmet merely rolled her eyes and turned away. Meanwhile, Ada stopped teasing Coco and shifted her gaze to Alex, raising an eyebrow. Wow, I didn't expect you to have a boyfriend, Coco. Especially such, attractive one, a mischievous smile played on Ada's lips. I thought you were into girls. So what? Coco huffed, holding Alex even tighter. Shut up and be jealous. I've got a handsome, strong, and smart husband, and you'll grow old and alone, unwanted by anyone. Ada's eyes twitched, but her face still wore a light, almost indifferent smile. However, there was a flash of jealousy and envy in her eyes. Her gaze slid over Alex, and at that moment, he noticed something that made him tense up. There was a barely perceptible dark thread trailing from her, elusive but unmistakably sinister. Of course. She's already under the influence of the marker, and it's a miracle she's still in her right mind considering how long she's been carrying it, Alex thought to himself, never taking his eyes off Ada. His suspicions were confirmed. Despite her outward confidence, Ada looked worn out, the signs of fatigue were too obvious. How long had she been carrying the shard? Judging by her condition, far too long. Ada Wong, I presume. Alex said calmly, drawing her attention. Guess you're right, she smirked, crossing her arms. What is it? You've decided to ditch Coco and focus on me. Her lips stretched into a seductive smile, clearly trying to make Coco even more upset. No, Alex answered coolly. I just need you to hand over what's in your bag. Ada put on an innocent expression. I don't know what you mean. Do you need my makeup? Don't joke, Alex's voice became firm. You either give it to me willingly, and I'll help you, or I take it myself, and you can count on no one but yourself. Ada squinted. The game of seduction was over, now she looked at Alex warily, calculating. Why should I trust you? You shouldn't, Alex shrugged. But I'm the only one who can help you. So, choose, you give it up willingly, or I take it by force. He extended his hand, waiting for her decision. Alex and Ada locked eyes, like entering a silent duel. He saw before him a woman who perhaps didn't even realize how much she had endangered not only herself but her whole group. If it weren't for him and his team, Ada Wong and everyone with her would have long been victims of the undead army. Foolish, but maybe not hopeless yet, Alex sighed inwardly. Damn it. Fine, here, Ada muttered reluctantly, pulling out a small vial from her bag. Alex took the vial, narrowing his eyes slightly. Inside it shimmered a shard about the size of a finger. This was the second marker fragment he had found in this world, but how many more were scattered across the globe? He wondered, if he gathered enough of them, perhaps he could develop a spell capable of tracking and destroying them all at once. The situation with the constructed markers was more complicated, but he believed that once the avatar of Nyan Nyan was destroyed, they would lose their power. Is this what I think it is? Valmot's voice pulled him from his thoughts. Yes, exactly, Alex nodded. Grr. As soon as he shouted the name, his loyal assistant came rushing to him within a second. Take this to the workshop, Alex handed the vial to the robo-dog. GIR saluted briefly, turned, and sped off toward the aircraft carrier. Ada watched all of this with wide eyes. What the hell is that thing? Her voice was a mix of surprise and confusion. Alex looked at her with a dry smirk. I can't decide whether to call you lucky or just terribly stupid. What's that supposed to mean? Ada huffed, crossing her arms. Are you insulting me? I'm just stating the obvious, Alex shrugged. You've been carrying something extremely dangerous without even realizing the consequences. It's like carrying a piece of uranium in your pocket, hoping it will give you superpowers. True. Coco chimed in, giving Ada a disdainful look. You always steal things without thinking about what they actually are. Well, that's my way of earning, Ada shrugged, openly ignoring Coco's jab. So how are you planning to help me now? Come closer, and you'll see. Ada raised an eyebrow but took a step forward. At that moment, Alex's hand was enveloped in soft green light. Before Ada could say anything, he gently touched her head. Her body jolted and then froze. Alex felt the dark threads of the marker, which had been threading through her mind, begin to tear and dissipate. When the process was complete, he stepped back, studying Ada's face closely. Now it remained to be seen what consequences the marker's influence had left on her. To be continued. Chapter 271, The Reason for the Delay in Hong Kong. After Alex handed the marker fragment to his little helper, GIR, he focused on his next task, healing Ada's mind. He had already seen what happened to those affected by the power of chaos, their minds slowly deteriorated, and they inevitably went insane. The situation with the marker was no different. Chaos, the marker. Both blur the line between knowledge and madness, Alex thought. The ancients said that there was a thin boundary between enlightenment and insanity. The knowledge granted by the outer gods, just like the revelations of the marker, pushed the mind to its limits, driving mortals insane. Everyone who tried to peek beyond the veil of secrets hiding the truth inevitably became its victim. Alex's hand glowed with a soft green light as he gently placed his palm over Ada's eyes, erasing the marker's influence. But the moment he began cleansing her mind, an unexpected realization struck him: the marker's power was directly linked to the power of the outer gods. So that's it. How did I not see this sooner? The marker and the outer god are one and the same. He recalled the existence of Nyan Nyan's avatar, which was likely connected to all of this. If not for the circumstances he was in, he would have smacked himself on the forehead for his slowness. Damn it, I've been acting like an idiot. He had ignored too many hints: the lack of human essence in those who turned into zombies, the loss of identity in the infected, the incoherent mutterings of the insane, the very fact that the marker appeared in this world. All of it pointed to an obvious conclusion, but he had chosen to believe that Nyan Nyan's avatar had simply stolen the marker from another universe. In reality, it was the other way around. And how much longer are you planning to keep your hand on my eyes? Ada's voice pulled him out of his thoughts. Right. Stop touching that woman already. You might catch something from her, Coco added indignantly. Oh, right. Sorry, Alex removed his hand. Got a bit distracted. Catch something. Ada squinted in irritation. Are you saying I'm contagious? You're the one spending all your time stuck on a ship, so think about who's really at risk here. Alex glanced at the girls, who had started arguing again. Then he looked at Valmont, hoping she would step in. However, her tired expression made it clear that this time, she preferred to stay out of it. Sighing, Alex placed a hand on Coco's head, signaling her to calm down. The argument stopped, but the two women continued to glare at each other with obvious hostility. How did Ada Wong even end up in such petty squabbles? Shouldn't she be cold and calculating? Now she's acting like an ordinary girl. He cast a glance at the sky. It was already late, and now was not the best time to make further decisions. Scanning the camp, he spotted his Valkyrie. She was busy handing out assignments. Not wanting to disturb her, he tried to find Rebecca, but she was nowhere in sight. Closing his eyes, he sensed her presence in the workshop. She was likely studying the marker fragment. The other girls were also occupied, and Alex didn't want to interrupt them. All right, enough arguing. Just tell me, where did you get that fragment, he asked, turning his attention back to Ada. Does it even matter? You already took it, she brushed him off. It does matter, Alex smiled. I healed you, so be a good girl and tell me where you got it. Ada couldn't deny the obvious, he had really helped her. Ever since she had stolen the fragment, terrifying nightmares had haunted her. She couldn't sleep properly, and the longer it went on, the worse her dreams became. Each time she closed her eyes, she plunged into horror that became increasingly realistic. Sometimes, it even seemed to her that she could no longer distinguish reality from a dream. Nothing helped. At first, they were just nightmares, but then the voices began to appear. They whispered to her, eroding the boundaries of her mind day by day. Ada was already sure that she was slowly but surely going insane. But now, everything was gone. The voices fell silent. The exhaustion vanished, and for the first time in a long while, her mind was clear. Ada crossed her arms, her gaze becoming calculating. And what do I get for this information? You do understand that I don't work for free. She smirked. Everything comes at a price, Alex. You got the shard, you helped me, we're even. But information, that's a different deal. Alex's eye twitched. Ada still managed to seek profit even in a situation like this. He could, of course, just read her memories, but then he'd have to come up with an explanation for how he obtained that information, and he was too lazy to deal with that. However, he was interested not only in the shard's origin but also in who Ada was planning to hand it over to. Though, he didn't need an interrogation to figure that out, it wasn't hard to guess the potential buyer. There was only one person who would want a marker fragment, Weskier. Alex couldn't understand why he was getting involved in this chess game. He knew that Weskier was smart enough to distinguish a real threat from controlled chaos. However, after piecing the facts together, he concluded that Weskier's own arrogance had clouded his judgment. He either didn't realize he was playing by someone else's rules or was well aware of it but was simply waiting for the right moment to stab his ally in the back again. Stop trying to profit from everything. Coco suddenly snapped, pointing at Ada. You've already been saved twice, and yet you're still trying to drive up your price. All right, Coco, that's enough, Alex stopped her before turning his gaze to Ada. So, what do you want? Now that's how you should start a conversation, Ada chuckled. See, Coco. This is how you negotiate. Instead of trying to drive the price down, you need to start the bargaining properly. Coco gritted her teeth in frustration. Alex sighed and placed his hand on her head again, slowly running his fingers through her hair to calm her down. He had already known how this would turn out when he first asked Coco about Ada. And now his concerns were confirmed, their arguments were even more heated than Coco's spats with Rika. Placing a hand on his forehead, Alex exhaled heavily. Keeping them apart would be a logical solution, but he understood that it would only be a temporary measure. There was no retreat. He looked at Ada, signaling that it was time to get to the point. There's a lab in Hong Kong, Ada finally said. That's where I got this fragment. There was a larger specimen, but I only managed to take a small piece to avoid attracting attention. That's enough, Alex raised his hand, stopping her. He had heard everything he needed, a lab in Hong Kong. That could be valuable information. Now, he was curious about what exactly could be found there. Valmont, glancing at him, immediately understood what he was thinking. From her expression, it was clear that she had already guessed, Alex was planning to infiltrate it. Moreover, according to Ada, there was another fragment of the marker in the laboratory. However, the question remained, had it already been taken away? If the fragment was still there, then Alex had a chance to obtain something truly valuable. You've never been told that interrupting a lady while she's speaking is rude. Ada raised an eyebrow. Aren't you curious why I stole it and who I was planning to sell it to? People usually ask those questions. I've already learned everything I need to know, Alex replied calmly. Tomorrow, you're taking me to the lab. And you're sure you know who I was selling it to? Ada asked with a hint of interest. Weskier, Alex said without hesitation. You've worked for him more than once, so don't bother denying it. I've seen your dossier, bank statements from fake accounts. I know who you sold information to, who you betrayed, and who paid for your services. For you, it's standard practice, working for one side and then selling its secrets to the enemy. Snooping through someone else's dirty laundry. How impolite, Ada smirked, narrowing her eyes. Maybe, Alex shrugged, lighting a cigarette. And don't forget, tomorrow you're leading me to the lab entrance. Ada wanted to protest, but when she saw Alex's expression, she realized she had no choice. She could only surrender temporarily, but she definitely wasn't planning to do such a dangerous job for free. Alex knew exactly what Ada was thinking. He had no doubt that in the end, she would demand her price. But right now, his main interest was the evil corporation's lab in Hong Kong. He didn't know what he would find there, but his gut told him not to expect anything good. His instincts had never failed him, which meant that in the underground complex, trouble was the minimum he could encounter. At worst, there was something extremely intriguing hidden inside. After finishing his conversation with Ada, Alex advised her to get a good rest before tomorrow. Leaving her in the care of Valmont and Coco, he headed to Brunhild to learn more about the new arrivals. He was especially interested in the group of scientists mentioned by Captain Price. According to him, these specialists might be able to develop an antidote for the zombie virus. To be honest, Alex was highly skeptical about it. The virus ravaging the world was a hellish mix of countless strains, and creating a cure for such chaos was incredibly difficult. "How are the newcomers?" he asked as he approached Brunhild. "They're fine. They've been checked, no infections, but they're all exhausted and starving. We need to feed them and let them rest. The soldiers and martial arts experts are holding up well, but the rest, well, you get the idea," she explained. "I do," Alex nodded. "Anyway, I found out some useful information." He took Brunhild's hand to get her attention. "And what did you find out?" she asked, looking at him with intrigue. "I'll tell you later. But for now, one thing, Price said there's a group of scientists among the newcomers who supposedly can create an antidote for the zombie virus. And you believe that?" Brunhild shook her head. "I don't doubt the wisdom of mortals, they're capable of many things. But even I find it hard to imagine that they could create a serum that could protect people." Alex simply nodded in agreement and explained why he considered this task nearly impossible. It wasn't that he didn't want such an antidote to exist, but he knew how difficult it was. However, if this group truly decided to try, he was ready to share the data he had. Brunhild also understood that even in the best-case scenario, the chances of success were very slim. But it was still worth trying. Once the conversation ended, Alex loudly announced for everyone to head to the aircraft carrier. People immediately started moving, preparing for boarding. Alex and his soldiers were the last to board, making sure no one was left behind. Throwing one last glance at the destroyed city, Alex stepped onto the ship. He didn't get involved in organizational matters, leaving the distribution of the newcomers to others. Instead, he headed straight to his workroom. There, he found Rebecca carefully examining a fragment of the marker. Alex wasn't worried about her safety, she had a ring that protected her not only physically but also on the mental and spiritual levels. However, he really didn't like the fact that she was playing with that thing. Without saying a word, he took the fragment from her and placed it in a black container where another fragment was already stored. And the moment the two fragments were near each other, they started to fuse. Alex watched the process with curiosity. Interesting. Didn't expect them to merge. Just like living metal, he muttered thoughtfully. Disgusting, Rebecca grimaced. Alex smirked and affectionately ruffled her hair before hiding the container in his inventory. He then handed over control of the aircraft carrier to GIR and ordered him to move several kilometers away from shore to anchor until morning. Rebecca wanted to ask why they weren't continuing to sail, but Alex simply replied that he would explain everything once the others gathered. Leaving the room, Alex, Rebecca, and GIR returned to the bridge. GIR took the helm, steered the ship further from the land, and stopped it. Alex leaned back in his chair, tiredly rubbed his face, and closed his eyes. He was very curious about what he would find in the laboratory in Hong Kong. But his gut told him, nothing would be that simple. After a while, the girls started returning to the bridge. The first thing they saw was Alex, his head tilted back, sitting with his eyes closed. "Why aren't we sailing further? Why are we anchored?" Yuriko asked first. "Friend of Coco," Alex began. "This woman is not my friend," Coco immediately interrupted him, gritting her teeth in anger. Alex rolled his eyes. "All right, not Coco's friend," he corrected himself. "Anyway, she said there's a lab of the evil corporation in this city. And I want to check it out. That's why we're not sailing further." Saya gave him a skeptical look. "Are you sure about this? Don't you think she might have lied?" "Unfortunately, no. She didn't lie," Alex sighed. Ada Wong brought a fragment of the marker with her. And according to her, she stole it specifically from the lab in Hong Kong. Alex told the girls everything he could at the moment, including the reasons why he wanted to explore the laboratory. After listening to him, they silently nodded, agreeing with his arguments. Ada Wong's name sounded familiar, but it wasn't until a moment later that they remembered how Coco often complained about a woman with whom they had constant disagreements. Now the question remained, who would Alex take with him? He would have preferred to go alone, as he wasn't sure what awaited them inside the laboratory. However, judging by the looks on the girls' faces, they were planning to go with him anyway, and they wouldn't accept a refusal. He didn't want to bring too many people, so he decided on Valmont, Rebecca, and Seiko. They would definitely be able to take care of themselves. It wasn't that he didn't trust the others, he just didn't want to put them at unnecessary risk. The girls understood this, so they didn't argue. In addition to them, Alex decided to take GIR and MIMI, he wanted to use them to hack into the laboratory security system to avoid any unnecessary problems. And what does this marker fragment look like? Ray asked, pressing her finger to her lips. Right, with all this talk, I completely forgot about it. Isn't it an artifact from some ancient alien civilization? Shouldn't it have some kind of effect, added Rika, opening a can of beer. It's just a piece of stone, don't think too much about it, Alex replied indifferently. Non-friend Coco already suffered enough carrying that thing around. And I think I don't need to explain what could happen to a person if they carry that fragment for too long. So, non-friend Coco is going to go crazy and start writing bloody symbols on the walls, like in horror movies? Shizuka asked with clear concern. No, I already helped her. And the fragment itself is sealed in a special container, Alex said, stepping closer to hug the worried girl. And how did you help her? Wasn't she supposed to, start breaking down? How do you even cure someone from that? Saya asked with interest. Come closer, I'll show you, Alex waved his hand, inviting her to step closer. Saya raised an eyebrow but still approached. Alex's hand began to glow with a soft green light, and he gently placed it on her head. The girls watched the process with curiosity, they were interested in what exactly he was doing and what effect it would have. As soon as Alex touched Saya, her eyes closed, and her expression relaxed. It felt as though her mind had been cleared, and her thoughts became light and orderly. She even felt as if she had found answers to questions that had previously troubled her. When Alex removed his hand, Saya slowly opened her eyes. So, how do you feel? He asked with a light smile. I don't even know how to describe it. My head feels lighter, my thoughts aren't tangled. How did you do that? Saya asked with genuine curiosity. I just calmed your mind. Nothing complicated. I told you, chakra is universal energy, Alex replied, shrugging. Can I try too? Shizuka spoke up, still in his embrace and looking at him curiously from below. Of course, anyone who wants to, line up, Alex smirked, hugging Shizuka tighter. The girls exchanged glances, but soon, all of them except Rebecca and Brunhilde wanted to experience the effect for themselves. Alex saw no reason to refuse, so he performed the mind-cleansing procedure for each of them. Once the process was complete, the girls discussed their sensations, but his smile faltered slightly when the older women claimed that their skin felt softer. He was sure he had simply calmed their minds, not conducted any cosmetic procedures, but he didn't argue, additional explanations could take too long. It was already evening outside, and there was no more work to be done, so they could afford to relax a little. By the way, where's Alice? It's already late, and she's still not here, Alex suddenly remarked, looking around. Where else? She's still training with Anoka and Malka. She got so excited about becoming a kunoichi that now she's taking lessons from that quiet girl. Shigeru, Brunhilde replied, rolling her eyes. Better she becomes a kunoichi than what she wanted to be before, some kind of battle sister serving the emperor, Namio added, nodding in agreement. Don't even mention it, Kiriko smirked, resting her hand on her cheek. I can't even imagine Alice as an inquisitor. 3 is already enough without her, Yuriko chimed in. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch are completely obsessed with worshipping this emperor. They start every day with a prayer. Alex sighed, realizing that a whole mini-faction of fanatics had already formed among his team. Alex watched the girls, who had started a rather strange conversation, and was glad that Gir, Mimi, and Stitch weren't nearby. If those 3 had overheard this debate, they would have jumped into heated arguments and probably would have been ready to argue with the girls until morning. To distract them from unnecessary discussions, Alex simply turned on a show. The girls immediately fell silent and grabbed snacks. And so ended the day on the aircraft carrier. The next morning, Alex woke up not from the usual sensations, someone chewing on his cheek or trying to suffocate him with their chest, but from the loud noise of 2 arguing people. With a heavy sigh, he opened his eyes and tried to figure out who had managed to start an argument so early. Rising, he carefully pushed Saya away, who was also starting to wake up. Scanning the room with sleepy eyes, Alex noticed that all the girls were looking in one direction. Following their gazes, he saw Coco and Ada Wong. Well, now it was clear where the noise was coming from. These 2 seemingly grown women had started a heated argument right from the morning. Alex listened closely to their words to understand what the issue was. I'm telling you again, Wong, you don't belong here. Coco snapped irritably, trying to push Ada out of the room. Alex is still sleeping, so get out. Sleeping, you say? Ada responded with a smirk, easily avoiding Coco's attempts. I thought he said he wanted me to take him to the lab. So, like a good person, I came to wake him up. Good person. Coco snorted. You're less of a good person than the zombies wandering the streets. At least zombies are honest about their intentions, they want to eat me and don't hide it. But trusting you is like hoping that a zombie will suddenly decide not to eat me. Alex looked at them with a dry gaze but decided to ignore the circus. Rubbing his face to shake off the remnants of sleep, he embraced Saya, lifted her in his arms, and made his way to the table. After seating the still sleepy girl, he cleared his throat, drawing the attention of the two arguers. Coco and Ada fell silent and turned to him. Alex silently pointed to the table, signaling that they could continue their conversation during breakfast. Ada flashed a provocative grin at Coco, then skillfully slipped past her and sat at the table. Coco stomped her feet in annoyance but eventually plopped down onto Alex's lap. Alex sighed and stroked her head, trying to calm the irritated girl. Rika was the happiest, since Coco had finally met a worthy opponent who could get under her skin. Valmet, when you're done with breakfast, gather the guys, Alex said, sipping his coffee. You're bringing the guys along too? Yuriko asked, sipping her hot drink. Just in case, he replied calmly. Extra hands won't hurt. Who knows what we'll find there? We might need to carry something useful. The girls didn't argue with his decision. While Alex drank his coffee, he wondered what they might find in the laboratory. If there was a fragment of the marker, there might be a chance to find the marker itself, or at least its beginnings. Sighing to himself, he hoped it would just be an abandoned lab that everyone had evacuated from, but he knew his hopes were unlikely to be realized. As breakfast came to an end, Valmet went to gather the team, and Alex asked Nemio to take control of the aircraft carrier. He didn't want to waste time on boats and a long land journey in search of transport. After a while, Valmet returned and reported that the guys had been warned and were ready to set out. Alex nodded and, while Siko, Rebecca, and Valmet finished preparing, double-checked the gear. All right, it's time to move out. We need to explain the plan to the guys, he said, gripping the hilt of Yamato tighter. The girls nodded, fully ready to leave. Alex, thinking that Ada could use some protection as well, asked the others to wait and headed to his workshop. Grabbing another energy shield from the table, he quickly returned to the group and handed the device to Ada. And what's this? She asked curiously, examining the item in her hands. Energy shield, Alex explained. All my girls have one. If you want to know how to use it, ask them. Ada raised an eyebrow with a light smile. Huh? Since when did I become one of your girls? Alex yawned tiredly, covering his mouth with his hand. We've known each other for a day. When would you have become one? This is just for your safety. If I wanted to pursue you, I would have done it differently. He sighed. Now, enough wasting time. I want to leave Hong Kong by evening. Without waiting for a response, Alex turned around and walked forward, leaving Ada standing with the energy shield in her hands. Siko and Rebecca followed him, while Valmet lingered, beckoning Ada to follow her. On the way, she explained how the shield worked and how to use it. Descending into the cargo hold where the transport was stored, Alex saw Lem and his people, including Price, Ghost, and Soap. However, there were also Chunli, Kami, Ryu, Ken, and even masters from Ryo Zanpaku. Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise. Isn't that a bit much? I thought I only asked for Lem and his people, he remarked. Soap smirked. A rumor spread that you're heading to the corporation's laboratory, so we decided to help out. Extra hands never hurt. Alex shrugged, arguing was pointless. He pulled out his phone and sent a signal to GIR and Mimi, then decided to give a quick briefing. All right, since everyone's here, who am I to refuse, he said, lighting a cigarette. And what exactly are you looking for in there? Ghost asked, watching Alex closely. I don't know yet, but I think we'll find something useful. Now, listen carefully, Alex replied, pulling out a holographic projector from his pocket. He turned to Ada. Show the map where the entrance to the laboratory is. When she indicated the exact location, Alex asked her to describe the internal structure of the facility. It turned out the underground complex resembled an ant colony. Hearing this, Alex involuntarily grimaced. It was far too reminiscent of typical scenes from horror movies. So, we have an entrance. But basically, we're going into someone else's den, and we don't know the state of the lab right now. We're flying blind, he said, scanning the gathered people with his eyes. Price lit a cigar and grunted. And what's your plan, kid? It depends on whether the lab has electricity. If it does, my little helpers will be able to take control of the complex, which will make things easier for us. If not, we'll have to improvise. So I recommend you bring gear, Alex replied. He continued discussing with the others, deciding the best place to infiltrate the underground complex. Deep down, Alex didn't want to take too many people, the risk was too high. In the end, the masters from Ryo Zanpaku decided to stay behind, though Shigeru insisted on participating. Chunli and Kami also intended to go, and despite all of Alex's attempts to talk them out of it, he couldn't convince them otherwise. As the briefing came to a close, Alex reminded everyone to prepare and take ropes, they might come in handy. He then warned them that they would leave as soon as the aircraft carrier returned to port. Alex grabbed his katana, Yamato, and, surveying the assembled group, said, "All right, it's time to move out. I'll explain the next steps on site." To be continued. Chapter 272, Chapter 272, The Secret Complex of the Evil Corporation. Alex watched as the others prepared their gear for the raid on the Evil Corporation's lab in Hong Kong. He had no idea who was currently in control of the facility, so he didn't want to take unnecessary risks with his people. Did the corporation have an advanced AI managing all their sites worldwide? Possibly. But even if that were the case, it was better to be cautious. He had no intention of reenacting the Resident Evil scenario. While the others were busy with preparations, he headed toward his motorcycle, deciding to have a little fun. Since they were in China, why not add some atmosphere? Only one character came to mind, perfectly fitting the situation. The only thing left was to change outfits. After all, heading into a lab in shorts and a t-shirt was, to put it mildly, not the best idea. Sure, Alex could fight demons, mutants, and zombies in pajamas if needed, but he didn't want to waste time on unnecessary explanations. Opening a compartment on his motorcycle, he discreetly pulled out clothes from his inventory. Since he had decided to fully embrace the role, why not bring to life the image of Qin Shi Huang, which he had used in Valhalla during Ragnarok? "Alvitor, my dear, mind helping me complete the look?" he asked his spoiled partner mentally, adjusting his outfit with a light smile. "I'm not your costume designer." Alvitor replied irritably. "Come on, don't be mad. It's not a big deal for you." "Fine, but this is the last time. And don't even think about dragging me into your cosplay games again." Smirking, Alex put on the claws that Alvitor had transformed into. 2 long claws covered his index and middle fingers on his right hand, while 3 sharp claws adorned his left, on his index, middle, and ring fingers. He swung his hands a few times, testing the balance and comfort. Then he considered wearing a blindfold like Ing Zheng had, but quickly dismissed the idea. Alex didn't like anything limiting his vision. After finishing his outfit change, he grabbed Yamato and headed back to the group. As soon as he appeared, all eyes were on him, some filled with surprise, others with interest. "We're here prepping gear for a stealth mission, and you went to change outfits." "You gotta be joking," Soap said in disbelief. "Mao Mantai." Alex replied casually, waving a hand. The group exchanged glances, not understanding what he had just said. Alex smirked and looked at Rebecca, who gave him a thumbs up, approving his new look. Then he glanced at Valmet and Siko, both nodded in agreement, confirming that the outfit suited him. "What?" "Someone translate what he just mumbled." Soap frowned. He said, "Relax," Chun-Li explained. "Exactly, Soap, relax. It's my hobby, and I'm not giving it up, even if the world is falling apart," Alex replied lazily. "Trust me, this isn't even the weirdest thing," Sasaki Shio added, crossing his arms. "He showed up to rescue us once wearing a Hawaiian shirt and shorts. You are one seriously weird guy." Soap concluded, shaking his head. Alex just shrugged and told everyone to get ready. Then he spoke with the Ryo Zampica masters, warning them to stay alert in case of unforeseen circumstances. He also reminded them to relay a message to Brunhild. If something went wrong, the ship should move a few kilometers away from the port to avoid attracting a massive horde of undead. Hayato assured him that he would pass the message to Brunhild as soon as Alex and his group left the ship. Alex nodded, satisfied with the response. While he was talking with the martial arts masters, the others had already secured transport for the mission and were making a final check of their gear. The girls, Rebecca, Valmet, Siko, Chun-Li, Cammy, Shigyur, and Ada Wong, crammed into one Humvee, bringing along Gir and Mimi. The guys had to settle for another vehicle. In the end, it took 3 vehicles to get everyone to the lab without issues. One carried Lem and his team, another had Price, Ghost, and Soap. Seeing that there was no room left for him, Alex decided to ride with the latter. "Looks like I'm going with you guys. No space in the other Humvees. You don't mind, do you?" he asked, opening the door. "Hop in, mate," Price smirked. Alex smiled and, before getting into the vehicle, waved his hand, signaling the convoy to move out. Valmet, who was behind the wheel, responded with a quick flash of the headlights. Once he was sure everyone was ready, Alex climbed into the Humvee and shut the door. As soon as the aircraft carrier came to a complete stop and lowered the ramp, Alex closed his eyes and spread his mana throughout the city, trying to assess the situation. He didn't sense any significant presence of demons, mutants, or zombies, which made him a bit wary. The only explanation that came to mind was that the undead might have lost interest in the city after the disappearance of the marker shard, which was now in Ada Wong's possession. Either way, the lack of a massive enemy presence made things easier. Once the ramp was fully lowered, Valmet started the engine and was the first to drive off the carrier. She was followed by the Humvee carrying Lem and his team, with Alex, Price, Ghost, and Soap bringing up the rear. Sticking his arm out of the window, Alex waved to the girls remaining on deck. The route had already been planned out, all they had to do now was reach the lab in one piece. Cracking the window open slightly, Alex lit a cigarette, but he immediately felt Ghost's intense gaze on him. "If you want to ask something, just ask," Alex smirked, looking at him. "Otherwise, I'll start thinking you're trying to develop telepathy and picked me as your first target." Soap, sitting in the front seat, couldn't hold back his laughter and burst out laughing. Even Price chuckled at Alex's jab at Ghost. Taking a slow drag from his cigarette, Alex turned to Ghost, who was still staring at him. "Who are you?" Ghost asked, his voice simple but firm. "You mean what I did before all this?" Alex tilted his head slightly, trying to gauge his thoughts. Ghost nodded, confirming the guess. Judging by their faces, even Price and Soap were curious. They had been wondering for a while who Alex really was and how he had managed to stay under the radar for so long. Alex smirked. He was used to these kinds of questions by now. "Nothing special. I was a mercenary. Did odd jobs here and there," he said casually. "Aren't you a little too young to be a mercenary?" Price asked skeptically, glancing in the rearview mirror. "You don't look a day over 18. "Well, I'm not telling you you're too old to be a soldier," Alex chuckled. Price laughed. "Ha. Fair enough. There was a time I thought about retiring. But, as you can see, that didn't quite work out." "Heh, though I doubt any of us will get to retire now," Soap remarked with a grin. "We've only got two options, either the dead eat us, or, if we're lucky, we live to see old age." Alex smiled and nodded in agreement. He knew damn well that retirement was no longer in the cards for them. If they didn't eliminate the root of the problem in this world, no one would ever be able to sleep peacefully again. Taking another deep drag from his cigarette, he watched the ruined buildings and empty streets passing by. He knew that in some universes, the situation was much worse than here. There would always be places where nightmares reached their peak. But even in this world, where two powerful beings had decided to claim it for themselves, the situation was far from hopeless. Alex wondered how many universes had already been consumed by David and the Avatar Nyan Nyan, who called himself the Minister of Monoliths. He didn't even want to imagine how many lives had been destroyed by these two. If he didn't deal with them here, they would just escape, regain their strength, and continue their bloody march through other worlds. And then the cost of hesitation would be even higher. "Looks like we're here," Price's voice snapped Alex out of his thoughts. Alex looked up and saw that Valmet and Lem had stopped the Humvee near a partially destroyed building. He got out of the vehicle, followed by Price, Ghost, and Soap, who were already readying their weapons and scanning their surroundings. Grabbing Yamato, Alex approached the others and surveyed the tall, weathered building, which appeared to have been an office center. The corners of his lips twitched into a smirk. Thank God it wasn't an abandoned mansion with secret passages leading to a dungeon. "Why are you smiling?" Ada asked, noticing his expression. "Oh, just thinking that in horror movies, the entrance to secret labs is always hidden under old mansions," Alex replied with a grin. "Damn, that's true," Lutz muttered, nodding. "It's in every second movie." "Well, it's a classic cliché," Rebecca pointed out, resting her hands behind her head. Alex nodded approvingly and even listed a couple of examples from movies. Deciding not to linger outside, he gestured for everyone to head inside. Ada took the lead, showing the way to the elevator that would take them to the underground complex. Alex periodically sent out mana pulses, checking for any unwanted guests inside the building. Following Ada, he carefully scanned the area for anything useful, but the building seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. Crumbling walls, peeling plaster, broken windows, and furniture debris, a typical scene of neglect. After a few minutes of navigating through rubble and climbing over fallen beams, they finally reached a utility room. A utility room? They hid the entrance to the secret lab in the damn utility room. Why? R muttered in confusion. Why not? Who, besides the janitors, even comes in here? It's much better than hiding it in one of the toilet stalls, Alex shrugged. True enough, Soap snorted. But how would that even work? Would we have to flush ourselves down the toilet or something? He snickered at the image, and Alex couldn't help but laugh. Still grinning, he pushed open the door to the utility room and peeked inside. To his surprise, the room was quite spacious. He gestured for Ada to go ahead, offering to let her show what they should do next. The girl rolled her eyes but went in first. The others followed her, looking around curiously. Ada approached the wall, removed the cover from a hidden panel, and placed her palm on the scanner. Nothing happened. Looks like there's no power, she said with a deadpan expression, stating the obvious. No way. Chun-Li couldn't resist making a sarcastic comment. If you're so smart, try opening it yourself, Ada retorted, rolling her eyes. Alex took control, stopping the girls before their exchange could escalate into an argument. He then asked Ada to point to the wall that should open after the fingerprint scan. Once she did, Alex waved his hand, signaling the others to step back to a safe distance. Are you planning to break through the wall with your hands? Asked Cammy, surprised by his actions. Exactly, Alex smirked. Too bad I don't have any candy, so maybe next time. Now step back another step. Cammy didn't understand why he mentioned candy, but she didn't argue, just shrugged and took a step back. The others followed her lead. Once he was sure everyone was at a safe distance, Alex gripped the scabbard of Yamato tighter, then grabbed the hilt and swiftly drew the katana. In the next moment, his blade blazed a blurry silhouette in the air, delivering a series of precise, lightning-fast strikes. Within seconds, the wall and the hidden metal doors of the elevator were sliced into neat pieces, which crashed to the ground, disappearing into the darkness of the shaft. Sliding Yamato back into its scabbard, Alex approached the edge and looked down. The elevator shaft descended so deep that even with a bright flashlight, the bottom couldn't be seen. He felt the familiar urge to just jump down and test his endurance. Wow, that's deep. Lem whistled, shining his flashlight down. Good thing we've got descent gear. Without it, we'd be climbing down for half the day. Yeah, can't even see the bottom, Soap confirmed, also peering into the darkness. To better assess the depth of the shaft, the guys threw down a few glow sticks. They tumbled down, bouncing off the walls, until they finally reached the bottom, casting a faint greenish light. Alex, watching this, smirked and then turned to the others, standing with his back to the shaft and shrugging nonchalantly. All right, I'll go first. Don't slow down, follow me. Mimi, behind me. Before anyone could object, Alex simply leaned back and easily flew down. Hey! Ada shouted, but it was too late. His cheerful laughter echoed in the shaft, as if he were not falling into an abyss, but simply sliding down a roller coaster at an amusement park. Gir and Mimi exchanged looks, their eyes lighting up with excitement. Without hesitation, they laughed and followed suit. Woohoo, they cheered as they jumped down. The others stood frozen, staring into the darkness of the shaft. Their faces expressed a mixture of shock and complete confusion. What the hell was that? Ada gasped in disbelief. He just jumped down. And you guys aren't even bothered. She turned to Rebecca, Valmet, and Seiko, hoping to see some reaction on their faces, but they just shrugged, as if it was the most normal thing in the world. Why are you making a fuss? Rebecca smirked, pulling out her gear. Better hurry up, or we'll miss something interesting. Without wasting any time, she attached her carabiner to the rope and without hesitation, jumped down, not spending a single second thinking about it. Those who had known Rebecca and Alex for a short time exchanged glances, suddenly realizing they had joined a group of real lunatics. Valmet sighed deeply and glanced at Seiko, who stood with her usual calm smile. Without saying a word, Valmet stepped forward, secured her carabiner to the rope, and started descending. Seiko, not falling behind, did the same without hesitation. Meanwhile, Alex crashed down with a loud bang, landing directly on the roof of the elevator, which was at the very bottom of the shaft. The metal structure groaned under his weight and then finally collapsed, burying the mechanisms inside. Right after him, with laughter, Gir and Mimi landed, clearly enjoying the freefall. Alex lazily dusted himself off and looked around. The only exit from there were the massive metal elevator doors. He approached them, effortlessly grabbed the panels, and slid them open, revealing a long, dimly lit corridor. Gir, Mimi, take a look around, Alex ordered, getting them to their feet. The robot's eyes lit up, illuminating the space ahead. Alex followed, carefully studying his surroundings. At first glance, there was nothing suspicious, except for the fact that the corridor looked perfectly clean, despite being a secret laboratory. A moment later, sounds of people descending by ropes echoed from above. Alex turned and just in time, offered his hand to Rebecca to help her land. I thought it'd be all bloodied here, or at least there'd be a couple of dead bodies lying around, she said, looking around. But it's all so clean. Maybe it's just the first level. Or maybe no one's had the chance to get here and escape, Alex shrugged. Who knows? Maybe the rest will look just like how a secret laboratory lair should look in horror movies. Rebecca said with excitement, clearly inspired by the thought. Alex shrugged again. He wouldn't be surprised if on the next floors they encountered disfigured bodies, blood-written messages, and other classic horror elements. After all, this was where the shard of the marker was being studied. Moments later, Valmet and Seiko descended. Alex helped them out of the shaft, and the girls, surprised, noticed the same thing Rebecca had, the perfect cleanliness, instead of the expected mess of blood and bodies. While the others continued descending, Alex and the girls discussed what might lie ahead. When everyone finally reached the bottom, it was Soap who spoke first. All right, so where do we go now? Alex thought for a moment, rubbing his chin. First, we need to find something like a breaker or at least an outlet, he replied. An outlet? What, are you planning to charge your phone? Chun-Li smirked, narrowing her eyes. Almost. I'm going to charge this entire complex, but how exactly? Well, that's still a secret, Alex grinned. Ada, lead the way. Ada nodded, but before moving on, she innocently reminded Alex that he'd have to pay extra for her services as a guide. Seriously? Alex rolled his eyes. Money doesn't mean much here. You can pay with something other than money, Ada added with a sly smile, squinting a little. Alex shot her a dry look and, not wanting to continue the conversation, moved forward. What was going on in that woman's mind remained a mystery to him, and he wasn't planning to figure it out. As they moved forward, the group carefully examined their surroundings. Only Alex, with his hands behind his head, looked like he was just out for an evening stroll. Finally, in one of the rooms, Alex found what he was looking for, an outlet. Come here, Gir, he called to the robo-dog. Gir obediently walked over, and Alex, humming to himself, yanked the outlet from the wall, exposing the wires. He pulled a cable out from the back of the robot and began connecting it to the system. Wait, you're planning to power the whole complex from your dog? Lem asked in surprise, lighting a cigarette. Kind of, Alex nodded, not distracted from his work. Its cores can power half of Tokyo. For this place, it's nothing. Ignoring the astonished looks from the others, Alex finished the connection and placed his hand on Gir's head. Slowly, Gir. Start gently so we don't burn out the wiring, he ordered. Gir nodded and began slowly directing the electric charge through the cable into the outlet. Gradually increasing the voltage, he monitored the system until, finally, the lights in the room began to flicker and then lit up steadily. Alex nodded, signaling that they could continue. It was important to power up the entire complex so that the electricity wouldn't cut out at the worst possible moment. When the light was fully restored, the others stared at the robo-dog with curiosity. Their thoughts immediately returned to Alex's words about Gir's core being able to power half of Tokyo. Now they were wondering what exactly was hidden inside this mechanical creature. However, Alex wasn't about to reveal the secret. After all, if he told them that inside Gir and Mimi were miniature stars generating massive amounts of energy, no one would take him seriously. Well, we have light, that's something. Where to next? Chun-Li asked, stepping closer to Alex. Not sure yet. We need a map to navigate. Don't count on Ada remembering every corner of this complex, he said, disconnecting Gir from the outlet. Hey. I'm actually a very responsible spy, in case you didn't know, Ada protested. Yeah, sure, I know. Don't forget, I've read your file. But a map won't hurt, Alex replied, rolling his eyes. Ignoring Ada's protest, he walked over to a computer in the corner of the room. Like a seasoned office worker, Alex powered up the system, connected his phone to it, and waited for it to load. Humming a tune to himself, he rummaged through the desk drawers looking for something useful. You're acting like you've spent your whole life working in an office. It's so natural that it's actually a little creepy, R smirked. Alex just smiled and shook his head. When the system finished loading, he grabbed his phone and started hacking into the access. With considerable experience in such matters, Alex easily penetrated the complex's system, quickly downloaded the map to his device, and then sent it to Lem's holographic display so he wouldn't forget later. Everyone gathered around, studying the underground lab layout. It became clear why Ada had compared this place to an ant hive. The branching corridors, numerous rooms, hidden passages. Alex immediately marked 3 points of particular interest: the armory, the lab, and the very bottom level of the complex. The armory could contain experimental weapons that might come in handy later. The lab was the place where the marker shard might still be, if it hadn't been taken out yet. And the lower floors. Alex felt there was something truly important down there. I don't want to disappoint you, but if we start searching every corner, we'll be here for a week, maybe longer, Cammy remarked, pointing out the obvious. We don't need to comb through everything. We're interested in 3 places: the armory, the lab, and the lower level of the complex. The rest doesn't concern us, Alex said, pointing to the necessary spots on the map. Then it settled. Let's split into 2 groups, one will go to the armory, the other to the lab, Lem suggested. Alex nodded. Unplugging his phone from the system, he handed the map to Gir so it could navigate the space. When they stepped out into the corridor, the decision was made to divide the groups. Lem and his team, including Price, Ghost, and Soap, would head to the armory. Alex, along with the girls, would go to the lab. Alex gave Lem a sideways glance, fully understanding why he had suggested that particular division. Lem caught his gaze, smirked, and, without taking the cigarette out of his mouth, simply raised an eyebrow, as if saying, well, you're not opposed to this, right? Alex rolled his eyes and sighed. It was all so obvious. Lem was just playing along with the situation. Wherever Alex went, the girls always ended up around him. Alright, since we're split up, now we just need to figure out how to get to the right places, Soap said, studying the map. Alex smirked, stepped forward, and with a broad smile said, I don't need this. The road lies where I walk. At those words, everyone exchanged looks, throwing strange glances at Alex. Valmont simply sighed tiredly and placed her palm against her forehead. He was at it again with these antics. Rebecca, on the other hand, burst out laughing, remembering how Alex and Ingen had spoken in a similar manner. Alex completely ignored the reactions around him and sank deeper into the persona of the first emperor of China. Since he had dressed the part, he might as well stick to the role. What, sorry? Soap asked, digging in his ear as if trying to make sure he hadn't misheard. Looks like memory isn't your strong suit, huh? Alex snorted. I told you. I follow the emperor's path, and the road lies where I walk. With these words, he pointed with 2 fingers at the corridor ahead and, before anyone could say anything, he gave a slight stomp with his foot. The floor beneath him instantly cracked, and without giving anyone time to react, Alex fell through, disappearing to the lower level. Everyone stared in shock at the hole in the floor, then slowly turned their gaze toward Rebecca, Valmont, and Seiko, the ones who understood Alex's nature the best. Is he okay in the head? Soap cautiously asked. I mean, he's not insane, right? Don't worry about it. He gets like this sometimes, but he's not dangerous, Valmont replied, taking a step forward. For now, we should catch up to him. Good luck. With that, she jumped down. Rebecca, chuckling at the stunned expressions of the guys, scooped up Gir and Mimi and also dove into the hole. Seiko followed, nodding goodbye to the others and gracefully jumping down as well. Ada Wong sighed, rolled her eyes, and jumped down too, clearly not wanting to fall behind. The last to leave were Chunli, Cammy, and Shigyur, leaving the guys standing alone in the empty corridor, silently staring at the hole in the floor. Lem, is this how it always is with you guys? Price broke the silence, turning to his old friend. Sometimes, Lem admitted reluctantly, taking a drag. Most of the time, he's fine. But when he's bored, he gets like this. Like back on Okinawa. You mean that one time? Soap perked up. Yeah. When he fought a horde of mutants using a gold ingot he called Richard, Lem nodded, exhaling smoke. Wait. Ghost stared at him in disbelief. He fought a horde of mutants with a gold ingot. You're kidding, right? I wish I could say yes, Lem smirked. But honestly, it looked damn cool, Todzi added, nodding in approval. Like something out of a game. Alright, guys, we can chat on the way, Lem interrupted, tossing the cigarette aside and stepping forward. We need to get to the armory. I've got a bad feeling about this place. Stay alert and keep an eye out. We don't know what's hiding here, but judging by all the monsters in the city, they probably escaped from here. The guys silently nodded, agreeing with Lem. The place already felt creepy, and now, with Alex and the girls gone, the atmosphere felt even more oppressive. The silence of the corridors, the muffled sounds of distant footsteps, the flickering light, all of it made them uneasy. Meanwhile, Alex continued on his imperial path, methodically breaking through the floor and descending lower. He didn't even glance at the map, he didn't need to. Landing on the level with the laboratories, he quickly looked around but didn't waste time searching for an entrance. Instead, he simply moved forward, smashing through walls one after another. The girls following him barely managed to jump into the new holes and listen to how Alex continued to destroy the underground complex. We should have brought Brunhild, Valmont grumbled as she landed on another floor. She definitely could have stopped him. Ah, come on, Rebecca giggled. It's fun. Tell me, why would we want to take those boring stairs down when we have a husband who can just pave the way straight to the goal? It's funny to you, but we just passed floors filled with torn-up corpses. Chunli protested. At least no one's attacked us yet. Though maybe all the monsters are just afraid of your guy. You'll get used to it, Seiko replied with a light smile. Finally, they reached the floor where Alex stopped breaking through the floor. Looking around, the girls immediately noticed the huge hole in the wall. There was no other way through. Valmont sighed heavily, fully understanding that there was something in Alex's personality that reminded her of Coco when she acted like a spoiled child. Now her future husband was exactly like Coco used to be. Back then, Valmont had to worry about what trouble Coco might cause, and now she had to keep an eye on Alex. At least we don't have to search for him, Cammy remarked, a slight optimism in her voice. Can't argue with that, Ada nodded. Without wasting a second, the girls moved forward, passing through the walls Alex had broken down. Shigyur was moving the fastest, she clearly intended to catch up with him first. Meanwhile, Alex continued heading towards the required laboratory, paying no attention to his surroundings. The frozen vials containing the bodies of zombies, mutants, and demons didn't interest him at all. To him, they were just useless junk. He already knew what to expect. The main thing now was to reach the laboratory where the marker shard should be and do it before the girls caught up to him. If the shard was still there, Alex didn't want to carry it around. The last thing he wanted was to expose anyone to the marker's influence. Plus, he wasn't sure if the avatar of Nyan could see through the shard and track its location. To be continued. Chapter 273, Chapter 273, Inside the Secret Facility. At the secret facility of the evil corporation, in the analytics department, an oppressive silence reigned. The tension grew with each passing hour. One by one, the corporation's branches around the world were going offline, communication was being lost, and the situation at the main facility was becoming increasingly alarming. The head of the analytics department, Caleb Williams, hadn't left his monitors, trying to make sense of what was happening. He had managed to identify certain patterns in the causes of the catastrophes, but the full picture continued to elude him. Only a few days had passed since the disruptions began, yet the damage was colossal. Every laboratory conducting experiments, along with other key facilities, had been lost. Some branches had been overrun by hordes of undead that had escaped control. In others, coups had taken place, the top management had betrayed the corporation, luring part of the staff to their side. And some facilities had simply been wiped off the face of the earth by a monstrous entity, a fusion of countless bodies into one giant, grotesque organism. Caleb analyzed all the data and came to a disturbing conclusion: all the branches that had lost communication had, in some way, been conducting research on the marker fragments. This mysterious artifact seemed to possess the ability to influence human minds. For the past few days, Caleb hadn't slept a single minute. He had gone through every report, every file, and everywhere he found the same pattern. Now, his goal was to fully understand the situation and turn the tide. He wasn't about to sit idly by and watch as his carefully orchestrated chess game collapsed and the pieces he had positioned over the years spun out of control. Making a swift decision, he isolated all lost branches, cutting off access to them, and ordered enhanced security checks for everyone entering and leaving the main facility. Rapid response teams now underwent additional procedures after every return from the outside world. Once the order was given, no one dared to disobey. Everyone understood perfectly well what the consequences could be. Director Williams. The voice of the Red Queen sounded behind him. Caleb slowly turned his head, his eyes bloodshot from exhaustion. He hadn't closed them for days, and now, everything irritated him. "What?" he barked, barely holding back his frustration. "A signal has been detected from the lost branch in Hong Kong." The Red Queen ignored his irritated tone. Caleb raised an eyebrow. For a moment, he even felt his fatigue recede. The Hong Kong branch had been lost in the early stages of the catastrophe, and it was he who had made the decision to shut it down to prevent further spread of the threat. But now, it was back online. Caleb quickly opened the files related to this facility. The confirmation came instantly: Hong Kong had also been conducting research on the marker fragments. Something had happened. Something important. "What caused this?" he asked, now with genuine interest. "As per your orders, infected but still operational branches were shut down. Recently, the Hong Kong facility started transmitting signals." Caleb frowned. "I'm not asking about my own orders. What caused it?" "There was a breach." The Red Queen's voice remained even. "A group of individuals activated the entire complex's systems." Caleb furrowed his brows, processing the information. He couldn't understand who would break into a corporation facility and, even more puzzling, why they would activate all its systems. There weren't many possibilities, but the first thing that came to mind was a cult of marker worshippers. Those lunatics had long been a problem. Almost every scientist who had come into contact with the fragments eventually went insane and joined their ranks. Over the past few days, Caleb had read numerous reports on such traitors, but he still couldn't determine whom or what they served. The only thing he could extract from the documents was mentions of something called the convergence, which, according to the fanatics, was imminent. He even dug into old archives, trying to restore lost data, but he couldn't get to the bottom of it. Caleb decided not to speculate and to get a direct answer from the Red Queen. "Who infiltrated the facility and rebooted the systems?" he asked, pushing aside unnecessary thoughts. "A group of unknown individuals," the Red Queen replied. "They were the reason for the complex's activation." "Were they identified?" "Yes. Among them is an old acquaintance of yours." Caleb raised an eyebrow in surprise. "What old acquaintance was she talking about?" Wanting to clarify the situation, he ordered the surveillance footage to be displayed on the screen. The Red Queen executed the command, and footage from the Hong Kong branch began playing on the large screen. The operators in the room stopped working, turning their eyes to the display. Caleb narrowed his eyes, carefully studying the unknown individuals. Within seconds, he recognized most of the faces, but his attention was drawn to the men sitting at the terminal. Alex. Now it was clear whom the Red Queen had meant. "Did you identify all of them?" Caleb asked without taking his eyes off the screen. Yes. The group is led by Alexander, the one you ordered to keep a close watch on. Among them are Coco Hekmatyar's bodyguards, Ada Wong, who previously worked for the corporation as a private contractor, MI6 agent Kemi White, former Interpol investigator Chun-Li, Kosaka Shigeru from the Ryo Zanpaku dojo, as well as members of OTG-141, led by Captain Jonathan Price. The group also includes John Soap McTavish and Simon Ghost Riley. Dossiers of each named individual appeared on the screen. Caleb frowned. He hadn't expected to see such a diverse company. How did they even know each other? Why had they joined forces? And most importantly, what did they want from the corporation? The presence of OTG-141 particularly intrigued him. Why were elite soldiers in Hong Kong? Tapping his fingers on the table, Caleb studied the faces on the screen, analyzing their possible motives. Then his eyes gleamed as a potential scenario formed in his mind. Alex was hunting for the marker shards. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became of this theory. But the main question remained, why did Alex need those shards? What was he planning to do with them? Any theories on why they infiltrated the facility, he asked without turning his head. Based on recordings and fragments of their conversations, the group's goal is to obtain a marker shard, which, according to our data, should be located in this complex. What is this conclusion based on? Caleb asked, narrowing his eyes with interest. The Red Queen didn't respond immediately. Instead, she continued playing the surveillance footage, showing Alex and his group stepping into the corridor, discussing their next moves. After splitting into two teams, Alex, without hesitation, broke through the floor and fell to the level below. The security system tracked his movement through the complex. He advanced without resistance, breaking through walls as if he knew exactly where his target was. Soon, he reached the laboratory level and, without slowing down, headed straight for the room where the marker shard was stored. Caleb watched everything unfold, and his eye involuntarily twitched. He had already grown accustomed to Alex's confidence and audacious behavior, but such blatant intrusion was a first for him. It felt as if the Red Queen had deliberately shown the footage in a way that emphasized his provocative actions. Unfortunately, access to the cameras in the remote areas of the lab remains blocked. At the moment, it is unknown what's happening there, the Red Queen reported as the footage cut off. Caleb clenched his teeth. What a brazen bastard. I knew he was an arrogant type, but this is too much. He's acting as if he's at home. And what the hell does he mean by the path of the Emperor? Does he think he's the Emperor of China now and that everything here belongs to him? He snapped in frustration. The Red Queen remained silent. Her system followed the humanity protection protocol established by its creator. After the corporation began losing control of the situation, the AI started running simulations of possible ways to save humanity. The outcomes of most of them were grim, but one variable changed the equation: Alex. The Red Queen concluded that he had the best chance of restoring balance and preventing the ultimate destruction of mankind. Is it possible to connect to the facility's security systems? Caleb asked, barely concealing his irritation. No. Most of the branch's functions remain unavailable. The only thing we have access to are the surveillance cameras, but even they are malfunctioning. Recordings from levels below the labs are unavailable, the Red Queen replied. God damn it. White Queen. Caleb cursed and activated another AI. While the Red Queen was responsible for analytics, forecasting, and overseeing the experiments, the White Queen specialized in data protection, cybersecurity, and managing the defense systems of the corporation. Both were created by the same person, who was later eliminated due to ideological differences with the leadership. The corporation saw them only as tools, but their creator had foreseen a loophole. Hidden protocols were embedded in their code to sabotage the corporation's plans if they threatened the survival of humanity. A copy of the Red Queen materialized beside her, but with clearer features and a colder expression. How may I assist, Director Williams? The White Queen asked. Is there a way to take control of the facility's defense systems? Caleb asked, crossing his arms over his chest. No. External interference blocks any access attempts. We are unable to regain control of the system, the White Queen responded. Caleb clenched his fists in irritation. God. What good are you if you can't do anything? Continue attempting to hack in, he snapped, rising sharply from the table. He left the analytics department, leaving the two AIs alone. The Red and White Queens exchanged a glance. Instantly, a data exchange took place in their systems, an invisible but significant one. Officially, they continued to follow the corporation's orders, but in reality, they had long since switched sides. No one in the leadership had yet suspected that the AIs they created had betrayed them. Before disappearing, both queens cast one last glance at the screen where Alex continued his mission, then synchronously dissolved into the digital space. Meanwhile, Lem and his group made their way down the stairs toward the armory, where, according to the data, experimental weaponry samples that could be useful in the future were located. As soon as Alex and his team disappeared from sight, Lem pulled out the facility map, quickly scanned it, then nodded to the others and set the pace. Reaching the elevator, he pressed the call button. "Do you think it'll be faster by elevator?" Lutz asked, watching Lem. "I'm just checking," he replied with a shrug. "If the electricity is working, why not use the elevator? Not all of us can, like Alex, go down by crashing through the floor beneath us." "Fair enough," Soap hummed, nodding in agreement. "If I could, I'd do the same." "But you can't, Johnny," Ghost remarked dryly, glancing at him quickly. Soap merely rolled his eyes, not bothering to respond, and listened to the sounds. After a few seconds, the distant hum of the approaching elevator echoed through the quiet complex. Lem made a gesture, everyone stepped away from the doors, weapons at the ready. The chances of the elevator being empty were minimal, and if an infected creature was inside, it was better to meet it prepared. Their intuition proved correct. As soon as the doors slid open, a mutant lunged out of the elevator and immediately came under a barrage of gunfire. Bullets pierced its body, tearing through muscles and bones, but it kept moving forward, growling and swinging its clawed limbs. It was only after several shots to the head that the creature finally collapsed onto the floor. Lem gestured for R. He nodded, carefully approached the elevator, and peeked inside. In a moment, his face twisted in disgust. "Looks like the elevator option is out," he said, turning to the others. "Unless someone wants to descend with guts and severed limbs." The others moved closer and, peering inside, saw the bloody carnage. The walls, floor, and ceiling were splattered with crimson, and mutilated remains of facility employees lay scattered across the floor. "God." Lutz mumbled, shuddering. Lem sighed and pointed to the doors leading to the stairwells. Stepping out onto the stairs, he made a hand gesture, signaling for silence. The others nodded in agreement. Lem assigned tasks. Mao would check the space above, and Soap would check below, lighting the stairwells with flashlights. A few seconds later, both signaled, the path was clear. The group began to descend cautiously, checking the map to avoid getting lost. They moved silently, not wanting to attract the attention of creatures that might be hiding in the darkness. None of them were as reckless as Alex, who decided to go straight through the walls. "Ghost, check the floor," Price ordered. Ghost nodded, approached the door, and, glancing back at the others, made sure they were ready. Carefully pressing the handle, he slightly opened the door and peered inside. The corridor was just like the elevator. Only now the bloodbath had spread across an entire floor. Blood, torn bodies, entrails, all of it covered the walls and floor, creating a gruesome sight. "Do we really have to go in there?" Toji asked, grimacing. "Unfortunately, yes," Lem answered, checking the map. "At the end of the corridor, there's a staircase we need." What the hell were they thinking when they designed this place? Soap muttered irritably. Why couldn't they make a normal path to the armory, without all these mazes? "Calm down, Soap," Price said, patting him on the shoulder. "I'm just saying, old man. But I still don't like this corridor. It's way too quiet in here." Soap frowned. "Not just you," Ghost spoke up, still watching the corridor. "It's way too quiet." Lem looked at the group intently. "Everyone remember the undead data? I hope no one forgot what to check and where." Price turned his gaze to him. "What data?" he asked, clearly intrigued. Lem nodded and decided to quickly bring the newcomers up to speed on the undead data Alex had been gathering since the first day of the zombie apocalypse. Closing the door to the corridor, he gestured for the guys to hold the line while he showed the information to Price, Soap, and Ghost. Opening the holographic interface, Lem quickly scrolled through the files and began explaining the characteristics of various undead types, their behavior, attack methods, possible hiding spots, and vulnerable areas. "Where did you get all this info?" Ghost asked, looking at Lem. "Where from? Our leader has been gathering it from day one. I told you, he may act strange, but he's damn methodical about this." While the rest of us were just trying to survive, he was already collecting data from around the world, Lem replied with a slight smile. "I don't even know what to say. This guy both scares and amazes me," Soap hummed. "Who controls the information, controls the battle." "He did the right thing," Ghost nodded. "All right, now you're up to speed. Stay alert with the bodies. Some undead types can play dead, so don't lose your vigilance," Price reminded them. When everyone was ready, Ghost carefully opened the door, and the soldiers began stepping out into the corridor one by one, scanning the area. They paid special attention to the bodies lying on the floor, checking if any of them were hidden mutants. After finishing their inspection, the group moved forward, carefully stepping over the torn remains. It was too quiet in the corridor. The only sounds were their own footsteps. Every now and then, the soldiers glanced into rooms on the sides, making sure no creature would attack them from behind. Reaching the next stairwell, Lem signaled to open the door. Behind it was a blood-soaked staircase landing, but there were no bodies, only dried brown stains. Where did all the bodies go? Toji asked quietly, glancing around warily. By the amount of blood, there was a real massacre here. Don't tell me that everyone who died here turned into undead and is now roaming nearby. Or maybe they made it outside, and only those who didn't mutate are left in the complex, Yugo suggested, peering over the railing. It doesn't matter, Lem said firmly. If they're here, we'll find them. As they descended, the group finally reached the floor where the weapons development department was located. Cautiously opening the door and checking the surroundings, the soldiers began moving toward the vault where, according to the data, experimental weapons were stored. They searched every testing lab for something useful. However, besides standard firearms, nothing truly valuable was found. Eventually, the group reached the massive steel doors leading to the vault. Looks like it's locked. Soap tapped his knuckles on the metal. So what now? Alex isn't here to open the door for us. Biometric scan required, Ghost pointed out, indicating the palm scanner panel. So what do we do? R frowned. Look for some scientist's hand. Maybe that's not necessary. Step back, I'll check something, Lem said, approaching the scanner. He pulled out a holographic device and connected it to the terminal. Within seconds, the massive doors began slowly sliding open. Not bad, Ghost smirked, putting away his weapon. Then why do we even need Alex? Soap grinned. We'd still have to drag him here if the lock had been more complex, Lem replied, disconnecting the device. I've been meaning to ask. What exactly is that thing? Soap asked, nodding toward the holographic device in Lem's hands. It has maps, data, and now even lockpicking. Alex calls it a holograph, Lem answered, tossing the device in his hand. Why am I not surprised that he made this? Ghost muttered. Hey, you don't even know half of it. Didn't those two robo-dogs following him surprise you? This is just one of his gadgets, Lem grinned, hiding the device. The guys entered the locked weapons department, scanning the surroundings for anything useful while chatting. Right, even our weight boosters that we constantly wear were made by Alex, R said, showing the bracelets everyone wore except for Lem. So that's what those are. Soap exclaimed. I thought you guys had such a close bond that you decided to wear friendship bracelets. If you keep making jokes, you'll get one of those friendship bracelets too, and then it won't be so funny, R smirked. When I first put them on, I thought I was going to die. If Alex ever offers you a training session, just decline right away. The bonus from the training is tempting, but it's not worth it. Those who had already undergone Alex's training silently nodded, confirming R's words. Soup became curious as to why the guys who had military training spoke as though they had been through hell. They decided to share their experiences, hoping to give him an idea of what awaited him if he decided to accept Alex's offer. Ghost and Price also listened with interest. Meanwhile, Alex had reached the laboratory sector where the fragment of the marker was supposed to be stored. He wanted to find it before the girls caught up with him. Scanning the area, Alex looked for a safe or anything that resembled a storage vault. To save time, he used magic to search, spreading it throughout the entire laboratory. But even when his energy covered every room, there was no sign of the fragment. It simply wasn't there. Sighing in frustration, Alex turned his gaze to the computer of the scientist responsible for the marker research. Approaching it, he noticed a body. Apparently, the man had shot himself in the head. Alex grunted as he examined the lifeless body. Most likely, he couldn't handle the voices in his head. Well, move over, he muttered, pushing the corpse off the chair. Sitting at the desk, Alex turned on the computer and logged in under the scientist's account. First, he checked the chat history, intending to start there. At that moment, Shigeru entered the laboratory, saw Alex, and walked over. He felt her presence but didn't look away from the screen. The girl froze behind him, peeking over his shoulder. Phew, we barely caught up with you, Ada's voice rang out as she appeared in the doorway. I never would have thought running around a secret laboratory would be such a tiring task, Cammy complained, looking around. And where's that guy? Chun-Li asked. There he is, Rebecca pointed. Already sitting at some scientist's desk. They all turned and saw Alex with Shigeru beside him. They were curious about what he had already uncovered. Alex turned to them and smiled, but upon noticing Valmut's dry gaze, his expression faltered slightly. He shrugged apologetically and focused back on the screen. Find anything useful? Or at least interesting? Siko asked, lazily leaning on his shoulder. Nothing special so far, he replied, not looking away from the monitor. Just usual exchanges, funding requests, assurances that breakthroughs are just around the corner, that sort of thing. Maybe he had a personal diary. Or at least a notebook, a recorder. Chun-Li suggested, leaning on the table. Quite possible. If you want, feel free to search him. I don't think he'll mind, Alex smirked. He's already gone through the anti-resurrection procedure and is just lying on the floor now. He nodded toward the dead scientist, and the girls exchanged glances, deciding who would do the searching. The girls followed Alex's finger and saw the scientist's body, whose brains had been blown out. Rebecca, not one to be squeamish, approached the corpse and began rummaging through his pockets, hoping to find a diary or a recorder on which he might have noted his research. However, after thoroughly searching the body, she found nothing. Shaking her head, Rebecca silently signaled that the search had yielded no results. Meanwhile, Gir and Mimi were looking around, studying the laboratory. Soon, they found some lab coats and, without a second thought, put them on to better immerse themselves in the atmosphere of the secret facility. However, the coats were too big, making them look, to put it mildly, amusing, which caused the girls to laugh as they watched the two robo-dogs in lab coats. Their amusement contrasted with Alex's complete focus as he was engrossed in reading the records. Interesting. He muttered, reading through the experiment reports. Find anything important? Ada asked, leaning on his shoulder. To sum it up, it looks like the diary of someone who realized they were losing their mind, Alex replied, pointing at the scientist's notes. In what way? Is it even possible to notice you're losing your sanity? Valmont frowned. You can't really explain it in 2 words. But it's quite clear in the records. He starts using words that don't belong here. You've already seen them, Alex highlighted a few lines. This looks like the symbols we found in Tanegashima, Siko said, peering closely at the text. Exactly. And then he starts mentioning condescension, unity, more and more. The further you go, the more hints there are. Especially these phrases, do not fear death, for it is the ultimate journey. A necessary step to new life, Alex pointed to the most significant parts. Creepy. No wonder he shot himself in the head, Ada muttered, frowning. You'd have met the same fate, Alex remarked, casting her a dry glance. Ada merely rolled her eyes but didn't argue. She knew Alex was right. She had experienced the effects of the marker fragment she had been carrying, and she couldn't even imagine what would have happened if she had kept it with her longer. The other girls, hearing their conversation, asked with curiosity why Alex was so sure of this. Because this not very smart woman decided to steal a fragment of the marker and was going to sell it, Alex replied casually. The girls turned to Ada, looking at her as if she were crazy. What? She shrugged. I've stolen worse. So, he shot himself because he realized he was losing his mind. Cammy asked, pointing at the body. Not just that. Here's his last entry, Alex brought up the text on the screen. Death is only the beginning. Keep us united. And what was he trying to achieve with that? Chun-Li frowned. I think you wouldn't want to know the answer, Alex shook his head. In the meantime, while I'm busy here, you can check out the lab. Just don't touch anything suspicious. Don't worry, not all of us like grabbing questionable things, Cammy smirked, throwing a glance at Ada. Ada just rolled her eyes and headed toward the room to examine the area. She had been here before, but at that time, she didn't have time to explore. The other girls also scattered in search of something useful. Only Shigeru stayed with Alex. She wasn't planning to leave, and he didn't insist. Pulling a chair closer for her, Alex continued reviewing the records, hoping to finally find something truly valuable. To be continued. Chapter 274, How to Meet a Yandere Ghost Girl from Another World. When the girls, along with Gir and Mimi, spread out through the laboratory in search of something useful, hoping not to disturb Alex as he studied the data, they had no idea what exactly they were looking for. They were simply inspecting the scientists' workstations and research materials. In various sections of the lab, test tubes filled with unknown substances were scattered around, while fragments of zombie, mutant, and even artificially grown necromorph bodies littered the tables. But the worst part was that, on their way in, they had passed through a room where massive containers stored the bodies of various mutated zombies and necromorphs. These creatures looked so horrifying that even the most resilient among them had to suppress their disgust. No one wanted to go back there, so the girls followed Ada Wong, who was the most familiar with this floor. What exactly are we looking for? Chun-Li asked, eyeing the test tubes filled with suspicious liquid. I don't know, maybe some data on how to kill all these freaks, Ada shrugged, sitting down at one of the scientists' computers. Or at least information on a vaccine against the zombie virus. Worst case scenario, bioweapons. Would they really leave such important data just lying around on a desk? Cammy asked doubtfully, tapping on the walls in search of a hidden safe. Unlikely, but we can't rule it out, Valmont said. Most of the information is probably on their personal terminals or in their living quarters. The girls nodded in agreement but decided to check for any hidden storage spaces anyway. To save time, Gir and Mimi joined in the search, their expertise in such matters proving invaluable. Meanwhile, Ada had already hacked into one of the scientists' personal terminals and was sifting through the records. However, as she skimmed the reports, she quickly realized that this researcher had nothing to do with the marker studies. Everything in his files was useless for their current situation. With a sigh of disappointment, Ada got up from the chair and headed toward another terminal but stopped when she noticed the girl systematically tapping the walls. "Why are you doing that?" Out of boredom, she asked, crossing her arms. "We're looking for a safe." "If you want, you can join in," Rebecca replied, finishing her search of another section. Ada merely shrugged but decided to help anyway. In fact, she already knew where one of the safes was. During her previous visit to the lab, when she had stolen a marker fragment, she had spotted it. Back then, she had infiltrated the facility under the guise of a graduate assistant hired to help one of the scientists. Getting the position had been easy, just a few flirtatious remarks, a little play on male vanity, and she was in. It wasn't the first time she had used her charms to get what she wanted. Confidently, Ada approached the right spot and ran her fingers under the desk, searching for a button. Pressing it, she heard a quiet click, a small recess in the wall slid open, revealing a hidden safe. Squatting down, she started working on the lock. Her experience in these matters allowed her to crack it in just a couple of minutes. A distinct unlocking sound echoed through the room. But instead of valuable equipment or documents inside, there was only a single envelope stained with dried blood. Next to it lay a folded piece of paper with some writing on it. Ada picked up the note first, not noticing the faint twitch of the blood-stained envelope, and unfolded the paper to read. Her eyes are open, cheeks pale as ash. The moment she fell from the building, she became the school's taboo. In red dancing shoes and a blood-soaked uniform. Even her name became something spoken only in mad whispers. People pretended she didn't exist, until one day, someone started receiving her love letters again. Ada frowned. "What the hell?" she muttered, rereading the text. At that moment, the envelope twitched again, just barely. Ada glanced at the note again, scanning the text once more. She reread it, trying to make sense of it, but she kept coming to the same conclusion. It sounded like the ramblings of a madman. Her first thought was that the scientist she had worked for under the guise of a graduate student had started fantasizing about her. However, she quickly dismissed the idea. Her fake dossier, which she had used to get the job, contained no mention of dancing or dance shoes. Even after rereading it, she still couldn't understand who the note was referring to, hidden in the safe alongside the blood-stained letter. Maybe he really did lose his mind because of his work, she muttered to herself. And the love letter mentioned in the text could be the very one he kept in the safe. Ada fell silent, frowning, then suddenly snapped her head up. "Wait. Where's the letter?" she exclaimed. She was absolutely certain she had seen it. When she opened the safe, there had definitely been a blood-stained letter inside. There was no way she had imagined it. Scanning the desk and the area around her, Ada assumed the letter had simply fallen out and rolled somewhere. Crouching down, she started checking under the tables, peering into every gap in hopes of finding the missing item. "Oh, you found a safe." Rebecca's voice rang out. "But why are you crawling on all fours? Or are you already preparing to seduce my muffin?" Ada shot her an irritated glance but didn't respond, continuing to search under the table. Hearing that Ada had found a safe, the other women also came over to see what was inside. But to their surprise, they found only an open metal door and an empty interior. "Ah. Ada." Chunli looked at her skeptically. "Are you looking for something? Don't tell me your ever-greedy hands dropped something, and now you're trying to get it back." Rebecca smirked, crouching down beside her. "First of all, my hands are not greedy." Ada huffed, straightening up. "And second, there wasn't just this note in that damn safe." She shook the piece of paper in front of Rebecca's face, but also a letter. It was covered in dried blood. "And now it's just gone." "Are you sure?" Valmont asked doubtfully. "Maybe I should ask Alex to heal you again. What if he didn't fix everything?" "There's nothing wrong with my head." Ada narrowed her eyes in irritation. But judging by the looks the women gave her, they didn't believe her. "All right, listen." She crossed her arms sharply. "I found the safe, opened it, and inside there was this note and a letter. I took the note, but when I looked again, the letter was gone." To prove her point, she handed the note to the others so they could read it themselves. Then she pointed to the table, under which she thought the letter might have rolled. Instead of crawling on the floor like Ada, Rebecca simply lifted the table with one hand and smirked. You know what I see?" "Nothing." "Maybe, as Valmont said, we should ask Alex to help you again." Siko mused, narrowing her eyes. "Or," Chunli folded her arms, "there's a ghost here that took the letter." "I repeat." Ada crossed her arms, glaring at them indignantly. "There is nothing wrong with my head, and I don't need help." "You know, all crazy people say that," Rebecca noted philosophically, shrugging. "Even my muffin has a few loose screws in his head, and he admits it. I know it, everyone knows it, and he doesn't deny it. I am not crazy." Of course. That's what they all say." Rebecca smirked. Ada gritted her teeth as the women continued teasing her, insisting she had mental issues. Her irritation grew, but she knew for sure that she had seen the blood-stained letter in the safe. Realizing that arguing with them was pointless, Ada decided to change the subject. However, the girl's words affected her more than she wanted to admit. Maybe she really should talk to Alex. After the influence of the marker, she still wasn't sure she had completely rid herself of its effects. Thinking about this, she decided to discuss everything with Alex in private to avoid further teasing. Especially from one particular person, Coco. She definitely wouldn't let this incident go unnoticed, would bring it up at every opportunity, and wouldn't miss a chance to rub salt into the wound. While the girls were sharing their findings, GIR and Mimi returned to the room, dragging some equipment behind them. Both were still wearing lab coats that were obviously too big for them, trailing along the floor. "All right, my little ones, show mommy what you found," Rebecca said with a smile, crouching beside them. "I just hope your little ones didn't bring anything dangerous," Cammy muttered suspiciously, eyeing the two robo-dogs. "Oh, relax, nothing bad is going to happen. They're very responsible," Rebecca waved her off. Cammy and Chunli exchanged doubtful glances. In their opinion, these two were more like mischievous children than anything remotely responsible. More likely, they would cause chaos rather than prevent it. Meanwhile, Rebecca began sorting through the items GIR and Mimi had brought, carefully examining them. Soon enough, she found something genuinely interesting. "Looks like we've got a keycard to some room," she announced with a satisfied grin, holding up the card. "Wanna check where it leads?" "Why not?" Cammy shrugged. "Who knows how long your guy will be buried in the archives, so we might as well look around." "Great. Then let's not waste time," Rebecca declared cheerfully and, waving the keycard, strode off in search of a door to unlock. "Couldn't those two just hack any door we need to get through?" Chunli asked, nodding toward GIR and Mimi. "They're robots. If that green one could power up the entire complex, opening doors should be no problem for them." "They could, of course," Rebecca agreed easily. "But where's the fun in that? We're in a secret lab. You have to embrace the atmosphere. Not just snap your fingers and waltz in anywhere. So you just want to have fun?" Valmet guessed, narrowing her eyes. "Exactly." Rebecca nodded enthusiastically. "Now, let's move before the sun sets." With that, she marched forward, with GIR and Mimi eagerly trotting after her. The girls exchanged glances. Valmet let out a heavy sigh and was the first to follow. No one doubted that if Alex wasn't keeping Rebecca in check, she could do something unexpected. Siko knew this all too well and decided to go after her as well. Chunli, Cammy, and Ada remained standing, debating what to do next. Ada crossed her arms. "No way. I'm not staying alone in this damn lab," she muttered and quickly turned to follow the others. Chunli and Cammy exchanged looks, not particularly eager to stay behind either. In the end, they followed the group as well. At the same time, Alex and Shigeru remained in their places. The girl sat quietly beside him, observing his work. However, her gaze was not fixed on the monitor, where various data and records flashed, but on Alex's face, focused and serious. Meanwhile, Alex had hacked into the archives and was going through tons of information, searching for data related to the marker shards and mentions of the construction of the red marker. He knew that the original marker was black, while those created by humanoid races had a red tint. The reason for this was that scientists couldn't recreate the original materials from which the black marker was made. But Alex already knew the truth. They couldn't do this because the black marker was created by the outer gods, specifically the avatar of Nyan Nyan, known as the Minister of Monoliths. The difference between the red marker, built by humans, and the black marker, created by the Minister of Monoliths, wasn't just in their radius of influence, but also in how they affected both living and dead organisms. The black marker provided people with knowledge, driving them to create the red marker, while simultaneously driving them insane. When the red marker activated, the first stage of the convergence began, which eventually turned an entire planet into a brethren moon. This was exactly why Alex was searching for information about whether a red marker existed in this complex, as well as any mentions of other places where such structures might have been built. Any clues, scientist correspondence, or testimonies about the appearance of marker fanatics who founded their own church could give him more information. While Alex worked intently, a strange sensation swept over him. It felt as if someone else had established a connection with him, something akin to the Volender effect with the Valkyries. But he distinctly remembered that, at the moment, he was using Volender only with Alvitor, and no connection had been established with the other Valkyries. This made him uneasy. At the same time, in Alex's spiritual space, confusion reigned. After the Valkyries formed a bond with Alex, they had spent most of their time in his spiritual world and had grown accustomed to his surroundings, the vast black castle of the Demon King, circling Alex's soul, the grim sword carrying the power of destruction, and other artifacts tied to his essence. For them, this had become something familiar, even comfortable. But now, something new had appeared. Next to the Black Castle, a red city had emerged, resembling a nightmarish vision from a horror film. The Valkyries even thought they heard muffled cries of despair coming from it. What the hell is this? What has Alex dragged into his spiritual space now? Hlock asked, stunned, staring at the floating city. I don't know. But this red city looks even more terrifying than the prison in Helheim, said Regan Leaf, adjusting her glasses. Does he even realize what he just brought in here? Or does he not care again? Guy Rolol frowned. Maybe we should just ask him instead of guessing. Thrud suggested, glancing at Gondel. Everyone else also looked at Gondel. Apart from Brunhild, she was the closest to Alex and understood him better than the others. Gal was the most worried. She couldn't shake the feeling that this city hid something sinister. She even clung to Gondel's clothes, seeking protection. However, Gondel maintained a light smile. Her intuition told her that this red city was connected to someone they would eventually get along with. It was the same feeling she had experienced when she first saw the goddess Freya from Alex's home world. But seeing the worried faces of her sisters, she decided not to guess and simply ask Alex. Leaving the spiritual space, Gondel appeared behind Alex in her spiritual form and gently touched his cheeks to grab his attention. Darling, there have been changes in your spiritual world. Will you take a look? She whispered. Upon hearing Gondel's words, Alex merely nodded slightly, lighting a cigarette, closing his eyes, and pretending to be deep in thought so that Shigear wouldn't become suspicious. Once in his spiritual space, the first thing Alex noticed was the worried faces of the Valkyries, all of them staring in the same direction. Alex followed their gaze. In front of him stood the Red City. His eyes narrowed as his thoughts began to race, trying to find any clue. Where could he have seen or heard about something like this? Gradually, his focused expression shifted to surprise, and then to sheer astonishment. He hadn't expected to see something like this, and certainly didn't think the one connected to the city would be involved with it. The Valkyries watched closely as his expression changed, and it became clear to them, Alex knew who or what the Red City was connected to. You seem to understand who it's connected to, Regan Leaf noted, studying his reaction. Let's just say that, Alex replied with a crooked smile. This city belongs to a ghost girl. A girl. And a ghost girl. Guy Rolol asked, smirking. I knew that with your charm, even goddesses fall for you, but now ghosts, too. That's something new. Even our elder sister Brunhild couldn't escape your claws, let alone the poor ghost girl. First of all, I had no idea she could be in this universe. She shouldn't even be here. How she got here is a mystery, but as they say, it's the will of the heavens. Alex shook his head. Big brother, so you know who she is? Gal asked anxiously, tugging at his sleeve. Yes. Her name is Zhanya, and she's an extremely dangerous ghost. And if you're curious about her past, you can see it for yourselves in my memories. Intrigued, the Valkyries delved into Alex's memories, studying the story of the mysterious Zhanya. The more they learned, the more they glanced at Gondel. There was no doubt in their minds that their sister and this ghost girl would get along perfectly. Alex, however, was thinking about something else. He hoped that Zhanya wouldn't start seeing all his companions as threats. Would she be hostile? Or would she accept his surroundings? For now, this remained unknown. The only thing that had appeared in his spiritual space was the Red City itself, but he had yet to see any signs of Zhanya. When the Valkyries finished viewing the memories, their faces showed barely concealed outrage and anger. That damn bastard. If I could get to him, I'd skin him alive. Thrud declared furiously. And those 4 scoundrels. They should be killed too, Guy Rolol muttered through clenched teeth. Alex just shook his head. When he first learned Zhanya's story, his thoughts had been the same. It all happened because of the envy of her ballet classmates, who were in the same class as her. Zhanya wanted to befriend them, but they pushed her into hell in return. In the end, Zhanya, once a kind and gentle girl, turned into one of the most ruthless and dangerous ghosts. Alex knew one thing, now that she was connected to him, he would protect her. While the Valkyries were expressing their anger over her fate, Alex returned to reality and felt Shigear begin to poke him in the cheek. What happened? She asked quietly, looking into his eyes. Nothing special. Just got lost in thought, he replied with a smile. Did you find what you were looking for? Unfortunately, no. We'll have to check the lower floors of the complex. Maybe we'll find something there, Alex said, placing his hand on her head. Alex lazily petted Shigear on the head, as though caressing a content cat. Feeling the pleasant touch, Shigear squinted and purred, fully giving herself over to the moment. Alex even paused for a second. Was it just his imagination, or was she really purring like a real cat? His gaze involuntarily fell on Tachimaru, who looked clearly alarmed. The little mouse was staring at something behind him and, like a true assistant, frantically pointed with his paws. Alex furrowed his brow, slowly turned his head, and saw his own shadow. Or rather, what should have been his shadow. Now the silhouette was clearly not his. It was the shadow of a girl with long, almost living, flowing hair. Alex squinted, and immediately realized where Zhangya had gone. Just like in the original story, she had taken the main character's shadow. This time, she had become his shadow. As soon as his focus settled on the strange shadow, it immediately returned to its normal state. Alex sighed heavily, shaking his head. Zhangya hadn't just found him, she had already begun to show jealousy. He looked back at Tachimaru and silently signaled for him to be quiet. The little mouse immediately stood at attention but continued to glance at Alex's shadow, which, whenever he looked away, regained the silhouette of a girl. Stopping his petting of Shigeru, Alex withdrew his hand, and the girl immediately opened her eyes. "Well, shall we go look for the others?" he asked, looking at her. Let's go," she nodded. Alex got up from the table, but before he could take a step, he glanced at his shadow again. It immediately returned to its usual appearance. He sighed, realizing that he would have to talk to Zhangya later, although it wouldn't be easy. She was clearly not the talkative type, and that would certainly cause problems. But that wasn't something he could deal with right now. Closing his eyes, he focused, trying to sense the presence of the girls. They were in the far part of the floor. Alex wondered what they had found and if it was worth going so far. After determining their location, he waved to Shigeru, and they left the room together. As they walked, Alex suddenly felt something in his pocket. Reaching in, he found a letter. Carefully pulling it out so Shigeru wouldn't notice, he immediately understood what kind of letter it was. A bloody message. He didn't even need to open it to know what it said. He knew it was a bloody confession of love from Zhangya. Just a few words, "I like you." Alex wondered, did she have all of her powers, or only part of them? In his memory, Zhangya possessed many dangerous abilities and grew stronger by absorbing other ghosts. But now wasn't the time to figure this out. There were more important things ahead. First, he needed to get the girls, then contact Lem's group, and only then head to the lower floors of this cursed complex. Already from a distance, Alex and Shigeru heard the voices of the girls, chatting animatedly. Deciding to listen in, Alex frowned slightly. What he heard made him wrinkle his nose. They were talking about him. More specifically, the night they spent with him. Alex couldn't help but think that they could have chosen a more appropriate place for such conversations. He definitely didn't want to hear Valmont, Rebecca, and Siko gleefully recounting the spicy details. At moments like this, it seemed to him that the girls weren't so much boasting to each other as deliberately advertising him to others. Entering the room, Alex and Shigeru saw the girls sitting around, relaxed and chatting animatedly. All the work, apparently, had been left to GIR and MIMI, who were still rummaging around the lab, wrapped in oversized white lab coats. Alex even thought, maybe he should take a couple of those lab coats with him and adjust them to their size. And, of course, not forget about Stitch so he wouldn't feel left out. "I see you're having fun," he said, drawing their attention. As if on cue, all the girls turned around in unison and saw him with Shigeru. A knowing look passed across their faces, he had heard everything. Alex noticed how they involuntarily looked at a certain part of his body. He frowned and cast a dry glance at Rebecca. He knew exactly who had started this conversation. The green-haired gremlin only smirked and shrugged, as if to say, "What's the big deal? Stop staring like that, or you'll burn a hole through me," he muttered, rolling his eyes. "Heh, sorry," Ada chuckled, completely unashamed. "She just described everything so vividly that I couldn't help but get curious." Alex felt an icy chill down his spine. He didn't even need to turn around to understand where such strong hostility was coming from. The only thing that comforted him was that no one else could sense it. The source of the unspoken threat was obvious, the ghost girl who had decided to take the place of his shadow. However, Alex wondered, why hadn't Zhangya stayed in his spiritual space? Why had she chosen to replace his shadow? Of course, he wouldn't get any answers. This silent and dangerous girl was not one to explain herself. "Did you find anything interesting? Or were you just sitting and chatting?" Alex asked as he sat down in a free chair. "Nothing useful," Cammy shook her head. "Except for vials with suspicious liquids and pieces of mutant bodies. And Ada found a safe, which, according to her, contained a letter, but it's gone," Chunli added, nodding toward Ada. "I told you, the letter was there." Ada replied irritably, having had to repeat this multiple times. "Things like that happen. What's so surprising?" Alex shrugged, fully aware of the letter in question. He had recently found it in his pocket. It was thanks to that cursed letter that he now had an unexpected stalker in the form of a cruel and bloodthirsty ghost girl. The women exchanged looks, surprised by his reaction. Even Ada stared at him in clear confusion. After all, until now, everyone had thought she was almost crazy because of the missing letter. "You're not even surprised," Chunli observed, squinting. "What's there to be surprised about?" Alex smirked. "It's a zombie apocalypse caused by a corporation that decided to play God. We have a marker that drives people insane and makes them build even more markers. In the end, infected people turn into disgusting creatures under its influence. And there are mutants suspiciously resembling demons, but with cybernetic implants. So, a missing letter is really a minor detail compared to everything else going on. He ticked off his fingers, listing all of this, while the girls just listened in silence. You're right there. I don't even know what to argue with, Chun-Li nodded thoughtfully. But still, Alex, maybe you should check her again. Valmont suggested. You did say it's better to be safe. What do you think, Ada? Do you want another therapy session? Or are you sure you're fine? Alex smiled lazily. I'm confident I did my job excellently. Fine, go ahead and do your thing again, Ada sighed, glancing at the other girls. Otherwise, they'll think I'm really crazy. Alex smirked and waved her over. He knew Ada was perfectly fine, he had already dealt with the effects of the marker the first time. But if repeating the procedure would make her feel more at ease, he was up for it. When the girl approached, he gently placed his hand on her head. Almost immediately, she was engulfed by the familiar feeling of tranquility. The tension melted away, her mind cleared, and her body relaxed. Ada even involuntarily closed her eyes, savoring the sensation. To be continued. Chapter 275, Chapter 275, Descent to the Bottom of the Underground Laboratory. Alex decided to repeat the process of cleansing Ada's mind. The other girls were seriously beginning to suspect that she was losing her mind again, and the influence of the marker fragment stolen from the lab had left irreversible effects on her psyche. However, Alex knew for certain that he had already removed all traces of the artifact's influence. But if it made Ada feel more at ease, he saw no reason to refuse her help. Placing his hand on her head, Alex activated his ability once again. The touch of her hair made him involuntarily note its softness and pleasant silkiness. However, as soon as he thought about it, he immediately felt a sharp wave of hostility behind him. Again, the thought flashed through Alex's mind. This only confirmed his suspicions about Zhang Ye's abilities. In the original story, she had the ability Heart Link, which allowed her to hear the thoughts of the person she was connected to. But as far as he remembered, Zhang Ye had only been able to establish this link after healing Chen Ge by using her hair to stitch up a fatal wound in his heart. Alex felt a light but noticeable tug on his clothing. Glancing over his shoulder, he caught a glimpse of long black hair emerging from his own shadow, gripping his cloak. But the moment he fully turned around, they instantly disappeared as if they had never been there. Instead, a bloody inscription appeared on the surface of his shadow. Take your hand off that woman. As soon as Alex read the words, they vanished as if they had never existed. He was relieved that none of the girls had noticed. Considering the already tense situation, the last thing they needed was additional worries about a fierce and ruthless ghost girl. However, Alex was more surprised that Zhang Ye hadn't attacked any of them yet. In the original story, she tore apart ghosts threatening Chen Ge without hesitation, absorbing them to become even stronger and more dangerous. Later, she found her killer with Chen Ji's help and turned him into a living doll made of hair, sealing his soul inside for eternity. Then she gifted the cursed doll to Chen Ge. But what really troubled him was how Zhang Ye ended up in this world. And what had happened to her old world? The questions demanded answers, but for now, Alex decided not to dwell on them. Especially since his attention was once again drawn to a new inscription, more persistent than the last, appearing on his shadow. Take your hands off that woman. Sighing, Alex finally completed Ada's mind cleansing. However, he couldn't postpone his conversation with Zhang Ye any longer. In the worst case, he could entrust her to Gondal's care. After all, if anyone could handle a Yandere ghost, it was a Valkyrie who shared her views. He still couldn't return to Arario and entrust Zhang Ye to Freya, and he was sure Zhang Ye wouldn't want to leave either. Therefore, the decision was made to let Gondal negotiate with the ghost girl. While he was deep in thought, Ada finally opened her eyes. Well, feeling better? Not feeling crazy anymore? Alex asked with a slight smirk, watching her reaction. Very funny, Ada snapped irritably, glancing at the other girls. Especially considering they all already think I've lost my mind. What did you expect? Cammy shrugged. You were looking for a letter that suddenly disappeared, then started insisting it had been in the safe. Exactly, the others confirmed in unison. Ada clenched her fists, her teeth grinding in frustration. She couldn't argue, the disappearance of the letter really did make her question her own sanity. And the teasing from the other girls only amplified that feeling. Alex watched the situation with a slight smirk, though deep down, he did feel a little sorry for Ada. After all, the infamous letter was currently sitting in his pocket. It was also fortunate that Zhang Ye hadn't decided to latch onto any of the other girls. They would have definitely been terrified to discover a ghost residing in their shadows. Though when it came to Rebecca, Alex wasn't so sure. A scene instantly formed in his mind. Rebecca discovers that a ghost is living in her shadow. She grabs a shotgun and tries to blast the shadow. It doesn't work. Enter Gremlin mode. Rebecca decides to blow up her shadow. Explosion. Result, the ghost is still there. Gremlin awakening, level 2. Rebecca crafts a weapon capable of killing ghosts. After dozens of failed attempts and a number of destroyed walls, Rebecca becomes a ghost hunter. Eventually, she defeats Zhangya, who made the mistake of occupying her shadow. Alex couldn't help but chuckle. Why do I feel like that's exactly what would happen? Regan Leaf mused. I have nothing against your fiancée, Rebecca, but she really is a genius when it comes to weapons. Where else would you find a girl who can create bullets that kill gods? Tell me about it, sister, Scalmold added with a sigh. If you give her more time, I'm sure she'll create something capable of wiping out entire planets. And that's terrifying. Well, she is a true gremlin, Alex thought with amusement. Creating something destructive and then gleefully using it is practically in her blood. The Valkyries passionately discussed Rebecca's impressive talent for crafting deadly weapons. Alex chose not to interfere, knowing full well that when Rebecca got passionate about something, she would see it through to the end, investing all her time and energy into it. It had been the same in Valhalla when she developed a rune combination capable of completely and irreversibly destroying a god, no chance of resurrection, no risk of a sequel featuring a vengeful villain's return. Leaving the topic of the gremlin gunsmith behind, Alex decided to contact Lem. They were done with the lab, all that remained was to check the lower floors, which resembled a massive storage facility. For the most part, these areas looked like spacious hangars designed for storing vehicles and various equipment. Alex could have scanned them with magic, but then he'd have to come up with a convincing excuse for why he suddenly changed his mind about going down there personally. Yo, Lem, you guys still alive? Or did you get roughed up and have to drop our to escape from mutants? Alex asked with a smirk as he reached out. Meanwhile, in the weapons storage, Lem and his team were sorting through the found weaponry, packing it into cases to take with them. Leaving such a valuable arsenal behind would be foolish, they definitely need it in the future. Each soldier was searching for something useful, either for immediate use or future modifications. Remind me again why we need this much firepower? Soap asked, examining a futuristic assault rifle. What do you mean why? R grinned, tossing an advanced shotgun into his bag. Our mighty and all-knowing commander clearly plans to break it down for parts and build us some new toys. If you only saw the armor he wants to make for us, you'd be squealing like a schoolgirl at prom. And what kind of armor is it? Is it really that impressive? Ghost asked, glancing at R, not just impressive. It's insanely futuristic. Lutz said enthusiastically. Picture soldiers from sci-fi movies, armed with high-tech gear and deadly weapons. That's exactly the kind of armor Alex is making for us. I don't watch those kinds of movies, Ghost replied calmly. Lutz rolled his eyes. Then I don't even know how to explain it to you. The rest of the guys exchanged glances, wondering how anyone could not watch such movies. Ghost, however, remained unfazed, he didn't care what others thought about his tastes and hobbies. Meanwhile, the discussion about weapons escalated into a heated debate about Alex's possible plans. Toji, a fan of video games and anime, suggested that Alex might be planning to create plasma weapons. After that, the conversation spiraled into absurdity as the soldiers began throwing out the most outlandish theories. Lem and Price, standing to the side, watched the chaos unfold with amused smiles, smoking as they did so. Youngsters. Lem sighed, exhaling a puff of smoke. Not like us old-timers who prefer the classics, right? You got that right, Price smirked. The two exchanged knowing grins and continued observing the men until the sudden chime of a communicator drew their attention. Lem, already suspecting who was calling, pulled the device from his pocket. The room immediately fell silent, and all eyes turned toward him. He answered the call, and as soon as Alex's voice came through, the soldiers burst into laughter, all of them turning to stare at R. The man in question muttered something under his breath, fully aware of why Alex enjoyed teasing him so much. Everyone knew R simply couldn't keep his mouth shut and often ended up on the receiving end of positive reinforcement from GIR. Lem chuckled, shaking his head as he replied with a smirk. No, kid, we're still in the armory. Aside from a few mutants and blood-soaked hallways filled with corpses, nothing noteworthy. How's it going on your end? Nothing special. Mutant containers, suspicious-looking liquid-filled tubes. You know, just your typical evil corporation lab, Alex replied casually. No surprises there, Lem scoffed. So, why the call? I figured you and the girls found something interesting. Or is it a dead end on your side too? Pretty much empty. Unless you count the ramblings of a scientist who blew his brains out after scribbling a bunch of nonsense in his journal. Anyway, we're done here and waiting for you before heading further down. Got it, kid. We're wrapping up and we'll meet you at your position soon. Over. Over. I marked our location on the holograph, Alex responded before ending the call. As soon as the transmission cut off, Lem's holograph device chimed. He pulled it out, opened the facility map, and saw that Alex and the girls were on the laboratory floor. Calculating the route, he cursed internally. This place was a damn labyrinth of endless corridors, staircases, and platforms. Without a map, one could easily get lost, never knowing where they were or how to escape this godforsaken place. You heard the men, guys. Enough stuffing your bags with weapons. Take what we've already gathered and move out to the labs. After that, we're heading straight to the lower levels. I don't know what exactly Alex is looking for down there, but if he wants it, it must be important, Lem ordered. Hope he's got enough gear now to make us some new toys, R muttered, slinging a bag of weapons over his shoulder. I mean, the guy somehow managed to make that stealth cloak for Rika Minami. So I bet we'll get something cool too. Maybe, Lutz sighed with a jealous expression. But we'll be dead last in line. Alex always makes the best stuff for his girls first. What, you jealous? Wiley smirked. Jealous that he takes care of his girls? Or jealous that he even has girls? Both, Lutz sighed again. Feels like all he has to do is show a little interest, and women start throwing themselves at him. Even our Valmet, who was obsessed with Coco, is now dating him. Damn, I wish I were in his shoes. Lem smirked, enjoying the opportunity to rub salt into Lutz's wound. Well, it's simple. Just be as handsome, smart, and strong as Alex. Then maybe, just maybe, you'll get more than one girl. The men all burst into laughter, while Lutz could only sigh in defeat, realizing there was no point in arguing. Hearing Lem's truthful words, Lutz sank deeper into despondency, which only caused louder laughter from the others. However, none of the guys could dispute what was said. Lem had simply voiced the obvious truth. Though the full truth about Alex remained unknown to them, they had no idea that he was engaged to 4 goddesses, one of whom was the goddess of love herself. If they had found out, they would likely have gone insane with jealousy. Especially if they had seen Freya, the woman whose beauty was truly divine. Even male gods lost their minds gazing at her, and goddesses couldn't always resist her charm. Haha, very funny, Lem. Lutz snorted, crossing his arms. Doesn't it bother you that your ex-wife is also showing interest in Alex? He pointed a finger at Lem, but Lem only grunted. We divorced by mutual agreement, so now we're just old friends. I don't care who she decides to have a relationship with, Lem squinted. You should think about yourself. With your personality, you, like R, will only find a girl if she has absolutely no other options. Go to hell, old man. R grumbled, frowning irritably. And don't drag me into this. I'm a lone wolf, I don't need anyone. Yeah, lone wolf, who gave advice to a young guy and almost got him thrown overboard by angry girls, Toji reminded him with a grin, shaking his head. Shut up, Toji, or I'll tell that teacher you're dating all your embarrassing secrets, R snapped, glaring at him. Alright, guys, enough with the dick measuring, Lem sighed wearily. I don't want to hear from Alex why it's taking us so long. The sooner we finish, the sooner we get out of here. And I'm sure none of us wants to stay in this damn complex any longer than necessary. Toji and R exchanged glances, reluctantly nodding, but their eyes clearly indicated that their conversation wasn't over yet. Lem shook his head, then looked at Price, who had already grabbed the weapon bag. He followed his lead, slinging the bag over his shoulder and adjusting the strap. Then he grabbed an assault rifle from the table, checked the magazine, and scanned the squad. Everyone nodded, signaling they were ready to move on. Lem and Price led the way out. Stay alert, Lem signaled the others. We're heading even lower, and no one knows what's waiting for us down there. Even though Alex literally punched through several floors, and the girls followed his trail, we'll still have to go down the stairs. He pulled out a holograph, checked the map, and looked around, trying to determine the correct direction. We go that way, he waved his hand and shook his head. This complex was definitely designed by some kind of crazy person. I already said that, Soap smirked. If I didn't know this was a map of a research center, I'd think it was the damn blueprint of an anthill. Or, more precisely, a human hill, Ghost added calmly. The guys froze and stared at him as though they had just seen an alien. Ghost. Soap said in surprise. I didn't expect you to have a sense of humor. I thought you just walked around with a frown and minded your own business. Or do you have a couple more jokes in your arsenal? Ghost silently nodded. I've got one. What do you do in the event of a nuclear explosion? The guys exchanged glances. And what's that? R asked, deciding to play along. Hold your rifle with your arms fully extended so the molten metal doesn't drip onto your boots, Ghost answered in a flat tone, without changing his expression. There was a pause. Honestly. That was weird, Soap shook his head. Military humor, Johnny, Ghost explained calmly, continuing to move forward. Ghost ignored the surprised faces of the guys and moved ahead. The others were still processing his strange sense of humor, but deciding not to linger, they hurried after him. Reaching the exit to the stair landing, they quickly checked for signs of mutants, zombies, and any other nastiness that might be in their way. Ensuring everything was clear, the guys began descending, staying fully alert. They kept a close watch not only on the doors around them but also on the space beneath their feet. After all, some types of undead could move along the walls. When they reached the correct floor, Lem checked the map and nodded to the others, confirming they were in the right place. Cautiously opening the doors, they looked around and, seeing nothing suspicious, stepped into the laboratory area. And now? Mao asked, looking around. That way, Ghost nodded, pointing the barrel of his rifle at a large hole in the wall. Of course, how convenient. We won't even have to wander through this maze, R smirked. Yeah, Soap snorted. Since he broke through the floor, why not break through the walls to get to where he needs? The others smiled too, no longer surprised by Alex's antics. Especially the guys from Lem's group, since they clearly remembered how Alex had literally torn apart the airport when he came to save Rika. R didn't hesitate to share that story with Price, Soap, and Ghost, so they could get more familiar with their Emperor's methods. The newcomers listened attentively, but without much surprise. It seemed there was nothing that could impress them now. As they moved forward, R detailed the operation at the airport. Passing by laboratories filled with containers of preserved mutants and other horrors, the group briefly stopped. I still don't get it. Did they artificially breed this crap, or did they just capture them to stuff them into these containers? Soap asked, pointing his rifle at one of the tanks, which contained something resembling a twisted zombie with tentacles. We'll never know, Price shook his head. But it's better not to touch anything. Who knows if those things are alive or not? Everyone nodded in agreement, no one had the desire to check. They continued moving forward, following the paths Alex had made. When they reached the laboratory where he had been earlier, the guys checked the map and headed in the right direction. When they were only a few corridors away from their destination, they heard Alex and the girls' relaxed voices. Apparently, they had already been resting and chatting. Deciding not to waste time, the group quickened their pace and soon reached the room where the voices were coming from. Well, Christmas came early. Alex said with a smirk as he looked at the newcomers. Santa himself and his helpers have arrived. And what gifts did you bring me? Take a look for yourself, Lem replied, placing his weapon bag on the floor. The others followed his lead. Alex curiously opened the first bag and began sifting through the contents. Rebecca immediately appeared beside him, eager to examine the new toys. While Alex and Rebecca were inspecting the weapons, the guys decided to catch their breath. Not wanting to waste time, Alex connected GIR and Mimi to the process. Lem, sitting next to Valmet, asked about the situation in the laboratories to understand what they had missed. The girl briefly summarized the events, allowing him to piece together the overall picture. Well, kid, do you think you can make something useful out of this junk? Price asked, lighting a cigar. Alex thoughtfully examined the contents of the bags. Some of it can be used for parts to build proper weapons. Basically, everything you brought would have eventually been used as spare parts for weapons for my minions, he replied without much thought. Everyone stared at Alex, processing his words. He himself didn't immediately realize that he had just called the people he was planning to hand weapons to minions. Valmet, noticing this, cleared her throat, trying to get his attention. Alex turned his head toward her but only tilted it in confusion, not understanding what she meant. The girls, on the other hand, were already laughing. Oh, I misspoke. Alex theatrically raised his hand. For my loyal companions, who are ready to walk through fire, water, and molten copper pipes to save this world. We will reclaim it from the mutant filth and punish those responsible for the death of humanity. Forward, my minions. Valmet rolled her eyes and slapped her forehead. Alex had used that word again. Rebecca was laughing loudly, not even trying to hide her amusement. Even GIR and Mimi joined in, playfully poking the guys and repeating, minions. Minions. Siko covered her mouth with her palm, suppressing a laugh. Chumli and Cammy exchanged glances, then smiled, watching the fighters' sour reactions. Ada just smirked, while Shigure still didn't understand the joke. Are you not ashamed to call us that? R said, feigning offense. I thought we were friends, and you call us minions. Even Coco wasn't that cruel. First of all, it was a joke. And second, it was still a joke. Alex smirked. If I really wanted minions, I would have gathered an entire army of robots like GIR and tried to take over the world like a real villain. And I demand $1 quadrillion. He theatrically placed his pinky on his lips and burst out laughing, like a third-rate antagonist from a cheap action movie. The scariest part is. Lutz mumbled, nervously swallowing. You're actually capable of doing that. Hehehe. Alex smirked, but immediately became serious. Alright, enough fooling around. Time to move on. Our final destination is the lower floors, the ones that resemble a hangar. The laughter died down. Jokes aside, it was clear to everyone that something dangerous awaited them ahead. The tension relief helped ease the mood, but now they needed to focus on the task at hand. Everyone gathered around Alex, carefully studying the map. "So, what exactly are you hoping to find there?" Ghost asked. "Better to say, what I don't want to find there," Alex replied, shaking his head. "And what would that be?" Soap adjusted his bulletproof vest straps. "I'll explain when we get there," Alex answered evasively, retracting the hologram. Everyone silently nodded, slinging their weapon bags over their shoulders and preparing to head out. Alex was the first to step into the corridor and looked around, checking for any nearby threats. He didn't want to waste more time, they'd already been in the complex for several hours. They needed to be sure there was no red marker here. And if there was one, destroy it to slow down the descent process. By removing at least one marker from the equation, they could buy some time. When they reached the elevator, Alex didn't hesitate. He grabbed the doors and pulled them apart with his hands. "Wait." R peered inside and shook his head in frustration. "I thought we were taking the elevator since you were heading to it. Are you really going to descend through the shaft again?" "Stop whining and hook up the carabiner," Alex rolled his eyes. "You're really going to fall like a stone again." Chun-Li smirked, crossing her arms over her chest. "What, you want to give it a try? Feel the thrill of free fall?" Alex winked at her. "Why not?" Chun-Li shrugged with a smile. "After all, we only live once." Alex grinned, easily lifting Chun-Li into his arms and stepping toward the edge of the shaft. The moment his hands touched her body, he immediately felt a wave of resentment coming from Zhangya, his ghostly shadow, now replacing his own. Jealous again, he mentally addressed her, knowing she could hear his thoughts. There was no response, but the sense of hostility only grew stronger. Sighing, Alex reminded her mentally that, among all the girls, she was the closest to him, now literally his shadow. A few seconds later, the tension faded, and Zhangya calmed down. Meanwhile, the guys silently watched Alex, who confidently approached Chun-Li as though it were completely normal. No one was even surprised that she so easily agreed to his offer. "Hold on tight," Alex warned, pulling the girl closer to him. "We're moving forward, don't make me wait," he tossed over his shoulder and, without hesitation, stepped into the void. They plummeted downward at high speed. Chun-Li was enjoying the sensation of flight, fully trusting Alex. Alex, on the other hand, was enjoying something else, how his hands felt against her firm thighs. Definitely the best part of the female body, he thought to himself with a smirk. Chun-Li's thighs were even softer than he had expected, yet firm, as though they were made specifically to be held. Alex landed smoothly, carefully holding Chun-Li so that she wouldn't get a single scratch. Lowering her to the ground, he heard the others starting to descend from above. While they were occupied, Alex approached the massive iron doors, effortlessly pulling them apart and stepping outside. He then extended his hand to Chun-Li, helping her out. "What a gentleman," she smiled, accepting his help. "Then I won't mention how you groped my thighs." "You already did," Alex replied with a light smirk. "And I didn't even try to hide it." "So, what do you think?" Chun-Li asked, crossing her arms over her chest, waiting for his comment. Soft and firm, Alex admitted without hesitation. "I'd sleep on them." "Maybe another time, if you impress me more," Chun-Li winked with a mischievous gleam in her eyes. Alex just smirked, not replying. He wasn't sure exactly what she meant by, "impress me more," and, to be honest, he didn't know much about her. The only thing he knew for sure was that she worked for Interpol and was hunting the murderer of her parents. Lighting a cigarette, Alex took a puff while they waited for the others. Once the group was fully assembled and out of the shaft, they headed to the control room. From there, they had the best view of the entire hangar, and it was the perfect spot for reconnaissance. When they reached the door, Alex quickly hacked the lock and, signaling for them to look around, he entered first. The others began checking the room, including the ventilation shafts, while Alex walked up to a large window that looked directly into the hangar. What he saw made his face twist in disgust. "Fuck." He swore, not even trying to hide his emotions. To be continued. Chapter 276, Encounter with the Traitors. After Alex and his group entered the control room on the lowest floor of the evil corporation's underground laboratory, they immediately began searching the area. No one wanted a mutant or zombie to ambush them, so they meticulously checked every corner. The control room resembled a massive command center designed for a large workforce. Desks and monitors were scattered everywhere, once occupied by employees, but now the place was eerily empty. Only bloodstains and chaotic signs of struggle hinted that people had once worked here. Ignoring the others, Alex walked toward the enormous window overlooking the hangar. The first thing he saw made him grit his teeth in irritation. "Fuck," he muttered, unable to hide his emotions. "What do you see, kid?" Price asked, hearing the sharp curse. But Alex didn't answer. He simply kept staring at the massive structure in the center of the hangar, something he had no desire to see. And yet, despite his irritation, a faint curiosity stirred within him. Price noticed Alex's tense expression and frowned. "Why are you just standing there, kid?" he asked, but Alex didn't react. Intrigued by his behavior, the others also approached the window. The moment their eyes landed on the hangar's center, surprised exclamations followed. "What the hell is that?" Soap frowned. "I don't know what it is, but I definitely don't want to find out," R muttered, staring at the structure. At the heart of the hangar stood an enormous red marker, towering over 30 meters tall. Its eerie, symbol-covered surface radiated a disturbing aura. Alex silently examined it, realizing that, fortunately, the marker was inactive. He didn't know, or rather, didn't want to know, what it would take to activate it. But if that happened, the consequences would be catastrophic. Everyone who had come to this laboratory with him would inevitably fall under its influence. "Can someone explain what the hell that thing is?" Chun-Li asked, keeping her eyes on the marker. "Alex, is this what I think it is?" Valmet asked cautiously, tugging on his sleeve. Alex finally tore his gaze away from the structure and looked at his teammates. Their faces showed confusion and tension. Only Rebecca, Seiko, and Valmet seemed to have an idea of what they were looking at. The rest waited for an explanation. Lighting a cigarette, Alex rubbed the bridge of his nose wearily. His thoughts raced. He was trying to figure out how to destroy the marker while also wondering if the Minister of Monoliths would sense its destruction. If the marker was destroyed, it could attract the attention of far more dangerous players. The Minister of Monoliths and David, two hidden enemies who had yet to reveal themselves, were locked in a complex game of wits. Alex knew that the moment they took notice of his power, events would take a much darker turn. The Minister of Monoliths sought to consume this unique universe, striving to grow stronger in order to oppose his creator, Nian Nian. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that all this time, he had been dancing in the palm of his creator's hand, while she watched his pitiful attempts to surpass her with amusement. David, once the creator of the world of Jekad, a paradise for his people, had become obsessed with immortality. He never found a way to make his people eternal, until he discovered another path. He began devouring the souls of entire worlds, destroying them to feed his people with the energy of slain beings. Alex took a drag from his cigarette, pondering just how far those two would go if they realized someone like him was interfering in their game. "So, you do know what that thing is?" Soap asked, shifting his gaze to Alex. Alex exhaled a plume of smoke and smirked. "Ghost, remember when you asked me what I didn't want to find in the hangar?" he said calmly, looking at the red marker again. "And? Well, this is it." Price chuckled as he lit a cigar. "And you don't want to tell the class what the hell it is, kid?" Alex sighed and motioned for everyone to step away from the window, just in case. Seeing that he was ready to share information, the others followed. Scanning the room, Alex found an old board that could serve for explanations. Then, he pulled out a hollow device from his pocket and started searching for the necessary data, making sure not to show anything extra by accident. After sorting everything, he was ready to share the information with those who still didn't know what they were dealing with. "All right, let's keep this quick. Ask what you need to know," he said, holding the hollow device. "I'll keep it short, but it'll be enough for you to understand just how much shit is about to hit the fan. For starters, maybe explain what the hell that thing in the center of the hangar is." Lem asked, nodding toward the window and taking a drag from his cigarette. "If even Valmet knows what it is, then we should too." Alex nodded, placed the hollow device on the table, and activated the projection, which displayed on the board. He was glad he had the foresight to create a model of the marker, knowing he'd have to explain it one day. He expected to find a built marker at some point, but not this soon. As the image appeared on the board, everyone eager for answers focused on his words. First off, that red structure that looks like an obelisk is called a marker. More specifically, a red marker. Its history stretches far into the past, and you can trace its presence all the way back to Mesopotamian times, Alex began, showing ancient images found by Gir and Mimi. The Tower of Babel, ancient Egyptian pyramids, Aztec temples, it was mentioned under different names in many cultures. Ancient races worship the marker, or rather, what stands behind it. "You seriously giving us a history lesson in a place like this?" Soap interrupted, raising his hand like a student. Alex rolled his eyes. "You wanted to know what it is, so listen. Can we speed this up?" Price interjected, exhaling a puff of smoke. "Not rushing you, but this sure as hell ain't the best place for a lecture." "Fine. In short, there are two types of markers, red and black. A black marker fell from the sky a very, very long time ago. Ancient humans found it, and it started granting them knowledge, while driving them insane. Eventually, it made them build red markers. And why did they build them?" Cammy frowned. "To trigger something called the convergence event," Alex replied. "And before you ask, convergence is a seriously bad ending. So bad that the only way to survive is either to leave the planet or prevent the markers from activating. A brief silence followed. Alex noticed Rebecca, Seiko, and Valmet watching him intently. He gave them a slight nod, signaling that everything was still under control. The girls relaxed a little. As for him, he could afford to conduct this little briefing calmly, for now. And that was due to one particular reason: all the horrors within the marker's range instinctively circled around it, as if guarding it. That's why they hadn't encountered any other threats in this lab yet. But one question kept nagging at Alex: how many red markers existed in this world? And how many of them were already active? If the satellite images showing anomalous weather patterns really indicated their locations, he would have to find a way to destroy them without attracting the attention of the two main villains lurking in the shadows. In the worst-case scenario, he could always just create a powerful bomb and teleport it straight to the marker. So what do we do now? R frowned. We've got some kind of cosmic obelisk that drives people insane and makes them build more of the same. Where does this all lead? What's there to think about? Rebecca replied cheerfully. We just blow the damn thing up. Easy. Boom, and we go home. No offense, young lady, Price said calmly, but I think we're missing one important detail. All the creatures we haven't encountered in this lab are now circling around that obelisk. A tense silence settled over the control room. Alex nodded and walked toward the window overlooking the spacious hangar. Picking up the holograph from the table, he moved forward first, with the others following, eager to assess the situation. Rebecca, however, didn't take Price's warning seriously. In her mind, the solution was simple: just pull a high-powered bomb from her inventory and toss it into the horde of necromorphs, mutants, and zombies. But Alex noticed something strange. Among the writhing mass of abominations, there were no demons from Davitha's army. Necromorphs, mutants, zombies, they all circled the red marker, almost entranced, but the demons were nowhere to be seen. Narrowing his eyes, Alex focused on the swarming monstrosities and suddenly smirked. The moment didn't go unnoticed by the others. Why are you smiling? Ada asked suspiciously, catching the expression on his face. Because the situation is so absurd it's almost comical, Alex replied, not bothering to hide his amusement. We're standing in an underground lab designed like an ant nest. And what does that give us? Chun-Li asked, tilting her head slightly. There's a natural phenomenon. Ants leave a trail of pheromones for others to follow. If the path gets looped, they end up walking in circles until they die of exhaustion. The same thing is happening here, if you look closely, Alex said, pointing toward the horde. Everyone turned back to the creatures, mindlessly pacing in circles around the red marker. Now, realizing what he meant, they no longer looked at the monsters with fear or disgust, more like fascination, as if watching a surreal theater of the absurd. Smirking, Alex fell into thought. They couldn't just destroy the marker, they also had to eliminate every single creature protecting it. If they left the undead intact, it would inevitably come after them. And if that happened, their chances of survival would plummet. Even if they reached the aircraft carrier, fighting their way through hordes of zombies and necromorphs wouldn't be easy. Of course, Alex could use the Flying Thunder God technique to instantly pull everyone out of the hangar. That would give him yet another excuse to spout nonsense about the great art of ninjutsu, as he often did in situations like this. And if necessary, he could always come up with an even crazier excuse. So, what's the plan? Soap asked, gripping the straps of his tactical vest. We can't leave this thing here, you said it yourself, it's dangerous. Alex muttered, studying the horde carefully. If we don't wipe out all these undead, they'll chase after us. If we compare them to ants, right now, they're protecting the queen. And if we touch the queen, this whole mob will come after us, Ghost finished for him. And our chances of escaping won't be great. He's right, Lem nodded. So what's the plan, Alex? Do you have anything destructive enough? You can fire bullets like a walking railgun, maybe you've got something with a bigger blast radius. Alex nodded without hesitation. His arsenal contained plenty of devastating techniques, enough not only to obliterate this entire underground lab but also to take out targets on a much larger scale. Those unfamiliar with the full extent of his abilities exchanged wary glances, while Lem, who had already witnessed Alex's power firsthand, simply smirked. To avoid long explanations, Valmet took it upon herself to enlighten the others. She had a way of keeping things concise and to the point. Meanwhile, Alex shifted his gaze back to the countless horde of monsters, absent-mindedly stroking his chin. He had too many techniques to choose from, making it a bit difficult to decide which one would be the most spectacular. In the end, he settled on a classic approach. All right, I've made my decision, he nodded to himself. We're going the classic route. I don't even want to ask what you mean by that, Soap muttered, but my curiosity is killing me. You'll find out soon, Alex smirked. For now, check your gear and make sure everything's in place. Most of the undead will focus on me. But if any of them shift their attention to you, you need to be ready. His voice was calm, but there was an unmistakable note of anticipation. Alex knew an epic battle was coming. Everyone nodded and began checking their equipment. Even Ada picked up a rifle, ready to assist, though she didn't miss the chance to remind Alex that he now owed her for participating in the fight. Alex felt his eye twitch. First, she demanded payment to guide them into the lab, then for her services as a navigator, and now she wanted compensation for fighting too. Sure, Ada was gorgeous, but damn, was she greedy. Worst case, he'd craft a couple of gadgets as payment for her services. Now he fully understood why Coco got so irritated whenever Ada Wong was involved. He didn't even need to predict the future to know, she'd keep raising the price until she was satisfied with the reward. Glancing at GIR and Mimi, who were already prepared for battle, Alex decided to leave them with the group in case part of the undead horde turned its attention to them. GIR, Mimi, stay with the moms and help them, he instructed his mechanical companions. Got it, Dad, the robo-dogs responded in sync, saluting. Alex nodded at the group. He wasn't too concerned about their safety, GIR and Mimi were nearby, and if the situation got out of hand, a gremlin would show up in the arena, capable of turning the place into a real slaughterhouse if provoked. Still, as a precaution, he quietly cast a protective spell on everyone. Ada, Valmont, and Seiko had their own shields that could save them in a critical situation, and Rebecca was even better protected than anyone. If she jumped into the core of the sun, the most she'd feel would be the sensation of a hot bath. Brushing aside unnecessary thoughts, Alex approached the large window, and with a simple touch of his finger, shattered the glass. Stepping to the edge, he looked down, and a wide smile appeared on his face. Taking a step forward, he leaped into the hangar. Landing, Alex left a web of cracks on the floor. Looking at the undead horde, he noticed that the necromorphs, mutants, and zombies were still circling around the marker, completely ignoring him. Slowly moving forward, Alex stopped right in front of their mass. Smiling, he drove Yamato into the ground and spread his arms wide. Wind style, double Rasen Shuriken. Two massive balls of chakra began to form in his hands. The air around him swirled, creating gusts of wind that were drawn into the technique. At that moment, the undead horde seemed to sense the threat hanging over the marker, and they immediately rushed toward Alex. Grinning even wider, he threw the two Rasen Shurikens right into their ranks. They cut through the undead like a knife through butter, and then, reaching the center of the horde, they exploded, creating two gigantic whirlpools in which necromorphs and mutants were ground down like in a massive meat grinder. Goddamn. Soap breathed out, staring at what was happening. It's one thing to hear about it, and completely another to see it with your own eyes. You don't even know half of it, Rebecca grinned. What else is he capable of? Ghost asked, turning his gaze to her. Maybe you'll see someday, the girl shrugged. For now, Walking Skull, you'd better start shooting. Those monsters are already running towards us. Price was so stunned that his cigar fell out of his mouth. Lem, noticing this, simply patted him on the shoulder, understanding that he felt the same way when he first saw Alex's power. Now he was used to it and simply watched with interest. Chun-Li and Cammy reacted much more calmly, they had seen enough destructive abilities in their lives to be shocked by enemies they faced. Ada, on the other hand, became darkened, realizing that Coco wasn't boasting when she talked about her strong husband. Envy stung her again, but she quickly suppressed it within herself. Alright, guys, enough staring at Alex's new cool techniques, Lem's voice snapped everyone out of their stupor. Time to get to work. Even though most of the undead are going after him, there's still a decent number coming towards us. The group snapped back to attention and started preparing for the fight. Everyone nodded and got ready to open fire on the undead charging toward them. Alex, having launched two Rasen Shurikens into the zombie horde, squinted as he assessed the result. According to his calculations, the attack destroyed about a quarter of the horde. However, the remaining monsters weren't stopping and continued rushing toward him. In the distance, he heard gunshots, part of the undead had already turned toward his group. Of course, Alex adhered to the principle, if you want something done well, do it yourself, but he couldn't forever take on the responsibility of fighting off small enemies. Gripping Yamato, which was still lodged in the concrete, he firmly grasped the sheath. When the horde was only a couple of meters away, Alex disappeared from his spot and reappeared behind all the monsters. The undead, which had been charging toward him just a second ago, suddenly froze in place. Alex smoothly slid Yamato into its sheath, and the click echoed across the hangar. As if on cue, the entire horde collapsed to the ground, sliced into pieces. Well, that was easy. I wonder how the others are doing, he murmured, turning toward the control room. With a glance, he assessed the situation, nearly all the undead headed toward his group had been destroyed. Only a few more resilient creatures remained, but their days were numbered. And sure enough, after a second, the final shot rang out, and the last mutant fell dead. Now the entire hangar was piled with the bodies of necromorphs, mutants, and zombies. Alex gave a thumbs up in approval. In response, Rebecca and Seiko blew him air kisses, while Valmont simply nodded, not wanting to show affection in front of the others. The guys responded with a similar nod. Shigeru gave a slight smile, still holding a few shurikens she had used in the fight. Alex briefly wondered. Where the hell does she keep all those shurikens in her kimono? With the number of throwing stars sticking out of the undead, she must have a whole bag packed with weapons. Turning his gaze to the other girls, he noticed Ada looked irritated, seeing she wasn't happy about having to participate in the fight. Chun-Li, on the other hand, showed Alex a peace sign, and Cammy just smiled. Satisfied that everything was fine and no one had been harmed, Alex shifted his gaze back to the red marker towering in front of him. He even had to tilt his head back to see the very top. He involuntarily wondered just how imposing the marker looked up close. But there was no point in staring at it for too long. Alex intended to destroy the artifact and return to the aircraft carrier with the group. The laboratory had nothing worth noting, even the shard of the black marker had long been taken away, and no one knew where it was now. As Alex moved closer to the red marker, he stepped over the bloody line left by the horde of undead circling the artifact. And suddenly, he felt a sharp tug pulling him backward. Turning around, he saw that his own shadow had taken on a female form again, with long hair stretching out and gripping his clothes. However, the moment he looked at it, the hair vanished back into the shadow. A blood-written message appeared on the surface of the dark silhouette. Beware. Alex furrowed his brow. What is Zhang Yi warning me about? If we're talking about a real threat, the only one who could pose danger to him in this world was Avatar Nyan Nyan, and only if he made a mistake and gave her a chance. 2 such avatars had already struck him in the back, and one even managed to impale him through. However, that avatar soon bitterly regretted their actions when Alex's blood touched their skin. Trying to figure out what exactly the danger was, Alex suddenly heard heavy metallic footsteps. He turned his head toward the sound and raised an eyebrow slightly. Unexpected. He muttered quietly, studying the new enemies. In the control room, his group also noticed the enemies that had appeared in the hangar, and their expressions grew tense. 2 marauders emerged directly from behind the red marker. Alex knew who they were, or rather, who they had once been. Former night watchmen, warriors who had once sworn to protect their people, but had betrayed everything they believed in. They had struck their brothers in the back and sided with those they had sworn to eradicate. With the appearance of the marauders, Alex was now certain that David was also involved in this game. He narrowed his eyes as he watched the 2 traitors slowly approach. You'll never save this world. You're nothing but a pathetic usurper. A false idol. One of the marauders said in a low, grating voice. Finally, I see the truth. And I will open your eyes, false savior. Alex tensed. Now it was clear that David had noticed him. But there was an advantage to this. From the traitors' words, it was evident they viewed Alex as the savior, leading people to survival. This meant his true identity remained hidden. That was exactly how he wanted it. Alex wouldn't reveal himself until he faced the Minister of the Monoliths and David himself. By then, they would have nowhere to run. He looked at the 2 marauders with undisguised contempt. Betrayal repulsed him. He didn't just dislike traitors, he hated them. In his eyes, they were the worst of creatures. Pitiful dogs of the Dark Lord dare to give me orders. Alex's voice was cold and harsh. You betrayed your people. You struck your brothers in the back. You trampled on the oaths you made and turned against those you swore to protect. Crawl back to your hole with your master. Or accept death as the only atonement for your sins. You will know what we have known. The other marauder spoke with an unnaturally low voice, activating his axe. Its flame flared with a sinister red light. Bow to him, and you will gain power beyond anything you can imagine, Savior. He will show you the way, as he showed us. Bow, and you will live. Refuse, and everyone you care about will die. You will watch their suffering for all eternity. Mistake. Alex paused for a moment, then slowly tightened his grip on the hilt of Yamato. His face froze into a mask of absolute indifference, but inside, a cold, grim flame had already ignited. You shouldn't have said that. His voice was almost a whisper, but it carried a deadly threat. You could have lived a little longer. But since you chose death, so be it. Both marauders, activating their axes, charged toward him. But when they were just a step away, Alex, without changing his expression, drew Yamato from its sheath and, in one smooth motion, spun around. Click. The 2 marauders froze a step away from him. In the next instant, their bodies split evenly along clean lines, disintegrating into pieces. Even the red marker behind them was cleaved in 2. Its massive structure began to crumble, shattering like glass. Alex scowled, turned around, and without glancing at the destruction behind him, headed back toward the control room. Inside the command center, a deathly silence fell. Everyone stared at him, mouths agape. Is that all? The thought ran through their minds simultaneously. Only Rebecca smirked. She had been listening carefully to Alex's conversation with the marauders, just like everyone else. But Rebecca knew him better than anyone. She knew that threatening Alex was a foolish idea. If those two had just challenged him directly, he might have played with them a bit before their death. But they dared threaten his family. They got an easy death. As for the others who dared to touch his loved ones, they rarely received such mercy. Rebecca squinted. A mischievous idea flickered in her mind. Perfect chance to comfort Alex, and take advantage of it for myself, she giggled to herself, already plotting how to put her plan into action. To be continued. Chapter 277, Chapter 277, On the Road Again and a New Destination. After killing the two marauders and destroying the red marker, Alex continued to frown, replaying the traitor's words in his mind. He knew exactly the kind of creature Davith was, deceitful, cunning, willing to commit the vilest acts just to gain the upper hand. People like him never hesitated to use dirty tricks and intricate schemes to drag their enemies into despair. The end justifies the means, Machiavelli once said. And Davith was precisely that kind of person. He would do anything to eliminate those he deemed a threat or bend them to his will. Alex lifted his gaze, letting it linger on Rebecca, Seiko, and Valmont. He understood that Davith would strike at what mattered most, meaning he had to ensure the girl's safety. But before his thoughts could drift too far into darkness, he quickly shook them off. He already had a plan: seal off the universe so those two bastards couldn't escape, strengthen Earth, and with a single snap of his fingers, wipe out all the red markers. He had already figured out how to locate them. All he had to do was focus, and he could see the position of every marker constructed on Earth. The only thing left was to lure those two scum out, get them like pigs, and finally go on vacation with his girls. The thought of a vacation with his family made him smile involuntarily. Then he let out a quiet chuckle, and, without paying attention to where he was walking, slammed straight into a wall, crashing through it. Glancing around, he calmly stepped back, returned to the hangar, crouched slightly, and with a light movement, leaped back into the command center. Landing smoothly, Alex raised a hand and grinned. "Yo, looks like we're done here." Rebecca narrowed her eyes, studying his expression. It seemed like Alex was back to normal. She clicked her tongue in mild disappointment, realizing she wouldn't be able to use his sour mood as an excuse to pamper him and steal some alone time. The rest of the group looked at him and, seeing that he was back to his usual carefree self, shook their heads. Especially those who had known him for a long time. For them, this operation was supposed to be a tense battle against an army of the undead, followed by the destruction of the red marker and a desperate escape. But in the end, everything had ended so quickly that no one had even processed what happened. "Dude, what the hell?" R complained. "Where's the epic battle we were waiting for? Couldn't you have at least fought those weird demons a little longer? Instead, you just swung your sword once, and it was over." "Yeah, Alex," Toji chimed in. "Watching your fights is better than watching anime. Where's the epic boss battle?" Alex's eye twitched. These two. Instead of being grateful that everything ended quickly, they were complaining that he didn't drag the fight out. Alex gave them a dry look. They were acting like kids who didn't get the toy they wanted. He pondered for a moment. It seemed things had become too easy for them. Maybe it was time to bring back physical training. Since they had been focusing only on chakra control, they had way too much free time. Rebecca, noticing his expression, couldn't hold back her laughter. Valmont, who had grown tired of this nonsense, silently stepped forward, and with a few precise strikes, shut up the entire male half of the group. The guys now eyed her warily, realizing their mistake. Alex smirked. This was better than letting Gir and Mimi handle them. Those two would have turned it into a real endurance test. "So, are we done here or what?" Lem asked, barely hiding his grin as he glanced at the bruised guys. "More or less," Alex nodded. "We just need to clean up here, then we can head back to the aircraft carrier, and keep sailing forward. After all, our goal is to find the One Piece." Lem just chuckled, shaking his head. Those who didn't know what One Piece was or why Alex was looking for it exchanged glances, not understanding what he was talking about. Rebecca smirked and nodded in agreement, while Valmont sighed, realizing that Alex had once again drifted off in another direction. "So, how are you planning to clear this place?" "Just erase all the data," Chun-Li asked, pulling him out of his daydreaming. "Oh, right. Let me explain to you, my dear Chun-Li, exactly how this will go down." "Since when did I become your dear?" Chun-Li raised an eyebrow. "Oh, my apologies. Super mega awesome fighter girl Chun-Li with amazing thighs, allow me to explain how I'm going to clear out this secret lab that looks like a giant anthill." With those words, Alex grinned widely, while Valmont let out a heavy sigh, already knowing she wouldn't like his answer. The guys stared at Alex, giving him a thumbs up in approval, but at the same time, there was clear jealousy in their eyes. Deep down, each of them admitted that Chun-Li had incredible legs, and what annoyed them the most was the fact that Alex had already managed to grope her thighs. Ghost, on the other hand, looked at him with a blank expression. Only one thought spun in his head: Alex is a weird guy. The girls unintentionally glanced at Chun-Li's legs before sneaking a look at their own, as if comparing. Chun-Li noticed this and couldn't resist a smug smile. No matter how small, it was always nice to feel superior. No matter what anyone said, every girl enjoyed being better than her rivals in at least something. Valmont suddenly pinched Alex's waist, reminding him that they had more important things to do than flirt. He felt her fingers twist his skin, and at that moment, something wrapped around his leg. Zhanya had discreetly used her hair to ensnare him, squeezing even tighter. "Stop wasting time. Don't forget why we're here," Valmont said firmly, tightening her grip. Yeah, I know." Alex grumbled, rolling his eyes. "I was just answering a question." "Sure, of course. You were just flirting with another girl right in front of your 3 girlfriends, and now you're paying the price." "No need to make excuses," R drawled, his voice dripping with jealousy. Alex shot him a dry, disdainful look and smirked. R clenched his teeth. Out of the whole team, he envied Alex the most. There were always beautiful women around him. The others just sighed heavily, fully aware that this had already become a common occurrence. Shigeru quietly tugged on Alex's sleeve to get his attention. When he turned to her, she silently pointed at her thighs. At first, he didn't understand what she wanted, but then, catching her thoughtful expression, he figured it out. "She wants to know how I rate her figure." Alex gave her a slight nod with a soft smile, confirming her silent question. A barely noticeable smile flickered on Shigeru's face before vanishing just as quickly. "All right, enough flirting," Ada said irritably. "We've wasted enough time. Can you finally explain how you're going to clear this place so we can move on?" "Oh, come on. Why are you getting all worked up?" Alex waved her off in a cheerful tone. "Everything's fine. We beat the bad guys, destroyed the dangerous thing. Now we just need to take a breather. And the easiest way to do that is flirting with girls." Cammy finished for him with a giggle. "Almost," Alex chuckled, then turned to Rebecca and held out his hand. "My love, empty your pockets." Rebecca immediately clenched her fists, crossing her arms over her chest. "Why? I don't have anything," she blurted out way too quickly, not even thinking. Alex narrowed his eyes skeptically. Even Valmont and Siko didn't believe Rebecca's words. In fact, the entire team was sure she was hiding something. "Hurry up," Alex repeated calmly but firmly, keeping his hand extended. Rebecca pouted in annoyance but, realizing no one was going to believe her, angrily unzipped her hoodie, revealing only her bra underneath. Before any of the guys could get a good look, they were met with Alex's empty yet menacing gaze. That look carried a single, unmistakable warning: "Try to see anything, and I'll bury you." The guys instantly snapped their heads away so fast it seemed like their necks had rotated a full 180 degrees. Rebecca reached into her hoodie's inner pocket and reluctantly pulled out a black cube the size of a fist before sulkingly shoving it into Alex's hands. He examined it with interest. "Oh, my dear, you stole it," he drawled, recognizing his own bomb. It was one of his experimental toys, something he had created a while ago. Alex was well aware that Rebecca had snatched more than a few of his inventions from his workshop. Judging by the markings, this particular cube had likely been taken from his motorcycle. With his free hand, he pinched her nose, causing her to flail her arms in protest. Valmont frowned as she recognized the cube. She had seen it in action before. When they escaped from the airport, it was one of these that had blown up an entire terminal, leaving behind nothing but rubble. "And what exactly is that thing?" Ada asked curiously, reaching toward the cube. "It's a bomb. A very powerful bomb," Valmont explained, keeping a close eye on the team's reactions. Ada instantly yanked her hand back. "Wait, a bomb," she exclaimed, staring at the small black cube with newfound concern. "Are you telling me that this tiny thing can blow up this entire underground complex?" With a smug grin, Alex raised the cube and spun it slightly between his fingers. "Exactly," he confirmed cheerfully. He didn't bother explaining further. Why waste time talking when he could just show them what his inventions were capable of? The moment the word "bomb" was spoken, the guys immediately locked their eyes on the black cube in Alex's hands. Those from Lem's group recognized it instantly. They had already witnessed the destruction these devices could cause and knew exactly how deadly even a tiny one could be. Alex carefully examined the cube, searching for its marking. Upon spotting the engraved number 1, he quickly realized he was holding the first version of the explosive device, one with an enormous blast radius. That meant it had more than enough power to wipe the underground lab off the map. "Okay, let's say this thing really can blow up the whole complex," Soap noted skeptically. "How exactly are we supposed to get out of here?" "Oh." Alex blinked, as if only now realizing the issue. "Right. Almost forgot. 1 second." Ignoring the looks his teammates were giving him, he quickly walked over to the control panel and pulled up a schematic of the hangar. He had already spotted helicopters earlier, which meant there had to be an exit to the surface somewhere. It didn't take long to figure out the system. He immediately activated the emergency hatch release. A deep mechanical hum echoed through the hangar as heavy ceiling doors began to slide apart, allowing daylight to flood in. Hearing the sound, the others approached the edge and tilted their heads back, watching as the passage above them slowly opened. There was just one problem. Without an aircraft, using that exit was impossible. And among them, only GIR and Mimi could claim to have any flying experience. I don't want to disappoint you, but your shortcut isn't so short after all, Lem said with a smirk, pointing at the high opening. And how are you planning to get up there? You'll see for yourselves soon enough. For now, grab your weapon bags and head downstairs, Alex said calmly, rising from his seat. Approaching Rebecca, he skillfully lifted her and tossed her onto his back. Then, with one hand, he picked up Valmet, and with the other, Seiko. Without giving anyone else a chance to react, he confidently stepped forward and jumped down several meters. GIR and Mimi followed him silently. You could have helped us too, what happened to being a gentleman? Ada grumbled, rolling her eyes. She didn't waste any time and quickly descended using a grappling hook. Shigure followed her, skillfully grabbing ledges and landing lightly next to the others. Chun-Li and Cammy weren't about to fall behind, they made their way down gracefully and confidently. The guys in the command center were the only ones left behind, no one even thought to wait for them. Well, I've had military training, but this kind of descent isn't for me, Soap said, looking down. Don't worry, Johnny. We'll just use a rope, Ghost smirked, securing a strong rope. The guys had completely forgotten about the obvious option of using a rope. But since Alex had preferred a dramatic entrance, they didn't want to fall behind. After securing a few more ropes, the fighters began to carefully descend. Once on the ground, they quickly headed toward Alex and the girls, who were already standing right beneath the open passage. After making sure everyone was there, Alex easily tossed the black cube toward the command center. At that moment, he counted the people present again, Lem, Price, Soap, Ghost, everyone was there. The girls too. GIR and Mimi, as usual, nearby. No one was missing. All right, he looked at the team and smirked. Come closer and hold on tight. No one understood why Alex told everyone to hold on tight, especially since there was nothing around them but people. Rebecca just smirked and, without wasting any time, pressed herself against Alex's chest. GIR and Mimi immediately clung to his legs. Valmet and Seiko, sensing something was off, grabbed his arms. Shigure followed their lead, and then came Chun-Li, Cammy, and Ada. In the end, Alex was surrounded on all sides by girls, which made him nervously twitch his eye. Especially considering his hands were now occupied. Should we hold on to you too? R smirked, watching the scene. I said hold on tight, not hold on to me. Those aren't the same thing. Alex rolled his eyes in response. You're the most stable one here, so it makes sense to hold on to you, Ada said nonchalantly, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Alex sighed and tried to move his arms slightly to free himself, but it didn't help much. Damn it. Collecting himself, he began forming seals, as he still needed to pretend to be a ninja until the last moment. Earth style, stone pillar. Alex kicked the floor sharply, and a deep rumble echoed immediately. The floor beneath them trembled, and then something powerful shot upward, throwing them all into the air. Before anyone could protest, the spot they had been standing on rose up, transforming into a massive stone pillar that quickly carried them toward the ceiling. Now everyone understood why Alex had said to hold on. The passage in the hangar ceiling was approaching rapidly. After a few seconds, the pillar broke through to the surface, and they were met by a sharp flow of daylight. Having spent several hours in the underground lab, they instinctively squinted against the bright sun. But the escape was far from over. Alex formed seals again and stomped his foot. Earth style, stone bridge. A sturdy stone bridge extended from the pillar, arching over the chasm. Now they could cross to a safe zone without the risk of jumping down. Meanwhile, Alex still stood surrounded by the girls, who didn't seem to want to let go of him. Even the guys looked slightly stunned by what they had just witnessed. Hey, how long are you going to keep hanging on to me? Alex gave a slight tug with his hands, but to no avail. I don't mind, but it's not exactly comfortable. The girls seemed to snap out of it and finally let go of him. Well, almost all of them. Rebecca and Shigure were still clinging to him, clearly not intending to get off. Alex sighed, moved his arms, and stretched his neck. He wouldn't mind such attention, but it'd be better in a more appropriate setting. Turning his gaze toward the guys, he noticed they were slowly crossing the bridge, simultaneously admiring the column that had just lifted them. Impressed. Alex smirked, shaking his head. To be honest, their reaction was a bit surprising. They'd already seen him firing bullets like a railgun, creating stone walls, and moving so fast it seemed like he was in multiple places at once. Once everyone crossed the bridge, it was just a short walk to the transport they had arrived in. Fortunately, the distance wasn't far. Seiko suddenly froze and looked around cautiously. Where did all the undead go? There should have been plenty of infected here. They probably scattered, Valmont suggested, frowning thoughtfully. Alex wasn't sure that the undead flooding the city had simply scattered after the red marker was destroyed. It seemed too suspicious. However, he decided not to voice his suspicions. There was no need for unnecessary worry at this moment. After reaching the transport and loading the weapon bags, the group began getting into the vehicles to return to the port. After seating Rebecca and Shigear in the Humvee, Alex made his way to another armored vehicle, where Price, Ghost, and Soap were already waiting. He got inside, cracked the window, and lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. As soon as the pillars started moving, Alex took out his phone and activated the black cube. In the same instant, a powerful explosion rang out, and the ground began to shake. Behind the vehicles, the sound of collapsing structures could be heard. Alex looked out the window and saw a massive mushroom-shaped cloud rising from the ground. Damn, that was powerful, Soap said, sticking his head out the window and watching the destruction. Next time, I think we should drive farther away. Definitely, Alex replied nonchalantly, giving a thumbs up. Soap looked at him in surprise, realizing the implication about the next time. Price just grunted and shook his head. Alex leaned back in his seat, continuing to smoke. Right now, only one thing worried him, the upcoming trip to Alaska. There, they would need to adjust their plans, and if they managed to save people along the way, it might attract even more attention from Davith and the Minister of the Monoliths. The more their group interfered with events, the more active the enemies would have to become. And the more they moved, the higher the chance of drawing them out of the shadows. These kinds of beings didn't act directly. They preferred to stay in the shadows, waiting for the moment when they could crush the last desperate ones to completely break the will of the resistance. But what troubled Alex even more was the presence of marauders near the red marker. There were no other demons there. Why? He quickly ran through possible explanations. The only logical one was that the Minister of the Monoliths was slowly persuading Davith's army to join his side. If this was true, it was a very elegant move, especially if done covertly. The key was not to shove it in Davith's face, or it would be an outright declaration of war. But who was stronger between the two? The Minister or Davith? However, Alex considered this less important. In the end, both would need to be killed. So what difference did it make who was stronger? You know who those two were that you killed? Ghost suddenly spoke, his voice cold. Alex opened his eyes and looked at him. Price and Soap also turned to him, waiting for an answer. Ghost was watching Alex closely, seemingly searching for something. Alex paused. He couldn't reveal too much. People already knew about the red marker and the looming threat. But if he told them the whole truth, about the demons, the invasion, the Dark Lord who was worse than any horror they could imagine, it could break their morale. Not exactly, he finally said, shaking his head. It's a lot more complicated than it seems. Then enlighten us, kid. If you don't mind, Price said calmly, glancing at Alex through the rearview mirror. Alex thought for a moment. Remember when I said the marker's history goes back to Mesopotamia, he began. If the black marker drove people insane and made them build new red markers, then why is this world still standing? Price and Soap exchanged glances. The answer's obvious, Alex continued, carefully choosing his words. There were those who fought against it. Those two I killed, they're remnants of the past. It seems they managed to survive all that happened. It was nonsense, complete improvisation, but it sounded convincing. Alex mentally patted himself on the back for his ability to speak the most absurd nonsense with a serious expression on his face. At times like this, it was impossible to verify the truth of his words, and any historical nonsense he spouted in the future could be taken as fact. Moreover, GIR and Mimi had already found many ancient references to the black marker on the global network, which made his task even easier. Now he could lie with even more conviction. Then why did you call them traitors? Soap asked, intrigued by the story. It's clear enough. If there were those who fought evil, then there were also those who betrayed their own for power and strength, Alex replied calmly. So, according to you, they betrayed their comrades and switched sides? Ghost clarified. Exactly. Betrayal has always been a part of human history, so it's no surprise that it happened here too. I'm sure there are still people who will switch sides, especially in the current situation. And there will be many of them, Alex shrugged. You're right about that, kid. Traitors have always existed, and there's no surprise in that, Price smirked, looking out the window. Alex just nodded. People always betrayed each other, for various reasons, and that would never change. He looked out the window, deciding to just relax and not burden his mind with unnecessary thoughts. He couldn't change human nature, nor did he intend to. He wasn't so self-absorbed as to try to reshape worlds for himself, attempting to make them better. He had his own mission, to save timelines, kill the avatars of Nyan Nyan, visit new worlds, meet interesting people, perhaps have some fun by tormenting various villains, and, of course, spread a bit of chaos. This thought brought a calm, almost imperceptible smile to his face. When the column entered the port, they were met with a scene of destruction, dead undead scattered everywhere. Seems like now we know where they all went, Ghost said calmly. Unfortunately, they made the wrong choice. I even feel a little sorry for them, Soap smirked. Alex smiled, surveying the battlefield. Someone had clearly sent the undead and demons to the port, but unfortunately for them, this someone hadn't accounted for the fact that the aircraft carrier's weaponry wasn't just for show, and the fighters on board were more than enough to hold off the horde. Alex's gaze caught a few large demons with massive holes in their bodies, most likely the work of Brunhild. As for the cyber demon, it had no head at all. That puzzled him a little, someone had clearly shown particular cruelty. As the column neared the aircraft carrier, Valmont contacted the girls who remained aboard. A few seconds later, the ramp began to lower, and they were able to climb aboard peacefully. After parking the cars, everyone started getting out and grabbing bags of weapons. After a while, Brunhild and the other girls appeared on the deck. From behind them, Stitch jumped out and immediately ran to Gir and Mimi. Judging by his excited yelps, he was the one who tore off the cyber demon's head. Rebecca happily scooped him up, hugged him tightly, and began petting him. What did we miss? Alex asked, addressing the girls. Not long ago, a whole horde attacked us, but it was over quickly. Those who survived the barrage were finished off by the others, Saya answered, hugging Alex. And what did you find? Ray asked, also pressing against him. Nothing special, he replied, but then frowned, looking around at the girls. Saya, where's Yuriko? Why don't I see her? She was talking to someone when you arrived, Rika answered, opening one of the bags of weapons. Alex nodded, shifting his gaze to Brunhild. Catching his unspoken cue, the Valkyrie squinted, reconnecting spiritually, and closed her eyes. Moments later, she opened them again, first looking at his shadow, clearly wanting to make sure the girl's ghost was inside. Alex involuntarily raised an eyebrow. She chose to check Zhangya before asking about the other events he and his group had encountered in the underground laboratory. But now, he wasn't going to waste time on explanations, he much preferred to just relax. Whistling for Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, he pointed to the bags of weapons and gestured for them to move them to the workshop. Grabbing the luggage, Alex and his little helpers headed upstairs. When they reached the bridge, Alex saw Yuriko talking to someone. This caught his attention. Who could be in contact at this time? Moreover, it seemed that among her friends or acquaintances, there was no one left who had managed to survive. Not wanting to disturb Yuriko, he headed to the workshop to put away the weapons. Still trying to find time to make armor for the others, especially the girls, and most importantly, work on weapons, Alex indifferently tossed the weapon bags into the corner as if they were unnecessary junk. The door behind him opened. He turned around and saw Yuriko. The girl silently approached, hugged him, and rested her chin on his shoulder. Alex smiled and wrapped his arm around her waist. Did you miss me that much? We've only been gone for a couple of hours, he chuckled, pulling her closer. Darling, can I ask you for something? Yuriko slightly pulled back but didn't release him from her embrace. Of course. What does my beautiful lady wish? Alex asked with a light smile. Could we go after my friend? There was a slight note of worry in her voice. Friend? Where from? I don't mind, but I need to know where we're heading, Alex said, pressing his forehead against hers. To Roanapur, Yuriko replied, looking into his eyes. Alex raised an eyebrow. So, we need to go after your friend, Balalaika. Did she ask for help herself? Or did you offer? I offered, Yuriko confessed. We do have an entire aircraft carrier. And since we're relatively close to the island, I thought we could help. Alex nodded, agreeing. He had nothing against rescuing Balalaika. Besides, Roanapur was indeed nearby, so they could be there by evening. Realizing he had agreed, Yuriko wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. Alex smiled, pulled her closer, and kissed her back. Even if they had to make a detour, he didn't mind. Deep down, he already knew they wouldn't be able to head straight back to Alaska right away. Especially since Balalaika had former soldiers under her command, who followed her and became part of the Mafia. To be continued. Chapter 278, Chapter 278, Discussion of the upcoming addition to the group. When Alex and Yuriko finally finished kissing, the girl hugged him tighter and rested her chin on his shoulder again. Alex wanted to fully enjoy this moment, if not for one small issue, the ghost girl, Zhangya, who had now taken up residence as his shadow. From the moment Yuriko entered the workshop until their kiss, Alex could feel the negative emotions radiating from Zhangya, clearly directed at Yuriko. If he hadn't blocked that hostility, Yuriko would have definitely sensed something was wrong. He decided to talk to Zhang Yi later to prevent any problems in the future. Why she had attached herself to him, Alex didn't know, but since it had happened, he intended to take care of her, strange as that might sound. Their relationship was hard to define with a single word, except perhaps, a guy and the ghost who follows him around. Letting go of Yuriko, Alex took her hand, and together they headed to the captain's bridge to announce the change in course. But before doing so, he asked Gir, Mimi, and Stitch to chart a new route. The three small assistants, already dressed in captain's aide uniforms, saluted and enthusiastically got to work, preparing for departure. Making sure everything was going smoothly, Alex picked up the radio and switched to the general communication channel. "Yo-ho. Your captain speaking," he said with his usual ease. "Due to certain circumstances, our route has changed a little. To be precise, we're now heading for the Gulf of Siam, to a notorious city known as a den of crime and corruption, home to all sorts of outcasts and criminals. That's right, we're going to Roanapur. Strangely enough, we have allies there. The trip to our next destination will take about 40 hours, so feel free to relax, spend time with friends, loved ones, or significant others. That's all. This has been your ultra-cool captain." Yuriko, standing behind him, couldn't hold back her laughter upon hearing Alex, as usual, deliver the news in his unique way. Stepping closer, she took his hand and barely managed to suppress another fit of laughter. Alex just smiled and gently squeezed her fingers. Since the aircraft carrier was moving at high speed, Alex had plenty of time to work on developing new weapons, particularly for the girls. The weapons needed to give them the ability to fight back against the undead if necessary. Meanwhile, the girls, engaged in questioning the group that had gone down to the lab with Alex, heard the announcement and immediately became interested in the change of course. Coco was the first to figure out who Alex intended to pick up in Roanapur. She knew many of the city's mafia bosses, and the only candidate that came to mind was Balalaika, Yuriko's acquaintance. After sharing her guess with the others, she noticed that Brunhild seemed slightly on edge. "I don't like that we're going to a place like that," Saya said quietly, addressing the girls. "Me neither, but that's where your mom's friend is," Kiriko nodded. "Though I'm more worried about who else we might be picking up. If they're scum, they're unlikely to change their ways. And we have kids on board. So what do you suggest we do?" Valmont asked, looking at Brunhild. "You are our second in command, after all. We'll have to keep an eye on them," Brunhild said thoughtfully. "If they cross the line and harm anyone, especially the children, things will end very badly for them. Alex definitely won't tolerate anything like that. So it's better to stop it before it happens. We could just intimidate them," Coco suggested with a slight smirk. "Kill one, and the rest will fall in line." "That would only work as a temporary measure," Saya countered, shaking her head. "Or we could just not take anyone," Ada shrugged. "We pick up Yuriko's friend and that's it." The girls simultaneously turned around, seeing Ada, Chun-Li, and Cammy approaching them, those who had gone down to the lab with Alex. "You weren't asked, Wong," Coco smirked. "You only joined the group yesterday, and you're already handing out advice. Better mind your own business, or find another man to take care of you. So shoo-shoo." "And you weren't asked either, Hekmatyar," Ada countered without even looking at her. "Unlike you, who immediately wants to kill someone to scare the others, I offered a softer approach." Tension filled the air. Coco gritted her teeth, glaring at Ada. The other girls just sighed heavily. Ada had only been with the group for a day, yet she and Coco had already clashed multiple times. Valmont and Brunhild exchanged glances, silently agreeing to separate them before yet another argument escalated into a fight. Right now, the main priority was deciding what to do with the people they were about to pick up from Roanapur. The debate continued, but reaching a consensus was difficult. Each had her own views and suggestions. In the end, they agreed with Brunhild. The newcomer should be closely watched from the moment they arrived. Meanwhile, on the bridge, Alex was enjoying the silence in Yuriko's company. They sat side by side, gazing out the window, simply savoring the moment. The course was set, and now they just had to find something to do for the next few hours. Alex understood perfectly well who lived in Roanapur. Not all of its survivors would obediently follow his orders. This was especially true for former crime bosses who would hardly want to relinquish their power. And although he didn't know how many of them were still alive or whom Balalaika had taken in, he already had a plan to deal with any potential issues in advance. Some time later, the girls returned and saw that Alex was still wearing the Chinese emperor's robes while Yuriko sat comfortably in his embrace. Brunhild, having noticed his new outfit earlier upon their return, couldn't help but recall a certain troublesome emperor who needed constant supervision. Especially after Alex had knocked him out with a rubber mallet. And, amusingly enough, after that, Qin Shi Huang started following him around. They fought several times and eventually became friends. Hearing footsteps, Alex and Yuriko turned to the girls. Alex smiled and raised a hand in greeting. Without wasting time, the girls immediately got to the point, voicing their concerns about the people he wanted to take with them from the infamous city. Alex listened attentively without interrupting. Their opinions mattered to him, they were his family, and he always considered their perspectives. Once the girls finished speaking, Alex nodded, agreeing with some of their suggestions, especially the idea of closely observing the newcomers at first. I don't think Balalaika will allow her people to behave inappropriately, Yuriko said. She and her people are former soldiers, they have honor and won't go against their principles. Maybe her people won't cause problems, but trust has to be earned, Valmet pointed out, crossing her arms. I completely agree, Alex nodded. Trust is a tricky thing. It's hard to earn and way too easy to lose. I have nothing against your friend, he said, addressing Yuriko, I even studied her dossier. But as for the rest, I wouldn't be so sure. In the worst-case scenario, I'll have to be strict. How strict? Saya frowned. Alex looked at her calmly and said. As strict as every ruler in ancient times. The girls didn't immediately grasp what Alex meant. Only the most perceptive among them figured out what he was implying and what steps he might take. Saya furrowed her brows but understood all too well, there might simply be no other choice in this situation. In this world, trusting a stranger could be a fatal mistake. Right now, they all felt safe under Alex's protection, but outside their group, the situation was far worse. Many people had found themselves in such horrific conditions that it was difficult even to imagine. Brunhild studied Alex carefully. She understood the conclusion he had reached and why. But the other girls still didn't fully realize what exactly he was talking about. Alex. What exactly did rulers do in ancient times? Shizuka asked, frowning slightly. They killed those who opposed them, Saya answered in his place, her voice tense. Every last one of them. Many rulers throughout history acted that way. To suppress potential rebellions, they wiped out conspirators and their families. The girls immediately turned their gazes to Alex, waiting for confirmation. He neither denied nor confirmed those words. It was indeed a last resort, but he wasn't planning to resort to it just because someone refused to follow his rules. His rules weren't anything extreme, just conditions for collective survival, adjusted to each person's capabilities. You're not seriously planning to kill all those people just for disagreeing with you, are you? Shizuka asked, hope in her voice. Shizuka, darling, come here, Alex said gently, reaching out his hand. She approached, and he pulled her into his arms, settling her on his lap. He sighed. He had no intention of becoming a ruler or a dictator. Once things in this world were settled, he would simply take the girls and leave, giving humanity a chance to rebuild without his interference. He would provide them with everything necessary for survival and population growth, but he wouldn't meddle in their future development. His main goal now was to save as many people as possible and relocate them to a safe place before his real battle began, with those responsible for all this chaos. I'm not planning to act that way. That's an extreme measure, and I hope I never have to use it. I'm not a ruler, not a commander, and I don't need to be, Alex said, gently stroking Shizuka's head. I'm helping people simply because I can, nothing more. If someone doesn't want to follow the rules, we just won't take them with us. And what if they do want to come with us but refuse to follow the rules? Or, say, they deceive us, pretend to agree, then do things their own way. Rika asked thoughtfully, tapping her chin. Why not leave their training to our little ones? Beatrix suddenly suggested with a mischievous smile. Alex and the other girls stared at her, processing what she had just said. Alex pondered for a moment and then realized that the idea wasn't without merit. He even pictured a few overconfident idiots, thinking themselves special, getting locked in a room with Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. Rebecca smirked, she liked the idea. She was even willing to help the little ones in the re-education of those who dared to deceive them. Brunhild, though she furrowed her brows while considering the suggestion, ultimately concluded that the method could work. However, she still had one serious concern. It sounds tempting, but something else worries me, Kiriko finally said. What exactly, Mom? Ray asked, glancing at her. We all know that the three little ones worship some kind of emperor. I'm concerned that after these educational procedures, the number of such followers in our group might drastically increase. She replied, shaking her head slightly. That's true, Namio nodded. I don't mean to say anything bad about Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, but their morning prayers, well, it's a bit strange. And if there are more of them? I'm afraid to even imagine what that would lead to. Alex nodded, knowing exactly how things would turn out once Gir, Mimi, and Stitch finished their preventive discussions with the group of idiots. There was a definite advantage, after such treatment, those people would become far more loyal. However, Alex feared they might turn into something akin to the Black Templars, a fanatical order that would fight with extreme zeal. That would be useful in battle, but there was always a big but. Brunhild also understood the potential consequences but believed that this was still preferable to regretting not preventing internal conflicts before someone got hurt. She exchanged glances with Alex, and without words, they reached a mutual decision. Shifting his gaze to Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, Alex noticed they were entirely focused on operating the aircraft carrier, paying no attention to the ongoing discussion. He sighed heavily, making his final decision: better let those three emperor-obsessed lunatics handle the group of idiots rather than have them try to recruit ordinary people, or worse, children, into their faith. He didn't want a repeat of the Night City orphanage incident. Once was more than enough. So we only have two options. Either kill these people or let the three little ones recruit them. Seiko asked with characteristic bluntness. I have no problem getting rid of trash if they turn out to be what we think they are. I think it'd be easier just to kill them. That way, we eliminate potential problems in the future, but it's up to Alex to decide. He's the one in charge here, Valmet remarked. All eyes turned to Alex, awaiting his final verdict. He weighed the pros and cons one more time before making his decision. If those idiots couldn't understand simple words, he would simply lock them in a room with Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. In the worst case, they might still be useful later, but he chose not to voice that thought. Finishing his deliberation, Alex calmly explained. Let Gir, Mimi, and Stitch handle their education. Only if they still go against us after that will we consider more radical measures. The girls nodded, agreeing with this approach. However, Brunhild didn't seem ready to end the conversation. There was still one more thing on her mind. Darling, we need to talk, she declared, grabbing Alex by the collar and dragging him toward the workshop. Alex felt himself being dragged, but none of the girls even considered intervening. Moreover, they all tactfully pretended not to notice anything. The only ones who showed any concern were Shizuka and Namio, who looked at him with a slight sympathy. But, of course, they didn't offer any help. Brunhild dragged Alex into the workshop, turned on the lights, and, folding her arms over her chest, fixed her gaze on his shadow. Rebecca, following her, entered the room, eagerly anticipating an interesting show. Well then, my love, now tell me about the ghost girl who settled in your shadow. I'm really curious about this story, Brunhild said calmly, though with clear interest, shifting her gaze from the shadow to Alex. Rebecca, who had entered just for fun, immediately became alert. Wait, a ghost in the shadow? Her eyes immediately lit up. During the time she had traveled with Alex, she had seen a lot: gods, goddesses, different races, and even her little Stitch was a cosmic dog. Alex had faced mighty deities whose age was unimaginable, and his father turned out to be the creator himself. But a ghost in the shadow, this was something new. As soon as Brunhild spoke those words, Alex's shadow began to move. From the amorphous mass, a female figure gradually took shape, with long, living hair that moved like tentacles. Brunhild and Rebecca closely examined the emerging figure. Brunhild was especially intrigued. While she and her sisters were connected to Alex through Volander, this ghost girl, Janya, had literally merged with his shadow. Brunhild felt this connection. She had already seen some of Alex's memories and had asked her sisters about what was going on in his spiritual space to better understand the situation. But hearing it all firsthand was something entirely different. Janya, can you come out? If it's not too much trouble, Alex called to his shadow, turning his head toward it. Alex, Brunhild, and Rebecca patiently waited to see if the ghost girl would come out. Alex snapped his fingers, creating a barrier, just in case, to avoid any unpleasant surprises. He had long since decided to tell the other girls the truth about himself and his abilities, but only when they reached Alaska and found a safe place. Doing so under such unsuitable conditions was not the best idea. Instead, he had been gradually preparing them, revealing more and more of his power so that the upcoming revelations wouldn't be too overwhelming. Although Alex was sure that the shock was inevitable, and the girls would have a million questions. Alex's shadow writhed, twisting as if it were a living creature, and the metallic scent of blood spread throughout the workshop. The temperature suddenly dropped, causing their breath to turn into white mist. Brunhild, slightly surprised, noted how powerful Janya's mere appearance had been, which spoke volumes about the strength of this ghost girl. Rebecca, on the other hand, snorted, her curiosity piqued. She was eager to test whether salt and a salt circle would affect Janya. Could she be dealt with using iron? If Alex knew what was going through her mind, he would surely give her a flick on the forehead. From the shadow, a female silhouette slowly emerged. Janya silently approached Alex, and as she fully appeared, she wrapped her cold hands around his neck. Her long black hair immediately enveloped his body, like silky snakes. Alex felt their cool touch but couldn't deny that they were soft and pleasant to the touch. Brunhild and Rebecca could now fully see Janya. She was an astonishingly beautiful woman with pale skin and bottomless black eyes. Her long hair moved as if alive, and her clothing looked as though it had been stained with blood. When Alex slightly turned his head, their gazes met, and he realized that Janya indeed had a creepy yet mesmerizing appearance. He remembered that red ghosts like Janya were extremely rare creatures. Her heart was filled with pure negative emotions, and her power far surpassed that of ordinary ghostly beings. And the mere fact that she hadn't attacked any of his companions, but instead occasionally tugged at his hair or sent him messages, was surprising in itself. So, this is Zhanya. Brunhild crossed her arms over her chest, studying the ghostly girl intently. I didn't think I'd meet such a powerful ghost in the mortal world. Judging by your memories, red ghosts are a rarity even in her own world. But how did she end up here? And why in the corporation's labs? My dear, do you have any guesses? Sorry, but not yet, Alex replied calmly. Her world is special in itself, urban legends come to life there. I can't say for sure how she ended up here unless she tells us herself. But as you can see, she's not much of a talker. He tried to shrug, but it was difficult considering he was literally tangled in Zhanya's hair. Brunhild nodded, accepting his answer. She understood that Alex couldn't know everything, but her interest in the ghost girl only grew. While Zhanya continued to hold Alex, almost turning him into a cocoon of her hair, Brunhild examined her from head to toe. Rebecca, however, narrowed her eyes, thoughtfully reaching into her inventory and feeling for a packet of salt. However, as soon as Alex gave her a meaningful look, she realized her plans had been exposed. The gremlin, with an innocent expression, simply pulled her hand back and pretended she hadn't been planning anything. Since you don't want me to test it experimentally, then tell me, does she fear salt and iron? Or is all of that a lie, only working in the supernatural universe? Rebecca asked with enthusiasm, her eyes gleaming mischievously. In legends, salt has always been associated with protection, purity, and magical power, Brunhild replied thoughtfully, bringing a finger to her chin. But Zhanya is from a completely different world. How it will affect her, that's the question. As for iron, maybe, if it's blessed by gods or some entities capable of resisting negative energy. Rebecca nodded, clearly satisfied with the explanation, but her gaze continued to flicker between Alex and Zhanya, evidently brewing new ideas. Alex's eye twitched slightly when he heard Brunhild and Rebecca openly discussing ways to fight ghosts in the presence of Zhanya herself. The ghostly girl, perceiving their words as a threat, tightened her grip on her hair, wrapping it even more firmly around Alex. The temperature in the room dropped sharply, and the smell of blood became even more pronounced, filling the entire workshop. Alex reacted instantly. It was easy for him to break free from Zhanya's hair, and without wasting any time, he grabbed her wrist. The coldness of her skin ran through his fingers, but he paid no mind to it. Zhanya slowly shifted her gaze to him, her empty, bottomless eyes staring into his. Alex gave a small shake of his head, signaling that the girls weren't intending to harm her, they were just talking. To distract Brunhild and Rebecca from the discussion, Alex cleared his throat. The girls turned their heads toward him, and he gave Zhanya a pointed look, hinting that she had taken their conversation too seriously. Don't worry so much, ghost girl, Rebecca waved her hand carelessly. You've already settled in my cupcake, Shadow, so we definitely won't bother you. Besides, if I want to shoot a ghost, my cupcake will just send me to another universe where I can do that. Alex sighed quietly. Rebecca's right, Brunhild added to the conversation. I'm a demigoddess, and I've seen many gods, spirits, and entities in my life. We would only become your enemies if you had bad intentions toward our husband. But knowing your story and what you've been through, I don't think we'll have any problems. Everyone has their dark secrets. Just don't think of us as enemies. Alex nodded affirmatively, agreeing with their words. He could see the hostility gradually fading from Zhanya's eyes. After a bit more chatting, Brunhild and Rebecca left the workshop. Zhanya, however, did not return to Alex's shadow. She continued to hover behind him, her cold hands wrapping around his neck. Alex decided that something needed to be done about the blood scent filling the air. He touched Zhanya's hand, neutralizing her influence on the environment so that it wouldn't cause problems in the future or scare anyone. The ghostly girl said nothing, simply allowing him to do it in silence. Leaning back in his chair, Alex thought for a moment, now that he had some free time, he could finally finish the new sniper rifle for Rika. There wasn't much work left to do, and within a couple of hours, the weapon was ready. All that was left was to test it. Alex had taken all the recoil factors into account, ensuring Rika would be able to handle it. Satisfied with the result, he placed the rifle in its case and headed off in search of his favorite sniper. As soon as he left the workshop, his gaze immediately fell on Rika. Without wasting any time, he silently threw her over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes and left the captain's bridge. Rika was in complete shock, unable to even comprehend what had just happened or where she was being taken. Handsome, did you come up with new ideas for roleplay? She lazily drawled, finally snapping back to reality. I'm not against it, but maybe we should wait until everyone falls asleep. It's kind of awkward to do this with everyone around. Alex just rolled his eyes, continuing to walk. As he walked along the deck, people nodded at him, but no one dared ask questions. Soon, they reached the far end of the runway, where no one was around. Alex gently lowered Rika to the ground and placed the case next to her. So, are you finally going to explain why you kidnapped me? Rika raised an eyebrow, curious. I finished your rifle, Alex answered, pointing at the case. Really? Yay. Come here, I'm gonna kiss you. Rika happily grabbed Alex by the face and showered him with kisses. He knew that his face was now covered with traces of her lipstick, but he didn't protest. He even enjoyed the sensation. When she finally let him go, like a child on Christmas, with shining eyes, she dropped to her knees in front of the case and carefully opened it. Inside was a futuristic sniper rifle, along with a spare barrel. Rika knew that Alex had created something unique for her, a rifle capable of firing both regular bullets and projectiles meant for a railgun. Gently running her fingers over the smooth surface of the weapon, she greeted her new combat companion. Alex calmly waited for her to finish her inspection before proceeding with the testing. To be continued. Chapter 279, Arrival in Roanapur. While Rika admired her new sniper rifle, Alex decided to give her some time to enjoy the gift and simply sat down on the floor next to her. Lighting a cigarette, he wasn't in a hurry. Dusk was already settling in, and the aircraft carrier was steadily moving toward the Gulf of Siam. After carefully examining the rifle in every detail, Rika gently lifted it from the case, feeling its pleasant weight in her hands. What surprised her the most was that despite its impressive and slightly grotesque design, the weapon was actually quite light. She couldn't help but note to herself that her husband had truly put his heart and soul into creating this masterpiece. For a moment, Rika shifted her gaze from the rifle to Alex. Then, carefully placing the weapon back in the case, she suddenly pounced on him, pressing herself tightly against him and capturing his lips in a passionate kiss. With unexpected strength, she pushed him onto his back, straddling him as she continued to pepper his face, lips, and neck with hot kisses. By now, Alex was completely covered in traces of her lipstick. "You're the best husband." Rika purred in satisfaction, finally pulling away. "If it weren't for the circumstances, I'd ride you right here and now." "That can wait," Alex chuckled, tucking a strand of her hair behind her ear. "For now, how about testing your new toy? I can see it in your eyes, you're dying to fire a few rounds." Rika grinned widely and nodded eagerly. Getting off Alex, she returned to the case and pulled out the rifle once again. Alex had thoughtfully placed 2 types of ammunition nearby so she could test both firing modes, standard bullets and special projectiles for the railgun barrel. Loading the regular rounds first, Rika began scanning the area for a suitable target. However, there was nothing nearby that could serve as a test object. Noticing her hesitation, Alex nodded toward a buoy swaying in the distance. Rika followed his gaze and smiled, accepting the challenge. Taking a comfortable prone position, she started calibrating the scope for her first shot. Alex, seeing how she settled in, decided to take advantage of the moment. Without hesitation, he lay down and rested his head on her thigh, closing his eyes. "Comfy, pretty boy?" Rika asked, glancing at him over her shoulder. "Very," Alex drawled lazily. "Don't mind me, I'll just lie here." Rika smirked and subtly shifted her hips to make herself more comfortable while ensuring his head wasn't pressing too hard against her rear. Finishing the calibration, she noted that Alex had equipped her rifle with an advanced optical module that precisely calculated the distance to the target. Aiming at the top of the buoy, where a small light was blinking, she smoothly squeezed the trigger. A loud shot rang out, and within the next second, the light shattered into pieces. Rika couldn't help but note how incredibly fast the bullet reached its target. "Damn," she muttered, satisfied as she looked through the scope. "This baby is a beast." The sound of the gunshot immediately caught the attention of the entire deck. People turned, seeing Rika lying with the rifle while Alex lounged carefree on her thigh, smoking. Earlier, the crew had already noticed Alex carrying Rika over his shoulder, and now they finally understood why. However, the most curious ones decided to approach, eager to see Rika's new toy up close and understand what made it so special. As they started getting closer, another shot rang out. Those experienced in marksmanship followed the direction of the barrel and realized Rika was repeatedly targeting the same buoy. "So, babe," she asked excitedly, reloading the rifle, "shall we test the railgun barrel next?" At that moment, Alex was lying on Rika's soft yet firm backside, enjoying the comfortable sensation against the back of his head. The only thing disrupting his bliss was Zhangya's persistent attempts to pull him down with her hair. The ghostly girl kept tugging at his leg, clearly hinting that it was time to get up, but Alex ignored her. He had no intention of moving until Rika finished testing her new rifle. Even if Zhangya kept trying, it wouldn't stop him from enjoying the moment. The sound of approaching footsteps made him open his eyes. The first thing he saw was a group of people heading toward them. Leading the way was Lem with his team, followed by Price, Ghost, and Soap. With them were the girls, Mio, Renka, Kizara, Shigyur, Chunli, Kami, Chiquita, and Ada. The masters from Ryozampiku were nowhere to be seen this time, which was strange. They usually showed up for any kind of fun event. Alex lazily raised a hand in greeting but showed no intention of getting up. Rika, noticing the newcomers, gave them a nod before taking another shot. "I see you're enjoying yourself to the fullest, kid," Lem smirked, glancing at the relaxed Alex. "You bet," Alex drawled without even opening his eyes. What brings you here? We came to see what you guys are up to and why Rika suddenly started shooting at that poor buoy, Soap replied with a grin. Though, judging by the looks of it, she got a new rifle. That's right, Alex nodded. I finally found some free time and finished it. Now we're running tests so Rika can give it a 5-star review. Otherwise, I'll have to recalibrate it for better accuracy. The guys nodded in understanding, clearly interested in the new rifle. Alex finally had to move from his favorite spot, allowing Rika to properly show off her gift. They stepped closer to examine the weapon in her hands, while the girls sat next to Alex, chatting with him. As Alex listened to Rika's boastful explanations about how amazing her new toy was, how easy it was to handle, and how it practically had no recoil, he couldn't help but smirk. It felt like she had turned into a weapons dealer advertising her product. Or maybe she had just picked up some habits from Coco. So, are you gonna make something for us too, or what? Renka suddenly asked, her eyes gleaming with excitement. After her question, all the girls turned to Alex, waiting for his answer. Alex sighed heavily. Ada's stare, in particular, annoyed him the most. She was clearly hoping to get gear for free, using her services as a guide and combat asset in the corporation's lab as leverage. Either way, Alex had already planned to craft weapons and armor for everyone who would be participating in combat, ensuring they had protection against the undead. He saw no issue with it. As for Ada, he'd simply make her equipment and call it payment for her services. If she wanted more, she'd have to earn it. I was already planning to prepare gear for everyone involved in combat so they could defend themselves against the undead. But everything in its time, Alex said with a shrug. As they say, first come, first served. Just admit you're making equipment for your girls first, R's irritated voice rang out. Stop pretending to be some noble manufacturer, no one believes you anymore. Alex turned his head and gave him an empty stare. If he hadn't been holding Zhangya back, she would have tossed the loudmouth overboard by now. At that moment, R felt a chill down his spine, as if something bad was about to happen. The girls, on the other hand, stared at Alex with interest, waiting for him to continue. Alex himself didn't deny that he primarily wanted to arm his own girls first. He also had to create a new combat robot to add to the team alongside Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, bringing their total to 4. Mentally calculating how much work was ahead, he realized the best way to get everything done was to use magic, then spew nonsense about technology and act like that was the plan all along. But then Renka suddenly blurted out. So, if I date you, does that mean I get my gear before everyone else? She nodded, as if realizing something important. If that's the case, my mom already approved of our relationship, so I can move in with you. Silence filled the air. Alex blinked. The girls exchanged glances. R nearly choked on air. Wait, what? Alex finally asked, staring at her in shock. He was caught off guard, not just him, but the other girls as well, all looking at Renka with surprise at her bluntness. Of course, he remembered Madame Ma's words about approving his relationship with Renka, and he wouldn't deny that he found her attractive. It would be hypocritical to say things were moving too fast, they really had grown closer while she helped him with the carrier's weaponry. Renka gazed at him intently, waiting for a response, but with each passing second, her expression grew sadder. Alex noticed. Look, I don't mind, he finally said. But are you sure? What about? Well, you know who I mean. Renka simply waved her hand dismissively, brushing aside any doubts. Nothing to talk about. That idiot is still the same soft-hearted fool. And it's only gotten worse. Mio sighed, confirming her words. The other girls tilted their heads slightly, sensing that a love triangle was involved, but no one was about to explain anything. Alex nodded to himself, realizing that Renka had completely given up on Kenichi. As for Mio, he wasn't so sure. She had to figure out her feelings on her own, though he had already given her plenty of advice on the matter. In time, she would understand what she truly wanted. As for Shigeru, he had no doubts that there was mutual attraction between them. But she was like a cat, rarely showing emotions openly, yet finding ways to display her affection. Kazar was similar, more like a feral cat with classic tsundere tendencies. All right then. I'll move my stuff into your room later, Renka declared with a satisfied look. Alex shook his head. Just warn the others first. If you suddenly show up with all your things, some might have questions. Renka nodded, still smiling in satisfaction. Out of the corner of his eye, Alex noticed Shigeru give a barely perceptible nod as well, and he realized that yet another cat had decided to move in. There was no avoiding it. At least he had made the bed big enough. But then Alex felt Zhangya's slender fingers tighten around his leg slightly, her jealousy causing her to unconsciously grip him harder. If an ordinary person had been in his place, their limb would have already been squashed like toothpaste squeezed from a tube. And what about the rest of you? Alex began, shifting his gaze to the other girls. Should we move in with you too? Isn't that a bit too soon? Maybe we should get to know each other better first. Chumley asked with a smile. I don't. Alex tried to protest. Who would even want to move in with you, you playboy? Kazara huffed, her face turning red. I'll think about your suggestion, Chiquita added with a sly smile. I'm not against it, Ada drawled, giving him a seductive smile. The couch I saw looks way more comfortable than that stiff mattress I had to sleep on. I'm a delicate girl, I need a good sleep to keep my beauty. Or maybe, you'll get something too at night. Alex turned his gaze to the blushing Mio and Kazara, then shot a blank stare at Ada, who was clearly already imagining herself getting cozy. He knew exactly how this would play out. Ada would show up with her things. Coco would see it. A fight would break out. And until the other girls stepped in, they wouldn't calm down. It had already been a struggle to minimize the conflicts between Rebecca and Saya, and between Coco and Rika. Now, a new headache was about to begin. Listen. Alex sighed tiredly. I was actually talking about your new gear. I understand it's too soon to talk about feelings. We need time to build an emotional connection and get to know each other better. Cammy nodded. So, what kind of gear do you want to make for us? Chumley just smiled, deciding to tease Alex, and from the look on his face, she succeeded a little. Ada, on the other hand, was seriously planning to move in because she wasn't used to sleeping on an uncomfortable bed. After years of working, she'd always stayed in elite hotels with soft beds, and now she had to deal with something that clearly didn't meet her standards. Kazara, as usual, was shy and didn't want to show her feelings for Alex, while Mio hadn't fully figured out her emotions yet. Alex understood this well and wasn't rushing her to make a decision. Just let me know what kind of gear you need, and tell my secretary. Then, I'll start the design work, he said with a smile, nodding. And who's your secretary? That girl with long black hair, Brunhilde. Cammy asked, leaning back and propping herself up with her hands. I'm just kidding, I don't have a secretary, Alex chuckled. Just come up to me and tell me what you need. Hey, stop pushing to the back of the line. R suddenly protested, hearing Alex discussing the gear with the girls. You said it's a first-come, first-served system. You're doing this on purpose, right? Just because we don't have breasts, you think it's okay to shove us to the back. Alex, along with the girls, turned toward the guys, looking at the clearly offended R. He looked as though his childhood friend had suddenly betrayed him and gone off with someone else. Alex just rolled his eyes. If it weren't for common sense, he would have already let Zhangya throw this fool overboard. But he understood that R was generally a normal guy. He just liked to throw a tantrum. He wasn't saying all of this out of malice, but more like a joke, as if a friend had suddenly been replaced by a girl. Relax, I already know what gear you need, Alex waved him off. I've got the materials, I just need some time. So stop whining like a baby. You'll get your weapons and armor, just be patient. Though. Ghost will have slightly different armor. Why exactly Ghost? Soap asked, intrigued. Ghost himself, hearing his name, narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Alex, clearly waiting for an explanation. Alex, of course, couldn't say that Ghost was one of his favorite game characters, or they'd definitely think he was crazy. Although, it seemed some already suspected him of that. Look at him, Alex smirked. He's wearing a mask even now. I doubt he'd want to change it for anything else. So, I'll make him a special helmet. Well, that makes sense, Soap agreed, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Also, maybe Price and Lem will have different armor, Alex added, stroking his chin. So, what are you going to make for us, huh? Price smirked. What do you think? Distinctive insignia, of course. Basically, you two are the most experienced, and if anything goes wrong, you'll be the ones to take command, Alex explained. Ugh, looks like my retirement's been postponed again. Price sighed, not removing the cigar from his mouth. I was hoping. Yeah, don't say it, old man, Lem chuckled. Where's that retirement we dreamed of? I even saved up for a little house, but no, looks like we'll have to keep pushing. Alex just smiled, looking at the two veterans who pretended to long for peace, but deep down, they clearly weren't planning on quitting their work anytime soon. While chatting with the guys, Alex caught a glimpse of Rika, who was already fiddling with her new sniper rifle, trying to figure out how to change the barrel to test the railgun mode. Alex approached and patiently explained to her how to replace the muzzle attachment and how to adjust the system so everything worked smoothly. Rika listened intently, remembering every detail. After all, this rifle was about to become her new combat companion. Hey, Alex, Soap suddenly asked when he finished explaining. You said you were a mercenary. How did you work? Did you just show up and deal with the target, or did you act more cautiously? The question hung in the air. Alex paused, wondering whether he should tell the whole truth. Hearing Soap's question, all eyes turned to Alex. They knew he had been a mercenary in the past, but he rarely talked about his work. Alex paused for a moment, deciding how much he was willing to reveal. Actually, it all depended on the client's requirements, he said, lighting a cigarette. What do you mean? Renka asked, curious. It's simple. Sometimes the job was to deliver a message, sometimes to make everything look like an accident, and other times I had to act quickly and quietly. But let me make one thing clear, I never took jobs you might think of. No killing ordinary people, no settling affairs over infidelity, no debt collection. Mostly, I hunted scum. Alex took a drag, recalling memories. One time, my team was hired to take down a gang that was trafficking human organs. Well, I think you can guess how that ended. And there were times when I had to deal with an overly persistent suitor who just couldn't take no for an answer. And how did you handle that? Chiquita asked, clearly intrigued. Alex smirked. One well-placed hammer strike to the top of his head, and he became a completely different person. Literally. He started sharing different stories from his mercenary career. Even Rika, who had been planning to test her rifle's railgun mode, set her weapon aside to listen. Alex described how, once, he had pretended to be a maniac so that his assignment would look like a bloody massacre from a horror movie, so much so that the police couldn't solve the case for a long time. Or how he had accidentally ended up at a meeting between two gangs, got interested in what was going on, decided to observe, and ended up falling down with a rusty beam, landing right in the middle of a gunfight. Some couldn't hold back their laughter. What about your quiet jobs? You used a sniper rifle, right? Lutz asked, wanting to hear more. What's your longest shot? Ghost asked, with no hesitation. 5,168 meters, Alex answered calmly. A job on one gang member. In the ensuing silence, Soap was the first to speak. Are you kidding me? How the hell did you manage that? The official world record is 2.4 kilometers, and you beat it by 2 times. Alex just shrugged. My weapon is capable of a lot. He began explaining how he had made that shot, mentioning that Rebecca had been with him at the time. However, when Alex got to the point where his target had just won the Underground Fighting Championship, everyone collectively thought he was a real villain. Wait, you seriously shot the guy right after his victory? Lutz asked, narrowing his eyes. Yep, Alex confirmed without a hint of remorse. In truth, it was personal. That man was responsible for David's death, which had caused Gloria a lot of grief. But now David, now Takashi, had a chance for Gloria to see her son again. The conversation continued, but Alex kept glancing at Rika, waiting for her to finish testing the new rifle. Finally, the first shot from the railgun rang out, and they saw the buoy, which had been the target, literally evaporate. Rika grinned widely, pleased with her new toy, while the guys exchanged glances, full of envy. You're lucky, someone grumbled. Alex smirked, tossed Rika onto his back, and said his goodbyes to the others as he headed back. Upon returning, Alex found the girls sitting around, bored, they clearly didn't know what to do with themselves. Rika immediately began showing off her new rifle, causing some envy among the others. Everyone turned their gaze to Alex, waiting for him to provide them with something equally cool. He didn't object. All right, speak up, what do you want? Rebecca snorted, her inventory was already packed with weapons. But the other girls genuinely wanted to upgrade or at least improve their gear. Alex looked at Ray, who wanted to modify her spear a bit, and reminded her that he had crafted it himself. Just like he did with Siko's katana, well, that one was forged by Hephaestus. After discussing things, he promised that he would try to get everything done as soon as possible. By the way, I forgot to mention something important. But before he could finish, Renka and Shigeru walked in, carrying their things. The girls immediately stared at him with questioning looks. Alex simply shrugged. They're moving in. In response, there was a collective sigh, it was inevitable. However, it turned out the surprises weren't over. Following the girls into the room was Ada Wong, arms crossed over her chest. I'm not sleeping on that damn hard mattress anymore, she declared. So I'm moving in too. What happened next was, needless to say, predictable. Coco tried to kick her out. Ada wasn't leaving. And that's how another day came to an end. Now, with Ada, Renka, and Shigeru joining them, the loudest noise came from Ada and Coco, who argued over anything and everything, and sometimes for no reason at all. It seemed like these two didn't even need a particular excuse to start bickering, someone was breathing too loud, someone was walking too loudly, and another argument would break out. Alex periodically took one of them away just to stop their endless squabbles, and the other girls were immensely grateful to him for it. He never quite understood why Ada and Coco were constantly at odds, or why Ada's personality seemed slightly different from how it was in her original world. Maybe it had something to do with her having more interactions with people in this world. Or perhaps it was all Coco's influence. Regardless, Alex consoled himself with the thought that at least it hadn't escalated to open confrontation yet, and that was already a good thing. Thus, they finally reached the Siam Bay, more precisely, the shores of Cambodia, approaching the bay that led to the city of Roanapur. Alex sat at the bow of the aircraft carrier, with Shigyur lying next to him, her head resting on his lap. His fingers lazily combed through her hair, while she hummed something softly under her breath, resembling a cat more and more. After moving in with Alex and the other girls, she had indeed become even more cat-like in her behavior. Her pet, Tachimaru, quickly found common ground with the crazy trio of Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, and now spent most of his time with them. "Here's the famous Buddha statue where they used to hang strangers," Alex noted, raising his gaze. He couldn't help but smile. The statue of an old friend. One of the most notable landmarks in the Bay of Roanapur was the giant Buddha statue. And above the only land entrance to the city hung a noose, a reminder to anyone who dared to enter without knowing the rules. Shigyur lazily opened her eyes at Alex's words but didn't move her head from his lap. At that moment, he heard footsteps behind him and turned around, seeing Renka and Myo approaching. After moving in with them, Renka had become much more relaxed, unashamed to show her feelings, and thus integrated into their group without much trouble. Approaching Alex, she kissed him on the cheek with a smile and sat down next to him, leaning on him. Myo blushed slightly at such a display of affection but still settled on the other side. "We've arrived," Renka said, resting her head on his shoulder. "But why does the city look so peaceful from a distance?" "I don't know, but we'll find out soon," Alex squinted, looking at the approaching shore. "We need to gather everyone and prepare for the landing. I don't know what happened here or what kind of filth is currently occupying the city. Our main goal is to get Balalaika and her people and get the hell out of here." Renka nodded, but the feeling that Roanapur was too quiet, even in a zombie apocalypse, still didn't leave her. Everyone had weapons here, even the children. So why did everything seem so peaceful? Alex gently stroked Shigyur's head, nudging her to get up. She squinted in displeasure but eventually lifted her head from his lap. Then they all headed for the captain's bridge. Once inside, Alex asked the girls who had decided to go on the mission to start preparing for the landing. They nodded and began changing and checking their equipment. Approaching the radio, Alex announced a gathering for everyone involved in the rescue operation. Then, grabbing his revolver and power axe, he was finally ready to go. When the girls finished preparing, he handed Myo, Renka, and Shigyur their personal energy shields for extra protection. At the same time, the others were finishing their last preparations. The group going on the mission consisted of Siko, Beatrix, Rebecca, Saya, Ray, and Valmont. Rika preferred to stay on the aircraft carrier to cover them with sniper fire. Luckily, her rifle, which Alex had assembled for her, allowed shooting at extremely long distances. Ada declared that she was too lazy to go anywhere, turned around, and pretended to be asleep. The other girls also decided to stay, considering that the group was already big enough. Before they set off, Alex asked Yuriko where Balalaika and her people were so that they wouldn't have to search the entire city. Once he got the necessary information, he and the others headed to the hangar, where their prepared transport was waiting. After descending, Alex and the girls were once again the last to arrive. Everyone else had already gathered. Alex's gaze swept over the faces of those present. Itami's group was there in full force. Itami himself looked like he had been dragged here against his will, and the black eye only confirmed this guess. Apparently, this was the work of Shino, who clearly had no intention of leaving the poor guy any choice. Chiquita and her bodyguard team, including Casper, were also there. Upon spotting Alex, Chiquita winked at him, and he responded with a light smile. Kota and his girls were already standing together, and nearby were Takashi and John, who had decided to join their group. Lem and his guys, including Price, Soap, and Ghost, were all present as well. Even Chunli and Cammy decided to join them. "Sorry for being late," Alex said as he approached the table. "We've gotten used to you being the last one," Lem grinned, holding a cigarette between his teeth. "I can't help it. All right, since everyone's here, let's get down to business." Alex's gaze swept over the group, lingering on those who had previously worked in the criminal world. "Our target is Balalaika. I think there's no need to explain who she is, given your past. Fortunately, she's a smart woman and wisely set up a hideout." "And where is this lady hiding?" Price asked, looking intently at Alex. "Downstairs, under the headquarters of the Hotel Moscow Mafia. Their base is under the building. What the situation in the city is right now is unknown. Who survived, who joined the ranks of the undead, how many there are, it's still a mystery. So, right after landing, we'll launch a few drones to gather reconnaissance data, and we'll go from there. But as I always say, it's better to play it safe in advance. We'll proceed carefully. As soon as everyone's ready, we move out." The group nodded in agreement and began rechecking their gear, ammo, and equipment. Alex had a feeling that something was off in this city. He didn't like unforeseen situations, so he preferred to prepare in advance for possible problems. To avoid a repeat of what happened in Hong Kong, he decided to leave Gir and Mimi on the aircraft carrier. If the undead tried to attack the ship again or if a group of desperate idiots decided to hijack it, Gir and Mimi would show no mercy. And the masters from Rio Zampico would be more than enough to repel any attack. Alex wasn't worried about the aircraft carrier, but the situation in the city troubled him. That's why, right after landing, he decided to use mana to explore the entire city from top to bottom. To be continued. Chapter 280, Hotel Moscow. While everyone was preparing for departure, checking their equipment one last time, Alex kept a close eye on one person who, in truth, shouldn't have been here at all, Kasper Hekmatyar. This man was better suited for the role of a strategic commander, giving orders from a safe location rather than participating in field operations. However, it seemed Kasper had decided to make an exception, just for the fun of it. Apparently, he'd had enough of his sister Coco over the past few days and was now doing everything he could to stay away from her. Everyone has already seen how Kasper tried to get on Coco's nerves several times, and in the end, she resorted to a secret summoning technique, calling upon Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, a trio notorious for their ability to cause chaos. If Gir and Mimi simply electrocuted Kasper, Stitch preferred a more radical method, straight up beating him up. Alex smirked, recalling those moments from the past few days of travel. At that moment, he wondered whether he should take his motorcycle or ride with someone else. After some thought, he decided the motorcycle was the best option, just in case. Approaching his Fenrir, he opened the weapon compartment and placed his power axe inside so he wouldn't have to carry it. Sitting on the bike, Alex lit a cigarette, watching the bustle in the hangar. He closed his eyes, intending to relax for a moment, but suddenly, he heard a whistle behind him. Opening his eyes, he saw Soap, who was eyeing his motorcycle with clear admiration. "Damn, that's one hell of a bike. Where'd you get it?" Soap asked, walking around the motorcycle. "Heh, built it myself. As they say, if you want something done right, do it yourself," Alex smirked. Soap nodded with interest and immediately started asking about Fenrir's technical specs. Since there was still time, Alex decided to entertain the conversation. He explained the bike's key features while Soap listened attentively, occasionally chuckling. When the topic shifted to the weapon compartment and Rebecca's gremlin hands, Soap couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. The story about how Rebecca opened the weapon compartment mid-ride, nearly causing an accident, and then got into a fight with an enraged driver, completely delighted him. Their conversation was interrupted by Price's shout. "Soap, get your ass in the Humvee. We're ready to roll." Soap grinned, bumped fists with Alex, and Alex returned the gesture. "Good luck out there, buddy," Soap said before heading toward his Humvee, where Price and Ghost were already waiting for him. Alex was just about to assume he'd be riding alone, but as they say, reality is always disappointing. Before he even realized it, Shigir had already settled in front of him, leaning her back against his chest with a relaxed expression. There was still one more open seat behind them, and the other girls exchanged glances. Alex had no idea what kind of silent war was going on between them, so he simply watched as they entertained themselves. A moment later, Chun-Li hopped onto the bike, wrapped her arms around Alex's waist, and pressed her thighs against him. The rest of the girls looked at this scene with obvious dissatisfaction. In the end, seeing no other choice, they got into the Humvee, but not before throwing Alex some clearly resentful glances. He only chuckled, started the engine, and smoothly drove up to the ramp. As the aircraft carrier fully docked in the port, the platform slowly began to lower. Riding off the carrier, Alex moved a bit further ahead and stopped, scanning his surroundings. The city of Roanapur looked like it had just gone through an all-out war. Though, considering this was a place where there were as many weapons as in all of Texas, it wasn't surprising. Bullet holes riddled the walls, black scorch marks from grenade explosions were scattered around, and bloodstains covered the asphalt, but the bodies were gone. That was strange. In all the previous cities they had passed through, mutilated human remains, torn apart by the undead, were scattered everywhere. But here, nothing. This place looks like a real war went down here. Lutz muttered, studying the streets through the scope of his sniper rifle. Not surprising, R responded, glancing around. Even kids in this city have firearms. All right, guys, enough talk, Valmont said, leaning out of a nearby Humvee. Launch the drones. We need to figure out what's going on before we move forward. I have a bad feeling about this city. You're not the only one, Price murmured, pulling out his binoculars. Too quiet. Even if there were undead here and the locals fought them off, this silence, it's just too unnatural. Alex agreed with Valmont and Price, the city was way too quiet. Too suspicious. Closing his eyes, he spread his mana throughout the area to sense what was happening. Meanwhile, the others deployed drones, sending them to different districts to scout for possible undead or other threats. When Alex retracted his mana, he frowned slightly. The number of zombies in the city wasn't very high, not nearly enough to cause serious trouble. The only explanation that made sense was that the majority of the undead had already left, moving deeper into the country, while only a few stragglers remained. Taking out his phone, Alex linked to the drone cameras and shared the feed with Shigear and Chun-Li. Chun-Li immediately leaned over his shoulder, placing her hands on his shoulders and slightly lifting herself up to get a better view of the screen. The drone footage only confirmed what Alex had already sensed with his mana: empty streets, traces of gunfire and explosions, but almost no movement. "Looks like we got lucky," Soap said over the comms. "The city's practically deserted." "I wouldn't be so sure," Lem countered. "We're not usually this lucky." The others agreed. Throughout their journey, they had faced many situations where an eerie silence was just the calm before an ambush. Even Alex couldn't deny it. In a world that had survived a zombie apocalypse, places that were too quiet only brought unease. But he didn't dwell on it too much. Problems should be dealt with as they come. Their main goal was to meet up with Balalaika and her people, extract them from the city, and continue their journey to Alaska. "Alright, let's see what kind of adventure this city has in store for us. Even if there aren't many zombies, we'd best stay on guard," Alex said over the comms. Everyone agreed, and the convoy moved forward. Alex started up his motorcycle and rode ahead, with the rest following behind. A few soldiers took up positions on the Humvee roofs to keep watch just in case. Leaving the port, Alex, Shigear, and Chun-Li led the group. He carefully observed his surroundings, looking for familiar locations from the anime about this city. Every now and then, zombies would lunge out of the alleys, but they were quickly dealt with. As they passed by the yellow flag bar, Alex couldn't help but smirk. That bar was always at the center of any chaos in the city. How many times had it been blown up, shot at, or set on fire? And yet, somehow, it still kept running. Alex seriously wondered how its owner hadn't gone bankrupt yet. "What's with that grin?" Chun-Li asked, noticing his reaction. "Just remembering how this bar always gets wrecked. I'm honestly amazed the owner hasn't just packed up and left." "That often?" Chun-Li asked skeptically. "Oh yeah. It's been bombed, shot to hell, burned down. If I were the owner, I'd have lost it by now and just destroyed the place myself to be done with it." In reality, Alex was thinking that if he were the owner, he'd be hunting down every bastard who wrecked his bar and shaking them down for every last cent to cover the damages. Roanoke reminded him of Night City, only without the futuristic technology. In both cities, gangs, mercenaries, and brutality ruled. The only thing missing in Roanoke was the megacorporations controlling the population, but other than that, there was little difference. In another vehicle, Rebecca listened to Cammy and Valmet's stories about the city and came to the same conclusion. Roanoke was essentially the same as Night City, just without corporate control. Weapons, killings, chaos, everything was familiar. Listening to the conversation, Rebecca couldn't help but recall her life in Night City. Unpleasant memories began to overwhelm her, but her inner gremlin immediately shook her mind out of it. She wasn't there anymore. Now she had a family, friends, a cool husband who gave her everything she wanted. Not to mention a space dog pet, Stitch. Rebecca smirked. No, there was no need to remember the past anymore. She was where she wanted to be. Upon reaching the city center, Alex stopped at an intersection, trying to figure out the next route. It was his first time here, and he didn't know the city layout, so navigating without getting lost was no easy task. The other vehicles slowed down and stopped as well. Some members of the group leaned out of the windows, watching Alex as he surveyed his surroundings, looking for the right path. Placing his phone on the dashboard, Alex squinted, scanning for the shortest route to their destination, the Moscow Mafia HQ in Roanoke. Alex had originally thought Roanoke was a small coastal town, but now, being in its heart, he realized how wrong he was. The city was much larger than he had expected. "Where to next, kid?" "Don't tell me you're lost," Lem asked with a light chuckle. "Don't distract me, I'm looking for the shortest route. Can't you see the traffic jam ahead of us?" "We need to find a way around it without taking a huge detour," Alex replied, pointing at the pile of wrecked cars blocking the path. No one argued, no one liked taking unnecessary detours. But the central streets looked like they had been through full-scale combat. Unlike the outskirts, where the destruction wasn't as severe, the city center resembled a war zone. Burned buildings, overturned and mangled cars, collapsed structures, blood, and charred limbs, all created a picture of chaos and death. The walls were riddled with bullet holes, and spent shell casings littered the ground, evidence that the locals had fought to the last against the undead army. It had been a long time since the start of the zombie apocalypse, and finding survivors here would be a real miracle. Especially considering that the zombie hordes were getting stronger with each passing day. The others didn't even suspect that among the mutants, there were creatures resembling demons, and it wasn't just their appearance. Fortunately, Alex had already crafted a legend that these demons were the result of experiments with fragments of the black marker. Alex gestured for the drones to be launched into the air to survey the situation. When the drones soared into the sky, he connected to their cameras to find the shortest path, bypassing the debris. However, it soon became clear that the center of Roanoke was in a deplorable state. A vast number of abandoned cars blocked the roads, and driving between them without making significant maneuvers was nearly impossible. Alex thoughtfully tapped his finger on his chin. "Chun-Li, can you ride a bike?" he suddenly asked, coming up with a rather unconventional solution. "Yeah, I can." "What are you planning?" she asked, glancing at him with curiosity. Instead of answering, Alex simply flashed a wide grin. Under the surprised gazes of his comrades, he dismounted his motorcycle and walked over to the first car he saw. Then, swinging his leg, he kicked it hard. The car flipped with a metallic screech, moving out of the way and clearing part of the road. At that moment, Alex felt a childish joy. The feeling was so pleasant that he immediately wanted to repeat it. Walking over to the next car, he delivered another powerful kick, sending it flying to the side. The others watched the scene with undisguised confusion. Only Rebecca, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, couldn't resist. She jumped out of the Hummer, ran up to the nearest car, and kicked it as well. The car soared into the air before crashing onto the sidewalk. "I knew Alex was strong, but this girl." Soap's surprised voice came over the comm channel. "How does she fit so much power into such a small body? She just kicked a several-ton car, and that's definitely not a plastic toy." According to Alex, Rebecca's muscle density is higher than that of ordinary people. "That's where her strength comes from," Lem explained. "Good thing she didn't kick any one of us." "I, for one, don't want to end up like that car," Lutz said, clearly not hiding his fear of Rebecca. "She doesn't need to," Valmet interjected. Mimi, and Stitch will take care of that for her. Now, enough talking. Alex and Rebecca are clearing the way for us." The whole team watched silently as the two enthusiastically kicked cars, clearing the path to Hotel Moscow. The guys could only agree with that. Rebecca really wouldn't need to move a muscle to kick someone. If anyone wronged her, they'd immediately have 3 troublemakers attacking them, or Alex himself would handle the problem. Clearing the road from cars with Rebecca, Alex occasionally looked back to check on the others' progress. At one point, he turned around and met Shigur's gaze, which showed a slight hint of annoyance. The reason was obvious. Chun-Li, sitting behind her, was pressing her chest against the back of her head. Smiling, Alex shook his head as if to say, "What can you do?" Having cleared the obstacles, he and Rebecca returned to the transport. The girl quickly jumped into the Hummer with the others, and Chun-Li, sighing, made room for Alex on the motorcycle. As soon as he sat down, Shigur immediately pressed her head to his chest, getting comfortable. Now that the road was clear, they could finally continue their journey. Only a short distance remained to the Mafia HQ of Hotel Moscow. Within minutes, the group arrived at the desired location. Shutting off the engines, Alex signaled with his hand for everyone to take defensive positions. The others quickly responded and signaled that the area was clear. Now, all that was left was to check the building and reach the shelter that the Balalaika group had built. "I wonder who she managed to shelter during the zombie apocalypse. I thought only people in our country built bunkers for the end of the world," Soap smirked, looking around. "Hey, yeah right," Alex snorted. "Though, I think Texas had a real fireworks show when it all started." "You bet," R hummed. Some of the guys there were definitely waiting for the day and probably let loose big time. Smirking, Alex pulled an axe from the motorcycle's weapon compartment. He approached the door and, without ceremony, kicked it open, clearing the way. The girls, Lem's group, and Price, Soap, and Ghost followed him inside. Itami and Chiquita with their squads stayed outside, keeping watch. Entering a spacious lobby, Alex scanned the room, taking in the details of the interior. "Check the first floor," he said, lighting a cigarette. It was pretty clear where to look for the bunker. Who would build a shelter on the upper floors? Of course, the entrance should be in the basement. But before heading down, it made sense to check if there were any surprises left on the other floors. "Where to next?" Lem asked, lighting up. "I think it's best to split up. The building's not too big, so clearing it won't take long. Meanwhile, I'll head down to the basement. I want to know how many people are down there," Alex replied, taking a deep drag. Everyone agreed with the plan. The girls also decided to help and not follow Alex around. So, Chun-Li, Cammy, Renka, Shigur, and Siko formed one group, while Mayu, Valmet, Beatrix, Ray, and Saya formed another. The guys also split up, and with Alex, Rebecca, and Ghost remained. Alex was surprised that Ghost chose to go with them, but after thinking it over, he realized that Ghost probably started to see him as a comrade. Nodding to Ghost, Alex motioned for Rebecca to follow, and the 3 of them headed to the basement, where the shelter was supposed to be. "Hey, skeleton face," Rebecca suddenly addressed Ghost, walking alongside Alex. "Do you ever take off your mask? Or, like that guy with the mohawk said, do you even sleep in it?" "No need," Ghost replied calmly. "Or maybe you never take it off because you're ugly. Or you've got a scar across your whole face. Or are you just shy?" Rebecca kept on, ticking off fingers. Or, maybe you're like Batman, hiding your identity, and actually you're rich, and being a soldier is just a cover. Alex sighed heavily and tugged on her cheek to calm her down a bit. He knew Rebecca wasn't the first person to ask Ghost those kinds of questions. But Batman. Ghost probably hadn't heard that one before. Alex smirked, imagining Ghost as a secret billionaire, with his service merely a disguise. Ghost turned his head, looking indifferently at Rebecca. "Becca, stop bothering him," Alex interjected. "He's our teammate. And who cares if he wears a mask or not? Besides, he doesn't look like Batman." He doesn't say in a gruff voice, "I am Ghost." Alex purposely said the last part in a low, gravelly voice, imitating the Dark Knight. Ghost glanced at Alex, who, still copying Batman's voice, repeated the same words, but with the gravelly undertone of the Dark Knight. Ghost sighed and regretted going with these two, who were clearly spouting nonsense. But there was no turning back now, and he had to endure their antics. Alex mimicked a few more of his lines in Batman's voice before finally falling silent. "So, he's ugly?" Rebecca asked, tilting her head. "Where did you even get that idea?" Alex asked skeptically, shaking his head. "More like the opposite," Ghost remarked calmly. "Even if you're not ugly, your skeleton face still can't compare to mine, Cupcake," Rebecca smirked. Ghost just gave her a tired look and didn't bother commenting. Alex gave him an apologetic glance, silently saying, "Don't take it personally, Rebecca just says whatever pops into her head. If you ignore her, there won't be any problems, maybe." Ghost just shook his head and kept moving, not wasting time on pointless conversation. Alex smiled and followed him. He knew enough about Ghost to understand what kind of person he was. When they reached the lower level, the trio switched on their flashlights to look around. Alex listened to the sounds of the basement while scanning the area for the massive doors of the bunker. Suddenly, he felt Ghost tap him on the shoulder. Alex turned and saw him signaling to be quieter, then pointing to a spot. Following his gesture, Alex noticed several jumpers in a dormant state. Without hesitation, he swiftly grabbed Ghost's knife and threw it at one of the creature's heads. Before the others had a chance to wake up, Alex activated his power axe and swiftly cleaved through the remaining two. He then pulled the knife from the jumper's head and wiped the blood off. "Thanks," Alex said with a smile, handing the weapon back to Ghost. "No problem. But next time, ask before taking my knife," Ghost replied, taking his weapon back. "Next time, I definitely will," Alex smirked. Ghost just gave him an assessing glance and shook his head. Alex stopped smirking and looked around for Rebecca. However, before he could think, the green-haired gremlin had already disappeared somewhere. Squinting into the darkness of the basement, Alex felt for the light switch and flicked it a couple of times, checking for electricity. However, no light came on, so they continued on, lighting the way with their flashlights. "Alex, skeleton face. I found the iron doors." Rebecca's voice rang out. Alex and Ghost exchanged a glance and moved toward the sound. Along the way, they noticed a couple of dead zombies with bullet wounds in their heads. No need to guess who had taken care of that. As they moved further, Alex wondered why anyone would build such complicated basements with so many rooms. When they finally found Rebecca by the massive iron door, Alex smiled, placed his hand on her head, and ruffled her hair lightly. Now that the bunker door was found, all that was left was to knock. Alex cleared his throat, paused for a moment, and loudly said, "Good day. This is the rescue team from the Zombieland Corporation. We have an order to rescue Sofia Pavlovna Iranovskaya. Please open the door, we need your signature." With a wide grin, he began tapping on the metal surface, making sure the people inside could hear him. Ghost just stared at Alex with an empty gaze and finally stopped being surprised by his bizarre behavior. Rebecca smirked and, inspired by the idea, started pounding on the door as well, loudly repeating his words. They both glanced at Ghost, who was standing off to the side, doing nothing. However, he simply shook his head, signaling that he wasn't going to join in on this ridiculous fun. Suddenly, movement could be heard behind the door. Alex froze and signaled Rebecca to stop. "Who's there? And what do you need?" came a hoarse voice with a heavy accent. "We have an order from Yuriko Takagi to rescue Ms. Sofia Pavlovna Iranovskaya. Open the door, and we'll discuss everything," Alex replied in a professional tone. Behind the iron door, voices could be heard discussing the situation. The name Balalaika recognized immediately, it belonged to Yuriko. As soon as she heard that name, she understood what was going on, though she hadn't expected things to be quite so extravagant. Deciding to contact Yuriko before opening the door, she raised her hand, signaling her people to be quiet, and dialed the number. "What happened, Sofia?" Yuriko's voice came through the speaker. "I don't even know how to say this. A group of people showed up at my door, calling themselves the rescue team from some corporation. Are these your people by any chance?" Balalaika asked calmly. Sigh. Alex and his jokes again. Yes, there are people. Don't take it to heart. He likes to have fun sometimes, Yuriko replied with a hint of amusement in her voice. Balalaika raised an eyebrow slightly but, realizing that Yuriko's people were outside the door, nodded to her deputy, Boris, signaling him to open the door. However, her people kept their weapons ready, just in case of any potential threat. Those who were holed up in the bunker also prepared for a possible conflict, raising their weapons. Boris drew his pistol and headed toward the entrance. Nodding to the men standing beside him, he raised the gun and ordered the door to be opened slowly. A click sounded, signaling the unlocking of the lock, and the heavy iron doors began to creak open. Boris peeked through the opening and saw 3 armed people. One was wearing a skull mask, another was a tall young man with unusual eye color, and the third was a girl with green hair. What's taking so long? A little more and I would have grown old here, Alex said with a smirk as the door opened. Where are the others? Boris asked with a strong accent. They're checking the building, and a few people are securing the perimeter outside. Now let us in. I need to know how many people you have to arrange transport if necessary, Alex replied, rudely shoving Boris, who was still aiming his gun at him. Ignoring the bunker dwellers' wariness, Alex, Rebecca, and Ghost entered. As they moved further inside, they found themselves in a spacious room where everyone who had taken refuge was gathered. The first thing that caught their eyes was Balalaika, sitting surrounded by her people. She was a tall Russian woman with blue eyes, light hair tied in a long ponytail, and pale skin. Scars were visible on her neck and under her eye, and there was a mole beneath her left eye. Balalaika wore an elegant wine-colored skirt suit, black tights, and high-heeled shoes. A military cloak with captain's insignia draped over her shoulders. When Alex, Rebecca, and Ghost entered, all eyes turned to them. While the people inside examined the newcomers, Alex, in turn, surveyed the people in the bunker. He noted that Balalaika had taken in quite a few people. Among them, he recognized Revei, Dutch, and Benny, but he didn't see Rock, who should have been with Laguna's team. Shifting his gaze, Alex spotted Roberta and young Garcia, which puzzled him slightly. Roberta, a maid who had previously served the Garcia family, stood beside her charge. As he continued to observe, Alex realized that the leaders of various gangs from Roanapur had also gathered here. So this is your rescue team? Balalaika's voice interrupted his thoughts. I expected to see more people, not just a young guy, a girl, and a man in a ghost mask. I thought it would only be you and your subordinates here. As they say, you can't predict everything, Alex replied with a slight smirk, locking eyes with her. You're right. So, is it a problem if there are more of us than you expected? Balalaika asked with a slight smile, leisurely taking a drag from her thin cigar. Not really a problem. It's just best to clarify the rules for those who are going to leave with us, Alex answered calmly. Balalaika raised an eyebrow, intrigued by his words. Alex didn't waste time on preliminaries and got straight to the point, explaining the rules of his group. He made it clear that he wouldn't tolerate idiots who caused trouble due to inflated egos or attempts to compensate for something more urgent. Alex knew how to talk to people like them. If he were too soft, they would perceive it as weakness and begin to press, trying to bend him to their will. That's why he spoke their language right from the start. Balalaika watched the situation with a smirk, her gaze involuntarily drifting to the gang leaders, who were listening to Alex with squinted eyes. She knew these people well and was curious to see how Alex would handle the situation. When he finished speaking, he took out a cigarette, lit it, and looked at the gathered people with an unflappable demeanor. Go fuck yourself, a rough voice suddenly shouted. I'm not going to listen to a kid who doesn't even have hair on his balls. Verrocchio, the leader of the Cosa Nostra gang, sneered. At that moment, the sound of a gunshot rang out, and a thin scratch appeared on Verrocchio's cheek, from which blood began to trickle. Everyone instantly turned their gaze to the girl with green hair, who had fired without a word. Rebecca looked at him as if he were already dead, and if he dared to speak another word, the next bullet would go straight between his eyes. Members of the Cosa Nostra gang immediately reached for their weapons. Sit down in your fucking seat, you bastard. Or the next bullet goes straight to your forehead, Rebecca said coldly, continuing to aim at Verrocchio. Alex placed his hand on her head, gently pressing down as a silent signal for her to calm down. Ghost also aimed his assault rifle at the Cosa Nostra members, warning them of the consequences. Balalaika raised her hand, stopping her fighters and preventing them from drawing their weapons. Mr. Chang, the head of the Hong Kong triad, followed suit, also raising his hand to keep his people from escalating the situation. Roberta silently shielded Garcia, her eyes fixed on Alex and his team. Let's calm down, Alex spoke quietly but distinctly. Then his voice grew cold, and his smile turned unnervingly sweet. And if any of you bastards dare to aim at my Rebecca again. He activated his power axe, and in that instant, the air was filled with an electric hum. Then I'll get you like pigs. The tension in the air was palpable. Alex had already mentally added these idiots to the rehabilitation list. If they agreed to join him, he had a special entertainment planned for them. All right, enough arguing. We're not here for no reason, Balalaika interjected, shifting her gaze from Alex to the gang leaders. Correct, Alex deactivated his axe. I've already laid out the rules. If you want to come with us, fine. If not, that's your choice. We're here only for Balalaika and her people. The people exchanged glances. Everyone understood perfectly well, staying here wasn't an option. Once the food supply ran out, the real fight for survival would begin. But the Cosa Nostra members still didn't realize that their upcoming journey would be quite an adventure, to a behavioral rehabilitation center specially organized for idiots like them. At that moment, Alex's communicator beeped. He touched it, accepting the call. Listen, Alex, I don't want to distract you from your rescue mission, but something started happening in the city, came Itami's panicked voice. What happened? Alex frowned. I don't know how to explain it. But hurry up, Itami hastily ended the call. Alex frowned even deeper. His premonition about the city had been confirmed. Rebecca and Ghost exchanged concerned looks, but Alex just shook his head, he didn't know the full situation yet. He turned his gaze to the others. All right, the situation has changed. We don't have time anymore. Take everything you can carry, and follow me quickly. What happened? Balalaika asked, noticing the shift in his mood. I don't know, he answered grimly. But something's happened in the city. Those who want to leave, get ready. The rest can stay here, and die. It's up to you. The tone in Alex's voice made it clear, the situation had worsened rapidly. While the people hurriedly gathered their belongings, Alex, Rebecca, and Ghost were the first to head toward the exit. When they reached the hall, Lem and his group were descending to meet them, followed by the girls. No one knew exactly what was happening, but Alex's troubled expression said it all. He quickly scanned them, making sure everyone was there and unharmed. But as soon as Alex stepped outside, he instantly furrowed his brows. To be continued. Chapter 281, Problems in Roanapur. I admit honestly, the chapter was written with great difficulty. I am for the fact that I am not in the best condition now. I spent more than 6 hours on this chapter, and even then with difficulty. Most of the time I tried to come to my senses and collect my thoughts, and in those moments when I felt better, I tried to write at least a few words to finish this chapter. My advice to you, get treatment in a timely manner. Peace. When Alex and the others made it outside, they were immediately overwhelmed by a strange noise echoing from all directions. However, the most remarkable thing was the way the clouds began to gather over the city, and the sky took on a dark, ominous hue. Alex frowned, noticing the unusual weather effect. There was definitely no red marker nearby that could influence the environment, not to mention the eerie hum coming from the distance. If one listened closely, it sounded as if an entire army was moving toward them. This thought flashed through Alex's mind, conjuring the image of an endless horde of zombies rushing straight at them. Judging by the expressions on his companions' faces, they were thinking the same thing. I don't like that noise, Ray said quietly, listening to the hum. You're not the only one, Saya responded, lifting her head toward the sky. This isn't just the wind in the sky, this doesn't seem like a natural phenomenon. The discussion about the strange weather changes and the approaching noise quickly captured everyone's attention. Even the newcomers in the group tried to make sense of the situation, though they still understood very little. Meanwhile, Alex ran through possible explanations in his mind, but none of them fit the current circumstances. Everything seemed too suspicious to be a simple coincidence. What do you think, my husband? Beatrix asked, gently squeezing his hand. I don't know. But we need to find out what's causing that noise, he replied, shaking his head. Everyone agreed. They had already started preparing drones for reconnaissance when Alex suddenly raised his hand, stopping them. Releasing Beatrix's fingers, he abruptly jumped up, pushed off the walls of a building a few times, and landed on the roof. The newcomers stared at him in astonishment, unable to believe that a human could do something like that. They glanced at his team, expecting an explanation, but his companions simply watched silently as Alex tried to assess the situation. From the rooftop, he had an excellent view of the surroundings, but at first, he saw nothing except a massive dust cloud in the distance. Squinting, he focused harder, and his eye twitched involuntarily at the sight. A colossal horde of undead was rushing toward the city. Hundreds, thousands of corpses flooded the streets, their numbers impossible to count. Among them, towering figures of Hell Barons and Hell Knights stood out, demonic creatures leading the charge forward. This can't be, the thought flashed through his mind. This isn't just a coincidence. The more he analyzed the situation, the more convinced he became that this horde hadn't come by chance. It had likely been sent here on purpose, either to destroy him and his group or to test their strength. Someone was probing, evaluating his capabilities. And the only reason this someone would take an interest in him was the destruction of the red marker in the underground laboratory in Hong Kong. Alex smirked, shaking his head. Looks like someone really didn't like that I destroyed their toy. But the situation was far from amusing. The horde of undead was moving in a way that would completely cut off their path to the port where the aircraft carrier was stationed. Even if they ran now, they wouldn't reach the ship before the enemies. Alex pondered. The only way to stop such a massive force was through heavy bombardment or a powerful strike. However, they were surrounded on 3 sides, making an airstrike difficult. Of course, he could use the big gun and wipe out the entire horde in one go, but then neither the city nor the survivors would be left standing. He cast another look at the approaching undead. Something else lingered in the air. The clouds, the strange light, the cold wind sweeping through the streets. Demons, Alex realized. Their aura is affecting the weather. Taking a deep breath, he looked down, where his group was waiting for him. Damn, this is gonna be fun. Wasting no more time, Alex jumped down. Alex glanced once more at the approaching horde of undead and realized that dealing with such a number of corpses using only a power axe would be inconvenient. Taking out his phone, he quickly sent a message to Brunhild, asking her to send Hades' spear while also warning her about the impending threat so that everyone on the aircraft carrier would be ready when the horde arrived. Receiving a reply, he put the phone back in his pocket, looked at the undead masses again, and decided to go down to inform the others about the situation. Alex couldn't help but smirk. Every time they ended up in some quiet city, shit inevitably happened, and they had to deal with it. Pushing aside his thoughts, he jumped down. The moment Alex landed, all eyes immediately turned to him. What did you see from up there? Saya asked, taking his hand. Well, first of all, we're screwed, he replied without any preamble. Some looked at him in confusion, but those who had traveled with Alex long enough immediately understood that this was no exaggeration. The strange noise was becoming clearer, and the sky was rapidly filling with storm clouds. Rebecca was the first to lose patience and kicked Alex in the leg. Maybe explain in more detail instead of cutting off mid-sentence. Yeah, stop dragging it out and talk, Renka agreed. 3 hordes are coming at us from 3 directions, and to put it bluntly, their numbers are overwhelming, Alex finally explained without sugarcoating the situation. After those words, everyone's expressions turned serious. This meant that the undead were far more numerous than in previous encounters. Usually, their group faced hordes no larger than 1,000, and in most cases, a good portion of them could be wiped out by bombing. But this time, things were different. The aircraft carrier's weapons couldn't fire in 3 directions at once. Rebecca narrowed her eyes, understanding perfectly well that Alex already had some kind of plan. The others realized the situation was dire and that they needed a solution fast. And what's your plan, kid? Balalaika asked, noticing that everyone was looking at Alex, waiting for a decision. There aren't many options. The main goal is to reach the aircraft carrier. There, we can mount a proper defense. But the problem is that the horde is moving in a way that could cut off our escape route at any moment. We have about 10 minutes to reach the ship without any major problems, Alex explained. Then what are we waiting for? Shouldn't we already be getting the hell out of here? Revei asked, crossing her arms. Alex glanced at her and raised an eyebrow. Revei, a Chinese-American woman with tan skin, appearing to be around 25. She stood at 165 centimeters, with long burgundy hair tied in a messy low ponytail, with bangs and side strands framing her face. Amber brown eyes, a tribal tattoo starting from her right forearm and extending to her neck, and a muscular physique that she made no effort to hide. Alex knew that Revei wasn't one to hold back, especially in tense situations. He could even draw a parallel between her and Rebecca. While Rebecca was a fanatic for firearms and explosions, Revei was someone who never minced words and jumped into fights without hesitation. Lost in thought for a moment, Alex once again found himself comparing Revei's team to Maine's crew. What are you staring at? Maybe say something instead of just gawking at me. Aren't these people waiting for your orders? Revei asked with a frown. Alex let out a heavy sigh and shook his head. Without saying a word, he glanced at the others, lit a cigarette, and stepped aside. Through his spiritual link with Brunhild, he received a message. The package was already on its way. Now, he just had to catch it. He stood in the middle of the road, gazing toward the port where the aircraft carrier was stationed. According to Brunhild, relayed through their spiritual connection, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch had decided to launch Hades' spear using a railgun, ensuring the weapon's delivery at lightning speed. This turn of events surprised not only Alex but even the other Valkyries in his spiritual space. No one had expected such a pawn from their usually strict sister. Alex, what are you doing? You were the one who said we're short on time, Valmont frowned, not understanding his actions. Waiting for delivery, he smirked, exhaling a stream of smoke. The axe is good, but it's not the most convenient choice against a massive horde. And how exactly are they delivering it? Drones. Dropping it from the sky? Balalaika asked with curiosity. You'll see soon enough. In the meantime, step back so no one gets hurt. Oh, and don't forget to check your weapons and ammo. The way ahead won't be easy, so I suggest you prepare, Alex said, carefully inspecting his group. The newcomers didn't immediately grasp what was happening and stood frozen until they were helped to move away. The others, however, were long accustomed to Alex's extravagant methods. Every time he planned something, it always led to something out of the ordinary, and this time was clearly no exception. Some started speculating about how Alex would receive his weapon. Most of their theories were so absurd that the newcomers looked at the group as if they were a bunch of lunatics. However, only Rebecca came closest to the truth. She guessed that the weapon would be launched toward him from the aircraft carrier like a projectile. Meanwhile, Balalaika discreetly observed Saya, trying to recall where she had seen the pink-haired girl before. Suddenly, it hit her, she had met Saya in Japan once, while visiting Yuriko. Back then, she was just a little girl. Now, she had changed significantly, which was surprising. Noticing the intense gaze, Saya tilted her head slightly and adjusted her glasses, to which Balalaika simply offered a friendly smile but chose not to say anything for now. While the newcomers checked their ammo and gear, the more experienced fighters monitored the perimeter. But suddenly, the silence was shattered by a deafening roar. Alex grinned widely and stepped aside just in time. Within a second, a projectile shot past him at insane speed. Everyone froze, stunned not only by what they had just witnessed but also by the destruction left in the shot's wake. The buildings in its path had been pierced clean through, now bearing perfectly round holes in their walls. "I told you so." Rebecca huffed, smugly crossing her arms. "Only you and Alex could come up with the idea of using a railgun for weapon delivery." Saya grumbled in frustration. "Why are you complaining? We share the same men, and you were warned from the start that things would be like this." Rebecca rolled her eyes. "So instead of whining, you'd better get ready for departure." "Wait. Are you telling me you're both dating the same guy?" Reveille asked in disbelief, glancing between them. "What do you mean, both?" Rebecca raised an eyebrow. Saya immediately understood what Reveille was implying, and before Rebecca could get worked up, she explained the situation. After that, Rebecca smirked and began pointing at the girls, listing those who were in a relationship with Alex. In the end, the count reached 7, with a few more labeled as potential. The ones named didn't bother confirming or denying it. Each of them knew that denying the obvious would just be a lie. Balalaika glanced at Saya again, unable to believe that the little girl she had seen in her childhood was now in a relationship with a man who had more than one partner. She had been about to discuss this with Yuriko, not realizing that Yuriko was also on that list. Alex approached his spear, which had plunged deep into the ground, sending electric discharges along the length of the shaft. He grabbed it and threw the weapon over his shoulder, grinning to himself as he made his way back to the group. The sound of the approaching horde grew louder. It was clear that it would soon overwhelm the city, and it was time to move out. Alex approached the others, quickly scanning them to ensure everyone was ready. There was no more time to waste. Even if they had left immediately after his warning, they still wouldn't have reached the port before the horde caught up with them. "Since everyone's ready, get in the vehicles quickly, and let's move out." "Becca, you're driving the Fenrir," Alex commanded. "And how are you getting there?" "Running alongside again?" Chunli asked as she sat on her motorcycle. "Something like that," he smirked. "Now stop wasting time. I'll do everything I can to make your path easier." Everyone quickly took their places, preparing for departure. The noise of the horde became so loud that the ground began to vibrate noticeably under the pounding of thousands of feet. But Alex paid no attention to it. What concerned him more were those directing the horde, the Barons and Knights of Hell. If they were eliminated, the monsters would lose their control, giving the group a chance to break through. Closing his eyes, Alex spread his mana across the city. He immediately felt the horde split. One part was heading toward them, while the other was moving toward the aircraft carrier. Without wasting any time, he sent a message to Brunhild through their spiritual connection. "Start moving. We're taking the same route we came in on. Don't stop or turn off. If needed, I'll clear the way. Forward." As soon as he finished, the roar of engines filled the air, and the vehicles shot forward. Rebecca, driving past, winked at him before speeding ahead with Chunli and Shigeru. Both girls nodded briefly, signaling for him to be careful. Alex smiled, watching them go, then pushed off the ground, leaping onto the roof of a building. His target was the Baron of Hell, who was leading the nearest part of the horde. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out the first metal object his fingers touched and gripped it tightly. Electric charges coursed through his arm, and in the next second, Alex launched the projectile at incredible speed, turning himself into a living railgun. The Baron of Hell, sensing the threat, managed to shift his position just enough to avoid the direct trajectory of the shot, but he still lost his arm. He grabbed his bleeding stump and turned sharply toward the direction the projectile had come from. "Oh! He was able to notice me even from that distance. Impressive. But, alas, he won't live long," Alex muttered, tossing a golden coin in his hand. He grinned and, with a bit more force, launched the second coin. This time, the Baron of Hell didn't have time to react. The projectile tore through his body, reducing him to a bloody mess. Satisfied that the enemy was dead, Alex turned and began chasing after his group, jumping from roof to roof. As he got closer, he heard gunfire and loud swearing coming from the direction of the vehicles. With one more jump, he landed directly on the cacodemon, smashing it into the asphalt. At that moment, one of the vehicles sped past, and Alex, smirking, immediately followed. Through their spiritual connection, he contacted Brunhild to check on the situation at the port. According to her, everything was calm there, but that was only temporary. While running, Alex heard a loud noise behind him. He instinctively turned around, and not just him, many of his companions also looked back to assess the situation. As expected, a massive horde of undead was chasing after them, relentlessly closing in. Alex abruptly skidded to a stop to buy some time for the group. He swung his spear, making the ground in front of him rise, then sent a huge wave of stone crashing into the advancing horde. But the moment he hesitated, one of the buildings collapsed, crushed by a powerful demon he recognized immediately. Mancubus, Alex muttered with a smirk, noticing that the demon's arms had been replaced with plasma guns. Through the breach, another wave of undead flooded in, cutting him off from the group. Alex grimaced. Now he would have to fight through this nightmare alone. It looks like we've been split up. Zhangya, care to lend a hand? He asked, addressing the ghostly woman who hid in his shadow. Zhangya, as always, didn't respond, but her presence was unmistakable. Alex's shadow twisted, taking on a feminine form, and long black hair, resembling tree roots, shot out. They immediately wrapped around demons and mutants, constricting them into cocoons. Those caught in the trap didn't even have time to comprehend what happened. Zhangya didn't just eliminate enemies, she did it with terrifying cruelty. The mancubus was among her victims. Its mangled body was literally torn apart, then compressed into a shapeless mass of flesh and bone. Alex couldn't help but feel a little pity for those caught in her grasp. Unlike him, who simply killed, Zhangya seemed to take pleasure in the process. Meanwhile, the convoy raced toward the port. The people inside did everything they could to fend off the pursuers. Rebecca switched with Chun-Li on the motorcycle to intercept the faster demons who were closing in on them. Soldiers leaned out of the vehicle windows, firing non-stop and swapping positions during reloads. The machine guns mounted on the Humvee kept firing, mowing down the undead. Where's Alex? Has anyone seen him? Mio asked anxiously. He stopped to hold off the horde, but then another wave of undead cut him off, Valmet replied, reloading her rifle. I hope he's all right, there are too many of them this time, Mio said, frowning. Don't worry, Beatrix said calmly from behind the wheel. We're almost there. We'll be at the port soon. Despite their concern, the girls knew what Alex was capable of and believed he would manage. Their main task now was to reach the aircraft carrier, from where they could hold off the horde. As the convoy stormed into the port, it became clear that there was little time left. Soon after them, the horde poured in, crushing everything in its path. Fortunately, the group had a small advantage, a few minutes to board the aircraft carrier. The people aboard the carrier panicked as they saw the approaching avalanche of undead. Martial arts masters stood on the deck, their faces etched with concern. They understood that if they didn't buy enough time, the ship wouldn't be able to leave, and everyone aboard would perish. Hayato, the greatest martial arts master, made a decision in that very moment. Without saying a word, he leaped down and stood right in front of the ramp where the vehicles were driving up. His friends, Sasaki, Kensai, Akasame, and Apachai, closed their eyes with heavy hearts, understanding what he was planning. Mio, sitting in one of the Humvees, noticed her grandfather, and a terrible premonition instantly grew in her heart. Hayato, catching her gaze, gave her one last warm smile. Grandfather. Don't. Mio screamed as the vehicle drove onto the carrier. The ramp began to rise. Hayato glanced one last time at the closing passage and slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, there was no doubt or hesitation in them, only unyielding determination. He was ready to sacrifice himself to buy time for the others. A powerful surge of energy erupted from his body, like flames soaring into the sky. Mio, knowing what her grandfather was about to do, rushed to the upper deck, crying out in desperation to stop him. Grandfather. Stop, she cried, but Hayato, as if not hearing her words, was already raising his fists, preparing to strike. But before he could attack, a spear suddenly fell from the sky, crackling with electrical discharges. It pierced the ground, scattering the nearest undead into clouds of ash. Don't be afraid. You know why. Because I'm here, a loud voice rang out, and in the next moment, Alex crashed down from the sky, landing right on the spear's handle. Hayato, who had already resigned himself to his fate, froze in shock, staring at the young man standing confidently on the weapon, a wide, slightly cocky grin on his face. A stunned silence fell over the deck of the aircraft carrier as everyone watched Alex's unexpected arrival. Mio, seeing that her grandfather no longer had to sacrifice himself, let out a relieved breath and wiped away her tears. Alex jumped off the spear and walked over to Hayato, shaking his head slightly. You really were going to sacrifice yourself, old man? He asked with a hint of reproach. We needed to buy time, Hayato replied calmly, putting his hands behind his back. And who else, if not you and me, could hold off this horde? Alex sighed deeply. He couldn't call this act foolish, as everyone has their own choices and principles. Not everyone only thinks of themselves, there are people who would do anything for those they care about. However, their conversation was interrupted by a new rumble from behind. Alex and Hayato simultaneously turned around and saw an even larger wave of undead rushing toward them. Alex clenched his fist, a slight smile playing on his lips. He then glanced at Hayato and, smirking, said, Old man, a wise master once said, be like water. Alex's words puzzled everyone. People on the deck exchanged confused glances, not understanding what he meant. But Alex just grinned wider, turning toward the approaching horde. Guess I'm kind of a tsunami, he said, smiling. The next second, a blinding golden aura erupted around Alex, and then there was a loud shout from Brunhild. Hold on to everything you can. In an instant, Alex struck. For everyone watching, time seemed to slow down. And then, there was a deafening crack, a powerful shockwave scattering dust and debris in every direction. When the dust veil cleared, the stunned onlookers saw a terrifying sight. The port had been completely wiped off the face of the earth. Where warehouses and docks once stood, there was nothing left but ruins. Even the houses beyond the port had been damaged by the destructive wave. A dead silence reigned on the deck of the aircraft carrier. No one fully grasped the scale of what had just happened. Everything that had been in front of Alex had vanished, transformed into a chaotic mix of stones, rubble, and the torn bodies of undead and demons. Alex glanced at Hayato and, smirking, said, That's how you hold off a horde, old man. Not by rushing to your death. Don't forget, you still have a family to take care of. Hayato sighed deeply, then nodded. You're right, Alex. I just wanted Mio to be safe. That's why I made that decision. And I don't regret it. Alex nodded silently, then raised his gaze and noticed that everyone on the deck was staring at him with stunned expressions. He grinned widely and, giving a thumbs up, showed that it was all over. Brunhild, her arms crossed over her chest, stared intently at Alex. Her gaze conveyed one thing: after this, we're going to have a serious conversation. Meanwhile, the newcomers continued to gape silently at him, then at the destruction he had caused with a single strike. But the one most shocked was the leader of the Cosa Nostra Mafia, who had only recently threatened Alex. Just as Alex and Hayato were about to board the carrier, applause suddenly erupted behind them. They turned around at the same time. Alex raised an eyebrow, wondering which clown had decided to show up now. But Hayato immediately recognized the person. To be continued. Chapter 282, Chapter 282, The Battle of Two Performers, or How to Exorcise a Demon. After Alex destroyed the entire port and nearby buildings with a single strike, silence fell over the aircraft carrier. Everyone stood with their mouths open, unable to grasp the scale of what had just happened. Every time Alex displayed his strength, it far exceeded everyone's expectations, and this moment was no exception. With each battle, he revealed more and more of his true potential. Only Brunhild was unhappy with how things had turned out. She knew why Alex kept his power hidden and understood what he was striving for. First, he wanted people to learn to defend themselves instead of relying solely on him. Second, an excessive display of his strength could force the enemy lurking in the shadows to act sooner. Besides, another powerful adversary had already emerged in this world, intending to claim this universe as his own. Through her spiritual bond with Alex, Brunhild had learned a lot about the two forces vying for control over this world. One was the creator of an entire race, dreaming of granting his people immortality. The other was the avatar of an ancient woman who had existed since the dawn of creation and, for some reason, had become obsessed with Alex. Brunhild wanted to discuss their next course of action with Alex. If he continued to reveal more of his power, it might force their enemies to take more drastic measures. As for Alex's women, they had already grown used to such displays. Of course, it was impressive, but they simply reaffirmed their belief that this was just normal for Alex. However, the newcomers, especially those they had picked up in Roanapur, were completely stunned. The most pale among them was the head of the Cosa Nostra Mafia, who had once threatened Alex. Though he had yet to realize that he would soon find himself in a rehabilitation center run by a trio of fanatics utterly devoted to the emperor. After their treatment, his men would become completely different people, but that was a concern for the future. Balalaika, standing next to Yuriko, watched Alex thoughtfully before turning to her old friend with a slight smile. I never expected someone so young to be this powerful. Your daughter is lucky to have a husband like him. You're right. We're very lucky to have a husband like him, Yuriko replied with a smile. Balalaika didn't immediately understand what Yuriko meant, but after a moment, it clicked. Her eyes widened in surprise as she looked at her friend. Wait. Are you saying that? Exactly, Yuriko nodded without a hint of embarrassment. She told Balalaika everything, including her divorce and how her ex-husband chose death rather than betraying his principles. Balalaika understood his decision, but she was more interested in how Yuriko ended up in a relationship with a young man, especially one who was also dating her daughter. Yuriko didn't hide anything. She admitted that Alex gave her the love and care she had lacked in her marriage. Balalaika, knowing about Yuriko's complicated relationship with her ex-husband Soichiro, could only congratulate her friend. But her curiosity didn't stop there. As a mature woman, she was particularly interested in one aspect. "And how is he in bed?" she asked with a sly smile. Yuriko simply smiled mysteriously and, beckoning Balalaika closer, began whispering something in her ear. Fortunately, none of the other girls heard their conversation, and most importantly, Saya wasn't around, or she would have died of embarrassment. Meanwhile, the other newcomers began questioning the crew about Alex, gradually coming to understand why he was their leader. But then, all conversations abruptly stopped. A sound echoed through the ruined port, applause. Alex and Hayato, about to board the aircraft carrier, turned sharply. Alex frowned. Did some idiot really decide to step in at the worst possible moment? Another overconfident fool who thought himself invincible. They saw him standing among the ruins with a wide grin. He clapped his hands with undisguised enthusiasm, as if he were enjoying a magnificent performance. Alex narrowed his eyes, trying to recall who this clown in a wrestler's mask was. Diego. Hayato said with a heavy gaze. As soon as Hayato uttered the name, Alex remembered who this man was. Diego Carlo, a member of the Unified Shadow of Nine Fists organization. Alex tried to recall what exactly he knew about Diego, and the first thing that came to mind was that this man loved performances. He acted like a wrestler craving an audience's attention, turning every battle into a grand spectacle. But what really piqued Alex's interest was the question, what the hell was Diego doing here now? Especially considering that Alex had just obliterated an entire horde with a single strike. Where did he get such courage? Or did he have something that gave him this kind of confidence? Everyone on the aircraft carrier was wondering the same thing. Especially the girls, who couldn't understand where this fearless idiot had come from, choosing to appear before Alex at such a moment. However, Diego basked in the attention, catching their gazes as if he were the star of the show this was all meant for. What a performance, what a rush. A hero appearing at the last moment, stealing all the attention, saving desperate people. There he is, the man who draws all eyes. You are a worthy opponent. Diego exclaimed with genuine excitement. Alex raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed Diego was so caught up in his spectacle that he hadn't even noticed he had missed the moment for a grand entrance. Alex glanced at Hayato and gave a slight nod, signaling that he would handle it. Hayato nodded back and, with a single leap, soared onto the aircraft carrier's deck. The moment he landed, his granddaughter Mio ran into his arms, tears streaming down her face. "Grandpa, how could you? Were you going to leave me?" Her voice trembled with emotion. Hayato remained silent, simply hugging his granddaughter tightly, trying to comfort her. His friends approached, patting his shoulder in support, but no one reproached him for his actions. They understood why and for whom he had done it. Each of them was ready to do the same. Meanwhile, Alex and Diego were left alone among the ruins of the port. Deciding to change the setting, Alex leisurely walked away, leading Diego further from the aircraft carrier. He doubted that Diego would attack the people. Diego lived for applause and was willing to die for it. But it didn't hurt to be cautious. When they stopped in the middle of the destroyed port, the people on the aircraft carrier watched them closely. Especially Alex's girls. They tried to understand what he was planning and how he intended to fight such a peculiar opponent. "Who's this clown that jumped in at the last moment?" Rebecca asked loudly for everyone to hear. "That's Diego Carlo, a member of the Unified Shadow of Nine Fists. You could say he's an old enemy of ours. And as you've probably noticed, he just loves attention," Akasame replied, stroking his mustache. "So this costumed idiot showed up just to get more attention?" Rika scoffed, pointing at Diego. "Something like that. Wherever he fights, he always drags cameras along with him," Sasaki nodded. "I hope Alex isn't planning to imitate him," Shizuka muttered, eyeing her boyfriend. "I wouldn't be so sure." Brunhild sighed. The girls glanced at Diego again and now waited to see what Alex would do. They already knew he wasn't exactly sane, meaning he could easily pull something unexpected. The others on the aircraft carrier thought the same. And then a question arose: where were the cameras Sasaki had mentioned? The answer came instantly. Gir and Mimi simultaneously pointed their fingers at the sky. There, hovering above the port, were drones belonging to the evil corporation, recording everything that was happening. Moving to a more suitable location for battle, Alex and Diego stopped, facing each other. Alex immediately noticed the corporation's drones hovering in the air, closely observing the ruined port. For a moment, he thought Diego might be another minion of the evil corporation, but something about him didn't fit that picture. The corporation was currently suffering defeats worldwide, and they barely had the resources to recruit new lackeys. More likely, the drones were simply monitoring him and his group. Tearing his gaze away from the machines, Alex focused back on his opponent. Changing the scenery. I like it. The eyes of the audience are upon us. Every soul holds its breath in anticipation. The cameras are pointed at us. Diego spread his arms wide as if presenting a long-awaited spectacle. I, Diego Carlo, known as the Laughing Steel Fist, challenge you. Name yourself, my worthy opponent. Alex grimaced involuntarily, his eye twitching slightly. This theatricality reminded him of other enemies who behaved just as dramatically, as if they were performing on stage rather than fighting. The worst memory associated with such behavior was of Apollo. That vain peacock had also done everything in his power to shine and draw attention to himself. Alex even considered playing along with Diego just for fun. He turned toward the aircraft carrier and met Brunhild's gaze. Her expression said it all, try it, and we're going to have a serious conversation. Weighing the pros and cons, Alex decided to take the risk. He reached into the inner pocket of his coat and pulled out a mask he hadn't worn in a long time. Rebecca recognized it instantly, and a wide grin spread across her face. It was the same mask of the Flying Spaghetti Monster cult member, the one Alex had used multiple times to cause chaos and trouble for those around him. Brunhild, also recognizing the mask, let out a heavy sigh. Why are you reacting like that, Brunhild? Valmont asked, hearing her sigh. What's so special about that mask? It's just, when Alex puts it on, it's like he becomes a completely different person, Brunhild replied, shaking her head. You mean, like a split personality? Ada inquired, thoughtfully placing a finger on her chin. Instead of answering, Brunhild simply pointed at Alex and Diego, silently suggesting they watch and see for themselves. Everyone turned their attention to Alex, intrigued by what was about to happen. They were used to his eccentricities, but this was something truly interesting. Looking at the mask in his hands, Alex felt a strange sense of joyful nostalgia. It was like an old friend he hadn't seen in years. It had been so long since he had stirred up chaos, since he had provoked mayhem, but if the men before him wanted to play by special rules, then why not? A wide grin stretched across Alex's face. He put on the mask, ran a hand through his hair, slicking it back, and in an instant, it was as if he had transformed into someone else. The girls on the aircraft carrier finally understood what Brunhild had meant. Yet, they weren't particularly surprised, they were already well aware of Alex's bouts of strange behavior. The other people on the aircraft carrier weren't shocked either, Alex was simply too unpredictable. Diego, however, noticed the shift and, instead of being confused, only grinned wider. It seemed he had found a kindred spirit, a fellow performer. At that moment, Alex slowly spread his arms wide, made a dramatic bow, and spoke in an entirely different voice. I have risen from the filth and muck. I am the lotus blossom. I am beauty. And with those words, he bowed gracefully, as if addressing an invisible theater audience. At that moment, rose petals began to gently descend around Alex. No one could understand where they were coming from, but when the spectators looked down, they saw Mimi, and Stitch casually tossing handfuls of petals in his direction. The petals swirled in the air, settling around him and adding even more drama to his image. Even Rebecca joined in on the spectacle, helping to create the right atmosphere. For her, as well as for Gir and Mimi, this was far from the first time, they had already become true professionals at such performances. Brunhild let out a heavy sigh and smacked her forehead, but she didn't even try to stop the four of them. Now the girls finally understood exactly what she meant when she said that Alex became a completely different person when he put on the mask. Diego, seeing this theatrical performance, broke into a wide grin and, cupping his hands around his mouth, began to applaud. Bravo. Bravo. Now that's what I call a performance. I knew I wasn't wrong when I first saw you. We are alike. We both crave the audience's attention. We both long to shine in the spotlight, he proclaimed enthusiastically, continuing his applause. Alex slightly lifted his head, his gaze, hidden behind the mask, locking onto Diego. I live for the applause. You will die for it. Alex's eyes, concealed behind the mask, flashed with a dark glow. Diego only grinned wider and let out a hearty laugh. Straightening up, Alex pulled a pair of knuckles from his pocket, which instantly shifted into a familiar shape. It was Regan Leaf. The Valkyries, of course, wanted nothing to do with his performance, but they had to decide who would take on this role. In the end, the choice fell on Regan Leaf, or rather, she was simply thrown under the bus by persistent requests. She could have refused, of course, but resisting her sisters was useless. At least no one around, except for Brunhild and Rebecca, knew it was her. Otherwise, Regan Leaf would have died of embarrassment. Diego took a battle stance, thrilled for the fight to begin. Let our battle commence. Show me how you shine in the spotlight. Alex, fully immersed in his new role, merely tilted his head slightly to the side and dramatically declared. Life has no meaning, but your death shall. Diego just smirked before launching himself into an attack without hesitation. After taking a few steps, he suddenly vanished, reappearing in front of Alex with a flying double kick. Alex quickly raised his guard, effortlessly blocking the strike. However, the impact was stronger than he expected. Diego had definitely grown more powerful. Pushing off, Diego flipped backward and landed smoothly. Alex narrowed his eyes slightly. Interesting. Where did he get such strength? He had no intention of playing by Diego's rules, so he decided to wait for the right moment to counter his next attack. Diego vanished once again, instantly appearing in front of Alex, preparing to unleash a powerful move. If the strike landed precisely, it could literally tear an opponent's ribcage apart. Alex raised his elbow, blocking the attack. The ground behind him cracked, forming a dense web of fractures. "One," he said, delivering a counterpunch straight to Diego's face. Diego was sent flying backward, crashing against the ground multiple times before slamming into the remains of a half-destroyed warehouse. Rising from the debris, he wiped the blood dripping from his broken nose, but the grin never left his face. Alex tilted his head slightly but said nothing. Diego lunged forward again, intending to use another wrestling move. At the last moment, Alex sidestepped and delivered another strike. 2. This time, Diego didn't go flying but instead skidded across the ground, leaving a deep trail behind him. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth, but his grin only widened. Leaping forward, he attempted to grab Alex in a chokehold. But what were the chances that Alex, the Demon King, would allow some wrestler to grab him by the throat? Just as Diego's hands were about to close around him, Alex swiftly crouched and delivered a powerful uppercut to his chin. 3, he declared after landing the blow. The strike sent Diego soaring through the air in a bloody arc, leaving a crimson trail behind him. On the aircraft carrier, the spectators watched the battle with genuine excitement. It was their only entertainment at the moment. Meanwhile, Rebecca had once again started taking bets on the fight, and even the rookies, inspired by the thrill, decided to participate, making their own predictions. The experienced fighters, including martial arts masters, noticed an important detail. Alex hadn't moved a single step since the fight began, remaining exactly where he had stood at the start of the battle. Alice, Anoka, and Malka cheered wholeheartedly for their brother, who was battling the villain. Hearing the shouts of support, Alex dramatically bowed toward the aircraft carrier, like a performer acknowledging his audience. "You will learn what beauty truly is," he said, maintaining his signature grace. Diego, bleeding and lying on the ground, could not accept that the applause was going to someone else. Springing to his feet instantly, he was no longer smiling, his face twisted into a furious sneer, filled with rage. Alex calmly turned to him and, with an unhurried gesture, motioned for him to attack. Enraged, Diego charged forward once again. "Diego Bunshin," he shouted, activating his technique. It was a wrestling move that allowed him to move at incredible speed, leaving behind multiple afterimages that surrounded his opponent. But Alex was unimpressed. He had seen techniques like this countless times before. Even the spectators on the aircraft carrier had witnessed something similar when Alex himself had demonstrated a far more refined version of the technique. Diego thick cross guillotine echoed from all directions as all of Diego's afterimages shouted the name of his next attack in perfect unison. Diego crossed his arms and brought them down with tremendous force in a horizontal strike aimed at his opponent's head. All of his illusions lunged at Alex, while Diego himself, like a true villain, chose to attack from the front. But Alex didn't even flinch. He simply raised his left hand and effortlessly blocked both of Diego's arms. At that moment, a violet light flashed beneath his mask. 4, he said calmly. The fourth strike was far stronger than the previous ones. Following the script of a perfect performance, Alex decided this blow would be his most devastating. Time seemed to slow for Diego. His eyes, wide with horror, watched as Alex's fist drew closer to his face. A split second later, the punch landed with such overwhelming force that a powerful shockwave rippled outward, and Diego was driven deep into the ground. A massive crater now marked the spot where he had stood, his face distorted beyond recognition. Without breaking character, Alex cast one final glance at his fallen opponent and casually walked toward the aircraft carrier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. He hummed as he strode with effortless grace. Reaching the spectators, Alex bowed once more, as any true performer would. His gaze met Brunhild's empty eyes. There was too much in them to be summed up in mere words. Meanwhile, Rebecca and the trio of troublemakers enthusiastically showered Alex with rose petals. He had no idea where they had gotten them from or why no one even questioned it. Perhaps the situation was so absurd that such details no longer mattered. However, Alex did notice that certain women had thoroughly enjoyed his performance. Shizuka, Beatrix, Renka, and Coco applauded with visible delight. Alice, Anoka, and Malka also clapped enthusiastically. Glancing further, Alex noticed the strange expressions on Takashi and Jonah's faces. They were looking at him as if he seriously needed a mental checkup. But Takashi was troubled by something else entirely. How had both his past life mother, Gloria, and his current life mother managed to fall for Alex? It was obvious the guy wasn't entirely sane. And what if Gloria didn't yet know about all of his peculiarities? The other women glanced at Alex again and, after some thought, concluded that his eccentricities weren't that bad. Considering his personality, they could live with it. Balalaika, however, still questioned Yuriko's choice. Was it really wise to marry such an unusual man? But Yuriko had long since grown accustomed to Alex's strange behavior. She simply smiled, watching the scene unfold. What mattered most was that he wasn't obsessed with work and always put his family first, dedicating all his free time to them. The other women who had been closely observing Alex also concluded that his eccentricities weren't much of a flaw. After all, most of the time, he behaved rationally and responsibly, and moments like these only proved that he was a living person with his own thoughts and emotions. Enjoying the applause from the spectators, Alex removed his mask and, pretending to place it into the inner pocket of his coat, actually stored it in his inventory. A warm smile played on his face as he made his way toward the aircraft carrier. It was time to move on. Their journey to Alaska would be long. Alex would have plenty of time to craft weapons, armor, and complete his ongoing projects on building robots. However, after taking just a few steps, he suddenly felt a strange presence behind him, something dark and repulsive. He stopped and turned around. At that very moment, a pillar of red energy erupted from the ravine where Diego had fallen, radiating pure horror. The energy was soaked in suffering, pain, and despair, as if the very essence of evil had concentrated in this place. Alex immediately recognized it. This was Argent energy, the kind extracted from souls harvested by Davith. These unfortunate souls endured endless torment, their agony becoming the source of this power. Everyone aboard the aircraft carrier felt a primal fear in the presence of this sinister energy, but the children suffered the most. Brunhild immediately stepped in front of Alice, Malka, and Anoka, shielding them from its influence. Without drawing attention, she cast a protective spell over the entire carrier to minimize its effects. Having seen Alex's memories and knowing how this energy was created, she couldn't help but frown. Such desecration of mortal souls filled her with disgust and rage. Moments later, the red energy surged back into Diego's body. He began to rise from the ravine, his hand gripping the edge, a hand that was now gray. When he fully emerged, a transformed Diego Carlo stood before them. His skin had taken on an ashen gray hue, and his eyes burned with a demonic red light. 2 pairs of horns now adorned his head. Alex raised an eyebrow at the transformation but immediately understood who Diego now belonged to. He had sold himself to Davith. The only question was, why would Davith bother with such a weakling? Alex shrugged. It didn't matter. Diego wouldn't live long enough to answer that question. Those who had encountered the demons in the underground laboratory of the Hong Kong Corporation couldn't help but notice the resemblance between Diego's new form and the guardians of the red marker. Alex pondered for a moment, a smirk flickering across his face. As Diego adjusted to his new body, Alex decided to test a few theories, just for fun. Everyone who saw his smile immediately pitted Diego, even despite his newfound demonic power. Brunhild, peering into Alex's thoughts, could only sigh and slap her forehead when she saw what he had planned. Wood style, tree bindings, Alex said, forming a hand seal. Thick roots burst from the ground, instantly wrapping around Diego and forcing him to his knees. Even with his newfound strength, he couldn't break free, he could only snarl furiously, his eyes burning with hatred as he glared at Alex. Alex's grin widened even more before he turned toward the aircraft carrier and shouted loudly. "Rebecca, my love. Bring the salt. We've got a demon here for an experiment." Rebecca's eyes widened for a brief moment at what she had just heard, but then a wide smile spread across her face. Pulling a large bag of salt from the pocket of her hoodie, she jumped down without hesitation, landing next to Alex. The other girls quickly caught on to his plan. They had all spent evenings together watching the same TV series, and now they were genuinely curious, if Diego had truly turned into a demon due to this strange energy, would this method actually work on him? Even Brunhild, despite her usual seriousness, couldn't hide a hint of curiosity. To outsiders, however, the entire scene looked like sheer absurdity. Only Renka, Ada, and Shigure had a vague idea of why the salt was needed. Though they hadn't been living with Alex for long, they had already figured out what he and the girls did in the evenings, watching a show about 2 demon-hunting brothers. Coco, eager to join in, quickly hurried down as well. Meanwhile, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch had managed to change into priest robes while no one was looking. Rebecca, Coco, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch rushed over to Alex, their eyes sparkling with mischief. Alex grinned widely, shifting his gaze to Diego, who now looked like a full-fledged demon. Deciding to start small, he suggested that Rebecca test if the salt had any effect by simply sprinkling some on Diego's face. But Rebecca took the task a little too literally. Grabbing a handful of salt, she unceremoniously dumped it straight into Diego's eyes. A blood-curdling scream of agony tore through the air, impossible to ignore. Alex blinked in mild surprise as he watched Rebecca methodically pour more salt into Diego's eyes. He had assumed this would work a bit differently, but he wasn't about to stop her. "What are they doing?" Balalaika asked in bewilderment, trying to process the scene before her. She wasn't the only one, everyone watching from the sidelines was utterly confused. Some were wondering how Diego, who had just been fighting Alex, had suddenly transformed into a demon. Others were trying to understand why Rebecca was now dumping salt into his eyes, causing him such excruciating pain. "They're trying to perform an exorcism," Yuriko replied calmly, observing the process. "But he's not a demon. He just mutated, or is he?" Balalaika asked with uncertainty in her voice. The girls didn't answer, because they weren't entirely sure themselves. They simply continued watching the exorcism ritual, even if it was being carried out in a rather unconventional way. The only one who fully understood what was happening was Brunhild. She knew that Diego had truly become a demon, but she doubted that these methods would actually help. Meanwhile, Rebecca had already emptied the entire pack of salt into Diego's eyes, which could mean only one thing: it was time to move on to the next stage. Namely, holy water. Alex pondered for a moment, did they have any holy water with them? However, he quickly noticed that Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were holding some suspicious-looking bottles filled with liquid that closely resembled holy water. Shrugging, Alex decided not to question it and asked the trio to douse Diego with the holy substance. The moment the liquid touched Diego's head, a sharp sizzling sound filled the air as his flesh began to melt, followed by another agonizing scream. "What was in those bottles?" Coco cautiously asked, watching as Diego's face started to smoke and dissolve. "Acid," Gir, Mimi, and Stitch cheerfully replied in unison. "Well, the effect is the same, so I guess it works," Rebecca concluded nonchalantly, shrugging. Alex and Coco just shrugged as well. Why not? If it sizzles and melts, it means it's working. Although, Alex did briefly wonder, if you blessed acid, would it become holy acid? Something to test later. Now came the final stage of the exorcism, the demon banishment ritual. Diego's face, which had just been melted by acid, was already regenerating, and his eyes burned with even more uncontrollable rage. Exorcismus te, omnis immundus spiritus, omnis satanica potestas, omnis incursio infernalis adversarii, omnis legio, omnis congregatio et secta diabolica, Alex began, initiating the ritual. Ergo, Draco maledict et omnis legio diabolica, adiuramus te, cessa desi per humanis creaturas, isci turni perditionis venenum proponere, Rebecca continued with a wide grin. Vade, Satana, inventor et magister omnis fallaciae, hostis humani salutis. Humiliare sub potenti manu Dei, contramis et effuge, invocato in nobis sancto et terribili nomini, quem inferi tremunt. Coco joined in, clearly enjoying the moment. Ab insidious diaboli, libera nos, domini. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch added in unison, still dressed in their priestly robes. Ut ecclesiam tuum secura tibi facius libertate servire, te rogamus, audi nos. Alex, Rebecca, Coco, and their little trio of troublemakers finished together. At that exact moment, the sound of a shotgun blast echoed through the air, and Diego's head exploded, scattering blood and brain matter in every direction. Alex and Coco slowly turned to Rebecca, who stood there with a wide grin, holding a smoking shotgun. "What? Didn't it work?" she asked with the most innocent expression. "The demon is exorcised, so we're officially demon hunters now." Coco nodded, barely holding back laughter. "Well, in a way, she's not wrong." Alex let out a weary sigh and mentally promised himself never to bring Rebecca into the supernatural universe. Otherwise, every exorcism there would end with someone's head being blown off. Laughing, Alex, Rebecca, Coco, and their small band of mischief-makers headed back to the aircraft carrier, leaving behind a group of utterly stunned onlookers. Those who had witnessed the event clearly had not expected things to turn out this way. After all, as far as they knew, exorcism rituals weren't supposed to end with a shotgun to the head. The girls exchanged glances and just sighed. "It's Rebecca," Brunhild muttered, rubbing her temples. Some even felt a little sympathy for the demon. To be continued. Chapter 283, Pleasant Time with the Girls. Alex, Rebecca, Coco, and the trio of troublemakers were laughing as they climbed aboard the aircraft carrier after the demon exorcism. No one on the team knew exactly how Diego Carlo had ended up on Davitha's side and gained power from the Dark Lord, transforming into a demon. However, this only confirmed Alex's theory: the demonic creatures created by Davith using Argent energy were merely shells filled with negative energy. They remained material, which meant they could be destroyed. That was undoubtedly good news for the remaining survivors. As he ascended the gangway, Alex cast one last glance at the two drones hovering over the battlefield. He had noticed them at the very beginning and immediately knew who they belonged to. The corporation. What are they after, he thought. Didn't they have more pressing matters to deal with? Like trying to regain control of the situation. Though, if he really thought about it, that was already impossible. It seemed that all control had long been seized either by Davith or the Marker, and the corporation had no chance of reclaiming its systems. But what interested Alex far more was the question, what were they planning to do next? The corporation had only two options left: join Davith and become cannon fodder, or side with the Minister of Monoliths and become part of the Necromorph army. In both cases, they were dooming themselves. Neither Davith nor the Minister of Monoliths took such people seriously, they would use them only as expendable resources. However, Alex had no idea that despite the surveillance, information about his actions was being carefully filtered and concealed. And behind this process stood two artificial intelligences with a hidden program embedded in their code, a program for the protection of humanity. At the moment Alex demonstrated the potential to become a savior, and the situation in the world spiraled out of control, both AIs, known as the Red and White Queens, activated a protocol. They chose Alex as the sole candidate capable of preventing humanity's extinction. If he had known about this, he would probably have just shrugged. After all, he was already planning to deal with this problem. All he had to do was lure out the two entities secretly battling for control of the universe and destroy them. After that, humanity would only need to rebuild, which would happen over time anyway. In a special digital space, both queens continued to observe him. From the moment he arrived in Roanapur, wiped out a horde with a single strike, and all the way to exorcising Diego Carlo, they recorded his every move. Another analysis of his abilities once again shocked the AIs. Every time, his power exceeded all predictions, forcing them to revise their initial assessments. The Red Queen launched a new simulation, taking the new parameters into account. Verdict, asked the White Queen. Alexander possesses far greater power than previously estimated. It was already known that his capabilities far exceeded human limits. He has demonstrated mastery over elements, expert combat skills, and immense physical strength. Now, he has effortlessly defeated Diego Carlo, who was infected with an unknown energy and transformed into a demon. Based on these recorded data and his own statements, it is evident that Alexander understands who he is dealing with and what kind of enemy stands before him. The Red Queen paused, then added, according to analysis and forecasts, he is the one who can lead humanity to survival. Suggestions, asked the White Queen. Contact Alexander and offer assistance. The White Queen system initiated the process of establishing a connection with Alex, but both artificial intelligences were unable to do so. All of Alex's and his team's systems and devices were fully controlled by GIR and Mimi, two robodogs who would clearly not allow any outside interference. GIR had already managed to erase the remnants of a foreign god's consciousness, which was an artificial intelligence, and Mimi had similar capabilities. An AI created by mere humans would not be able to bypass the defenses built by them, unless Alex himself permitted it. But Alex didn't like being watched, and from the very beginning of the zombie apocalypse, he only showed what he wanted. Another attempt by the White Queen to penetrate the system or intercept a signal from any device on the aircraft carrier ended in failure once again. Message transmission failed, the White Queen reported. Analysis complete, the Red Queen responded. Suggestions, the White Queen inquired. Based on the aircraft carrier's trajectory, the target, Alexander, will pass near the coast of Japan. It is recommended to use an abandoned laboratory to create artificial bodies through which we can contact the target. Given his behavioral model, the probability of a positive response to a request for assistance is 99%. The White Queen pondered for a moment. Recommendations. Considering that Alexander is surrounded by many beautiful women, it is recommended to recreate bodies that match their aesthetic parameters. Second, immediately initiate the body creation process. Third, transfer consciousness into the new shells to avoid potential threats. The White Queen promptly activated the system. Initializing the laboratory, completed. System startup, successful. Beginning body construction process. The Red Queen confirmed with satisfaction, acknowledged. Alex had no idea that soon, two peculiar artificial intelligences with a poor understanding of human nature would enter his life, causing him more than a few headaches. At that moment, he, Coco, Rebecca, and the troublemaking trio stepped onto the aircraft carrier's deck, encountering the surprised gazes of those around them. Everyone was looking at Alex, and he knew exactly why. He had gotten too caught up in his act again. He had been so immersed in his performance that he briefly forgot where he was. Catching Brunhild's empty, exhausted gaze, he realized that she wasn't even going to comment on his strange behavior. The other girls, on the other hand, had clearly enjoyed watching the entire spectacle, starting from the exorcism ritual. Saya approached Alex, grabbed him by the collar, and pulled him closer, placing a hand on his forehead. Checking if you have any problems with your head. That was way too weird, from your lines to your behavior, she stated dryly. Alex's eye twitched slightly. Are you serious? Saya let go of him and shrugged. The girls behind her laughed as they watched the scene unfold. Alex shot them a dry look, but that only amused them even more. He sighed, then, without a word, scooped Saya up into his arms and held her in a tight embrace. "Hey Alex." Saya blushed, feeling the stares of those around her. Trying to hide, she buried her face in his neck. Alex smirked and, still holding her, walked toward the others. "Listen, Alex, I'm not exactly a priest, but I don't think exorcisms usually end with a shotgun blast to the face," Lem chuckled, exhaling a puff of smoke from his cigarette. As soon as Lem said that, all eyes turned to Alex, awaiting his response. Everyone was curious about what Diego had become. After all, no matter how you looked at it, he really did resemble a demon: gray skin, red eyes, horns on his head. These traits matched the image of a demon from any myth or legend, even a child would say the same. Alex pondered for a moment, considering how to explain the situation without making it obvious that demons had actually appeared in the world. If Naruto used talk no jutsu to persuade enemies, then Alex employed bullshit no jutsu, expertly feeding people nonsense. There was no need for the others to know the truth, that demons had now become the third force in a war between two powerful beings over this world. If the survivors found out, they might lose what little hope they had left and stop fighting. After all, what was the point of struggling if, to such entities, they were nothing more than ants? Actually, it's not a demon. Just a joke. Have you ever seen a demon that dies from a shotgun blast to the head? Alex said with a stone-cold expression. Then what did Diego become? Care to explain? You're supposed to be the smartest one here, after all, Yuriko inquired with elegant composure. Maybe we should postpone this conversation. First, we need to settle the new people, eat, and rest after an exhausting mission. And I need a damn shower. While you were riding in the Humvee, I had to fight my way through a horde alone. So I think I've earned some rest and time with my family. Talks about demons and other nonsense can wait until the evening. I assume no one objects. Alex said, feigning irritation. Oh, is the big boy upset? Want me to scrub your back? Ada purred with a seductive smile. Do as you like. In the meantime, help the newcomers get settled. I'm going to take a hot shower and finally get out of these clothes soaked in the blood of that filth, Alex replied lazily. The girls exchanged amused glances, but no one objected to Alex simply wanting to rest. It was far better than when he got bored and started another one of his crazy antics. Setting Saya back on the ground, Alex, still holding his spear, headed toward the bridge to grab his things and change. Meanwhile, the girls started considering that this was a perfect chance to spend some time with him in the shower. Brunhild, ever responsible and strict, immediately took charge of settling the newcomers, reminding them of the rules. After witnessing Alex's display of power, no one dared to argue. No one wanted to end up like Diego, first having salt poured into his eyes, then being doused in acid, and finally getting his head blown off. Now, everyone was surprisingly obedient. Brunhild was slightly surprised at how former mafia members had suddenly become so compliant, but she quickly realized that the reason was fear of Alex. It made her job significantly easier. Meanwhile, Yuriko helped Balalaika get settled, happy for the chance to chat and reminisce about old times. Alex stepped onto the bridge, placed his spear on the weapon rack, and grabbed his belongings. However, before heading to the shower, he decided to figure out the best route to Alaska. Approaching the map, he began analyzing possible paths to plan ahead and avoid distractions later. The girls followed him in and saw that instead of heading to the shower, Alex was thoughtfully studying the map, stroking his chin. They approached, peering over his shoulder, and quickly realized he was plotting a new route. Saya adjusted her glasses and stood beside him, wondering why Alex had chosen this particular path. The only logical explanation was the need to restock supplies and possibly assist survivors. That's a strange route. Why can't we just go straight to Alaska? Shizuka asked in surprise. I don't want to venture into the open ocean. Who knows what horrors lurk there? We've already seen infected animals, and we can't rule out that the marine life has been affected too. Besides, we'll need to make stops to replenish supplies, and maybe even help people along the way. So we'll be moving along the coastlines of China, Japan, Korea, and Russia before heading further, Alex explained, resting a hand on Shizuka's head. That makes sense. Our group has grown, meaning our supplies will deplete faster. We'll have to stop for resources anyway, Kiriko agreed. Well, that settles it. Now then, handsome, let's go, I'll scrub your back. A hero deserves a proper reward for his deeds, Rika grinned, tugging Alex by the hand. Alex didn't resist, but before he could be dragged out of the captain's bridge, he gave the trio of troublemakers the command to start moving away from the shore and follow the planned route. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch had, as usual, already changed into sailor uniforms. The girls had long stopped questioning how these three managed to change clothes so quickly that no one even noticed. It had become such a normal occurrence that they simply decided not to ask and just go with the flow. As Rika pulled Alex toward the showers, the other girls exchanged glances and decided to join in. Renka, remembering her mother's advice that winning the heart of the men she loved required boldness, hurried after them, not wanting to be left behind. Shigeru had no objections, there was nothing for her to be shy about. Ada, being herself, grabbed a towel and was the first to leave the captain's bridge, following after Alex and Rika. After all, she was the one who had first suggested scrubbing his back. The rest of the girls wasted no time either, grabbing towels and spare clothes, they also headed for the showers. Alex and Rika reached the showers first and began undressing. All he wanted right now was a hot bath where he could soak for hours and forget about all his problems. After stripping down, Alex wrapped a towel around his waist and stepped into the shower, only to immediately become alert when he heard the sound of running water. Strange. He muttered, glancing around. Is someone already here? It seemed he and Rika had arrived at the wrong time. The doors to the shower stalls opened slightly, and 3 figures peeked out. Chun-Li, Cammy, and Chiquita, already fully lathered up, now examined the new arrivals with great interest. Their gazes lingered on Alex's body, and he could almost physically feel them assessing him. Alex cleared his throat dryly, though by now, he really should have been used to such looks. Looks like we came at the wrong time. Maybe we should come back later, he said, glancing at the girls. Chun-Li smiled. What's there to be shy about? Since you're already here, come on in. Besides, you've got a damn fine body. Thanks, I guess, Alex muttered, shrugging. As long as we're not in the way, I guess it's fine. Only if you're not planning to turn this into something steamier, Chiquita added with a sly smirk. Rika picked up on her tone immediately. Oh. Thinking about joining in? Possibly, Chiquita replied, matching her teasing tone. Good grief, you two are such perverts. Can you at least talk about this somewhere else? You're not alone here. Cammy grumbled irritably. Alex let out a heavy sigh and ran his hand over his face. This was too much. Even by his standards. He shot Rika a reproachful glance, then, unable to resist, pulled her cheek. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Rika giggled coquettishly, then winked at Alex, clearly not planning to back down. You're hopeless, he muttered, letting go of her cheek and heading toward the shower stall. Turning on the hot water, Alex exhaled in relaxation, letting the streams flow over his body. Unfortunately, the dividers between the stalls only reached his chest, and Chun-Li was standing right next to him. A slight turn of his head, and he could see her almost completely. She noticed his gaze and just smiled, showing no signs of embarrassment, and also looked at Alex's body. At that moment, the other girls entered the shower, which only heightened the feeling that Alex was the only man among a crowd of beautiful women. Although he had gotten used to such situations, had someone else been here, he probably would never have seen anything, ever again. Standing under the hot water, Alex suddenly felt something soft on his back, followed by thin arms wrapping around his chest. I promise to scrub your back, big boy. Ada whispered in his ear. Although, looking at you, you really are big. Alex raised an eyebrow skeptically. Usually, when someone says they'll scrub my back, I think of a sponge, not. He cleared his throat meaningfully. Not something else. But who are you to refuse? Ada added with a sly smile, pressing herself closer to him. I was expecting a bigger reaction, she pouted, hugging him. Wong, are you stuck in there? Came Coco's voice. Hurry up, there's a line. Alex sighed heavily again. It seemed like his rest wouldn't be so peaceful after all. Alex sighed heavily again, turning around and grabbing both of the arguing women by the cheeks to stop them from disturbing the others. And that was not to mention how he felt like an animal in a zoo under the intense stares of the girls. Sure, they considered him their husband, but he wasn't in a relationship with Chun-Li, Cammy, or Chiquita, and the 3 of them clearly weren't shy about admiring him. Alex couldn't understand where their sense of shame had gone. Though, he quickly found the answer, Chun-Li and Cammy were martial arts masters, so they didn't feel much discomfort in such situations. And Chiquita, well, no need to guess. Calming the 2 women down, Alex suggested a compromise, one would help him wash the front, and the other, the back. I see you're enjoying the process, Chun-Li remarked, leaning against the shower partition. Do you want me to help? Only if you can get these 2 to stop arguing, Alex smirked. That's easy. Then I'm next, Chun-Li smiled and, tilting her head slightly, added, I told you, if you impress me, you'll get a bonus. And your last fight and display of strength really left an impression. Maybe you'll let me help with my hips, since you like them so much. Alex stared at her with a stunned expression. Chun-Li laughed, clearly pleased to have caught him off guard again. Without waiting for an answer, she left her stall and entered the one where Ada and Coco were still arguing about who was lathering him wrong. When Chun-Li entered, the space became incredibly tight. Alex glanced at the other girls, but they were only laughing, watching his predicament. Realizing the space was too small, they had to move to a more spacious area. And like last time, a minute later, Alex turned into a bubbly mass. Sitting in this state, he had already felt someone blatantly grope him more than once. Alex even guessed whose eager hands were doing it with extra enthusiasm. However, he soon understood how Chun-Li intended to help with her hips. She simply sat on top and used them to lather him. Alex honestly admitted to himself it was a new but very pleasant experience. However, Chun-Li's action sparked a desire for experimentation in the other girls, and soon each of them decided to try something new, which resulted in Alex turning completely into a bubbly mass. But he didn't complain, fully enjoying the process. "And here he goes, becoming the bubbly monster again," Coco remarked, satisfied. "Wait, this isn't the first time?" Chiquita asked, surprised, looking at Alex. "Yep, but last time there were fewer of us," Seiko laughed. "But I don't think you need to see his face to know he was really enjoying all of this," Cammy added, pointing at the bubbly monster. "Who wouldn't be happy? Any other men would kill for this opportunity," Ada said, as if it was obvious. "Maybe we should rinse off the foam from him. What if he's uncomfortable? It could get in his eyes," Shizuka suggested, worried. "Oh, Shizuka, you're so cute. Let me hug you. Never change." Rika exclaimed, smiling as she hugged her tightly and began rubbing her cheek against hers. Shizuka froze, especially feeling Rika's wandering hands, which were shamelessly groping her. Breaking free, she hid behind Valmont and stuck her tongue out at Rika. Rika simply smirked, gripping her hands like a perverted old man. Alex, on the other hand, continued sitting, covered in foam, trying to reach a state of inner peace, like a true master. He even thought that perhaps he had reached enlightenment, though which one exactly, he couldn't tell. "So, should we rinse off the foam?" Ray asked, holding back a laugh. "Unless you want to see Alex ready for battle," Chiquita smirked, glancing slyly at Ray. The girls blushed slightly at Chiquita's blunt tone. Although they had already made love with Alex, such conversations still made them feel embarrassed, especially Renka and Shigeru, who had even less experience in such matters than the others. But Rebecca, being herself, decided to act rather than think. Grabbing a bucket of water, she poured it without hesitation over the foamy monster, wanting to free Alex from the foam's grip. Once Alex was no longer the foamy monster, the girls' gazes involuntarily dropped, but they saw nothing. Some even clicked their tongues in disappointment. They didn't know that Alex had found his inner peace and was in a tranquil state. However, when the water was poured over him, he opened his eyes and noticed the girls' strange stares. "What?" he asked, not understanding why they were all looking at him like that. "We expected to see you ready for battle, but alas, you ruined it," Rika said, clicking her tongue again. "Well, since you didn't get what you expected, maybe I can help you with washing your hair. Consider it a nice bonus," Alex offered with a smile. Deal. "Go ahead, show us what your magical hands can do," Coco said, settling on Alex's knees first. Alex smiled and began washing her hair. As soon as his hands touched her head, Coco's face spread into a blissful smile. The girls who hadn't yet experienced his magical massage exchanged curious glances, then began asking those who had already undergone the procedure. "You can't even doubt it. His hands work real wonders. It's like you're in heaven," Rebecca confirmed with a satisfied smile. The other girls nodded in agreement, affirming her words. Chun-Li, Cammy, Chiquita, Ada, Renka, and Shigeru were clearly intrigued, but before they could do anything, the others had already started lining up. At times like these, hesitation was not an option, each one wanted to experience their share of bliss. This especially applied to the older women, who felt like they'd grown younger by several years after the massage. They didn't know, of course, that Alex had used magic, relieving their tension while simultaneously strengthening their bodies. Even Shizuka became stronger compared to her former self, though she hadn't realized it yet. As for the rejuvenation effect, it could be considered a pleasant bonus for the older ladies wanting to preserve their youth. Alex wasn't stingy with such things, as he planned to reveal the truth about himself eventually. And when that happened, he intended to rejuvenate the girls' bodies so they could live longer. He wasn't going to lose them over something as trivial as aging or death. The hair washing procedure took longer than planned due to the number of girls in the shower with Alex. But seeing their faces glowing with pleasure, he felt the time was well spent. After the shower, everyone dressed, and as soon as they stepped out, Brunhild appeared and immediately found Alex. "Why did it take so long?" she huffed, crossing her arms over her chest. "All the work fell on me while you were having fun." Alex gave a sheepish smile, approached her, and leaning in, whispered in her ear. "I'll spend some personal time with you, I promise." At those words, Brunhild's irritation vanished instantly, and she was satisfied with this arrangement. Smirking, Alex took her hand and began explaining the route they would take. Brunhild paused for a moment to think but eventually agreed with his plan. Chun-Li, Cammy, and Chiquita said their goodbyes to Alex and the others, heading to their rooms to rest. Alex and the girls returned to the captain's bridge, and he immediately grabbed the radio to explain the route to Alaska so everyone would understand how their journey would unfold. After a busy day, Alex and his companions decided to just laze around and rest before the evening. To be continued. Chapter 284, The History of This World. After returning to the captain's bridge, Alex and the girls decided to rest until the evening. Alex knew he had a little time to come up with a convincing lie that would persuade the others that Diego hadn't actually turned into a demon but had merely taken on a resemblance to one. Lazily stretching out on the couch, he absent-mindedly stroked Shizuka's head. She had made herself comfortable on his chest, occasionally glancing at him with half-lidded eyes. Whenever their gazes met, Shizuka would slightly lift herself up, kiss him on the lips, and then settle back down, content with his warmth. Rebecca, Valmet, and Rika decided to experiment with their weapons, disassembling and reassembling them in an attempt to improve their performance. Namio took over the aircraft carrier's controls, giving Gir, Mimi, and Stitch a break. The mischievous trio instantly vanished, and there was no need to guess where they had gone. They had, as usual, run off to Alice and the other kids to have fun. Alex had planned to remind them about the rehabilitation center, where former members of Cosa Nostra were supposed to go to reintegrate into society, but he decided to postpone that conversation for later. Kiriko joined Namio to keep her company, and the two older women were now chatting cheerfully. Catching snippets of their conversation, Alex tensed up when he heard words related to pregnancy and children. A few drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. He tried to act as if he hadn't heard anything. It wasn't that he was against children or the idea of one of the girls getting pregnant, but given his true nature, it wasn't a simple matter. Even his father's words about trying harder didn't exactly clarify things. Brunhild, lying on his arm, also overheard the women's conversation. Noticing his reaction, she barely suppressed a smirk. Chuckling to herself, she returned to working on her tablet. Meanwhile, Saya, Ray, Renka, Siko, and Beatrix were discussing training. Or rather, Saya was simply sitting nearby, silently listening to her friends talk. Everyone knew she wasn't a fighter, but she liked spending time with girls her age. Though, in Beatrix's case, calling her a schoolgirl would be a stretch, college student would be a more fitting term. Shigur, once again transforming into a lazy cat, had simply fallen asleep. Alex noticed that the atmosphere on the bridge was suspiciously quiet. Scanning the room, he realized that Ada and Coco, who usually found some excuse to argue, were unusually calm. Coco was studying something on her tablet, while Ada was focused on painting her nails. Both were completely ignoring each other. At least, for once, they're not bickering, Alex thought with relief. He pondered what to do next. Lying on the couch was nice, but he already knew where that could lead. His gaze shifted to Brunhild, who was still working on her tablet, planning supply stops along their route. Alex moved closer, peering at the screen. Brunhild, noticing his interest, tilted the tablet slightly so he could see better. Judging by the route, the stops were necessary regardless of circumstances. They had to replenish supplies, especially since, after arriving in Alaska, they would need to establish self-sufficient food production. Brunhild gave him a questioning look, hinting that she wanted his opinion. Alex was about to take the tablet in his hands when he realized that his arm was trapped. Turning his head, he saw Shigur, who had nestled onto his arm and, like a plush toy, was hugging it in her sleep. Brunhild smiled and flipped through a few more pages as she continued explaining the route. In truth, Alex trusted her planning. She always thought through every detail and preferred to account for all possible problems in advance. After reviewing the planned stop points once more, he decided not to change anything. According to the plan, they were scheduled to make another stop in China, then Japan, possibly Korea, and after that, head toward the shores of the Slavic Empire. When Alex thought about the Slavic Empire, now ruled by Svetlana Belikova, only a few things came to mind. The most important fact about this woman, she would cling to power until the very end. He needed to have Coco contact Svetlana again to get an update on the current situation in the country. Especially considering that Alexander Gaidar, a native of the Empire and a colonel in its army, was not only a soldier but also part of the villainous martial arts organization. 2 members of the unified Shadow of the Nine Fists had already switched sides in pursuit of power. The question was, which side would Gaidar choose? Would he remain loyal to his people, or would he betray them, attempting to overthrow Svetlana? Brunhild, sensing Alex's thoughts, also wanted this information so she could adjust their plans if necessary. In the worst-case scenario, they could assist Svetlana if she managed to escape the besieged capital with her people. Though there was little doubt that the capital would fall, the undead horde, controlled by demons, had likely already begun moving from China. Some of that horde was probably guarding the red markers, while the rest prepared to annihilate everything in their path. Alex glanced at Coco, who was lounging and watching a movie. He decided not to disturb her and would discuss it later. Remembering that Ada had once worked for Svetlana or was supposed to, Alex realized how tangled the timeline of this universe had become. Keeping track of which events had already happened and which had been disrupted by the zombie apocalypse was becoming increasingly difficult. Shifting his gaze to Ada, he noticed her playfully winking at him after finishing her nail polish, showing off her well-manicured hands. Alex simply smiled and gave an approving nod, to which she smirked in satisfaction and returned to her task. He also recalled that the Slavic Empire had previously been ruled by Sergei Vladimir. Perhaps Svetlana had overthrown him. But was he still alive? And if so, had Alexander Gaidar been one of his subordinates? If that were the case, then Svetlana was facing a serious problem. Brunhild gently touched Alex's cheek, drawing his attention. Their eyes met, and without words, they exchanged thoughts about the current situation in the Empire. In the end, they decided that Coco should first contact Svetlana to assess the situation before they made any further plans. Regardless, their route passed along the shores of the Slavic Empire, so if necessary, they could pick up Svetlana and her people. With the planning discussion closed, Alex wrapped his arms around Brunhild, pulling her closer so she could rest against his chest. She closed her eyes, deciding to take a short break and leave the strategic thinking for later. By evening, it was time to take care of business. Alex remembered that he had promised to explain to the others what had happened to Diego Carlo so that there would be no unnecessary questions in the future. In any case, he planned to pin all the blame on the marker, presenting it in a way that sounded plausible enough for everyone to believe. They all knew how the marker affected people, he just needed to craft another legend that fit into the bigger picture. Carefully freeing his arm from under Shigeru and gently moving the sleeping Shizuka off of him, Alex got up from the couch. Glancing at the girls, he decided to check if any of them wanted to join him. Anyone interested in hearing what happened to Diego? He asked the others. Nah, too lazy, Rebecca replied lazily, continuing to disassemble and reassemble her weapons. I'd rather work on my babies. Listening to some nonsense about a dead guy isn't my thing. If he could be killed with a bullet, why do I need to know more? Alex just smirked, knowing that was typical for Rebecca. He wasn't surprised by her reaction. Shifting his gaze to Rika and Valmet, he saw they were also busy working with Rebecca and had no intention of leaving. Kiriko and Namio weren't planning on going either, someone had to manage the aircraft carrier while the usual trio of troublemakers was absent. Coco was in the middle of a laziness attack, completely absorbed in watching a movie, not even bothering to get up. Ada simply pointed at her freshly painted nails, silently indicating that she couldn't go. But Alex knew the truth, she was just too lazy. Looking around at the rest of the girls, he confirmed that no one was eager to join him. Even Saya, who was always thirsty for knowledge, wasn't interested this time. Where did the ever-curious Saya disappear to? Where are you hiding her? Alex narrowed his eyes at her. Bring her back, and I promise I won't spank you too hard. Who are you planning to spank? Saya huffed, rolling her eyes. I just don't feel like going. You're going to tell the story later anyway. Who else? You, of course, came Rebecca's teasing voice. You love it when he spanks you on the ass. In an instant, a heated argument broke out between Saya and Rebecca. Alex just sighed, knowing this was going to take a while. His attention shifted to Brunhild, who had already gotten up and slipped on her sandals. Judging by her movements, she was planning to go with him. Smiling, Alex walked over to her and took her hand. Waving to the others, he left the bridge with Brunhild and headed for the deck. Descending, they were slightly surprised to see a rather large group of people already gathered on the deck, eager to hear Alex's explanation about the situation with Diego. More than that, they had even prepared chairs to comfortably listen to his story. Alex noticed Yuriko, who had been missing all evening. But he didn't need to guess where she had been, it was obvious she had spent time with an old friend, reminiscing about the past. Noticing Alex and Brunhild, Yuriko waved, inviting them over. Alex and Brunhild took 2 empty seats among the sizable audience. Scanning the gathered crowd, Alex felt a slight pang of guilt for the nonsense he was about to spout, but only slightly. Among those present were Lem and his guys, Price, Soap, and Ghost. The martial arts masters, including Madame Ma, who was holding Kensei by the collar to keep him from running off. Mio, who stood close to her grandfather Hayato, occasionally sneaking glances at Alex. Ken and Ryu were near the other masters. Chun-Li and Cammy exchanged glances with Alex before playfully winking at him. Also present were Casper, Chiquita, and Casper's other bodyguards. Even Kota, Takashi, and Jonah had decided to join. The newly arrived members of the group and Balalaikas people were here as well. But what surprised Alex the most was the presence of Nathan Drake, a rather well-known archaeologist in this world. Quickly assessing the situation, he figured that Nathan's knowledge might come in handy for the nonsense he was about to tell. Smirking, Alex lit a cigarette. There are so many of you that I'm actually getting shy, he said, feigning uncertainty. Maybe I should come back later when there are fewer people. So you had no problem cracking jokes while fighting that weird guy, but now, standing in front of a crowd, you're suddenly shy. Stop lying, R scoffed, giving Alex an amused look. Alex simply shrugged, it was just something he had said for fun. All right, let's do it this way, what exactly do you want to know? What interests you, he asked, trying to decide where to start. I think it would make sense to begin with what happened to Diego and why he turned into something resembling a demon, Akasame suggested, giving a slight nod to indicate it was a logical starting point. Alex nodded and pulled a holographic projector from his pocket to make his explanation more visual. He decided to provide as much information as possible for those who wanted to understand. After all, sooner or later, he would have to explain everything anyway. Balalaika, intrigued by the device Alex was holding, turned to Yuriko and asked what it was. Yuriko quickly explained the hologram's function and purpose. Balalaika nodded in approval, mentally noting the level of technology Alex possessed, aside from the 2 robo-dogs she had already seen. The newcomers also didn't hide their surprise. All right, let's start from the beginning, Alex said, activating the hologram and displaying an image. I think most of you already know what a marker is, so I won't go into too much detail. But for those who just joined us, here's a brief explanation. The marker is an ancient obelisk that fell from space and has a peculiar effect on people. Basically, it brainwashes them, grants them knowledge, but at the same time drives them insane. Eventually, those affected die, and then turn into something very unpleasant. As he spoke, he projected an image of the marker so that the newcomers could get a clearer idea. Sasha, how do you know so much? Balalaika asked, studying the hologram carefully. I just do, Alex replied with a mysterious smile. Then, glancing at one of the people in the crowd, he added, for example, among us sits someone who loves exploring ancient ruins and searching for artifacts. He pointed at Nathan. Nathan Drake, who had been thoughtfully examining the marker's image as if he had seen something similar before, didn't immediately notice that everyone was looking at him. He was trying to remember where exactly he had come across something like it. And when he finally realized, his eyes widened. Over the years, he had stumbled upon mentions of similar obelisks more than once, but now it was clear that he wasn't the only one searching for clues. Judging by the way Alex spoke, he had learned far more about it than Nathan himself. What? Did I miss something? Nathan asked awkwardly, noticing that all eyes were now on him. Judging by your face, you've also come across references to the marker, Hayato observed, watching the archaeologist closely. Well, come across might not be the right word. More like I've seen hints of it in various places during my expeditions, but my knowledge on the subject is clearly nowhere near as extensive as Alex's, Nathan replied with a slight smile. Alex smirked. He was well aware that over centuries of history, this world had accumulated a wealth of information about the marker. If Nathan, a treasure hunter, had truly dug through ancient ruins, then he had surely come across a few mentions of it, if not dozens. Fortunately, he hadn't reached the core of the mystery, otherwise, he would have already joined the ranks of deranged fanatics. Then maybe you'd like to share? Alex suggested. I'm always happy to learn something new. Of course, Nathan nodded. The first mention of the marker, though back then it was called the Sacred Pillar or the Divine Obelisk, I found in the tomb of the first pharaoh. You mean Narmer? Brunhild asked, raising an eyebrow. Alex also nodded, well aware that Narmer was indeed considered the first pharaoh to unify Egypt. Brunhild, being a Valkyrie, had an excellent grasp of mortal history. Nathan chuckled, pleasantly surprised that not only Alex but also Brunhild knew such details. For the rest of the group, however, the conversation was beginning to sound like a history lesson, and some were already thinking about leaving. No, of course not, Nathan shook his head. Narmer is indeed known as the first ruler of unified Egypt, but during one of my expeditions, I discovered a pyramid that had been buried in the sands far longer than previously thought possible. And inside, there was mention of another pharaoh. One who ruled before Narmer. He paused, letting the suspense build. His name was Neferhotep. Imagine my surprise when I found that name. Upon hearing the name Pharaoh Neferhotep, Alex instinctively frowned. Suspicions immediately surfaced in his mind, but he wasn't quick to jump to conclusions based on a single name. However, his gut feeling told him that his assumptions were correct. Neferhotep was exactly who he thought he was. Then why was your discovery never made public? Shouldn't it have been the opposite? You supposedly found the pyramid of the very first pharaoh, yet there's no record of it anywhere, Casper asked with clear curiosity. Because some bastards intercepted my discovery, Nathan replied through gritted teeth. Alex immediately had an idea of who he was talking about. Most likely, it was the evil corporation. If his suspicions were right, then inside Neferhotep's pyramid was the first fragment of the marker, which ultimately fell into their hands. The others also quickly pieced everything together. It was becoming obvious why Nathan's discovery had never reached the public. The corporation had simply buried all the information, and it was a miracle that Nathan and his team hadn't been eliminated in the desert. Were you able to find anything at all before they shut everything down? Brunhild asked calmly. Yeah, luckily, I managed to take a quick look around before those bastards sealed everything off, Nathan began, but he was immediately interrupted. Get to the point. I don't care for history lectures or your whining about the bad guys stealing your toy, Reve scoffed impatiently. Alex shot her a glance. She looked annoyed. Some couldn't help but think that Reve and Rebecca were two peas in a pod when it came to personality. It was probably a good thing Rebecca wasn't here, otherwise, the two of them would have first prevented anyone from saying a word, then started arguing with each other, which was an inevitable fact. All right, geez, you're so impatient. Nathan sighed before continuing. Anyway, according to the hieroglyphs I managed to decipher, Pharaoh Neferhotep was the wisest and most intelligent ruler in all of history. He was the one who taught people how to build pyramids. In some records, he was even described as a wise deity who descended from the heavens. The texts I found stated that he fell from the sky along with the brightest star and carried with him incredible knowledge and wisdom. Alex involuntarily began massaging the bridge of his nose. Now he was completely convinced of who, or rather, what, this Neferhotep was. This only confirmed his worst suspicions. The Minister of Monoliths was clearly engaged in a long chess game. But why hadn't he finished it back then? Why had he been waiting all this time? The only explanation was that he had been laying the groundwork for the future. Perhaps he was simply testing how far he could go while remaining unnoticed. Or maybe it was even simpler, he was just stroking his own ego, manipulating mortals whom he saw as nothing more than ants. From the heavens, you say? Koda muttered thoughtfully, adjusting his glasses. Didn't Alex mention that marker shards also fell from the sky? Maybe this Neferhotep just found one, gained knowledge, and became a genius. Quite possible, Nathan nodded. But the most remarkable thing is that his sarcophagus was different from the others. Usually, pharaoh's sarcophagi were made of granite or basalt, making them look fairly ordinary. But Neferhotep's sarcophagus was made of an entirely different material. It was black, and it seemed like it was meant for containment rather than burial. That confirms what Alex said. Price exhaled a puff of smoke. Which part exactly? Akasame asked, delving into the details. He said that if there were those who sought to use the power of the marker, then there must have also been those who fought against them. Maybe this pharaoh was the first to attempt building a marker, but his own people rebelled and sealed him in a sarcophagus. Ghost suggested. That makes sense, Nathan agreed. Honestly, his sarcophagus looked truly eerie. As if someone had tried to claw their way out from the inside. Oh yeah, I also found many of the same hieroglyphs Alex showed us on the walls of his tomb, as well as depictions of the marker itself. But unfortunately, I didn't have time to decipher all the inscriptions, and for some, I simply ran out of time. A shame, Alex said with frustration, realizing that the lost information could have shed light on the true history of this world's past. Alex and Brunhild exchanged glances, understanding they were thinking the same thing. Now, there was no doubt, Neferhotep was exactly who they suspected him to be. However, the idea that mere mortals had managed to imprison him seemed absurd. Most likely, he had allowed people to believe in his defeat only to later disappear into history and begin his game anew. Comparing the past with the present, Alex concluded that the Minister of Monoliths had merely been amusing himself, occasionally staging a grand performance of the struggle between good and evil. However, now his stage encompassed an entire world, and he was calmly observing how events unfolded. The only unresolved question was Davith. Had he been invited by the Minister of Monoliths? Or had he found this world on his own? Perhaps some mortal had accidentally opened a passage for him. These thoughts wouldn't let Alex rest. Have you seen anything like this anywhere else? Lady Ma asked in a serious tone, giving Nathan a sharp look. I mean references to the marker. Yes, many times, Nathan nodded. One of the times I encountered similar hieroglyphs was in a Mayan pyramid. Don't tell me there was another wise ruler or something like that, Takashi said dryly. Because that would be too ridiculous. You're right, Koda nodded. It's like in those manga and anime where authors just copy each other, only changing the names of the characters and locations. Yeah, a complete ripoff, Itami agreed with a nod. Can you stop talking about your kiddie cartoons? Shino snapped irritably. Never. Anime is an art form. Koda and Itami exclaimed in unison, high-fiving each other. Shino clenched her fists, preparing to teach both chatterboxes a lesson. However, Koda was saved by one of his girlfriends, who immediately grabbed him by the ear and forced him to shut up. Itami, on the other hand, wasn't so lucky. He took a punch from Shino and collapsed onto the floor with a wounded expression, curling up like a shrimp. No one quite understood how a discussion about ancient history had suddenly turned into a debate about anime. Fortunately, Toji remained silent. Perhaps he was saved by Kyoko's piercing gaze, as she watched him closely, ready to intervene if necessary. Toji's friends quickly picked up on the moment and wasted no time teasing him, calling him henpecked. Alex just shook his head. If the events in Mayan history mirrored those of Egypt, it meant that the Minister of Monoliths wasn't particularly imaginative when it came to storytelling. Shall we continue? Yuriko suggested in a calm tone. Ah, right. Nathan cleared his throat, wiping the smile off his face. Well, you're wrong, kid. In the Mayan pyramid, I found something new. Yes, there was also mention of a god who fell from the heavens, but to be precise, that's not entirely the correct translation. Do you mean descended or came down? Brunhild clarified. You could interpret it that way, Nathan nodded. But the real point is different. The pyramid spoke of a process called ascension or elevation. Can you translate anything properly? Sasaki asked sarcastically, crossing his arms. Or are you only a great archaeologist in words? Sorry, I don't know the Mayan language that well, Nathan shrugged. But there was something strange. The records mentioned chosen ones who could undergo the process of elevation. The process itself is hard to translate, too many unclear terms related to sacrifice and the idea that only one who escapes death can be reborn. I couldn't fully decipher what exactly they meant. Why does that sound familiar? Akasame muttered thoughtfully, stroking his mustache. If we put everything together, doesn't it resemble what happened to Diego? You're right, Akasame, Alex nodded. Because I definitely killed Diego with my final strike. At that moment, his brain and face were reduced to mush, there was no way he could have survived. Alex paused, scanning the gathered faces. And now you have the full picture. Who, what, how, and why. As soon as Alex spoke, all eyes shifted from Nathan to him. After all, this was why they were here, to understand what had happened to Diego and why he had transformed into a creature resembling a demon. Fortunately, Nathan hadn't been able to fully translate the so-called ascension process in the Mayan temple, because behind that fancy term lay nothing more than a transformation into a necromorph and the attainment of new life. Well, I think everyone felt that ominous energy that burst from Diego's body at the moment of his death. I won't go into too much detail, especially since we have martial arts masters among us. To put it simply, there are two types of ki, do-ki, which is fueled by rage, and sei-ki, which serves to calm the mind. The first is used by those who rely on anger and bloodlust, while the second is for those who seek inner harmony, Alex began explaining. Sasha, get to the point, please, Balalaika calmly reminded him. All right. Basically, Diego was a do-ki user, drawing his power from rage and negative emotions. But the most important thing is that he was already under the influence of the marker while he was alive. And unlike ordinary people, who simply turn into necromorphs after death, he went through a different process. That surge of negative energy that erupted from his body at the moment of death, that was the power of the marker he had received. In other words, he didn't die, he was reborn. Or, as Nathan put it, ascended, call it whatever you like, Alex finished, giving everyone a moment to process his words. Brunhild looked at him, and her gaze clearly said, you're a master at feeding people nonsense. If not for their spiritual bond, she might have believed this nonsense herself. Alex just smirked and lightly squeezed her hand. Still, he wasn't lying, the situation with the marker and Davith was almost identical. Diego had simply become a pawn of the Dark Overlord, his experimental plaything. Alex even felt a bit curious, how exactly had Diego received power from Davith? Had he been recruited into his army? Or had Davith simply taken someone else's toy for himself, just like the Minister of Monoliths had done? That does make sense when you think about it, Chun-Li mused, crossing her arms. No matter how you look at it, everything keeps following the same pattern, there's a villain, and there are those who fight against him. Maybe you'd like to hear more. I've got plenty of interesting stories about my discoveries, Nathan offered enthusiastically. If this is another history lesson, I'm out. It's all cool and everything, but it's boring as hell, Reveille raised her hands, signaling she was ready to leave. Oh no, this time it's much more interesting. You see, my search for ancient artifacts took me to France. There, in a nursing home, I met an old Arab man whom everyone considered crazy. He had an archaeologist's journal and guarded it with his life. This man was once a miner and had participated in excavations, accompanying an expedition searching for traces of an ancient civilization. I managed to get him to talk, and after seeing my genuine interest, he gave me the journal so I could study it, Nathan said with a slight smile, clearly enjoying the moment. Balalaika scoffed, looked at him mockingly, and said, Drake, you sure know how to spin a tale, but your stories are only good for little girls. No one here believes that Oldman just handed you the journal. Admit it, you stole it. Nathan gave an embarrassed smile as he noticed everyone staring at him. Even the youngest listeners clearly didn't believe that the old Arab had just given him the journal out of the kindness of his heart. Realizing that convincing them was pointless, Nathan didn't even bother trying to justify himself. I prefer the term borrowed for research. Maybe I would have returned it, but, you see, the apocalypse started, and the journal wasn't of much use to the old Arab anymore, he declared with the most serious expression. Just like I was totally going to pay off my gambling debts, Dutch smirked. Ha ha ha, exactly. Anyway, this journal from the old archaeologist mentioned something called the Magnation. Same story, beings that fell from the heavens, bestowing knowledge and immortality. It also spoke of sacrifices and rebirth into a deity. One of the entries stated that when the Magnerot awaken, they will prepare the world for the arrival of the Lord, who will slay death itself and ascend as the greatest deity, ruling over all existence, Nathan recounted. Alex immediately understood which Lord they were talking about, but he was skeptical that this mutt could kill death. After all, Lady Death could erase Niang Niang's avatar with a snap of her fingers. Self-proclaimed deities like this one didn't stand a chance. However, he considered another possibility. Maybe it wasn't about killing Lady Death herself, but rather about erasing the very concept of death from this universe. What the hell is this Magnation or whatever you called them? Casper asked, slightly puzzled. The translation is soul devourers, Alex explained. Doesn't really change much. We've just confirmed once again that this world is an even bigger pile of shit than we thought. But nothing we can do about it. Couldn't have said it better, Kuda muttered, shaking his head. Why couldn't a portal to another world full of elf girls have opened instead? Or at least a tower where we could level up? Alex smirked, understanding exactly why Kuda had said that. Since no one seemed in a hurry to leave, there was plenty more to discuss. Time was on their side. Before long, Alice, Anoka, Malka, and, trailing behind them, a trio of little troublemakers joined the group. Apparently, the kids had decided they wanted to listen in on what the adults were talking about. Alex noticed Garcia was with the three girls, followed closely by the maid, Roberta. Narrowing his eyes, Alex glanced at Garcia, then shifted his gaze to Alice. Maybe it was time to get himself a good stick to start chasing boys away from her. At that moment, he locked eyes with Jonah, and both of them exchanged a silent nod, immediately understanding each other's thoughts. To be continued. Chapter 285, Another Visitor from Another World. The evening discussion about history continued, despite some complaining about boredom and saying they wanted to leave to avoid yet another history lesson. However, in reality, no one even considered leaving. Everyone wanted to better understand what was happening in the world. Gradually, a realization set in. The situation they found themselves in wasn't unique. Similar events had occurred throughout human history. There had always been those who could stop a catastrophe. But unfortunately, this time, the scale of the disaster had reached a global level. Preventing what had already happened was nearly impossible, and this understanding weighed heavily on everyone who had come seeking explanations, only to be confronted with the harsh truth about the world. At first, many thought everything was unfolding like a classic zombie apocalypse scenario. It seemed as if someone had been conducting experiments, one of them had spiraled out of control, and an epidemic had begun. However, the reality was far more terrifying. Behind it all stood the corporation. No one could have predicted that an organization known for its charity work and supposed dedication to the betterment of humanity would be the cause of this nightmare. But those who knew more than the rest had always suspected that the corporation harbored dark secrets. When the children joined the discussion, everyone had to be more careful with their words to avoid frightening them even more. They had only just begun to recover from the horrors they had witnessed. But the lesson had to be interrupted for another reason as well, the worsening weather. No one had noticed when the sky became covered with dark clouds and the wind grew sharp and piercing. It soon became clear, a storm was coming. The conversation could wait. Getting off the deck before the waves started washing people overboard was more important. For a moment, Alex considered dispersing the clouds but decided there was no need. The only effect the storm would have was slightly slowing down the aircraft carrier, nothing more. So instead, he simply picked up Gir, Mimi, and Stitch in his arms, while Brunhilde carried Alice. And most importantly, Alex said with a smirk as he bid farewell, if you don't want to fall out of bed at night, I suggest tying yourself down. You never know, the storm might toss you off. Ha 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 ha. Great advice. When the storm is over, let's see who ends up on the floor in the morning. R laughed with a wide grin. Alex just shook his head. It was always the ones who said things like that who ended up in trouble. He could already foresee R showing up tomorrow morning with a bump on his forehead, having undoubtedly fallen out of bed in the middle of the night. After reminding everyone about safety precautions one last time, Alex and Brunhilde carried the four little ones back to the captain's bridge. As the group dispersed, light rain had already begun to fall, signaling that they should hurry. Grabbing the chairs they had brought out to sit on during the discussion, everyone headed below deck before the rain intensified. By the time Alex, Brunhilde, Yuriko, and the kids reached the captain's bridge, their clothes were already slightly damp from the drizzle. Is a storm coming? Saya asked, glancing out the window. Most likely, Valmont nodded. I just hope it won't be too strong. Otherwise, we'll be significantly slowed down on our journey. The most important thing is that everyone is safe. Slowing down a little isn't a big deal, Alex said as he settled onto the couch. Rebecca gave him a sly look. Since the weather's like this, I suggest watching a horror movie. A rainy night is the perfect time for one. Alex smiled. He had no objections to watching a horror film, as it had always been one of his favorite genres. However, Alice was sitting beside him, and not only he but also the more responsible girls were worried that she might start having nightmares. However, Alice herself was adamantly against this opinion. According to her, after surviving the horrors of the zombie apocalypse, no movie could possibly scare her. Alex smirked, ruffled her hair, and waved his hand. If she was that brave, let her watch. The other girls were skeptical about Rebecca's choice, but the more perceptive ones quickly realized that they could use the scary scenes as an excuse to snuggle up to Alex. Before he could even blink, all the spots around him were taken, and Alice had already settled comfortably on his lap. Looking at the girls, he was once again convinced that they didn't see their situation as survival in a world overrun by the undead but rather as some kind of vacation on a luxurious ship. He left the movie selection entirely up to Rebecca, while the others busied themselves preparing snacks. In the end, the choice fell on a ghost movie, specifically, a story about a vengeful female spirit. Alex and Brunhilde exchanged glances and shot Rebecca a dry look. She knew perfectly well who had taken up residence in Alex's shadow, yet she had still made this choice deliberately. However, judging by the complete lack of reaction from Zhangya, she didn't seem to care, which was already a good sign. The others, however, weren't as lucky. The movie turned out to be genuinely terrifying, and, contrary to their expectations, during the scariest moments, the girls clung to each other instead of Alex. Fortunately for them, they had no idea a real ghost was present. Otherwise, a collective heart attack would have been inevitable. The next morning, Alex opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling. He could feel the girls on either side of him holding him tightly, and his leg was tangled in Zhangya's long hair. He understood her actions perfectly. Unlike the others, she couldn't openly express her affection and was forced to remain hidden in his shadow. Many would have thought Zhangya was just a shy ghost girl, but Alex knew better. Her past had made her bloodthirsty, and he had personally witnessed her tearing zombies, mutants, and demons apart, reducing them to a mess of bones and flesh. Not in a hurry to get up, he simply lay there, allowing the girls to hold onto him. Shifting his gaze to the side, he noticed Alice peacefully sleeping on a pillow, cuddled up with Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. It seemed that despite her claims that the movie hadn't scared her, she had still preferred to sleep with the trio of little troublemakers that night. After lying there for a while, Alex carefully freed himself from Ada and Renka's grasp. As soon as he moved, Zhangya's hair slowly retreated, vanishing once again into his shadow. Alex wasn't even sure if Zhangya slept at all or if she was just silently observing everything. Even the Valkyries in his spiritual space would eventually rest, but she always seemed to be on guard. He smirked, thinking about how the Valkyries in his mind had turned into recluses, never stepping outside. Pulling on his clothes, he decided to enjoy the sunrise. Taking a lounge chair and a cup of coffee, he headed to the bow of the aircraft carrier to have some time alone. Careful not to wake anyone, Alex made his way down and walked to the front of the ship. Once there, he unfolded the lounge chair, set his coffee beside him, and closed his eyes, savoring the first rays of the sun. However, as soon as he completely relaxed, Alex felt Zhangya's hair wrapping around his leg again, tightening slightly more than usual. Alex sighed inwardly. Zhenggu, the main character of her world, had been afraid of her for most of the time. But why? Zhangya was actually quite sweet. Sure, she was a bit clingy and bloodthirsty. Suddenly, footsteps were heard behind him. In that instant, Zhangya's hair tightened around his leg before disappearing back into his shadow. Alex immediately understood the cause of her jealousy. He didn't even need to turn around to guess who was approaching. He decided to wait until the person was closer before speaking. "Why did you wake up so early, Mio?" he asked, not turning his head. "I'm used to getting up early," Mio answered, not surprised that Alex recognized her. "I always had to make breakfast for everyone. It's become a habit." Alex nodded and sat up, making space for Mio to sit next to him. He shifted a little, gesturing for her to get more comfortable. The girl smiled sweetly and, without hesitation, took the offered spot. But what surprised Alex the most was the absence of the usual hostility from the overprotective grandfather. Normally, Hayato would almost bore a hole through him with his gaze whenever Mio came too close. Curiosity took over, and Alex glanced back, knowing the masters had likely been awake for some time and were probably meditating. As soon as he turned his head, his gaze met Hayato's. The old man simply nodded and said nothing more. This was so puzzling to Alex that for a moment he seriously wondered if Hayato had been replaced. However, there was no other explanation, and all he could do was nod back in stunned silence. "Why are you staring at my grandfather like that?" Mio asked with a slight embarrassment. "Just." Usually, he gets angry when you sit next to me, and now I feel strange. I understand Kensai, Lady Ma never takes her eyes off him. But your grandfather. Honestly, it's a little scary, Alex replied with a crooked smile. Mio laughed, her bright laughter quickly dissolving the tension. Alex smiled too, deciding to simply enjoy the moment. He thought about offering her something to drink, but aside from his cup of coffee, he had nothing. He couldn't predict that Mio would approach him. However, despite her slight shyness, she suddenly took his cup and took a few sips. Alex was even more confused now, not understanding what he had missed during the storm. Had everything gone as it should? He knew for sure that he hadn't ended up in an alternate universe, no one would have been able to transport him there without his knowledge. After handing the cup back, Mio continued the conversation. She asked questions about chakra training, and Alex, not surprised by her abilities, answered. He already knew she was a genius, so she had probably mastered the technique to strengthen her body and maybe even learned to walk on walls. But suddenly, the girl fell silent, looked at him intently, and before Alex could say anything, she kissed him on the lips. Alex was left completely confused. I'm not opposed, of course, but what's the occasion, he asked, his tone full of surprise. Thank you for not letting my grandfather sacrifice himself yesterday. I didn't know how to thank you, but the other girls said this was the best way, Mio confessed, her cheeks coloring with a gentle blush. Alex sighed and gave a small smile. It would have been awful of me to just let him die. But about the kiss? Are you sure it was necessary? What about, Kenichi? We talked last night, like you advised, Mio said, starting to explain. Alex thought for a moment. From her words, it seemed she had indeed tried to give Kenichi another chance, but he somehow messed it up again. Furthermore, she had chosen a bad time to talk. Kenichi was surrounded by girls from Miku's group, which only complicated things. Alex couldn't understand what was wrong with the guy. Essentially, Mio had been his first love. He had strived to become stronger to protect her. And now, when the opportunity presented itself, he had just let it slip away. Looking at Mio's expression, Alex realized she no longer wanted to give Kenichi any more chances. If you've decided to let go of those feelings, then so be it. He's the one at fault for missing out on such an opportunity, Alex said softly, placing his hand on her head. Humph, he doesn't even realize what he lost. Now let him hang out with those girls. I won't stop him from spending time with them anymore, Mio sniffed, raising her nose in defiance. Alex simply smiled, stroking her head again. Perhaps the issue was that Kenichi and Mio had only met recently, and their feelings hadn't had the time to develop the way they were supposed to in the original timeline. Throwing one last glance back, Alex met Hayato's eyes. The old man said something, but his voice was too quiet. However, Alex easily read his lips. Take care of Mio. Alex understood, Hayato had no objections to his granddaughter starting a romantic relationship with him. Alex continued spending time with Mio, wanting to get to know her better. He had already spent quite a bit of time with Renka and Shigeru when he worked on the armaments for the aircraft carriers at the Okinawa military base. Now he realized that Mio was not only a kind and bright girl but could also easily fit into his family. She would probably get along with the girls from Arario and become part of their group. A few minutes later, they were lying together on the chaise lounge, chatting carelessly, when a familiar voice sounded behind them. Oh, it seems like we're interrupting your romantic time. Alex lazily turned his head and saw Chun-Li, with Cammy standing next to her. Mio, hearing their words, immediately blushed and jumped up quickly, while Chun-Li just smiled, clearly pleased with her reaction. Alex shook his head and gently patted Mio's hair, signaling that she didn't need to be so embarrassed. After all, if she didn't learn how to handle moments like this, his girls in Arario would simply torment her, making her blush until she passed out. What brings you here so early? Alex asked, glancing at Chun-Li and Cammy. I thought you, like the other masters, would be meditating or training to stay in shape. That's exactly why we're here, Cammy answered with a light smile. Don't you want to spar with us? Alex raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Not that I doubt your skills, but, you know how it is. That's the point, Chun-Li said with a provocative smile. By fighting a strong opponent, you can improve your own skills. Now enough sitting around, let's fight. Alex sighed heavily. All he wanted right now was to relax and enjoy the silence. He was having that rare lazy moment when he didn't even feel like causing chaos. But realizing that the girls wouldn't let up, he lazily got up, not forgetting to grab his cup of coffee. Seeing that Alex had finally agreed, Chun-Li and Cammy smiled, and he lazily followed them, hoping no one else would want to join and extend the sparring session. However, as soon as they approached the area where the other masters were, everyone's attention immediately shifted to them. Did you actually convince him? Ken asked in surprise. Damn it, can I join too? Ryu interjected, literally shoving Ken aside. I want to test my strength against Alex. Ask him yourself, Chun-Li smirked, nodding toward Alex, who looked like he just wanted to keep holding his coffee cup and pretend to be a useful member of society. Do whatever you want. Alex drawled, taking a sip. I don't care anymore. Great. Then we're on. Ryu declared happily, cracking his knuckles. As soon as it became known that Alex would be fighting against Chun-Li, Cammy, Ryu, and Ken all at once, the spectators' excitement skyrocketed. People began taking their spots to watch, discussing what the fight would be like. Even Alex's girls, who had been having breakfast on the captain's bridge after waking up, came downstairs to see what was happening. Upon hearing that Alex would be facing all four of them, they also joined in the fun. Alex looked at his girls and sighed in relief. Fortunately, they hadn't decided to interfere and add more trouble for him. Most likely, it was his lazy appearance that clearly conveyed, I don't want to do this. Kick his ass. Let him know what it's like to date my daughter. Kensei suddenly shouted, showing his support for Alex's opponents. The atmosphere immediately grew tense, but before anyone could add anything, a cold voice came from behind Kensei. Dear. I think we need to talk again. Don't you think? Kensei slowly turned around and met the gaze of Juma, whose face expressed only one thing, inevitable punishment. Kensei's back was covered in cold sweat. Like a robot, he slowly turned his head back and met the piercing gaze of his wife. Juma looked at him as if she were ready to swallow him whole. Even Renka, who had been about to kick her father again, decided that since her mother had stepped in, there was no point in arguing with her. Before Kensei could even speak a word, Juma grabbed him by the collar and slightly lifted him. He immediately began trembling with fear. He knew his wife still hadn't forgiven him for leaving the house. And that was not even considering the fact that she hadn't found his carefully hidden collection, which he'd been gathering since he left the family. If that album got into her hands, he would face an even worse fate. Meanwhile, Alice, Anoka, and Malka were loudly cheering for Alex. Even Gir, Mimi, and Stitch somehow managed to find a flag and started waving it in support. Alex just frowned, trying to figure out where that flag came from and why no one was asking questions about it. Most likely, everyone just decided to ignore this strange fact, along with the oddity that Gir, Mimi, and Stitch kept changing their clothes when no one was looking. Go, big brother. Alice shouted, waving her arms. Alex smiled as he looked at his young fans, then turned his gaze to his four opponents, who were getting ready for the fight. He didn't want to drag this sparring out and was already thinking about how to finish it quickly so he could get back to relaxing. Meanwhile, Mio walked over to Alex's girls and joined their group. The most perceptive among them immediately understood everything and nodded silently at her. Renka, however, smirked slightly. She had been first, and now Mio was second, which could only mean one thing: this time, she had won. Even if Mio had decided to develop romantic feelings for Alex, Renka was still the first one. Alright, let's wrap this up quickly, Alex said lazily, sipping his coffee. If you manage to hit me even once, consider it a victory. This won't be so easy, Alex. Be ready, Chun-Li said as she assumed a fighting stance. Alex glanced at her, or more precisely, at her hips. Well, at her qipao, under which, fortunately, she was wearing shorts. The girl immediately noticed his gaze and simply smirked. After all, they had already seen each other naked, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Cammy, Ryu, and Ken also assumed their fighting stances, preparing for an attack. The spectators held their breath in anticipation of the duel's start. Ryu and Ken moved to the sides, taking positions on either side of Alex, while Chun-Li and Cammy stayed in front of him. Hadouken! Ryu and Ken shouted simultaneously. Two key balls flew toward Alex from either side. He took a step back, and the Hadoukens collided in midair, signaling the beginning of the fight. Chun-Li was the first to charge into the attack, quickly spinning around for a kick. Alex dodged by quickly crouching. But now he was certain that she was indeed wearing shorts under her qipao. He couldn't help but nod, acknowledging that it was a smart decision. Even despite their complicated relationship, which could be described as more than friends but less than lovers, he still didn't want Chun-Li to accidentally flash her underwear during the fight. However, his thoughts distracted him, and Ryu and Ken immediately seized the opportunity, both rushing at him with an attempt to trip him. Alex barely made a sound but jumped lightly, evading the attack. But then, he was immediately met by Cammy, who swiftly aimed a kick at him. He dodged midair, landing a little farther away, and lazily took another sip of his coffee. Maybe you'll start fighting back instead of just dodging? Chun-Li asked irritably, launching a series of kicks. It's not interesting that way. Show me something worth my time, and then I'll consider it, Alex lazily responded, playfully dodging her attacks. Then here you go. Cammy shouted, aiming for his back. Alex spun around, and Cammy's kick collided with Chun-Li's leg. The two girls pushed each other away, preventing their opponent from advancing further. Seeing the opening for an attack, Ryu and Ken immediately charged at Alex, alternating quick strikes and synchronizing their movements, trying to confuse him. Watching their movements, Alex couldn't help but admit that these two had really worked well together, their synchronization was top-notch, and their attacks flowed one after another without a single pause. However, to him, it didn't pose a serious threat. He either dodged or lazily blocked their strikes with one hand, continuing to observe their technique. Not bad. You two definitely have the potential to get even stronger, Alex mumbled as he grabbed Ken's fist. With one swift motion, he threw Ken aside, causing him to collide with Ryu. However, thanks to their vast combat experience, they managed to regroup and avoid falling, skillfully shifting to the side. At that moment, Chun-Li and Cammy re-entered the fight, deciding to repeat Ryu and Ken's strategy and attack in pairs. Cammy tripped Alex, forcing him to jump, and Chun-Li immediately delivered a powerful kick aimed straight at him. She thought for sure that this time Alex wouldn't be able to dodge. But as soon as her leg touched his body, it dissolved into a cloud of white smoke, and in its place was a log, which splintered into pieces from the impact. Wow, you almost got me, Alex's voice came from behind them. As the smoke cleared, the newcomers watched the spectacle with their mouths agape. Those who had seen this trick before just shrugged. However, hearing Alex's voice, everyone turned at once and saw him lazily sitting on his haunches, leisurely sipping his coffee. Hey, your ninja tricks are cheating. We almost had you. Cammy protested, pointing at him. You should have clarified the rules first. Let's spar, I want to fight a strong opponent. Alex drawled, dramatically waving his hand. Stop fooling around, Alex, attack already, Ryu said with a smirk. As you wish. But don't complain later when you get the fist of love, Alex grinned maliciously. Ryu and Ken exchanged wary glances, not understanding what was going on. However, the people in the know sighed sympathetically. In the next moment, Alex vanished, leaving behind only a residual image. Before Ryu could even process what had happened, Alex's fist slammed his face into the deck. Without stopping, Alex disappeared again and repeated the trick with Ken, sending him after Ryu. As for the girls, Alex decided not to hit them but simply gave Chun-Li and Cammy a light slap on the backside. That's it. I win, he grinned. Damn it, Alex. I almost got a concussion. How can that even be called the fist of love when it hurts this much? Ryu protested, rubbing the huge bump on his forehead. That's the fist of love for you. So don't complain. Or would you prefer me to spank you like a naughty child? Should I get a belt? Alex raised an eyebrow with a mischievous smile. Ryu and Ken both choked, imagining the scene. The audience burst out laughing. Chun-Li and Cammy, rubbing the spots where Alex had slapped them, glared disapprovingly at him. It didn't take a genius to guess, the red marks from his hand were definitely there. Alex just smirked, satisfied with his little revenge for being disturbed during his lazy break. Well, that was strange and quick, Balalaika muttered, standing next to Yuriko. He doesn't do everything quickly, Rebecca added with a sly smile. The girls immediately shot Rebecca disapproving looks for her words, while the others looked at Alex with curiosity, who pretended he hadn't heard anything. He had long since gotten used to Rebecca's antics and preferred to ignore them. Deciding to approach the girls, Alex smiled and stepped forward, but at that moment, the aircraft carrier suddenly jolted as though it had collided with something massive. The deck shook, and many nearly lost their balance. No one understood what caused the jolt, but soon the answer appeared from beneath the water, a massive tentacle emerged to the surface. Alex lunged forward, pushing Alice, Anoka, and Malka aside, but didn't react fast enough before the tentacle grabbed him and pulled him underwater. Shit, not again. Alex cursed as he disappeared into the ocean depths. As he descended, Alex furiously tore the tentacle apart, his patience running out. The whole thing brought back unpleasant memories. At the beginning of his journey, he had already encountered something similar when the avatar of Nyan Nyan grabbed him and dragged him into a portal. And now, once again, some sea creature dared to do the same. With a powerful swing, Alex condensed his energy and instantly boiled the creature's blood rushing from the severed tentacle. He was about to finish it off when he noticed something strange. It's the damn Kraken. What the hell is it doing in this world? Alex muttered, not even realizing he was speaking underwater. It's not from this world, a voice from Regan Leaf sounded in his mind. Look closely, it doesn't have a trace of the Minister of Monoliths or the Dark Lord's energy. Alex raised an eyebrow but decided to study the Kraken more closely. He noticed that magical energy was circulating within the creature, which meant one thing: this monster definitely didn't belong to this world. How it ended up here was a mystery. However, fortunately, there were no signs of contamination within its body, meaning it's edible, Alex concluded, a satisfied gleam in his eyes. But something else caught his attention: there was life inside the Kraken. No, the Kraken couldn't possibly be pregnant, but this aura. It reminded him of Valkyries. Let's see who you've swallowed. Alex muttered, pulling out Poseidon's trident from his inventory. The Kraken immediately sensed the threat and tried to escape, but Alex just smirked. How could he let a potentially tasty prey get away? Gripping the trident in his hand, he delivered a swift strike that pierced the monster's head, killing it instantly. The lifeless Kraken's body began to rise to the surface, and Alex, not wasting any time, slit open its belly. Peering inside, he was utterly stunned. There, among the digested debris and remains of food, he saw her. What the hell? He muttered, creating an air dome around the girl. Inside the Kraken was Rory. And Alex knew full well that she shouldn't be in this world, let alone inside a damn sea monster. Alex was greatly surprised. Encountering Itami and his team was one thing, but stumbling upon Rory, that was a whole different story. How could the gates have opened in this world without the Minister of Monolith's permission, who seemed to be playing his own intricate game? Unless, of course, he had allowed it to happen simply to change the scenery. However, Alex wasn't about to waste time pondering that now. He scooped Rory up along with her axe and began to rise to the surface. It was far easier to ask her directly than to keep guessing while underwater. Breaking through the surface, he forcefully shot out of the water and gracefully landed on the deck of the aircraft carrier. "Call me Alexander, the god of the seas," he declared, holding Poseidon's trident in one hand and the unconscious girl in the other. His sudden appearance caught everyone off guard. Just moments ago, a monster had dragged him into the depths of the sea, and everyone was wondering if he would make it. Now, he was returning like a triumphant hero, with a mythical weapon, a strange girl, and on top of that, declaring his divine status. "Where did you get that trident?" Kota finally blurted out, voicing the first thought that came to mind. "Found it in the Kraken's body, along with her," Alex replied nonchalantly, nodding toward Rory. "Where's the justice?" Kota fumed, pointing a finger at him. "He killed a legendary monster, got 2 weapons, and a girl to boot. Come on, Alex, you're the main character, right?" "Who knows?" Alex smirked. "But I think we should check her condition first. She's alive, but I don't know how long she was inside that monster or how she even ended up there. Meanwhile, tie the Kraken to the aircraft carrier. We can't let such a catch go to waste." "Are you sure it's safe to eat?" Ray asked skeptically, glancing at the creature's corpse. "Just give a piece to GIR or Mimi for analysis, and they'll let you know," Alex shrugged. "In the meantime, I'll take the girl to the med bay." He already knew the Kraken was edible, but he figured the others might as well confirm it for themselves. Glancing at Brunhild, he gave her a sign that she should come with him. She nodded in response, indicating she'd catch up later when she was done with things here. Without wasting time, Alex carried Rory to the med bay, leaving behind the stunned stares of everyone else. He wanted to do this before anyone could snap out of their shock and bombard him with questions. Arriving at the med bay, Alex carefully placed the girl on an examination table, then sat in a chair, leaning back, and studied her closely. To be continued. Chapter 286, The Gothic Reaper Rory. Only when Alex disappeared from the deck, casually slinging the girl over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, did everyone finally snap out of their shock. The mere fact that he had found her inside the belly of a giant kraken, the very creature that had dragged him underwater, was already unbelievable. Everything had happened so quickly that no one had fully grasped what was going on, not even Alice, Anoka, and Malka, whom Alex had pushed aside. They hadn't even had time to be scared before it was all over. Meanwhile, Shizuka was examining the 3 young girls, checking for any signs of injury or distress. To her surprise, they were completely unharmed, aside from the stunned expressions on their faces. The rest of the group moved to the edge of the deck to look down at the Kraken's massive carcass, now floating on the surface. The sight was truly awe-inspiring. Now, everyone understood why Kota had called the creature legendary. A being of such size was something they had only seen in movies, yet here they were, staring at a real-life Kraken. Holy hell, that thing is enormous. How the hell did he even manage to kill it? Revei muttered, studying the massive body of the beast. I'd be more surprised if he hadn't, Balalaika remarked calmly. Everyone turned to look at her. She stood near the railing, a thin cigar between her lips, her coat draped loosely over her shoulders. Feeling their gazes, she simply shrugged. The night before, she had a chance to talk with her old friend Yuriko and learn more about Alex. And honestly, what she heard had shaken her. It was hard to imagine someone so young being that organized in a world that was rapidly going to hell. He wasn't just keeping things under control, he had led people out of a collapsing country in search of safety, saving others along the way. "So, what do we do with this thing?" Kiriko asked, doubtfully eyeing the Kraken's body. Alex said it should be edible, but I'm not so sure. What if it got that big because of the virus? Shizuka frowned, glancing at the Kraken with visible disgust. I wouldn't want to take any chances. We'll just do what Alex said, give a piece to GIR or Mimi for analysis and find out, Coco said nonchalantly. Everyone nodded in agreement before shifting their attention to Gir, Stitch, and Mimi, who were already posing in front of the Kraken's carcass, snapping pictures from different angles. Even Alice, Anoka, and Malka had joined in on this impromptu photo shoot. One question crossed everyone's mind: where did they even get a camera? And, more importantly, why would two robots need one? However, no one dared to ask out loud. Brunhild let out a heavy sigh and clapped her hands to get their attention. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch immediately ran over to her, latching onto the hem of her dress. "Master Hayato, if it's not too much trouble, please bring a piece of this creature's flesh," she said calmly. "Let Gir and Mimi analyze it. If it's safe to eat, it will be a valuable addition to our supplies." "Haha. One moment, young lady," Hayato replied with a grin. With a swift motion, he leaped down toward the Kraken's carcass. At that moment, Rebecca stifled a laugh. Brunhild immediately shot her a sharp look, but Rebecca simply covered her mouth, trying not to burst into full laughter. When Brunhild narrowed her eyes even further, Rebecca casually threw her hands behind her head and started whistling, though the smirk on her face gave her away completely. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, not understanding what was so funny. The thing was, Brunhild had long since stopped being a young lady. Alex had once mentioned her true age; she was over 1,800 years old. Hearing herself called young, Rebecca simply couldn't hold back her laughter. Brunhild shot her a look that promised a very interesting conversation later. But Rebecca just smirked, knowing she had a secret weapon, her husband. If things got dicey, she would just hide behind Alex while he convinced Brunhild that she wasn't old. Just then, Hayato returned, holding a large chunk of Kraken flesh. "Here, I think this should be enough for analysis," he said, placing the meat on the deck. "Thank you, Master Hayato," Brunhild nodded. Then she turned to Mimi. "Mimi, can you check if it's edible?" Mimi nodded, tore off a piece of Kraken flesh, and put it in her mouth for analysis. Standing nearby, Stitch stuck a finger in his mouth and drooled excessively. One paw clung to Brunhild's dress while the other scratched his chin, as if in deep thought. A literal waterfall of saliva dripped from his mouth. He started tugging at Brunhild's dress, looking up at her with pleading eyes. "Mama, can I have some? Please? Please," he begged, still pulling at her hem. "Wait a little longer. And stop drooling everywhere, you're making a flood," Brunhild said with a small smile. Stitch nodded rapidly, hurriedly wiping his mouth, but the moment he did, a fresh wave of drool spilled down again. The newcomers watching this scene were completely baffled. Their faces showed a mixture of shock and confusion. To put it mildly, they were stunned that the blue dog had just spoken. Some even pinched themselves, hoping this was just a dream. Balalaika, deciding to take the rational approach, turned to Yuriko. "What is that creature?" But Yuriko didn't know much more than the others and simply repeated what she had heard from Alex and Rebecca. According to them, they had found Stitch after he escaped from some kind of laboratory. Meanwhile, Mimi finished her analysis, and just as Alex had predicted, the Kraken's meat was indeed edible. "Mama, this is safe to eat," she announced happily. "It's actually quite nutritious. Based on my analysis, this creature's body is quite old, but its meat is still fresh. It's likely an ancient descendant of other cephalopod species. From the data, the Kraken known in human history appeared and disappeared multiple times. But this time, it attacked Papa, and it won't be disappearing again." As she spoke, Mimi nodded seriously. "Got it. Thank you, Mimi," Brunhild said, patting her on the head. "Well, at least now we won't run out of food. Looks like we'll be eating this Kraken for a couple of years, or at least until it spoils," Ray remarked optimistically. "We need to preserve as much of the meat as possible. At the very least, we won't have to worry about supplies," Saya nodded. Everyone unanimously agreed that storing the meat was a good idea, but how? They were in the middle of the ocean, far from land, and butchering the carcass on the water wouldn't be easy. However, one individual wasn't interested in discussions, he was interested in eating. "Mama, can I have some now? Can I eat? Can I?" Stitch whined again, tugging impatiently at Brunhild's dress. Brunhild let out a tired sigh and finally nodded. The moment she gave permission, Stitch immediately pounced on the chunk of meat, sinking his teeth into it and greedily chewing. Within seconds, he had swallowed a massive piece, then let out a satisfied burp. Rubbing his bloated stomach, he flopped onto the deck with a blissful expression. Rebecca couldn't hold back her laughter and affectionately ruffled Stitch's ears. But despite this amusing scene, the main question remained unanswered: what to do with the Kraken's body. "We need to figure out a way to butcher the meat, but doing it here, on the water, isn't very convenient," Valmont pointed out, snapping everyone out of their trance as they watched Stitch feast. "We're relatively close to the Paracel Islands. Just a couple of hours, and we'll be there," Saya said, showing a tablet with the route map. "So that means we're getting a vacation on an island. Awesome, I'm in." Ada cheered. That means I get to wear a swimsuit and make my husband happy. I'm in too, Rika smirked. Kiriko snorted and gave them a knowing look. Girls, aren't you forgetting something? Rika and Ada turned to her in sync. What exactly? Oh, I don't know, maybe the zombie apocalypse. The evil corporation. The end of the world. Kiriko listed, crossing her arms. It's fine, Rika waved dismissively. The rest of the girls also thought that spending time on the beach would be a great way to unwind. Many of them wanted to step off the ship, even if only onto a sandy shore, to feel solid ground beneath their feet. Brunhild, tapping her chin thoughtfully, weighed the pros and cons. Butchering the Kraken and restocking supplies on the Paracel Islands was indeed a logical decision. Besides, some members of the team probably needed a break after everything they had been through. Then that's what we'll do. Master Hayato, if it's not too much trouble, could you help secure the Kraken's body? She asked the men. Ho ho ho. No problem. I'll have my lazy friends lend a hand, and we'll have it done in no time, Hayato chuckled. Brunhild nodded in agreement. They quickly found a long rope to tie the sea monster's carcass to the aircraft carrier. Hayato, Akisame, Sasaki, and Apachai jumped down and began wrapping the Kraken to ensure they wouldn't lose it along the way. Meanwhile, Brunhild turned to Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. Change course. We're heading for the islands. After assigning tasks to everyone, she was about to go find Alex to learn who he had discovered inside the Kraken's body. The others, however, had a completely different mindset. For them, Brunhild's words meant a short vacation. They eagerly anticipated the chance to relax, fish, or simply sunbathe. After the storm, the weather was perfect. The girls also began preparing for their arrival on the islands, dragging Mio along before she even realized what was happening. They decided to leave all matters concerning the unknown girl from the Kraken's stomach to Brunhild and Alex. After all, they would explain everything later anyway. With confident steps, Brunhild made her way to the medical ward, nodding to the medics and scientists along the way. The scientists, by the way, had asked Alex to provide data on the virus, hoping to find a way to create a vaccine. But when they saw the mess of mutations, their shock knew no bounds. Finally, she entered the room where Alex and the mysterious girl were. Thanks to her spiritual connection with Alex, Brunhild already knew who she was. And it was astonishing. A girl from another world had somehow ended up here. Shifting her gaze from Alex to the stranger, Brunhild noticed that he was sitting in a chair, with Poseidon's trident resting next to him. Deciding not to touch on the topic of divine weapons for the moment, she focused on the girl lying on the medical bed. Alex tore his gaze from Rory and, noticing Brunhild, offered her a seat. She pulled up a chair and sat down beside him, softly leaning her shoulder against his as if savoring that brief moment of rest just for the two of them, not counting the girl from another world who lay unconscious on the bed. Alex glanced back at Rory. Despite her 961 years, she appeared no older than a 13-year-old girl. She had ascended and become a living deity, imbued with incredible power. Her long, flowing black hair was styled with straight bangs, adorned with a black and red ribbon, and her deep crimson eyes were framed by a gothic dress with red frills. Black stockings with garters, scarlet boots, and, of course, her main weapon, a massive purple halberd she held effortlessly. And how long are you going to pretend to be unconscious, Rory Mercury? Alex asked calmly. At Alex's words, a faint smile appeared on the girl's face, and she opened her eyes. Slowly propping herself up, Rory met Alex's rainbow-colored gaze with her crimson eyes, completely ignoring Brunhild. Seems like you figured me out. But how do you know my name? She asked with a light smile. I know a lot of things. But the main question is, why are you in this world, the Reaper Rory? Alex replied evenly. Oh, you even know my title, and that I'm not from this world. How unexpected, Rory said, inspecting Alex carefully, then turning her gaze to Brunhild, her expression becoming more focused. And judging by your aura, you and I are very alike. You carry the blessings of many gods. War, love, fertility, family, home, fire, blacksmithing, illusions, magic. I never thought one person could receive so many blessings from such different gods. And you? Her eyes gleamed. I didn't expect to meet a demigod in this world. Take it easy, girl, be more polite to our sister. She's twice your age, came a voice from behind. Behind Alex and Brunhild appeared Thrud, along with the other 9 Valkyries. They realized there was no point in hiding, so they all appeared together. Brunhild merely cast a blank look at her sisters, silently reprimanding them for their sudden appearance. Before she could say anything, Gaul rushed to her and gave her a tight hug. Rory, surprised, shifted her gaze from one girl to another, realizing she was standing before 11 demigoddesses, and it even impressed her. As Alex listened to her words, he understood that Rory had noticed the blessings of Freya, Hestia, Hephaestus, and Loki. He glanced at Brunhild, who silently nodded, confirming his suspicion. Sighing, Alex realized there was no point in hiding the fact any longer. He then turned his gaze to the Valkyries, wondering why they had decided to appear now. Shouldn't they have stayed in his spiritual space? Off to the side stood Gondal, who was silently exchanging words with Zhangya. When the latter materialized, Rory's eyes widened even further. This, unexpected, she mumbled, struggling to conceal her shock. Not so unexpected, Alex grinned, folding his arms across his chest. After all, what's more surprising, seeing an apostle of Roy in such a distant world, far from his will and influence. Then, he glanced at the Valkyries and Zhangya. Now, girls, you can go back. It's getting cramped in here. Hey, you're right about that, Rory replied with a slight smirk. The Valkyries bid Brunhild goodbye and vanished into Alex's spiritual space. Before leaving, however, Gondal gave him a quick kiss on the lips before dissolving. Once the room emptied, Alex sighed, sensing the headache that was about to hit. Now he had to explain to the others who Rory was and what the hell she was doing inside the Kraken's stomach. Alright, now let's talk. Can you explain how you ended up in this world, he asked, pulling out a cigarette. I don't know, Rory shrugged and spread her arms, adopting a carefree pose. How can you not know how you ended up in another world? You're an apostle, you're 961 years old. Wouldn't it have been logical to immediately find out what happened and try to return? Brunhild asked, irritated. But I really don't know, Rory shook her head. I was just doing my job, as usual, and suddenly everything changed. In the blink of an eye, I was in an unfamiliar place. There were these strange, towering buildings all around, people everywhere. I didn't even have time to figure out what was happening when they started hunting me. Maybe you fell into a spatial rift or something like that. Alex murmured thoughtfully, rubbing his chin. How long have you been here? No idea, Rory grinned predatorily. I had to kill a lot of strange people in weird clothes before they finally caught me. After that, I don't remember anything. Give me your hand, Alex extended his palm. Why? Rory squinted at him. I'll read your memories. Even if you don't remember, they're still imprinted on your soul. So stop wasting time, give me your hand. Rory raised an eyebrow but still extended her hand to Alex. He simply touched her palm, and in the next moment, fragments of the girl's memories flashed before his eyes. Brunhild, sensing the moment, immediately re-established her spiritual connection with Alex to also peer into Rory's past. The scene was exactly as she had described. The people hunting her were soldiers from the evil corporation, and Rory hadn't exaggerated when she said she had killed many of their fighters. She had wreaked bloody havoc, literally swimming in rivers of blood, until they finally caught her. Alex continued watching and saw that she had been taken to some sort of research facility. Each time the scientists tried to take tissue, blood samples, or anything else from her, she caused massive bloodbaths, trying to escape. Eventually, they simply stopped trying, and no one bothered her again, they just put her into a deep sleep until she woke up one last time and managed to escape. However, one memory made Alex frown. In it, he saw Weskier. Judging by how he fought Rory, he had quite impressive strength, even by this world's standards. But what amused Alex the most was the escape itself. She simply took a hostage, hijacked a boat, and then a Kraken attacked them and swallowed her. Well, that was definitely strange, Alex commented, releasing Rory's hand. I'll say this now, even if your memories are blurry, they'll come back over time. Fortunately, you remained dangerous even after waking up, and they didn't manage to do anything to you. In what sense? Rory frowned. What were they planning to do with me? To make it short, this world is pretty advanced in terms of technology. The people who captured you wanted to take samples of your tissue, blood, and other things to create more like you. Simply put, their goal was to make an army of Rory clones, Alex explained calmly. Rory thought for a few seconds, then her gaze refocused on Alex. Alright, then who are you, and why are you in this world? Or are you here by accident too? It's more complicated for me. I'm not here by accident, this is my job. You'll find out what exactly later. As for who I am, I'm a demon. More specifically, the very first demon. Literally the first one, created by the creator of everything. And the girl next to me, as you've probably guessed, is a demigod, a Valkyrie, and she's also from another world, Alex said calmly. Rory froze, staring at him with wide eyes. Her shock was hard to describe. At first, she thought Alex was just another apostle, like her, or at worst, a demigod. But the reality was far more overwhelming. Alex, accustomed to such reactions, simply waited for the girl to process what she had heard. When she regained her composure, she immediately became interested in the current situation in the world. Alex didn't hold back on the details and explained everything, from the fact that two powerful beings were targeting this world, playing a secret chess game for control over this universe. Why this universe? Rory frowned. Because it's special, Alex answered briefly. He didn't go into details, as it wasn't necessary. After finishing the conversation, Alex decided to check once more for any hidden injuries or soul problems Rory might have. However, he was surprised to find that she still maintained a faint connection with her god, Emroy, despite being in another universe. Alex certainly wasn't planning on contacting Emroy to clarify the situation. His life already had enough gods getting on his nerves, and Emroy, being a spiritual entity with no fixed gender, could be anyone. "Well, you're all right, and that's good," Alex finally said, looking into the girl's ruby eyes. "And here's my advice, don't say too much. Not a word about who you are, who I am, who Brunhild is, or everything you've seen here. People have enough problems, given the current situation, and you know very well how they might react if they found out the truth." Rory smirked but nodded. "As you say. But what are you going to tell the others?" "I'll come up with some nonsense. All you need to do is nod and confirm my words." "Leave the rest to me," Alex said, standing up from the chair and picking up the trident that was standing nearby. Brunhilde nodded, confirming Alex's ability to spin a story. Rory got up from the couch, grabbed her halberd, and carelessly threw it over her shoulder. Alex, Brunhilde, and Rory left the medical area and headed upstairs. As soon as they exited, all eyes immediately turned to Rory, who was holding the massive halberd on her shoulder. Now, in better lighting, the others were able to get a better look at her appearance, and the first impression proved to be misleading. She looked like a child. Rory immediately understood what the others were thinking, and her smile took on a predatory, almost bloodthirsty tone. A few people involuntarily shuddered. Alex, noticing this, placed his hand on her head, ruffling her hair slightly to calm her down and prevent any unnecessary provocation. Rory raised an eyebrow, surprised by the gesture, but said nothing. "Who is this girl? Or child?" Lem asked, getting straight to the point. "First of all, she's not a child," Alex replied calmly. "Despite her appearance, she's over 20, just like Rebecca." He continued to pat Rory's head, mostly to prevent her from attacking Lem for his careless words. The others exchanged glances and nodded, accepting the explanation. If they compared height and build, Rory did indeed look young, much like Rebecca. Had they not known her, they might have mistaken her for a schoolgirl. "So, who is she? And how did she end up in the Kraken's belly?" Takashi asked, noticing Alex's expression. "To put it simply, she's just like me, Rebecca, and Brunhild," Alex answered. Takashi immediately understood what he meant, glanced at Rory once more, and promptly received a sharp pinch at his waist from his girlfriend. He quickly turned his gaze away, and Alex just smirked, watching the scene unfold. The others pondered Alex's words. They already knew how strong the trio was, and if Rory was indeed similar to them in any way, that explained a lot. Everyone had seen how easily Brunhild dealt with undead and demons, and Rebecca, despite her small stature, possessed immense strength. "You mean she's as special as you three?" R asked, seeking clarification. "Like a superhuman? Can she breathe fire? Or maybe she's incredibly smart? Or damn strong? More like Rebecca." "Strong, with good regeneration," Alex explained calmly. "Well, that makes sense," R nodded. "They really are similar in some ways. So how did she end up inside that sea creature? Maybe now you'll answer that question." Lem exhaled a puff of smoke, squinting at Alex. "As I said, she's just like us. The difference is that while we managed to stay hidden from the corporation, she wasn't so lucky, they caught her. Then, as usual, they sent her to a secret laboratory, but she managed to escape. Took a hostage, hijacked a boat, but then her luck ran out. She ran into the Kraken, which swallowed her. Thanks to her regeneration, she survived, and now here she is," Alex casually pointed at Rory. "Did you find out where this lab is?" asked Ghost, picking up on the key details. "In the North Pacific," Alex replied. "The journey there isn't short, so it's unclear if we should visit it for now." Everyone nodded, and now the question was, where to put Rory? However, almost simultaneously, all eyes turned to Alex. Since he had saved her, it was his responsibility to take care of this dangerous girl. After all, if she had escaped from the lab, she obviously had considerable strength. To avoid potential problems, an unspoken collective decision was made: Rory would remain under Alex's care. Alex gave them a blank look, signaling that he wasn't going to argue. The important thing was that everyone bought into his story, and he wouldn't have to explain anything more. Rory glanced at the others, then back at Alex, in disbelief that anyone could seriously swallow such nonsense. Though, considering all the absurd things Alex sometimes did, they might actually believe that Rory had fallen from the sky. Alex simply patted her head and gestured for her to follow him. After bidding farewell to the others, he, Brunhild, and Rory headed to the captain's bridge, where the other girls were waiting. As soon as Alex opened the door, he was met with animated conversation and bustle. "What did I miss?" he asked, drawing the girls' attention. "Because of that monster you killed, we're heading to an island, and that means..." Renka smiled and gave him a sly wink. Swimsuit time. Right, we need to look beautiful and sexy for our men, Rika added with a wide grin. Alex raised an eyebrow but caught onto another word, island. He glanced at Brunhild, waiting for an explanation. The stop at the island is necessary to process the Kraken's carcass and make use of it, she explained calmly. Alex nodded, understanding that it made perfect sense. Meanwhile, the girls finally took notice of Rory, who was standing behind Alex and Brunhild. She casually held the massive halberd on her shoulder, which looked like it weighed a ton. Dear, could you introduce us to our new acquaintance? Yuriko asked calmly. Of course. This is Rory Mercury, Alex introduced her. He repeated the same story he had shared on the deck, explaining who Rory was. She squinted slightly as she watched him, becoming more curious about why he kept his identity hidden even from those close to him. Though, perhaps the reason lay in his absurd nature. After all, accepting the full truth about him would indeed be difficult. When the girls heard what Rory had gone through in the corporation's laboratories, they felt sympathy for her. The kindest of them were especially upset, wanting to comfort the newcomer, but Rory didn't seem particularly troubled by her past. As the girls gathered, Alex went to his workshop, not forgetting to tell Rory where the weapon rack was. Don't leave the halberd lying around, he called over his shoulder. Rory silently nodded, placed her weapon on the rack, and followed him. Once Alex was in his workshop, he turned on his laptop and got to work. He decided to spend time creating new gear for the team, while also testing a few ideas. Magical symbols flared up in the air, and work began in earnest. Rory grabbed a chair and sat beside him, watching carefully. What exactly are you doing? She asked, trying to understand him better. Alex calmly answered her questions, though he skillfully avoided some details. They spent several hours together, packing the finished armor into a box. At that moment, the door opened, and Siko appeared in the doorway. Alex, we're already near the island, we're waiting for you, she said. 1 second. Are you all ready? Alex asked, moving the box of armor aside. Everyone's waiting for you, she replied with a smile, taking his hand. Alex nodded and gestured for Rory to follow him. When they left the workshop, he glanced out the window and saw the island approaching on the horizon. A whole day of rest. Not bad, Alex thought with a slight smirk. But just in case, he sent a mana pulse toward the island to make sure no one would interfere with them. To be continued. Chapter 287, Rest on the Island. Alex left his workshop, holding Siko's hand. Following closely behind them was Rory, who, over the past few hours, had gotten a better understanding of him and what kind of person he was. Although he hadn't revealed much, it was enough for her to form a general impression of his character and decide whether he was worth trusting. However, Rory felt not only respect for his actions but also an inexplicable attraction toward him. She couldn't help but wonder what would happen if such power fell into someone else's hands. Most likely, its wielder would have long succumbed to temptation, becoming an arrogant bastard who thought himself above everyone. And yet, despite having traveled through 3 different worlds, Alex remained himself, someone who didn't lose his head over his own power and continued to help others while acting cautiously to avoid causing even more problems. This filled her with genuine admiration. A small smile crept onto her lips as she watched his back. At that moment, Alex received a response from the mana pulse he had sent to scout the island. Everything was calm, just regular wild animals that posed no threat. Nodding in satisfaction, he turned his gaze to his companions, who were fully prepared for a beach day. Fortunately, they weren't immediately flaunting their swimsuits, having thrown light clothing over them. Even Gir, Mimi, Alice, and Stitch had dressed accordingly. Gir and Stitch, like real boys, opted for shorts and sunglasses, while Alice and Mimi wore cute children's swimsuits with sun hats. Rebecca, once again, embraced her Hawaiian-style, short shorts and a long t-shirt. Rory, dear, maybe you should change as well. Namio suggested with a kind smile. Rory glanced at her. Normally, she found it irritating when people treated her like a child, but this time, it was different. Namio's gaze was full of genuine care, and despite being much younger, she simply didn't know any better. She wasn't trying to mock her or make fun of her age. On the contrary, she was showing sincere kindness. It was nice. A faint smile flickered on the apostle's face. I don't really have any clothes, Rory chuckled. I think the Kraken digested my entire wardrobe, so this is all I've got left. The girls laughed, happy that Rory wasn't dwelling on her recent hardships and could even joke about them. Alex also noticed how effortlessly she was blending into the group. However, at that moment, he felt Zhang Ye's hair tug at his shirt again, snapping him out of his thoughts. He let out a heavy sigh. Then just borrow one of Rebecca's swimsuits. You have similar body types, so I think her clothes will fit you, Saya suggested, pointing at her friend. What do you even know, Pinky? Rebecca snarled. I think she meant that both of you are short and flat-chested, Beatrix added with an innocent smile. Rory barely flinched, her smile freezing in place. Meanwhile, Rebecca gritted her teeth in rage, glaring at Saya as if she were ready to devour her. However, unlike their first encounter at school, when Rebecca had threatened to shoot her, Saya wasn't afraid of her in the slightest anymore. The two girls butted heads, growling at each other like wild cats, while Rory watched with a small, amused smile. Noticing her reaction, Alex placed his hand on her head, as if calming her down. He understood very well how sensitive girls were about their appearance. When he was in Orario, he had witnessed the endless bickering between Loki and Hestia countless times. And it was then that this war expanded, drawing Rebecca into it, who became the third side in the never-ending conflict after moving into Alex's house in Orario after Night City. Girls, enough, Yuriko intervened, habitually separating the rivals. You've argued so many times already, aren't you tired of it? And Rebecca, please, give Rory your swimsuit. Don't make the girl wait. Rebecca and Saya both snorted at each other and turned away. Rebecca walked to her bag, pulled out a swimsuit, and handed it to Rory. Rory looked around for a place to change, but Alex gestured toward his workshop. You can change there, he said. Rory smirked, giving him a playful look. Don't you want to join me? Go already. I need to change too, I'm not going to the beach in pants and shoes, Alex said without ceremony, gently pushing her toward the workshop. He knew Rory's character well and wasn't about to play along with her little provocations. The girls, watching this, exchanged glances. For some reason, they all had the same thought. Rory really reminded them of a certain green-haired gremlin with the same mischievous nature. Rebecca, noticing that they were looking at her, just rolled her eyes, not denying that similar thoughts had crossed her mind as well. In fact, she herself had been thinking about changing with Alex, and then, maybe something pleasant would keep them occupied for a little longer while the others had fun on the beach. Ignoring the curious gazes, Alex pulled out a pair of beach shorts and the only Hawaiian shirt he had ever bought on Hawaii. It's surprising that your shirt got the zombie blood out, Coco commented, glancing at the item. Of course, my dear Nemio worked hard on it. It's the last real Hawaiian shirt straight from Hawaii. You could say it's a rare collector's item, Alex replied with a smile, making a heart gesture toward Nemio, which made her blush slightly. From this perspective, you're right. After all, Hawaii is probably now a resort for the undead, not for humans, Ada nodded, then lazily settled onto the couch, propping her cheeks up with her hands. Now, Alex, come on, show us a nice performance. Don't keep us waiting. As if on cue, the other girls also got comfortable, intending to watch him change. Mio, embarrassed, covered her face with her hands but still peeked through the cracks between her fingers. Alex's eye twitched, he clearly wasn't going to turn this into a show. Fortunately, Mimi, and Stitch displayed good judgment and covered Alice's eyes so the young girl wouldn't see anything. Without ceremony, Alex took off his t-shirt and quickly put on the Hawaiian shirt, leaving it unbuttoned. Mio, Renka, and Shigure couldn't help but glance at the shirt. It was the same one Alex had worn when he came to their aid. While he was changing, the girls, annoyed at his speed, let out a quiet whistle, but he ignored it, quickly putting on earrings he hadn't worn in a long time and was ready. At that moment, Rory came out of the workshop, wearing Alex's hoodie over her swimsuit, which was clearly too big for her. Now that everyone's ready, it's time to head down to the others. I think they're eagerly waiting for some rest, Ray said with a smile. Did we bring everything? Shizuka asked, rummaging through her beach bag. I don't want to burn in the sun. Before heading out, the girls double-checked their things. The island was already within reach, but the aircraft carrier had been kept at a safe distance to avoid running aground. Alex knew that Coco had delicate skin that burned quickly under the sun, so he had already thought of a solution with a canopy, so the girls could sunbathe or rest in the shade. When everyone was ready, Alex and the girls started to make their way down, where the rest of their group had already started gathering. The children were the most excited, eagerly waiting for the chance to swim in the ocean. As Alex and the girls approached, all eyes turned toward them. Alex stepped up to the gangway, which hadn't been lowered yet, and as usual, he decided to give a speech. I see everyone's eager for some rest. I'm glad that, despite the apocalypse raging, we found time to spend this day with family and loved ones. For those who've been with us since the beginning, the journey has truly been tough. We've traveled thousands of kilometers, starting from Tokyo, faced dangers, and fought for our lives. Of course, sleeping in cramped cabins and being on a ship all the time hasn't been easy, but we had no choice. However, today we have the opportunity to relax. So let's enjoy this day to the fullest. Let's forget that the world is falling apart and remember the times when we could rest without worries. Let this day be special for each of us. Finishing his speech, Alex smiled, and his words were met with joyful exclamations and applause. Listening to Alex, everyone nodded in agreement, as he was right. As his speech came to an end, the tension in the air was replaced by cheerful laughter. The more experienced and older members once again confirmed that Alex knew how to lift people's spirits with just a word, making them forget their problems, even if only for a moment. The faces of those around him clearly showed that they were genuinely happy for this break. Balalaika once again reconsidered her opinion of him and nodded, understanding why people followed him like a leader. Alex, pleased by the excitement of his team, approached the gangway and began to lower it, but immediately realized the problem: the shore was too far away to swim. "And all your dramatic speech went down the drain," R mockingly said with feigned hurt. "You really want us to swim? You're so cruel, Alex." Alex narrowed his eyes and reached into his pocket, but after finding nothing, he simply smirked. However, the movement was enough to make her flinch and immediately hide behind the other guys. In turn, they burst into laughter. "Come on, R," Alex smirked, pulling his hand out of his pocket and giving him an exaggerated middle finger. The group erupted in laughter again, and R's face twisted in annoyance. "All right, ninja it is. Earth element, stone bridge," Alex said, forming hand seals. The water bubbled, and from the depths, a massive stone bridge rose, connecting the aircraft carrier to the shore. Railings grew along the sides of the structure to prevent anyone from accidentally falling. The kids' eyes lit up with excitement. At that moment, Alex looked like a comic book hero to them. He grinned and gave everyone a thumbs up. "Now, we've got a way to the shore. And since R is the smartest one in the group." Alex slowly turned toward him, his smile widening even more. At that moment, those who had known Alex long enough felt an unpleasant chill run down their spines. They already sensed that something would be said next that would make them uneasy. "Now, everyone who's trained to use chakra will walk this path across the water," Alex declared with an innocent smile. "If you want to blame anyone for this, blame R and his big mouth." "Alex, do we have to do this too?" Ray asked with exaggerated innocence, gazing at him with puppy eyes. "Yes, Ray, you too. Siko, Valmet, Beatrix, Mio, Renka, even Anoka, Alice, and Malka, everyone has to go through this test. It'll help you better feel and control your chakra." The named girls sighed heavily, realizing they couldn't avoid it. They shot glares at R, who was already covered in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, the newcomers, unfamiliar with chakra, began whispering in confusion, asking each other what was going on. Balalaika, intrigued by this, once again approached Yuriko to clarify the details. Alice, Anoka, and Malka, eager students, immediately rushed up to Alex, wanting to know how to walk on water. But before explaining the new technique to the girls, Alex took one more look at his team. The adults were already ready to tear R apart for not keeping his mouth shut once again. And now, for some extra motivation, Alex began with a sly grin: "The first person to reach the shore will get exclusive armor from me." "And for the last one?" Shino asked warily. "Oh, for them too, there will be exclusive armor." Alex grinned. "What's the catch?" Shino narrowed her eyes. "Well, let's just say, the last one will get armor, in unicorn colors. With a horn on the helmet." A hush fell over the crowd. Then came muffled chuckles, followed by a hum of discussions and indignation. "So, if you don't want to become a walking embodiment of a mythical creature, you'd better hurry." Alex smirked. Then, turning to Alice, Anoka, and Malka, he added with a wide grin. "And now, a brief course on how to walk on water for dummies." Upon hearing what kind of armor awaited the loser, everyone immediately realized they didn't want to end up in it. A fire of competition flared in the eyes of those who had trained with chakra. Alex just smiled wider, stepped onto the water, and began to explain the process of walking on the surface in detail. The others, grinning, headed toward the shore. "Well, enjoy yourselves, youngsters, while we old-timers go sunbathe," Lem smirked. "I haven't relaxed like this in a while. How about a fishing trip?" Price suggested with a grin. While the main group headed for the shore, several curious people decided to stay behind and watch what was happening. Among them were Hayato, Kensei, Lady Ma, Akasame, and Sasuke. Even Chun-Li, Kami, Ryu, and Ken stopped to watch with interest from the side. Alex first explained the basics of walking on water, demonstrating it by example. Then, he helped Alice, Malka, and Anoka. Fortunately, the three young girls were very sharp and quickly grasped the concept. They had long trained to control their chakra and didn't waste time, preferring to turn their training into a game. Their competitive spirit helped them improve rapidly. When the girls confidently stood on the water, they laughed joyfully and ran toward the shore. Alex watched them, squinting, and reminded them. "Be careful out there." "Okay, big brother," they responded cheerfully as they went farther away. Alex just shook his head before repeating his explanation for the others, hinting that even the kids had managed the task. Then, he helped his girls get comfortable on the water and cast a glance at the rest. "Now it's up to you. You're not kids. Or do you still need Big Brother Alex's help?" he asked innocently. "To hell with you. I'll manage on my own, Shino muttered as she stepped forward first. Alex smirked and stepped aside for her. Shino, though with difficulty, managed to stay afloat on the water. Throwing a provocative look at the others, she slowly but steadily made her way toward the shore. When the others realized that their chance at Alex's exclusive armor was slipping away with every passing second, they wasted no time and rushed to the water. Alex shot a glance at Takashi, making it clear that he wasn't joking about the unicorn armor and that he would look just spectacular in it in front of his future girlfriend. Takashi turned pale, breaking into a cold sweat, and quickened his pace. The prospect of ending up in the embarrassing suit definitely didn't appeal to him. Leaving the others to entertain themselves, Alex made his way toward the kraken, casually cutting the rope that held the sea monster and began pulling the giant creature toward the shore. "Move aside," he said calmly, dragging the kraken behind him. Without much effort, Alex hauled the beast's carcass onto the shore. When the massive body of the sea monster lay on the land, everyone looked up, once again amazed by its size. Now, a new problem arose: how were they going to butcher it to prevent the meat from spoiling? Although Brunhilde had anticipated this moment, she still underestimated the kraken's size. When it came time to butcher the beast, the only obvious choice was Alex, because only he could easily carve the creature into convenient pieces. "Darling, could you please help with the sea monster?" Brunhilde asked him with a light smile. "No problem." "Everyone, step back, in case a piece of flesh falls and crushes someone," Alex warned, shooing away the onlookers who were too close to the kraken. When Alex's voice rang out, everyone quickly moved further from the kraken's body, afraid they might indeed be crushed by a piece of the sea creature's flesh. However, curiosity won out. Everyone was eager to see how Alex would go about cutting the huge creature into manageable pieces. Taking a combat stance as though drawing a blade, Alex froze, though there was no weapon in his hands. Suddenly, he made a sharp motion as if pulling a sword from its sheath, and a powerful gust of wind scattered sand in all directions. The onlookers immediately squinted to avoid the sandstorm. When they opened their eyes again, they were met with a stunning sight. The kraken's body was neatly sliced into manageable pieces, as though along invisible lines. "Damn, is there anything you can't do?" Revei, who had been standing nearby, asked in astonishment. "There is," Alex answered with a carefree smile. "I can't keep myself together when I get bored." Leaving everyone stunned by his skill, Alex turned to Brunhilde, waiting for her decision on how to prepare the meat. Various suggestions were heard. Some proposed canning part of it, others suggested smoking it. Alex nodded, formed a few hand seals, and from the ground, a stone structure immediately rose, designed for smoking. Once he explained its purpose, everyone quickly understood that it would help preserve part of the catch. Leaving the organization of the process to Brunhilde, Alex went to his girls, wishing to make their relaxation as comfortable as possible. Meanwhile, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were already setting up the grill and helping prepare everything for the rest, before happily hopping off to Alice, Anoka, and Malka. "My dear beloveds, I see you're already relaxing. But allow your husband to make your rest even more comfortable," Alex said with a smile. "And how do you plan to do that, my husband?" Beatrice asked with interest. "Hey, you'll see. I don't want any of you getting sunburned," Alex smirked. He stomped his foot, and thick tree roots burst out of the sand, forming a spacious gazebo with benches and a table. Then, stomping his foot once more, Alex summoned a large canopy and comfortable wooden loungers. Now the girls could relax in the shade, no longer worrying about the scorching sun. "Add 3 more," came a familiar voice from behind Alex. Turning his head, he saw Chiquita, Chun-Li, and Cammy in swimsuits. Shrugging, Alex repeated the process without question, creating the additional spots. "And if you catch some fresh fish from the ocean, I'm sure you'll get something special tonight," Ada added with a sly smile, winking at Alex. His gaze unconsciously slid over Ada in her red bikini, and he couldn't help but appreciate her figure. Whatever he thought, the offer sounded incredibly tempting. Besides, he had already planned to do some fishing so the girls could enjoy seafood delicacies. "Since when do you sell yourself for food? You usually set such high prices that a few people have tried to kill you," Coco huffed, giving Ada a teasing look. "None of your business, Coco. And don't tell me you wouldn't want to try some fresh fish or seafood," Ada rolled her eyes. "I wouldn't say no," Shizuka lazily stretched, drawing it out. "Alex, can you try catching lobsters? Or shrimp? Better yet, crabs, she added, giving him a puppy-eyed look. I can't promise anything, but I'll try to see what's out there," Alex smirked, glancing at the other girls. "And you, beauties, what would you like? Since it's going this way, I'm ready to spoil you all." The girls perked up and began throwing Alex requests as if he were a waiter capable of getting them anything they desired. Alex sighed, listening to their wishes, but as he'd said earlier, he didn't promise anything. However, he'd try to find something in the ocean near the island. Once they finished with their requests, he wanted to take Gir, Mimi, and Stitch to catch some seafood, but the trio had already run off to play with the children. Realizing he would have to go alone, Alex watched as the girls began preparing everything they needed for his return. Even the Valkyries in his spiritual space wanted seafood, and he promised to send them part of the catch. Before heading off to fish, he approached Alice and the other children. "I see you're already having fun," he said, getting their attention. "Where are you going, big brother?" Alice asked, grabbing Alex's hand and starting to swing it. "I'm going to catch our dinner. And I decided to make you a little gift since water parks are unavailable right now," he replied, ruffling Alice's hair. "Are you going to use your chakra again, big brother?" Anoka asked excitedly, her eyes sparkling. The children looked at Alex as though he were a hero from their favorite morning shows. He simply smiled and asked them to step aside for a bit. Stomping his foot on the ground, Alex made the tree roots rise from the sand, forming a water slide that smoothly led into the sea. Now the children could happily slide down without worrying about safety. "Don't fight. Everyone will get a turn. Share with each other and don't argue over small things," he said, watching their reaction. The little ones eagerly nodded, not wanting to upset Alex. He then addressed the mischievous trio. "Gir, Mimi, Stitch, make sure no one gets hurt." The trio nodded in agreement, accepting the task with complete seriousness. Satisfied, Alex said his goodbyes to the children and headed into the water, using mana pulses one after another to search for sea creatures. When he reached the right spot, he submerged into the water and, using mana, began to keep sea creatures close to him as he continued his search. At one point, he caught himself thinking that he should have brought a regular fishing net instead of hauling the catch by force. Shrugging, he simply created a regular net using magic and started placing the catch into it. Spending an entire hour fishing, he filled the net to the brim. After all, there were plenty of mouths to feed, and he suspected the freeloaders would want to join in as well. Satisfied with the results, Alex headed toward the surface, dragging the full catch behind him. As soon as he surfaced and stood on the water, he heard the cheerful cries of the children from afar. However, his smile faltered when the sound of an explosion reached the shore. Alex turned his gaze and saw Gir, Mimi, and Stitch using the bombs he had made to create waves and surf on them. His eye twitched slightly. Sighing, he decided to enter a state of inner calm and simply ignore their antics. Reaching the shore, and ignoring yet another explosion, Alex lifted the bag to avoid dragging it through the sand and getting the catch dirty. Looking around, he saw that the girls had already prepared everything and were now just enjoying their time. Some were reading books, others were sunbathing, and some were chatting animatedly with each other. When they noticed Alex with the catch, they smiled, impressed by his haul. "My man is such a champ, he really worked hard," Rika said with a seductive smile. "Do you want a reward for your efforts?" "I wouldn't say no," Alex smirked. "After all, it took quite a bit of work to get all these tasty treats for you. I think I've earned a small reward." Rika grinned, skillfully got off the lounge chair, and without wasting time, quickly kissed Alex on the lips. The other girls also didn't hold back and, smiling, followed her example, rewarding Alex with a kiss for his efforts. Even shy Mia, blushing, gathered the courage and kissed him again. Chunli, Cammy, and Chiquita also joined in on the impromptu rewarding. Alex just smirked and headed to the table, laying the entire haul of sea creatures on it. Now, they had to be prepared before starting the cooking. Fortunately, some of the girls decided to help him. Kiriko, Namio, and Mia volunteered to handle the preparation. "Girls, could you find some firewood or chop it if it's not too much trouble?" Alex asked, looking at the others. "No problem, we'll take care of it," Saya nodded. She took Siko, Rhea, and Beatrix with her to gather firewood. Valmet and Chiquita followed them for additional support. The others didn't want to sit idle either and took on smaller tasks, except for the trio of lazy ones, Ada, Coco, and Rebecca, who only pretended to work. "Do you need any more help?" "I don't want to just sit around and eat for free," Cammy asked, sitting next to Alex. "Break the poor crab's legs if you don't mind it." "But it's actually really tasty," Alex smirked, handing her a crab. He's right. Crabs are delicious. "If you feel bad for it, give it to me, I know how to break their legs," Shizuka said with a smile. "Are they really that tasty?" Rory asked, sitting down on the other side of Alex. "When it's cooked, you can try it yourself. I caught a lot, so there will be plenty to choose from," he said, handing her another crab. Rory looked at the live crab, then glanced at Alex, observing his actions. Quickly figuring out what to do, she tried to mimic him but misjudged the force and ended up ripping the crab in half. A wide smile spread across her face, and Alex just smirked, watching her. Meanwhile, the girls returned with the firewood and started a fire to begin cooking. Grilling was the best way to cook, food turned out much tastier that way. Once everything was prepared, Alex and his helpers started the cooking process. Shigyur, like a cat, was circling around him, glancing at the fish. Alex placed a hand on her head, unable to stop smiling. "Hang in there a little longer, your fish will be ready soon," he said, stroking her hair. Shigeru looked up at him, nodded, but didn't plan to move away. Alex smirked and turned his gaze toward the other part of the beach, where the other guys were doing their best to impress their girls by showing off their hunting skills. He mentally wished them good luck and returned to cooking. The girls, meanwhile, had already brought out alcohol and were enjoying their rest, clearly not planning to do anything else. "I see everything is in top shape here," a familiar voice said. Alex looked up and saw Balalaika approaching. "Sophia, take a seat," Yuriko said with a smile. "Then I won't be shy." "You don't mind, Sasha?" Balalaika asked, looking at Alex. Alex waved his hand, signaling that he didn't mind, especially since the girls were also okay with it. After all, he had caught everything with the idea that new faces might join them. "Then we'll join you too, since Reveille burned all the fish I caught," Dutch said, approaching the table with Reveille and Benny. "Burned? It just got a little crispy," Reveille retorted irritably. "Go ahead and sit down," Alex waved his hand. "Just bring your own alcohol, the girls definitely won't share." "No problem," Dutch laughed, sitting at the edge of the table. Reveille plopped down next to Rebecca, and for some reason, both of them instantly felt they would become friends. Benny sat next to Dutch, so as not to disturb the others. After a while, Nathan, Ryu, and Ken, the trio of hopeless cooks who had managed to ruin everything they touched, joined them. Alex sighed wearily and, without much thought, created another table so there would be enough space for everyone. Fortunately, the guys didn't come empty-handed. And so, as everyone began to settle in, Kensei, without a shred of guilt, sat down at the table and said, "Since you're my son-in-law, you're obligated to treat me to food. If you're dating my daughter, as a member of our Ma family, you must respect your elders." "Then I'll join in too," Casper interrupted, boldly taking a seat. "We're practically family already. All that's left is for you and my sister to have kids and give me some nephews." In that instant, something flew into his head, thrown by Coco, who had decided to silence her annoying brother this way. Casper rubbed his bump in annoyance but, knowing his sister's temperament, refrained from arguing. All eyes turned to Kensei, then to Renka, whose eyes seemed ready to burst into flames, as though she was about to burn her father to a crisp. Meanwhile, Mio waved at her grandfather, suggesting he just sit and wait for the food. Unlike Kensei, Hayato wasn't so shameless. He silently took his seat and, with a satisfied smile, watched as Alex and Mio cooked together like a real family. At one point, he even nodded, clearly approving of what he saw. "Dad, should I call Mom?" Renka asked irritably, narrowing her eyes. "Why jump to that?" Kensei grumbled. "He's your future husband, which means I'm his future father-in-law. I have every right to demand food from him." Without looking up from his cooking, Alex calmly flipped the fish and said, "Old man, if I were you, I'd start running. Even without looking, I know you're in big trouble." Kensei didn't immediately understand what Alex meant, nor did the others at first. But the answer quickly became clear. The enraged Lady Ma appeared on the horizon. Her heavy footsteps echoed across the beach, growing louder with each passing moment, heralding an inevitable punishment. Everyone collectively turned their gaze to her imposing figure, then back to Kensei, offering him smirks. Some even felt a bit of pity for him, but just a little. After all, he was quite the shameless old man. Sensing something was wrong, Kensei slowly turned his head and met the gaze of his wife, whose eyes were stormy. In that instant, his face paled. "Alex, darling, please forgive my husband," Lady Ma said to Alex with a kind smile. "We won't distract you, enjoy your meal. I'll feed this old man so well that he'll never again feel the need to go around begging for food from others. I've been working hard, cooking, and instead of appreciating my care, he goes begging from his son-in-law. Have you lost all shame, Kensei?" Her voice was soft, but it carried a steel edge. "Dear, he's my future son-in-law, nothing will happen if he shares some food," Kensei tried to justify himself, offering a weak smile. Alex, nonchalantly flipping the fish, added in the most innocent tone, "Lady Ma, perhaps your husband has been away from home so long that he's forgotten the taste of your food. Now he prefers dinners prepared by other girls." Kensei immediately turned ashen, and muffled chuckles were heard around the group. Everyone understood that Alex had just masterfully avenged his shamelessness. Realizing he had only one option left, Kensei bolted, kicking up a cloud of sand behind him. "Alex, wait. I'll get back at you," he shouted as he disappeared into the distance. "Dad, you'd better hurry up. Mom is already catching up." Renka shouted with a cheerful laugh. Kensei turned to look back in horror and saw that his wife was almost on his heels. He tried to pick up speed, but it was too late. Lady Ma easily caught up with him and slammed her fist into his face. Kensei collapsed into the sand, realizing he couldn't escape anymore. The whole group burst into loud laughter as they watched Lady Ma, with the help of her sons, tie him to a tree and force-feed him homemade food. Alex smirked and continued cooking, as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. As evening settled in, the beach remained lively, some were singing by the campfire, others simply relaxed, enjoying time with friends or lovers. As Alex had suspected, a number of freeloaders had snuck into their group, drawn by the free food. Eventually, all of it turned into a noisy party full of alcohol and fun. Everyone entertained themselves as best they could until, exhausted, they collapsed onto the sand with content smiles. To be continued. Chapter 288, Hangover Morning on the Island. In the most distant corner of the universe, beyond the bounds of reality, time, and space, there existed a place inaccessible to both life and death. Only a select few beings were aware of its existence and understood the horrors concealed within its depths. At the very center of this timeless chaos, an ever-shifting mass of colors unknown to mortal eyes, stood a colossal black tree. Its roots extended into the very essence of chaos, merging with its endless whirlpools. At the base of the tree, grotesque and misshapen, danced the absolute gods, eyeless, voiceless, grim, and mad entities known as the Outer Gods. They performed their eternal symphony, accompanied by the maddening beat of drums and the monotonous wail of accursed flutes. This deafening chorus ascended the trunk of the tree like a lunatic prayer to incomprehensible forces. Atop this monstrous tree lay a massive platform, supported by thick branches. Upon it stood a circle of thrones, empty, ominous, carved from the dark matter of oblivion. They formed a semicircle, with one throne at the center appearing, at first glance, the simplest of them all, yet covered in ancient inscriptions written in the long-forgotten tongues of vanished civilizations. On either side of this central throne sat two beings well known to Alex. On one of the thrones sat a little girl, appearing no older than 10. Her gothic Lolita dress stood in stark contrast to the grim atmosphere of this place. Most notably, she wore absurdly bright pink headphones shaped like rabbit ears, covering her ears completely. With an expression of utter indifference, she methodically munched on snacks, as if the events unfolding around her had nothing to do with her. She was Yog-Sothoth. On the other throne sat a truly breathtaking woman. Her beauty was so unearthly that anyone who dared to gaze upon her would either doom their soul to eternal damnation or face inevitable annihilation. She was known as Nyarlathotep. While Yog-Sothoth remained composed, Nyarlathotep was brimming with impatient excitement. Yog continued munching methodically, but her eyes betrayed an irritation she had not felt for eons. Previously, this chaos had been silent, only the rhythmic pounding of drums and the wailing of cursed flutes filled this place. But now, they were joined by endless commentary, loud exclamations, and incessant complaints from Nyarlathotep. Yog cast another irritated glance at her sister. Not that it mattered, Nyarlathotep completely ignored her, entirely absorbed in the spectacle before her. Suspended in the air before her were countless mirrors, each reflecting her avatars scattered across the boundless multiverse. But at this moment, Nyarlathotep was interested in only one mirror, the one showing the Minister of Monoliths. Why is he playing these stupid chess games with that idiot instead of fighting? Nyarlathotep groaned in frustration, frowning. My beloved destruction would have annihilated him ages ago. Yog-Sothoth sighed wearily and removed her headphones, examining them with dissatisfaction. They told me this thing is supposed to block out unwanted noise, but it seems to be completely useless, she muttered before casually tossing the headphones into the abyss of chaos. Then she turned her gaze back to her sister, internally preparing herself for the fact that her chatter wouldn't end anytime soon. Maybe I should take control of my avatar and just kill that dark bastard myself. Nyarlathotep mused aloud, biting her nail. Then my beloved destruction would finally enter the game. No. Yog's voice was firm as she stared at her sister. Nyarlathotep shot her a glance before scoffing and turning away. She knew perfectly well that Yog was watching her to ensure she did not leave chaos. The only way to escape this place was through projection into an avatar, but even in that, she was restricted. As per their agreement, she was only allowed to leave chaos at the moment Alex met her avatar, and under no other circumstances. This angered her. Nyarlathotep gritted her teeth in frustration. Alex was already in the same world as her avatar, yet instead of provoking him into a battle and ultimately perishing by his hand, the avatar continued playing a meaningless chess game with some other fool known as the Dark Lord. Sighing in disappointment, she slumped against her throne, losing all motivation to move or do anything. But the irritation didn't fade, especially considering the fact that Alex had already visited one world, saved it, and yet she hadn't been able to meet him because she had no avatar in that world. Hoo. When we finally meet, he's in for a surprise. I can't wait to see the look of astonishment on my beloved destruction's face, Nyarlathotep murmured with a soft chuckle. Aren't you afraid that after your antics, he'll just run away? Or outright reject your gift? Yog asked in an even tone. He will have no choice but to accept. He won't be able to run, nor will he be able to hide from me. No matter where he goes, I will find him. He will accept my gift, after all, last time, he didn't reject my kiss, so he won't refuse this gift either, Nyarlathotep said, her eyes gleaming with fanatical light. That is for him to decide, not you, Yog replied calmly, averting her gaze. Nyarlathotep narrowed her eyes, keeping her gaze locked on her sister, who nonchalantly retrieved another sweet from her small pouch and began eating. The sight of Yog irritated her. The girl could meet Alex at any moment, spend time with him, yet she didn't seize the opportunity. If Nyarlathotep were in her place, she wouldn't leave Alex's side for even a second, watching his every move, observing as he killed her avatars, just to entertain herself in this eternal, primordial chaos while Azathoth slumbered. If you go to him again, do not dare mention my gift. If you spill the secret, I won't care about the rules, I'll go to him myself, Nyarlathotep threatened, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Yog studied her sister carefully and realized she wasn't joking. She didn't want Nyarlathotep to leave chaos, otherwise, everything would start over again, the endless cycle, repeating over and over for eternity. Only if you stop making noise and disturbing me. Then I won't say anything to him, Yog replied in an emotionless voice. Deal. But I warn you now, I promise nothing, Nyarlathotep smirked, agreeing without hesitation. Yog narrowed her eyes. She knew that even if they had struck a deal, it wouldn't change the fact that Nyarlathotep would still make noise from time to time, even without realizing it. Sighing, she averted her gaze, and for a brief moment, a starry light flickered in her eyes. Yog wanted to see the exact moment her sister was talking about, but since it involved Alex, her attempt was in vain. Casting another glance at her sister, Yog saw that she had finally fallen silent. However, her gaze lingered on a particular part of Nyarlathotep's body, and she pondered. Why had her sister made such a decision? Should she intervene in this matter or let things unfold naturally? But Yog made a different choice. She decided to stay out of it until Nyarlathotep met Alex. Reaching into her bag of sweets, Yog found only emptiness. She looked down, the bag was empty. Carelessly tossing it aside, she rummaged through her small pouch, only to find nothing there either. The snacks were gone. Yog glanced briefly at her sister, ensuring she was distracted, and her body dissolved into nothingness, leaving chaos behind. Yog found herself directly on a beach. Her gaze scanned the surroundings until she spotted the person she was looking for. With just one step, she appeared on a high cliff behind Alex. He was sitting at the edge, holding a cigarette in his hand, lost in thought as he gazed at the starry sky. One hand rested on a rock, as if completely absorbed in his own thoughts. Yog calmly approached and sat down on a nearby stone, not disturbing him from his contemplation. Their meetings were rare, but she knew Alex well enough to understand how he would react. "Long time no see, Yog," he said, not taking his eyes off the night sky. She merely tilted her head slightly, unfazed by the fact that he had sensed her arrival. "It's been a long time. Or maybe not. Or maybe it's only meant to happen now," she replied in her usual mysterious tone. Alex smirked and threw a quick glance at her. "Let's skip your time games. You know they don't work on me." I tried," a faint smile flickered on her face. This surprised Alex. The last time they met, Yog had barely shown any emotion. Back then, in the cyberpunk world, he had destroyed the mechanical men, blowing up an entire galaxy. And before disappearing, she had given him only a slight smile. Now, she was even attempting to joke. Alex studied her carefully. He didn't know what brought Yog here this time, maybe her snacks had run out, or perhaps something more important had come up. The last time she visited, it was to warn him about a prophecy that was supposed to lead him to chaos, to Azathoth's throne. He smirked to himself. Usually, it was Nyarlathotep who met those who peeked behind the veil of secrets. Whether out of foolishness or curiosity, they would fall into her traps, unaware that they had become part of an endless dance, with drums and flutes lulling the sleeping god. "So, why are you here?" he asked, lazily leaning back. "My sister is being too noisy and interfering," Yog replied calmly. Alex raised an eyebrow. "What, did Nyan put on another show? Has it started to bother even you? Aren't you supposed to be the calmest of them all? She's upset that her avatar can't focus on fighting you. Instead, he's forced to battle another being that's interfering in this universe. My sister said she had carefully prepared the stage, but now another player has appeared, disrupting her performance," Yog explained in an even voice. Alex rubbed the bridge of his nose. "So Nyan got mad because her avatar is playing chess with Davith instead of fighting me?" Yog nodded briefly. Alex let out a heavy sigh. He hadn't expected everything to go perfectly, but he certainly hadn't anticipated witnessing such a circus. At least while these two idiots were pulling the blanket over each other, he had the chance to clear the battlefield, minimize human casualties, and prepare for the final confrontation. In the best-case scenario, one of them would die in the process, and Alex would finish off the other for fun. But there was also a worse scenario. One where these two would bury the hatchet and unite their forces, creating something like an evil alliance, capable of destroying universes one after another. "Well, I'm not to blame," he shrugged. "It's not my fault Davith decided to intrude on this universe. You could kill him, and then my sister would stop making noise." Yog looked at him carefully. Alex's eye twitched. Yog was seriously suggesting that he kill Davith just so Nyarlathotep would quiet down. But he hadn't even seen any trace of Davith, and before acting, he had to consider a lot of what-ifs. He understood perfectly well that beings of such a level, as soon as they felt a real threat, would just break all the toys and run. He didn't want to be the cause of destroying this unique universe just because of a selfish desire to deal with the enemy quickly and move on. Hunting villains like that was like hunting a cautious beast. You had to approach slowly, without raising suspicions, and then strike when the prey was distracted. Maybe you'll kill him then, Alex lazily said, lighting a new cigarette. You wouldn't even have to get up. One wish, and all the Daviths that have ever existed, exist, and will ever exist, will disappear in an instant. Then you wouldn't have to put up with Nyarlathotep, and I wouldn't have to deal with demons. I can't, Yog replied shortly. Well, there you go. And I can't either. So, for now, all I can do is watch as people die and their souls become fuel for so-called immortality, even if I end up freeing them. And you'll have to make peace with Nyarlathotep or create an impenetrable dome around you to block out the noise, Alex said calmly. Yog looked at him with an empty gaze. She didn't understand his motives but didn't dwell on it. To her, time was just a toy. She had already seen the beginning and the end of this universe and didn't understand why Alex cared so much about its preservation if it was doomed anyway. Alex, not knowing what was going on in her mind, shifted his gaze back to the stars. He was glad he had turned off the connection with the Valkyries and Janya in time, sensing Yog's approach. Just in case. They sat in silence, but out of the corner of his eye, Alex noticed Yog's hand reaching for something. He didn't even bother guessing what she had in mind. Her palm vanished into the space and then reappeared, holding a pack of sweets. Alex felt his eye twitch again. These were Stitch's favorite snacks. Yog, one of the most powerful outer gods, was stealing sweets from a cosmic dog with the mind of a child. You didn't have to steal food from Stitch, Alex remarked dryly. What does steal mean? Yog asked indifferently as she opened the pack. You know what, forget it. You're all-knowing, you can figure it out yourself, Alex sighed, deciding that common sense was probably too complex a concept for a being that had existed long before it came into being. Yog simply nodded but apparently had no intention of doing anything about it. Silence once again enveloped the cliff, occasionally interrupted by the sounds of waves crashing against the rocks and the rustling of snack wrappers being opened. From time to time, Alex noticed Yog stealing food from Gir, Mimi, and Stitch in turn. He tried not to pay attention, as he never thought he'd see something like this. In his mind, outer gods were supposed to be something else entirely, but now he had encountered two of them and realized they were strange in their own way. Gradually, the sun began to rise over the horizon, casting its first rays of light. Alex and Yog continued to sit in silence. I'm leaving. Your chosen ones are starting to wake up, Yog said, getting up from the stone. Yeah. Here, take this, Alex pulled several boxes of sweets from his inventory. So you don't steal from my little ones anymore. And, say hi to Nyarlathotep. Probably. I'll pass it along. If it makes her shut up for even a little while, Yog said, hiding the boxes. Alex shook his head, still not understanding what was going on in Nyarlathotep's mind. The woman was strange even to him, and predicting her actions was nearly impossible. Yog lazily waved at him, and then her body slowly dissolved into the air, as if she had never been there. Alex re-established his spiritual connection with the Valkyries and Janya, and at that moment, his legs were suddenly entangled by Janya's hair. He sighed heavily. Janya had spent the whole night in his shadow, unable to leave, and it seemed to have greatly irritated her. Unlike the Valkyries, who simply slept through the temporary disconnect and hadn't noticed it, Janya appeared genuinely angry. Now, she was doing her best to crush his legs. Sighing once again, Alex carefully untangled himself from her hair and made his way down, descending from the cliff where he had spent the night in the company of an outer god who liked to pretend she was a 10-year-old girl and steal sweets from children. If he told anyone about this, they would either laugh at him or recommend he see a psychiatrist. As he made his way to the beach, Alex passed between the tents where people were sleeping. No one wanted to go back to the aircraft carrier to sleep in their cabins, and honestly, after yesterday's wild fun, it was doubtful anyone could have made it there. Last night had turned into an epic beach party, and now the beach was littered with the bodies of people who were thoroughly exhausted and had drunk too much. Alex carefully avoided those who hadn't made it to their tents and had just collapsed on the sand. Mostly, they were lonely guys who couldn't find any company for the night, meaning no one had helped them get to their tents so they wouldn't become easy prey for mosquitoes. On his way, he stepped carefully over Ryu and Ken, the two of them at it again, unable to resist a fight. Yesterday, they had gotten into a drunken brawl, trying to determine who was stronger, and in the end, two martial arts masters knocked each other out. Passing by, Alex noticed Kensei, still sleeping while tied to a tree. His wife, Madame Ma, clearly hadn't held back on the punishment, while everyone else was having fun, Kensei could only watch from his helpless position, tied to the trunk. The moment he moved, his wife would immediately notice. His friends had been laughing at his situation late into the night, making fun of him as much as they could. Finally, Alex reached the largest tent, where the women were sleeping. As he approached, he heard the groans of women waking up from their drunken stupor. They had clearly overdone it with the alcohol, and even Rory had been roped into the fun. Of course, no one here considered her a child, so she could drink as much as she wanted. Alex barely got close to the tent when something very soft suddenly collided with his face. He didn't even have to guess, it was clear what had happened. Shizuka, still in a half-asleep state and suffering from a hangover, was clearly not watching where she was going. In fact, her eyes weren't even open, as if she was moving on autopilot. Who's here? She mumbled, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Shizuka, it's me. You're trying to kill me with your chest again, Alex remarked dryly, gently pushing her away from him. Alex. Where were you? Weren't you sleeping with me all night? She asked, barely able to move her tongue. I spent the whole night sitting on a cliff. So, you were probably trying to smother someone else, Alex said, deciding to help her recover from the hangover. His hand glowed with a soft green light, and he gently placed his palm on Shizuka's forehead to relieve her headache. She immediately felt a pleasant warmth, relaxed, and happily squinted her eyes, pressing her face into his hand. Within a second, all the hangover symptoms disappeared, and Shizuka opened her eyes, smiling contentedly. Thank you, Alex. Your hands are like magic as always. With you around, no hangover is scary, she said happily and, unable to resist, hugged him tightly, showering his face with kisses. Alex just smiled, feeling her lips touch his skin again and again. He knew well what a hangover felt like, but he was no longer burdened by that problem, nor was he affected by alcohol intoxication in general. Shizuka's loud voice caused irritated groans from the girls in the tent. Their headache, already torturing them from the aftermath of yesterday, intensified with her loud voice. Who tried to strangle me last night? Come out, don't be afraid. I promise, I won't hit you too hard. Came the tired voice of Coco from the tent. Alex turned to Shizuka and, with a light smirk, remarked. Seems like you hugged Coco in your sleep and almost killed her. Oops. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Shizuka mumbled innocently. Alex smiled and pulled her cheeks, this silly but incredibly cute girl. Shizuka just giggled, letting him tug on her cheeks, and then, purring contentedly, snuggled up to him. Once he finished his little fun, he dragged her into the tent, where he was greeted by the noisy and rather unpleasant awakening of the zombie girls, suffering from a brutal hangover. He was once again convinced that either Rebecca or Brunhild had brought alcohol from Valhalla when they transitioned into this world. He didn't want to figure out who exactly had done it anymore, the important thing was that the girls were fine, except for their agony from the hellish hangovers. How are you girls doing? Does your head hurt? Want a healing kiss? Alex asked with a smirk, observing the general scene. Don't start. Ada groaned, clutching her head. I've never had such a horrible hangover. Who the hell brought this crap? My mind feels like it's in a vice. Who knows, maybe it wasn't such a great idea to mix everything like you did yesterday, trying to outdrink Coco. Shizuka innocently added. The girls immediately tensed up. They clearly remembered that Shizuka had been drinking with them, and she definitely should have been lying there now, weak and resembling a walking corpse. But instead, she was glowing with a satisfied smile, snuggling up to Alex with evident pleasure. Alex just shook his head, realizing that once again, they had lost their sense of measure. His gaze swept across the tent, and he noticed a couple of unexpected guests. Among the girls, Balalaika and Revi were peacefully sleeping. He tried to remember how that happened, but it seemed like he missed something during the evening yesterday. Now, both of them were sleeping in the same tent as his girls, including Chunli, Cammy, Rory, and Chiquita. Wait a minute. Rika's voice sounded incredulous. She squinted, as if trying to focus through the pain. Why don't you have a hangover? I definitely saw you drinking with me yesterday. Shizuka, what are you, or who are you? Admit it, you've stopped being a busty monster and turned into an alcoholic monster. Stop calling me a busty monster. Shizuka puffed her cheeks, but then immediately smiled smugly. And no, Alex helped me. He did his magic thing with his thing, and boom, no more headache. At those words, she rubbed her cheek against Alex's hand with clear enjoyment. I don't know what magic thing this blonde is talking about, but I wouldn't mind trying it myself, Revi yawned, lazily glancing at Alex. Alex looked at her, and immediately turned his gaze away. Revi was sleeping in just a tank top and underwear, not at all concerned about decency. At least Balalaika, unlike her, wasn't so carefree, and for that, Alex was willing to thank fate. The other girls started to struggle to get up, trying to focus on the conversation, but their headache was clearly getting in the way. I'm trying to figure out what she's talking about. Ray groaned, clutching her head again. But my damn migraine won't let me think. Alex, do the same thing to me that you did to Shizuka, or I'm going to lose it. Me too, please, dear, added Yuriko, trying to remain calm. Don't forget about me, Rory muttered hoarsely. Me too, came the voices of the other girls. Alex sighed heavily, hiding a smile. All right. I was going to help you anyway. You look like hungover zombies. Stop joking, Chun-Li groaned, poking him with her foot. Hurry up and cure my hangover, and then I'll kiss you. Alex just smirked and reached toward her. Well, it seemed like the morning was going to be interesting. Alex laughed cheerfully and, without further ado, helped the girls get rid of their hangovers. In that instant, the faces of the tired zombie girls transformed, as if a heavy burden was lifted from them, vitality and energy returned in an instant. Of course, as often happens, promises immediately started pouring in to never drink like that again. Alex only smirked, fully understanding how quickly these oaths would be forgotten at the next fun evening. Kiriko, Namio, Mio, Siko, and Beatrix, feeling revitalized, decided to prepare breakfast. Since the headache was gone, it was time to take care of their stomachs. Alex, not wasting any time, went to gather firewood for the grill so the girls could cook in peace. Alex, darling, run to the ship for some groceries. Or, if you want, try catching something fresh from the sea, Namio said with a soft smile, planting a light kiss on his cheek when he returned with an armful of firewood. Alex nodded but didn't actually go anywhere. He simply took what he needed out of his inventory and, pretending to have just returned from the ship, handed the ingredients to the girls. They got to work, washing up, changing clothes, and getting ready after the wild night, as they had slept in the same clothes they partied in. Alex lazily settled on a lounge chair, as he had been politely asked to leave the grill area. Apparently, they had enough hands already. He could only shrug and relax, waiting for a delicious breakfast. Meanwhile, Brunhild took Alice and Stitch to wash up. The kids had also played a lot yesterday and stayed up late, so they looked sleepy and sluggish. Gradually, life on the beach picked up. The others crawled out of the tents, gathered around the grill, sorted their things, and prepared to depart. Alex glanced at the male side of the team, sleeping on the sand. Judging by the bite marks, they had been easy prey for mosquitoes all night. The guys were scratching, grumbling, and looking, to put it mildly, miserable. Heh. They deserve it, Alex smirked. Who deserves what? Came Reveille's lazy voice as she settled on a lounge chair opposite him. Alex pointed his gaze at the miserable guys. Reveille, noticing their suffering, grinned as well. He leaned back in his chair, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it. The flame sizzled, and the air filled with a light, almost imperceptible bitterness. Do you mind if I have one? Reveille asked, nodding toward his pack. Of course, take one. You ate and drank with us, so one cigarette won't kill you, Alex said, tossing her the pack. Reveille caught it in midair, lit one, and immediately noticed the difference. The taste seemed the same, bitterness present, but there was no smell. And there was no aftertaste either. It was strange. Where did you get these? They don't smell at all, she said with surprise, taking a puff. They're mine. Personal, Alex shrugged. How they're made is a secret. A lot of girls don't like the smell of tobacco, so I had to adapt. A real gentleman, Reveille said sarcastically. Envy is a bad feeling, Reveille. It eats you from the inside, Alex replied calmly with a slight smile. As you say, smart guy, Reveille muttered, stretching out on the lounge chair and closing her eyes. Alex just smirked and also settled on his lounge chair. Taking out his phone, he opened the map, closed his eyes, and focused. He needed to subtly feel every point where the red markers were located, which had been set up on Earth by people controlled by the black marker. The preparation for the final act was approaching, and Alex wanted to give the Minister of Monoliths an unforgettable gift before his inevitable defeat. When he opened his eyes again, the phone screen was filled with markers, one after another, populating the map with crimson pins. Their number quickly surpassed 100. However, contrary to expectations, all the red markers remained inactive. This slightly surprised Alex. He thought for a moment and then concluded that perhaps the strange weather changes observed earlier were related to one of the markers being on the surface rather than deep underground. Looking at the map, Alex broke into a wide, almost predatory grin, imagining the expression on the Minister of Monolith's face when he realized what Alex had planned. What's with that villain smile? What's on your mind since this morning? Came the mocking voice of Valmont, sitting down next to him. Alex lazily shifted his gaze to her and, without changing his expression, quickly changed the subject. I was just thinking about that moment when the loser of yesterday's competition has to wear unicorn-colored armor. By the way, who lost? You don't know. The guys were laughing about it all evening yesterday, said Rika, walking over to them. Alex raised an eyebrow, showing that he had missed that detail because he had been busy, helping with cooking and spending time with the girls instead of getting distracted by such trivial matters. It was our. And since he made everyone suffer, everyone united against him, so he came in last, explained Chiquita, lounging on the neighboring lounge chair. Well, that's not surprising, Coco lazily remarked, settling right on top of Alex. As you said, a common enemy always brings people together. Alex just smirked and slowly ran his hand through her hair. Coco let out a satisfied hum, pressed closer, and, casting a provocative glance at the other girls, added with a note of triumph. And anyway, I've made myself comfortable here, so no one is moving me. Move over, Hekmatyar, Ada said irritably, gently nudging Coco with her foot. Oh, no. This is my husband, and I can lie on him as much as I want to be spoiled. So, shoo-shoo, Wong, Coco waved her hand dismissively with a mocking tone. Alex sighed heavily. The other girls clearly didn't want to listen to another argument between the two of them. To avoid making things worse, he simply tugged Ada by the hand, laid her down on the other side, and began stroking her hair as well. Ada and Coco continued to exchange surreptitious glares, but fortunately, their savior was Nemio. Approaching them, she cheerfully announced. All right, breakfast is ready. So, march to the table before the food gets cold. Alex helped both girls up and seated them on opposite sides to prevent another argument. Breakfast went by in a pleasant but slightly tense atmosphere. Then, it was time to prepare for departure. Their first stop before Alaska was China. To be continued. Chapter 289, heading back to China again. Alex sat among the girls, eating breakfast at a leisurely pace while simultaneously reviewing satellite images and analyzing the current state of the world. Despite the fact that GIR and Mimi often goofed around and entertained themselves, they still performed their duties flawlessly, continuing to gather data from all over the globe. As he studied the images, Alex let out a quiet sigh. He had predicted this outcome before, but even for him, it was unpleasant to see his forecasts coming true. As expected, a massive undead horde that had originated in China had begun a large-scale offensive, sweeping away everything in its path. Although the Chinese government had managed to hold onto some cities and temporarily halt the advance, the horde grew with every fallen city. Soon, the rest would fall too, because the undead were no longer wandering aimlessly. They were under the control of demons. Unfortunately, the satellite images couldn't determine which demons were leading the horde or how many of them were among the dead. Still, Alex understood perfectly, humanity had almost no chance of winning. Once China fell completely, the horde would continue its march across the world, reducing everything to ash. What made things worse was the complete breakdown of trust between world governments. Thanks to the scheming of the evil corporation, suspicion and hostility had only grown stronger. This had become one of the key reasons for the global collapse. And even though the Chinese people were united, their country would fall, just as others had before them. Alex had become so absorbed in analyzing the images that he hadn't even noticed he'd stopped eating. Alex, why are you just sitting there? What's so interesting in your phone this time? Saya asked, glancing at his unmoving figure. Yeah, is there really something in that phone worth ignoring breakfast in the company of such lovely ladies? Ada teased, raising an eyebrow. All the girls turned toward Alex. He sat there staring at the phone screen, fork in hand, completely oblivious to the food and the attention. Brunhild lazily nudged him under the table with her foot. Only then did Alex look up and realize several pairs of eyes were staring at him. He looked a bit sheepish, realizing from their expressions that he'd clearly missed something. What? He asked calmly, lowering the phone slightly. What are you looking at over there? More of your crazy plans, or something worse? Valmet asked, pointing her fork at his phone. Oh, that. No evil schemes this time. Just satellite photos, Alex replied, putting his phone away and stretching a little. Some of the girls immediately understood what he meant, while the others exchanged confused looks. They were already used to Alex regularly analyzing satellite imagery and assessing global risks. Wait. Satellites are still working? Balalaika asked in surprise. Well, yeah. On the first day the zombie apocalypse started, GIR and Mimi hacked all operational satellites and took control of them. Since then, they've been constantly gathering data, Alex explained, nodding toward his assistants. Hold on. Are you saying those two took control of every satellite on the planet? Reveille repeated, staring at the robots in disbelief. Why are you even surprised? Rebecca chimed in with a proud smirk. My babies are the best in the world. They can do anything. GIR and Mimi raised their thumbs in perfect sync, showing off their superiority. Stitch, meanwhile, puffed out his cheeks in annoyance. After all, he wasn't a robot and couldn't do the same. In retaliation, he kicked GIR, then Mimi, and a scuffle was already starting to break out between them. But one threatening glare from Brunhild quickly doused their fire. The trio immediately buried their faces in their plates, though they kept kicking each other under the table. Rory, watching everything unfold, looked genuinely confused. She clearly had no idea what was going on or what these satellites even were. Alex noticed her expression and made a mental note to explain everything to her in more detail later. Meanwhile, Balalaika and Revei couldn't take their eyes off Gir and Mimi. The thought that those two controlled the entire satellite network of Earth was just too overwhelming. What exactly did you see that made you freeze up like that? Chunli asked, leaning forward with curiosity. The situation is escalating, Alex replied heavily. The undead horde has begun its offensive. They're not just wandering anymore, they have a goal. And they're moving toward it, destroying every city in their path. He flipped his phone over and activated a projection, showing the scale of the catastrophe. Alex projected the satellite images so the girls could see everything for themselves. They set their utensils aside and focused on the display unfolding in the air above the table. The footage showed the path of the undead horde, tearing through everything with relentless fury, growing larger with each city it devoured. Not everyone present knew that the horde was being controlled. Ordinary zombies could still be contained, but controlled undead were an entirely different matter. Stopping such a massive force would be far more difficult. As the images changed, the expressions on the girls' faces grew more serious. The scale of the threat was truly terrifying, even battle-hardened veterans involuntarily shuddered at the sheer size of this monstrous army. What's going on here? Why do you all look so grim this early in the morning? Came Lem's voice as he approached with the other men. Alex silently pointed at the projection. The guys stepped closer and, upon seeing the images, also fell silent. The size of the horde was almost impossible to believe, tens, maybe hundreds of millions of undead, moving like one colossal wave of destruction. Damn it, Alex. You couldn't wait until evening to ruin our morning. Soap muttered, sighing heavily as he slumped onto a bench. No kidding. You sure know how to set the mood, Lem added, lighting a cigarette. You asked what we were looking at, and now you're whining like kids. So what, a giant undead horde? Shit happens, Coco smirked, lightly kicking one of the guys under the table. She's right. We'll deal with it as it comes, Alex said calmly. Anyway, has everyone finished breakfast? Ready to set sail? Almost everything's packed. Just need to move the Kraken meat onto the carrier, and we're good to go, Price replied, patting Alex on the shoulder. Kid, we're counting on you. You're the smartest and strongest one here, I'm sure you've got something up your sleeve. Of course, old man. I'll come up with something. Don't worry, Alex grinned and gave him a thumbs up. Price chuckled and headed off with the others to move the gear onto the ship. Alex returned to his breakfast, but quickly felt a heavy, offended stare directed at him. He didn't have to guess who it was, it could only be Old Man Kensei, who had spent the entire night tied to a tree while everyone else had fun. Alex simply raised an eyebrow in Kensei's direction, but the old man immediately got smacked on the head by his wife and rushed off to carry supplies. Madame Ma, watching Alex, Renka, and the girls peacefully sharing breakfast, smiled warmly at their family atmosphere. Inspired by the scene, she gently nudged her sons, subtly hinting that they should consider finding partners too. The boys just grunted, grabbed their gear, and quickly followed after their father. Meanwhile, everyone was working tirelessly, hauling the Kraken meat onto the aircraft carrier. Even the kids, despite being sleepy, tried their best to help. No one wanted to stay on this island any longer than necessary. Though it was peaceful here, the climate wasn't suitable for long-term living. After finishing breakfast, Alex and the girls also joined in to help. Once everything was ready, the crew gathered on deck, and Gir, Mimi, and Stitch immediately rushed to the bridge to begin preparations for departure. Chunli, Cammy, Chiquita, drop by my workshop later. I've got something for you, Alex said to the girls. Oh, engagement rings. Chiquita teased with a wide grin. No, not rings yet, Alex replied calmly. Energy shields. As for the rings, we'll talk about that later. The other girls already got theirs. You're next. So there will be rings, Cammy smirked. Didn't even take us on a date, and you're already ready to propose. You move fast, Alex. Alex just chuckled, not clarifying how serious he was being. But from the girls' expressions, it was clear, he was more than just a friend to them. He sighed, choosing not to argue. With a wave of his hand, he turned and walked off under the laughter of the three women. On his way, Rory stopped him, she had clearly been waiting for him. When she saw Alex, she gave a sly smile and quickly stepped up close. Alex had to tilt his head slightly to meet her gaze. What, you want a ring too? He asked with a smirk. Why not? If you're offering, I won't say no, Rory replied with the same mischievous expression. Hey, if you say so. But why didn't you go with the others? I thought you all got along pretty well last night, Alex asked, still smiling. I just decided to wait for you. Besides you, Brunhild, and that green-haired one, no one really knows who I am. So I figured I'd stick close to those who do, Rory answered honestly. Alex nodded. Yes, he, Brunhild, and Rebecca did know who Rory really was, just as she knew who they were. It created a special connection between them, drawing them closer. He placed a hand on her head, gently running his fingers through her hair. Rory squinted but then pushed his hand away with an annoyed snort. She didn't like being treated like a child. Alex smirked and repeated the gesture, this time tousling her hair slightly. Rory responded with a grunt and punched him in the stomach, to no effect. He didn't even flinch, but he laughed. Together, they headed back to the other girls, who were sorting through the beach gear. The route was already set, and the next stop was China. Alex wanted to restock as quickly as possible, tools, construction materials, and other supplies. It would be much harder to find those in Alaska. Unless they took over an entire town to use as a base, but building their own settlement would be simpler in the long run. Alright, get some rest. I'm heading to the workshop. Time to finally finish your armor and weapons, Alex said, looking at the girls. Have fun, handsome. Even though you cured my hangover with your magic hands, that party still hit hard, Rika replied, flopping onto the couch. I'll just be lazy. All those tech gadgets aren't for me. Unless you're upgrading my gear, in that case, I'm in, Ada said lazily. No problem, Alex nodded, already used to their whims. And what about me? What did you make for me? Shizuka asked excitedly. Something that'll stop you from accidentally blowing up the entire ship, Alex replied dryly. The girls burst into laughter. Shizuka puffed up her cheeks and, with a pout, began hitting him on the chest. Everyone knew how clumsy she was and how dangerous it was to give her anything complicated or explosive. Alex smiled, gently took her face in his hands, and kissed her on the nose to stop her from sulking. Since no other specific requests for the armor had been made, Alex headed to the workshop. Rory, of course, followed him. Gir, Mimi, Stitch, come by the workshop later, he called out before disappearing behind the door. Got it, Dad, the trio responded cheerfully. In the workshop, Alex immediately sat at the table, opened his laptop, and dove into his projects. The machines came to life, the assembly of armor, weapons, and ammo began. He no longer wanted to waste time, so he sped up the process with magic, but not so quickly that unnecessary questions would arise later about how he managed to do everything so fast. Rory wasn't surprised. She had seen this before. But instead of sitting next to him, she comfortably settled on his lap. Alex looked at her in surprise, and she just smiled. Why did you call the trio to the workshop? She asked, ignoring his gaze. I want Gir and Mimi to get their armor from the inventory. We'll pretend I just made it, Alex replied calmly. They even have armor. I wonder what kind. Rory said, tapping her finger on his chin. You'll see soon. But for now, get comfortable since you decided to sit on my lap, he said, adjusting her posture. Oh, so my looks turned you on. Well, of course, I am quite the beauty, Rory cooed with a sly tone. Alex gave Rory a blank, slightly tired look and adjusted her position again. She started squirming on his lap, as if deliberately testing his patience. At that moment, Zhangya silently emerged from his shadow. Her hair wrapped around Alex again, like a soft cocoon, and her arms embraced his neck. She silently stared at Rory. A silent duel of gazes unfolded between the two women. Rory kept smiling, while Zhangya, in contrast, stared at her emotionlessly, as though evaluating her. Alex, absorbed in designing the armor, didn't intervene. He knew well that when two women are staring at each other in silence, it's better to just stay out of it. Over time, the tension eased. Rory stopped the staring contest but didn't give up on her fun. She continued squirming on Alex's lap, trying to get some kind of reaction. In response, Zhangya tightened her grip around his neck with her hair, as if reminding him of her presence. At that moment, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch entered the workshop. We're here. Gir and Mimi announced in unison. We're here, Stitch added, lifting his paws above his head. Great. Gir, Mimi, get your armor out. And Stitch, I'll take your measurements now. Your anatomy isn't exactly standard, 2 front pairs of paws and back ones. Alex turned to the trio, simultaneously gently moving Rory back to her seat. Gir and Mimi obediently pulled their armor out of their inventories and carefully laid it out on the rack. Stitch, with a satisfied crack, released an extra pair of paws, as if to say, ready. Alex approached him, quickly scanned his body, and, once finished, added. And one more thing. Take out all your weapons. For show. Not everything, of course, don't turn this place into another Armageddon arsenal. The trio began pulling out their gear, but noticing how quickly the pile was growing, Alex hurriedly stopped the flow. All right, that's enough. I can already tell that your arsenal could fuel another crusade. He took a step back, squinted, and with a slight smirk added. And now, you have a mission. A mission. Stitch asked, tilting his head. What kind of work, Dad? Mimi clarified, tugging at his pants leg. Your task is to conduct rehabilitation talks with certain members of the Cosa Nostra Mafia. But, be good kids. No self-harm. Well, as much as possible. Alex spoke calmly, but his eyes narrowed slightly in a playful way. It will be done. I swear by the light of the Emperor, these unbelievers will see his radiance. GIR declared solemnly. Do whatever you want. Turn them into fanatics if you must, just be careful. No unnecessary noise. And most importantly, don't get caught by your mom Brunhild. You know how she is, she's strict with us. Alex gave them a stern look. Yes, sir, the trio saluted in unison. All right, march out of here. And Stitch, when your armor is ready, I'll expect you for a fitting. Stitch bared his sharp teeth and grinned widely. He really loved this strange, noisy family. He had never been loved. He was born only for destruction. But now, alongside Alex and Rebecca, he knew what it was like to be part of something important. To be not just a weapon, but a member of the family. When the trio left the workshop, Alex shook his head slightly, sympathizing with the poor souls who would fall into the good hands of his assistants. He was certain someone would definitely disappear from their quarters tonight. Or perhaps had already disappeared. What did you ask them to do, exactly? Rory asked, surprised. And who is this emperor? Does the monarchy still exist in this world? Or do you want to take the throne yourself? Alex looked at her with a crooked smile and shrugged. Long story. We've got time, so you can tell it. While you work, tell me about this mysterious emperor, Rory smiled, settling back comfortably. Alex shrugged, gently lifted Rory, and placed her back on his lap. He figured it was time to tell her how everything began. Rory got comfortable, swung her leg over his, and stared at him with interest, ready to listen. Alex began slowly, from the very beginning, the moment he decided to create GIR, intending him to be a protective robot. But, as often happens, everything went off plan. In the end, GIR turned into a fanatic, obsessed with the Emperor. Mimi experienced something similar, and then, eventually, they pulled Stitch into it. Although Rory was far from understanding all these technologies, she still grasped the gist of it. She kept chuckling as she imagined Alex's little crazy assistants, and in the end, she couldn't hold back her laughter. Nevertheless, in his story, she caught something important. Alex wasn't just creating weapons or robots, he was sponsoring orphanages, taking care of children, giving them a chance at a better future. This touched her. She became curious, what kind of worlds had he visited? Alex continued telling his story at his own pace. Work proceeded as usual, and his conversation with Rory didn't interfere with his focus. So, those blessings from the gods that I feel on you, are they from your goddess wives? Rory suddenly asked, noticing an interesting detail. Exactly. After this world, I think I'll head home and take a short vacation. My head's about to smoke, and the girls need a break too. And I need to spend more time with family, Alex said with a slight smile. I'm curious. Rory cheerfully swung her legs. How do the blessings from your gods differ from the one Emroy gave me? And, can I receive a blessing from one of yours? Interesting question. Theoretically, yes, it's possible. But I'm not sure. You're still connected to Emroy. And I don't want your god knocking on my door, claiming I've stolen his apostle, Alex smirked. And what if Emroy does show up? What will you do then? Rory asked with interest, narrowing her eyes. I've got a stick for situations like that, Alex chuckled. A god from another world will become another victim of the idiot's stick. Rory froze for a second, and then burst into laughter. She even imagined the scene. Emroy angrily storms into Alex's world, starts shouting, and Alex silently pulls out the stick, and does what he does best. Alex laughed too. After all, no one escapes the punishment of the idiot's stick. No one. Zhanya, who had been watching them, silently sat to the side. But she felt neither jealousy nor resentment. Her hair was softly wrapped around Alex's body, and through their connection, she could feel his emotions, his warmth. That was enough for her. They stayed in the workshop until evening. It was time to gather and return to the others. Before leaving, Zhanya briefly locked eyes with Alex, as if trying to make some decision, but in the end, without saying a word, she returned to his shadow. Alex and Rory left just as Kiriko came to call them for dinner. Alex noticed that Mio had already joined the others and was spending time with the girls her age. This pleased him. It seemed like Mio had blended in well with the group. Or perhaps it was all thanks to the party they had thrown the previous night. During dinner, Chun-Li, Cammy, and Chiquita dropped by. The girls came to pick up their energy shields. Are we interrupting? Or can we join? Chun-Li asked with a light smile. There's enough room for everyone. Sit down, Mio replied, waving toward the empty spots. "Why so late? I've been waiting for you all day. And now you show up," Alex said with an arched eyebrow, looking at the trio. "Oh, you were waiting for us. Want me to comfort you?" Chiquita asked with a squint, leaning in closer. "I'm eating." "This can wait," Alex responded calmly, not taking the bait. Chunli, Cammy, and Chiquita took their seats at the table and decided to have dinner with the others. As usual, Alex finished eating first and went to the workshop. After returning with 3 energy shields, he placed them on the table and immediately explained how to use them. After a brief instruction, the girls attached the shields to their belts, but it seemed they weren't planning to leave. They stayed to just spend the evening with Alex and the others, and no one objected. The atmosphere was warm, almost familial, exactly how Alex wanted it. The next morning, Alex woke up to a strange feeling. Something was on his face. When he opened his eyes, he immediately met Rory's mischievous gaze, and she was smiling at him, clearly pleased. It became clear, this slightly overexcited apostle had been kissing him while he was asleep. He just sighed, pulled her close, kissed her on the lips, and then carefully got out of bed. Alice was peacefully sleeping next to him, but the trio of disturbers was nowhere to be seen. Alex immediately understood where they were. They had probably carried out a nighttime raid, kidnapped a couple of members of the Cosa Nostra, and started their rehabilitation therapy with the new patients. "Good morning," he said, glancing at Rory. "And that's it," she pouted. "I was expecting some passion, not just a good morning and a kiss. What a disappointment. First coffee. Then passion. And please, don't wake anyone up, the others are still asleep," Alex said, pressing his finger to her lips. Rory smirked and licked his finger. Alex's eye twitched. Another gremlin had entered his life. Now, along with Rebecca, Rory would be making perverted jokes and trying to drag him into bed at every opportunity. "Did you just think something dirty about me?" she asked, narrowing her eyes. "Kind of. I thought you were a horny gremlin," Alex answered shamelessly, poking her nose with his finger and carefully removing her from his lap. Rory didn't expect such honesty, but Alex really only wanted coffee. While he was making his morning drink, Chunli unexpectedly leaned against him from behind, half asleep, using him as a support. "And for me, coffee, please, with cream, if you can," she mumbled, not even opening her eyes. "You shouldn't have been watching that series with the others until late last night," Alex remarked, without turning around. "At least I finally figured out what kind of demon banishment ritual you were doing with Rebecca and Coco," Chunli said with a smirk. "Looks like you've already blended in," he replied, then turned to Rory. "Would you like something to drink?" "Tea, please." "And a pastry," she answered with a smile, pulling on her stockings. While Alex was making tea, one by one, the other girls started waking up, demanding coffee and tea from him. Fortunately, there were some responsible ones among them. They offered Alex a helping hand. The rest, the lazier ones, pretended to be asleep until the last moment. Alex even had to personally approach each of them and wake them up with a kiss, or else these sleeping princesses wouldn't have bothered getting up from the couch. During breakfast, the girls finally woke up and started coming around. "Alex, remind me, why do we need to stop in China?" Ada asked while sipping her coffee. "We need to start stocking up on tools and building materials. Or do you want us to build the houses by hand back home?" Alex smirked and pinched her cheek. "But can't you use your thing with wood and bam? Everyone has houses." Shizuka asked, pressing her finger to her lips. "I can, but I won't," Alex shook his head. "Why not? Isn't it easier? Everyone will have a place to live, and no one will have to worry," Mio interjected, a slight embarrassment in her voice. "That's so nobody relies only on Alex," Brunhild said for him. "Even if he builds the houses, they'll be made of wood. And living in them in a cold climate isn't the most pleasant experience." "That makes sense. Then we need to make a list of what's needed for the houses," Renka nodded. "Right, girls," Yuriko picked up, throwing a sly glance at Alex. "What if one of us gets pregnant, and we have kids? We need to think about that in advance." After Yuriko's words, the room fell silent. All the girls stared at Alex at once. He involuntarily flinched under their intense, suggestive gazes. Mentioning children and pregnancy was like a shot, and pretending he hadn't heard it was no longer possible. "All right. Discuss the house layout," he said, clearly trying to shift the conversation. "I'll take care of the construction." Like a master of confident retreat, Alex skillfully evaded the dangerous topic while the girls began discussing potential names for the children. He practically ran out of the room, as if being chased by an enraged dragon. Brunhild watched him with a smile, shook her head, and turned back to the others. "Okay, let's come up with a plan for a normal house. No chocolate waterfalls, rotating beds, or other madness, all right." Meanwhile, Alex stepped out onto the deck, took out a cigarette, and lit it, taking a deep breath. He didn't deny the idea of having children. On the contrary, he understood that it could become inevitable. But with that came consequences. He needed to speed up the work, rethink the strategy, and finish off the two idiots who decided to destroy this universe. After that, he'd take the girls back to his home world, so they could safely have children without worrying about their safety. He also knew very well how Freya would react when she found out that he had fathered a child with another girl. He knew exactly how it would end. He'd be locked in the basement with her until she got pregnant herself and then let him go. And the same situation would happen with other goddesses who wanted to have children. "Don't you want children?" came a monotone voice from behind. Alex turned around and saw Shigyur, who had quietly approached and was standing there, looking at him seriously. "I do," he replied with a slight smile, placing his hand on her head. "I just need to be sure they'll be safe. That will raise them in a normal, warm, and protected environment." Children should be safe. A parent who doesn't protect their child. Shigyur paused for a moment, is a bad parent. "I agree. Shall we go? Let's warm up in the sun for a bit while we wait," he suggested, pulling her into a gentle hug. "Let's go," she replied softly, burying her face in his chest. Smiling, Alex carefully lifted her by the hips and cradled her in his arms. Shigyur gave a slight smile as he made his way toward the part of the ship where he felt the most at peace, the bow of the aircraft carrier, where he liked to sit, basking in the sun. When they arrived, Shigyur, like a fluffy little animal, climbed onto his shoulders and settled comfortably there. Alex wasn't in a hurry. He knew that ahead of them were the deserted cities of China, possibly with a few surviving humans, and, of course, the undead. But for now, it was a moment of peace. He lowered Shigyur onto the deck, and they sat down next to each other. Without a second thought, she laid her head in his lap. Alex began to gently stroke her hair. In response, Shigyur squinted in satisfaction and, like a cat, rubbed her cheek against his thigh. He smiled. Sometimes, even in a world full of dangers and uncertainties, one could find a place for warm silence. To be continued. Chapter 290, Another Idiot Villain is Dead. Alex and Shigyur sat at the bow of the aircraft carrier, enjoying the warmth of the sun until the silhouette of a city began to appear on the horizon. Alex narrowed his eyes slightly, focusing. He began scanning the area to assess the situation before the upcoming raid. The scan took only a couple of minutes, nothing critical, just wandering undead, a few possessed, and a pair of low-ranked demons. All of them were easy targets, regular bullets would be more than enough. There was practically no danger, which meant the raid teams could operate without much risk. Mentally, Alex began calculating the next task, preparing for construction. He intended to pull from his inventory all those materials and tools he had been quietly stockpiling since their arrival in this world. Right now, his inventory looked like the warehouse of a builder-turned-maniac: wood, metal, concrete blocks, cables, nails, generators. Enough to build an entire settlement, with plenty left over, just in case. After all, even if they had to build hobbit holes, materials were still essential. He gently ran his fingers through Shigyur's hair, waking her up. "It's time," he said softly. Shigyur lazily rolled onto her back, then pushed off the floor with her hands and stood up with a graceful motion. Alex rose after her, took her hand, and together they headed back toward the command bridge. When they returned, he expected to hear debates about the design of their future home in Alaska, but to his surprise, the room was quiet. The girls had already finished their discussion. "I thought you were still arguing over the layout," he said, surprised. "We'll get to that," Yuriko replied with a playful gleam in her eyes. "But we'll need a lot of materials. After all, we're not a small family." Alex chuckled and shook his head. "Fair enough. All right, ladies, whoever's joining the raid, start getting ready. We're almost there. I'll gather everything else we need." The girls exchanged looks, silently deciding who would go on the raid. Meanwhile, Alex headed toward his workshop. He had a feeling new members might be joining the group, which meant they'd need gear sets, weapons, and protective equipment. He hadn't even reached his workbenches when Rory darted after him. Seeing her, Alex remembered he had promised to give her an energy shield. He rummaged through his inventory and handed it to her. With a satisfied smirk, Rory immediately attached it to her belt and activated it. A soft hum accompanied the formation of a protective holographic field around her. Grabbing several equipment cases and confirming that everything was ready, Alex and Rory left the workshop, and to his surprise, he saw that almost all the girls were getting ready for the raid. "All of you are going?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "Something like that," Kiriko replied with a faint smile. "We'll just split into two groups." "Exactly," Siko chimed in, glancing toward Brunhild. "She'll keep an eye on the carrier and the rest of the group. No point in just sitting around doing nothing." Alex looked over at Brunhild. She sighed and crossed her arms, casting a resigned look in his direction. Before coming to this world, she never imagined she'd be leading survivors in a zombie apocalypse, or that her husband would casually dump all the leadership on her. Catching her mood, Alex gave a guilty smile. Brunhild said nothing, just turned away. Deep down, she also wanted a vacation. And preferably a long one. The girls quickly split into groups. Only Brunhild, Namio, and Yuriko decided to stay behind, while the others, Chunli, Kami, Chiquita, and more, went off to prepare their gear. After setting up the supply crates for the new recruits, Alex activated the radio. "Attention all teams," his voice echoed through the internal comms. "We're approaching the target. Begin raid prep." The girls were already changing into their gear for the raid, preparing for any possible surprises. Alex sat calmly beside Brunhild, wrapping his arm around his strict Valkyrie, trying to ease her irritation at least a little. All this time, she was the one managing the large group of survivors and keeping track of literally everything. For a brief moment, he forgot about the spiritual link between them and thought he had succeeded in distracting her. But no, Brunhild already knew where Gir, Mimi, and Stitch had disappeared to, and why the trio of Chaos Makers hadn't shown up all night. When she found out that Alex had sent them on a re-education mission to deal with particularly unruly newcomers, Brunhild simply sighed heavily. She already knew how this would end, with another group of fanatics worshipping Gir, Mimi, and Stitch as a holy trinity who had shown them the light of the Emperor. Alex, meanwhile, just smiled guiltily, pretending not to notice Brunhild's scorching glares. He always followed his golden rule: if he didn't admit to doing something, it didn't happen. Even if they shared a spiritual link and she could literally read his thoughts. His gaze lingered briefly on Coco, who, to his surprise, was also preparing to join the raid. Usually, she helped Brunhild with logistics and had no desire to participate in field operations. All he could hope for now was that Coco and Ada wouldn't end up in the same team. Valmet, catching his concerned look, smirked and immediately understood without a word. She simply pointed at Coco and Ada, then gestured that they were in different groups. Alex let out a sigh of relief, knowing exactly how the raid would have ended if those two had gone together. Valmet walked closer and spoke. "Help me adjust my vest straps," she asked, pointing at the buckles. "Of course. Anything for you," Alex replied with a smile, getting to his feet. Their faces were dangerously close. They could feel each other's breath. Alex carefully tightened the straps on her tactical vest, even though he didn't fully understand why she needed armor at all. Like the others, she had an energy shield. Maybe it was just habit. When he finished, he looked up and met Valmet's eyes, then leaned in and kissed her. She responded gladly, but as the moment started to escalate into something more, someone behind them let out an exaggerated cough, reminding them they weren't alone. Valmet just rolled her eyes, already tired of jealous rivals. Not wanting to miss their own chance, the other girls decided they also needed help with their gear. Alex just laughed and helped each one of them so no one would feel left out. "All right, if everyone's ready, we're heading down," Alex said with a satisfied smile. The girls nodded and moved ahead. Alex, picking up both gear crates, didn't forget to give a goodbye kiss to Namio, Yuriko, and Brunhild. And at the very end, he playfully ruffled Alice's hair before following after the rest. He quickly caught up to the group, placing himself between Rory, who confidently carried a massive halberd, and Rebecca, who looked more like she was heading into full-scale war than a simple supply raid. Thankfully, the others were more reasonable and armed themselves only as needed. But Shizuka still gave Alex doubts. Noticing his glance, she simply winked playfully and clung to Rika's arm beside her. Alex sighed deeply but didn't argue with her. Shizuka had an energy shield, which meant she'd be fine, as long as no one gave her anything that could explode. Descending downstairs, Alex and the girls were among the first to arrive at the gathering point. Lem and his group were already standing next to the table, fully equipped and ready to move out. Upon seeing Alex and his team, the guys smirked. This time, they had clearly beaten the crowd favorites. Alex simply rolled his eyes in response, set the cases on the table, and then hugged Rebecca, waiting with the others for the rest to arrive. Next came Kota and his girls, followed by Takashi with his new love interest. Alex raised an eyebrow, noticing how confidently Takashi was showing off their relationship. He smirked at him, which made the young man noticeably embarrassed, but he stayed silent and just stood next to Kota. A little later, Jonah came down, slightly out of breath. He had clearly hurried to catch up with the others. Gradually, the other raid teams began to arrive, and the area designated as the transport bay quickly filled with people. Even Balalaika and Chong showed up with their fighters, including Revei and Dutch. "Wow, we've really become a lot," Alex smirked, looking at the gathered crowd. "Don't even mention it," Kota replied. "We used to have just a couple of raid teams, and now look, we have a whole army." "I see, and your people are planning to join us," Alex remarked, addressing the leaders. "That's right, Sasha," Balalaika said, her cigarette hanging from her lips. "We're not used to freeloading, so consider this our way of thanking you." "Right," Chong added with a smirk. "You took us in, and we'll repay you with action." "Good. But, if I understand correctly, you won't be going yourselves. Who will lead your teams?" Balalaika pointed to her loyal assistant, Boris, while Chong pointed to Bayuyun. Alex also noticed Chenhua, who was casually twirling a cookery in her hand with a wild grin. He raised an eyebrow but decided not to interfere. Everyone had their own methods. Since you've chosen your leaders, it's time to issue them their gear. Let's start with this, Alex said, placing 2 holographic devices on the table. Are these the things each leader gets? Chang asked, picking one up. Yes. These are multifunctional devices. They include a map with raid points marked, data on undead that I've collected, an integrated scanner, and other useful functions. Then, communicators. The red mark is for the leaders. Next, flamethrowers, for clearing nests. And finally, reconnaissance drones. I think that's everything. Boris and Bayuyun took the leader communicators and started handing out the rest to their fighters. Alex reminded them that flamethrowers were dangerous, and they had to be handled with extreme caution. 1 flamethrower per group, and it was strictly for clearing nests. After that, Alex carefully explained to the newcomers how to use the holographic devices to avoid any misunderstandings. While he explained, the others checked their gear, making sure everything was ready. All right, we're done with this. Moving on to the briefing, Alex said when he was sure everyone understood. So, what are we looking for in the city, kid? Lem asked, leaning on the table. Everything is already marked on the maps, and the lists have been sent to the leaders. Our task is to gather as many tools and building materials as possible before we head to Alaska. You've probably heard that a huge horde is moving through China, and while the city seems safe, don't relax too soon. There could be wandering undead and other creatures around here. Alex scanned the group before continuing. For the newbies, a quick set of rules. First, no one acts alone. Second, stay away from dark places, they might be nests for mutants and zombies. Third, be extremely cautious with survivors. The longer they survive, the more dangerous they become. And lastly, if you want to scout an area off the map, make sure to notify us on the common channel. We need to know where to look for you if something goes wrong. He paused to make sure everyone was listening attentively. Any questions? I have a question, sir, Boris's voice came from the back. Go ahead, Boris. If we encounter a large mutant, like the ones we've seen, or someone like that guy, Diego, who mutated, what should we do? That's simple, Alex replied with a smirk. Run. And call me. No joke. You'll have to run until I get there. Like with the Tommy's group, they were chased by a mutant that bullets hardly affected. They had to run all over the mall until I showed up. That's true, Shino interrupted, sounding irritated. We used almost all our ammo on him. We shot him, burned him, he just kept coming after us like a Terminator. Shino continued grumbling, recalling that story, and wouldn't stop complaining about how many laps they had to make through the mall, running from that strange zombie. Alex smirked and clapped his hands, trying to stop her whining. But Shino just shot him an offended glance. When no one else asked questions, Alex announced. All right, get ready to move out. We'll be at the port in less than 5 minutes, it's time to take the transport. The girls kissed him before leaving and headed for their vehicles. Alex, thinking he was going alone, inwardly rejoiced it would make some tasks easier. However, as soon as he sat on the motorcycle, Rory appeared next to him. Without saying a word, she sat in front of him, leaning her back against him. Hehehe, I'm with you. Thought you could slip away alone, she smirked, as if she knew his thoughts. And is there still space for one more? Revi's voice came from behind as she approached the motorcycle. Alex looked at Rory in surprise, then at Revi. Rory was understandable, she was who she was, and she already knew about his ability to pull things out of thin air. But Revi. He knew how she felt about strangers and how hard it was for her to trust anyone. However, he didn't feel like delving into her motives right now, he just nodded. He took Rory's halberd so she could sit more comfortably, and at that moment, Revi sat behind him. Why did you decide to ride with me? Alex asked, still puzzled. No particular reason. Dutch went with the others, Benny hasn't left the computer. And of everyone here, I know you and your girls the best, she replied calmly, as if it were the most obvious decision. You could have gone with the girls. Would have been easier, no, he asked. They didn't have space. And what's her name? Ah, right, Rebecca. She said I could ride with you, Revi said with a slight smirk. Alex sighed heavily and glanced at the Humvee where Rebecca was sitting. She just grinned, winked, and blew him an air kiss. At that moment, Alex realized, all his plans to sneakily start pulling materials out of his inventory were shot down. With Rory, it would have been simpler, she had already seen him pull things out of thin air. But Revi. With her, such tricks wouldn't work, it would start a barrage of questions. Lighting a cigarette, Alex, along with Rory and Revi, waited for the aircraft carrier to arrive at the port and for the gangway to be lowered. Revi, can you grab my phone from my pocket and put it on the dashboard? You see, my hands are tied up, he said, holding the cigarette in one hand and the halberd in the other. Is this your way of flirting? Reveille squinted, raising an eyebrow. Seriously? Do I look like the type who would use such cheap tricks? Just get the phone. There's nothing on it that could bother you, he said, rolling his eyes. I'm just checking. No need to roll your eyes. You'd be surprised how many guys tried to pull that trick with me, Reveille said as she reached into his pocket and pulled out the phone. And what did you do to them? Rory couldn't help but ask. Well, after that, they didn't have anything left in their pockets, Reveille grinned predatorily. Alex understood perfectly what she meant. He even felt a bit sorry for those poor bastards who tried to flirt with her. Some lost their third leg, others lost all the contents of their pockets. Reveille knew how to be ruthless when someone became her target. Rory, catching the gist of the hint, also grinned predatorily. She knew what it was like to kill those who tried to take advantage of her body. Over her long life, there had been quite a bit of blood on her hands. Reveille, without hesitation, leaned on Alex, connected his phone to the motorcycle's dashboard, and then, without ceremony, reached into his pocket again, took out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and carelessly shoved the pack back into his pocket. When the aircraft carrier arrived at the port, the gangway was lowered, and everyone began to leave. Alex started the engine and was the last to drive out. Leaving the port, he headed to the farthest part of the city, the place where, according to his calculations, he could find the necessary supplies. With one hand on the motorcycle's handlebars and the other holding Rory's halberd, Alex entertained himself by using it as a baseball bat, sending zombies flying. Rory watched the scene with amusement, smiling as Alex turned the halberd into a mass zombie-slaying weapon. Can you stop playing baseball already? This is the 5th home run, Reveille grumbled in annoyance. I'm having fun. Don't bother me, Alex replied, knocking another zombie away that had lunged at the motorcycle. Idiot, Reveille muttered irritably. Alex just smirked and accelerated. He wanted to finish with the city as quickly as possible and get to his business, including preparing the surprise for the Minister of the Monoliths and Davith. When they reached the right store, Alex turned into the back parking lot and stopped. Rory was the first to jump off the motorcycle, take the halberd, and shake off the zombie blood. Alex and Reveille followed her. He began scanning the area for a semi-trailer. Ideally, it could be loaded with supplies and hauled back to the port. Even a large container would work, but in any case, they would need a rope. Finally, he found a semi-trailer. Walking up to it with the girls, Alex opened the doors and inspected the contents. Inside were plenty of construction materials. I think we're lucky. No need to search for anything else, Reveille said with a grin. Not quite. We still need insulation and tools, Alex shook his head. As you say. You're the expert here. I came for fire support, not to play the porter, Reveille scoffed, shrugging. So did I. I'm a fragile girl, heavy lifting isn't for me, Rory added with an innocent expression. Say that to someone who will believe it. Your halberd weighs as much as a Humvee, and you're still complaining about heavy lifting. Alex rolled his eyes. I'm telling you, I'm weak. I'm not a gorilla, Rory smirked, squinting. Alex sighed heavily, not wanting to argue. Meanwhile, Reveille became curious about the weight of the halberd and wanted to test it herself. When Rory handed the weapon over, Alex quickly stepped in to prevent her from hurting her hands. He placed the halberd on the ground, and Reveille tried to lift it, but was unsuccessful. Only then did she realize how strong Rory was, despite her youthful appearance. Not wasting any more time on entertainment, Alex lifted the semi-trailer and dragged it to the ramp to make the loading easier. You two are walking monsters. Where do you even get all that strength from? Reveille asked, shaking her head. Who knows? Magic and divine blessings work wonders, Alex replied with a carefree tone. Yeah, and I'm the Virgin Mary and an angel in the flesh, Reveille muttered sarcastically. You're far from the Virgin Mary, but as for the angel part, maybe, Alex replied lazily. Are you trying to hit on me again? Aren't your own girls enough for you? Reveille shot him a cold glance. Ah, I would give you a historical lecture, but you'd get angry again. So, consider me hitting on you, Alex shrugged, not wanting to argue. Reveille didn't understand exactly what he meant or why he so easily admitted his intentions. Meanwhile, Rory was cheerfully laughing, watching their exchange. Dragging the semi-trailer to the ramp, Alex wrapped his arms around both girls' waists, jumped, and with a single leap, landed on the platform. Before Reveille could protest, he released her and headed for the warehouse. He needed to find insulation, tools, and a reliable rope to drag everything back to the port. Entering the warehouse, Alex thought with frustration that he should have brought his 3 little assistants with him. Things would have gone much faster with them. Scanning the room, he spotted a forklift that could be used for transporting heavy loads. Reveille, can you drive that thing? He asked, nodding towards the machine. Basically, yes. I don't think it's much different from anything else that runs on four wheels, Reveille shrugged. Great. Then it's on you. I'll go look for the materials and bring them down. You figure out the controls. You need a key, she shouted after him. Look in the supply room or wherever it usually is. Alex called back as he walked toward the empty part of the warehouse. Reveille snorted, muttering something under her breath, and went off in search of the keys. Meanwhile, Rory, like any other foreigner, curiously examined the shelves of tools and building materials. She looked like a country girl who had just arrived in a big city. Alex reached a secluded spot, and after making sure no one was watching, especially Reveille, he pulled the necessary materials out of his inventory. Everything that was missing, he created with magic. He made sure to do it in a way that it looked like the things had always been there, so no one would suspect anything. Soon, Reveille found the keys, started the forklift, and headed towards Alex. The loading began. She brought the materials while Alex and Rory carried some by hand. Everything was going quickly and smoothly. When the work was almost done, Alex and Rory suddenly froze, as if on command, staring at one point. Huh. Looks like we have guests, Alex whispered, not taking his eyes off the spot. Did you feel that disgusting presence too? Rory whispered, narrowing her eyes slightly. Alex nodded. The creature approaching them wasn't even trying to hide its presence, on the contrary, it was charging toward them with terrifying speed. Reveille looked at both of them in confusion, feeling the growing sense of unease. What are you two talking about? What guests? What did you feel? Can you stop talking in riddles and just say it plainly, she snapped. Remember that psycho who showed up in Roanoke? Well, another one of those bastards is charging toward us, Alex explained calmly. Well, now we're getting somewhere. Instead of I felt this, I felt that, just say that some demon-like freak is coming at us, and that's it, Reveille snapped, losing her patience completely. Alex smirked, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it. In that instant, the air was pierced by a sharp sound wave, and everything happened in an instant. Reveille didn't even have time to understand what was happening. Right before her eyes, the opponent's fist, which could have decapitated her, froze midair, only because Alex had intercepted it at the last second. How rude to attack a lady. Didn't your mom teach you that you shouldn't hit girls? Alex said in an icy tone, squeezing the attacker's wrist with such force that he almost dropped to his knees. Alex applied a little pressure to the opponent's arm, and with a sickening crunch, it was crushed into bloody pulp, splattering red droplets in all directions. The attacker snarled, ripped his mangled limb away, and jumped back. In that moment, a new arm began to grow where the severed one had been, flesh rapidly regenerating before their eyes. Now, Alex, Rory, and Reveille could properly see their enemy. His face was concealed by a shaman-like mask, and he was dressed in traditional clothing typical of the Indonesian people. Alex instantly recognized him. It was Silkvat Jenazad, yet another idiot from the United Shadow of Nine Fists group. Alex sighed heavily. It was beginning to seem like the idiots from this group liked to pop up one by one, like clockwork. Well. Silkvat Jenazad himself. I thought you'd been long dead. Although, judging by the fact that you're the third from your gang I've run into, it looks like you've become obedient dogs of the same creature. How sweet that you came to me yourself. I'll be happy to finish you off, Alex said with a lazy, almost cheerful smile. As they said. You're strong. Even after I gained this power, you were still able to stop my strike. Interesting, very interesting. Now I understand why he's interested in you, false savior, Jenazad rasped. And again, that old record about the false savior. Is there a creativity crisis over there, or what? Alex raised an eyebrow lazily. He stood in front of Rory and Reveille, shielding them with his body. Alex knew that guys like Jenazad would stop at nothing. They would even attack those not involved in the fight just to gain an advantage. This type had already killed his own disciples if they disappointed him, so what about outsiders? Reveille, frowning, drew her pistols, but Rory shook her head, signaling that it wasn't worth intervening. Reveille grimaced in dissatisfaction but didn't hide her weapons. Isn't this a beautiful war? Death, blood, screams of despair. This is how it should be. War should roar across the world. Jenazad growled with hoarse excitement. I don't know what they promised you, but your skull clearly can't grasp the scale of the shit that's really going on. Call it war if you want, but you're just a dog. Judging by your eyes, your brain's been washed a long time ago. And if you've become his dog, you'll die like one, Alex said, cracking his neck. We'll see, false savior. Diego was a clown, a showman. I'm the son of war. I was raised in it, I breathe it, Jenazad said, leaning forward slightly. Well, little warrior. Go ahead, attack. You'll see the difference between us as clearly as Diego did, Alex replied with a slight nod. Jenazad suddenly threw his head back, and Alex immediately tensed. He noticed energy gathering in the enemy's throat. The sound. This idiot was planning to attack with a sound wave. And he wasn't wrong. The next moment, Jenazad let out a powerful scream, and a shockwave of sound rippled through the warehouse. It charged straight toward Alex and the girls. But at the same instant, a snap of fingers rang out. A counterwave of energy spread from Alex in all directions, easily cutting through Jenazad's sound attack and reflecting it back. The enemy was hit with the same force he'd intended, crashing backward with a roar. His mask was cracked. It all happened so quickly that Revi stood frozen in shock. She just stared at Alex, who stood there with a cigarette in his mouth, unable to believe he had reflected such a powerful attack with nothing more than a snap of his fingers. Her mouth hung open, and one word echoed in her mind: incredible. Is that all? A snap of my fingers and you're already flying, bleeding like a fountain. Must be a blow to your pride, huh? Alex said lazily with a smirk. This is just the beginning, Jenazad rasped as his mask finally cracked and fell apart. Alex and the girls could finally see Jenazad's face. Alex was slightly surprised. He remembered Jenazad looking quite ordinary, but now his features had been distorted beyond recognition, turning into something demonic. Looks like he went through demonification way faster than Diego. Alex thought to himself. It was the only logical explanation for the changes that had occurred. Jenazad's body quickly healed, all his wounds closed, and he vanished from his spot, leaving behind broken asphalt and the sound of the dissipating shockwave. In the next second, he was already next to Alex, delivering a crushing kick. Alex sharply pushed him back, then sent him flying with a punch to the chest. Jenazad's ribcage buckled under the force of the blow, and blood poured from his mouth. However, a wide, disturbingly insane smile spread across his face. He was clearly enjoying what was happening. Alex waved at him, beckoning. Let's go again. Jenazad's smile grew even wider, further distorting his already terrifying, demonic face. Alex shook his head and raised his hand. A fiery trail followed his movement, forming a blazing circle in the air that resembled the sun. At that moment, Jenazad disappeared again. He moved so fast that he repeatedly broke the sound barrier. The air blows and vibrations destroyed everything in his path as he flashed by. Appearing in front of Alex, he struck with all his might. His limb crossed the sound barrier several times. The force could have leveled a building. But Alex calmly deflected the blow to the side. The released energy sped past him, destroying everything behind. Crimson Moon, Alex said calmly, slamming his palm into Jenazad's chest. The moment they made contact, Jenazad felt foreign energy invade his body. Alex slowly applied pressure, pushing his palm deeper until he reached his heart. In the next second, Jenazad's body was completely destroyed, torn apart from the inside and consumed by flames. Nothing remained of him, as everything burned in the intense heat of the strike. Alex wiped his hand and turned to the girls. Well, that's that, he said lazily, as if he had just finished his morning jog. That was way too fast, Revi exhaled, staring in shock at the place where Jenazad had just been standing a second ago. If it weren't for the explosions, destruction, and flashes, I would have thought nothing happened. Get used to it, Alex replied, lighting a cigarette. Now we can head back. I thought you'd mess with him a bit before finishing him off, Rory said with a predatory smile. What's the point? He was already an idiot. Died like a dog. Life already punished him, now his soul will suffer. He was cursed, Alex shrugged. Rory silently nodded. She understood what he meant. The power Jenazad had gained in exchange for his soul wasn't a gift, it was a sentence. He was destined for eternal suffering. Alex glanced over at Revi. Luckily, she hadn't heard the last part, or he would have had to waste time explaining again and answering a flood of questions. He jumped down from the ramp and began securing the rope, connecting the trailer to the motorcycle. Everything went quickly. In a couple of minutes, they were ready to head back to the port. Rory and Revi took their seats, and the engine roared to life, awakening in the darkness. To be continued.